In 2015, the world of the Forsaken Gods suddenly appeared. Simply falling asleep would drag you into that world. The only currency there was life. Dying cost you lifespan, killing monsters increased it. Players used lifespan to bring abilities from that world into reality. A powerhouse could tear apart a tank with bare hands, slice a plane with a single sword, and even withstand nuclear bombs. This was no longer a dream. From the very day the Forsaken Gods appeared, this young man had carried his crippled adopted sister on his back to survive. Overcoming countless hardships, he became one of the top 100 strongest warriors in the world. But right in the final battle, as Qin Feng successfully passed through the ancient god ruins, obtained the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, he was betrayed by his own comrade at that very moment. He never expected the one to stab him in the back was the adopted sister he had carried and supported his entire life. Even more unbelievable, her reason for harming him was simply to snatch the divine artifact for her idol. In this life, Qin Feng died with his eyes wide open. The moment the blade swung, the game was over. Qin Feng suddenly woke up 9 years in the past. Speaking of that wretched sister, she kicked the door open and barged into the house, speaking with a displeased expression. Qin Feng, you really are at home. Why won't you answer my calls? Are you trying to avoid me? You have no idea how important it is for me to go support Brother Songfei. Qin Feng ignored this lunatic's outburst, thinking to himself, as expected, on the day the game launched, he and Xiao Yu had a huge fight over Songfei. Before the game appeared, Songfei was a famous underground idol, and Xiao Yu was his fan. He was flashy on the surface, but in reality he was trash, secretly scamming money and taking advantage of many girls. To prevent Xiao Yu from being fooled, he had never allowed her to associate with that man. He never expected to end up being accused by this crazy girl of meddling in her life. Hey, Brother D, I'm talking to you. Are you pretending not to hear me? It's because of you that he dropped in the rankings this month. If you don't give me the money, I'll... Before Xiao Yu could finish her sentence, she immediately received a slap from Qin Feng. She held her swollen cheek, staring at Qin Feng in shock. How dare you? Xiao Yu, I don't have the time or mood to waste on you today, but if you dare cause trouble again, I'll smash your mouth. Qin Feng threw a card toward her. This is the money our parents left behind. No matter how hard life has been all these years, I never touched a single cent of it. Today I'm giving it all to you. For the sake of our parents, I won't hold it against you, but listen carefully. Starting from now, I, Qin Feng, no longer have a sister like you. Having said that, he waved his hand, turned around, and headed back to his room. In his past life, to protect Xiao Yu, Qin Feng had missed out on too many opportunities. Countless treasure realms that required risk, but he had to give them up. He was very curious. Without that dead weight by his side, just how far could he go? This time, he would use his knowledge of the Forsaken Gods world from his past life to surpass everyone. As for Xiao Yu, let her fend for herself. As for Songfei, I'll deal with you personally. Qin Feng muttered to himself, then got into bed to sleep. Shortly after, his consciousness was in the Forsaken Gods world. The class selection hall was truly nostalgic. He remembered the first time he came here. He was so panicked it took him hours to choose a class and leave. This time, he had to be faster. In his past life, he chose a warrior to protect Xiao Yu, which was not weak, but it was no longer suitable. Without Xiao Yu holding him back, his solo speed would be much faster. Mobility was the most important thing. After a moment, Qin Feng decided to choose the assassin class. Just then, a notification panel appeared. The divine artifact Eye of Judgment has completed binding. The Eye of Judgment has been activated. Unique attribute, Power of Judgment. Passive ability, upon entering the Forsaken Gods world, you automatically receive the highest tier class and talent. The Eye of Judgment actually bound itself when he was reborn, so that was it. Once a divine artifact accepted a master, its effect was not lost even through death. Or perhaps was his rebirth thanks to it? Suddenly, a cluster of black energy coiled around Qin Feng's body. Congratulations, you have obtained a hidden class. Currently undergoing class change complete. He has transformed into Shadow, so this is the highest hidden class of the assassin. Completely different from his previous life as a warrior, he already had this kind of power right after receiving the class. In choosing a class, it was very rare to receive a hidden rank, but the Judgment Authority brought an absolute rate. What exactly was it? The Judgment Authority is the oldest primordial authority in the universe, overriding all rules. Without divinity, he could not actively activate it, but the passive effect still worked. Qin Feng marveled as he read the notification. In his previous life, it wasn't until the 7th year that an expert escaped from the land forsaken by the gods. Humanity only then learned of order power, but no one had yet achieved that power. He never expected that today, at the very start, he would have a primordial authority that surpassed even order. As long as he left this place and reached the land of order, he would receive divinity. In this life, he had another goal. The class selection is complete. Please enter your name in this world. Class born from Shadow, so he might as well call it Shadow. Your name has been set as Shadow. You are entering the land forsaken by the gods. gods, a desolate place infested with countless monsters. They are ready to tear you apart. Leave the town, eliminate monsters to gain tradable lifespan. If you die, half of your lifespan will be deducted, including both tradable and non-tradable lifespan. Shell Town is a safe zone without monsters. Kinfeng arrived and saw many people dragged into the Forsaken Land by the gods. They asked in confusion, "Where is this? What class is this? What is a codename?" One person just finished a night shift and just lay down, not sure if it was an illusion. Another ate chicken all night, pinched himself and yelled in pain, realizing it was not a dream and that he was dragged into a game. Kinfeng immediately drew everyone's attention the moment he appeared. People muttered, "What class is that so different?" Looking at the dagger, it seems like a thief, but why isn't mine as cool? He even has a special effect. Kinfeng walked confidently through the crowd, thinking very soon experts from various countries will appear and reshape the order. If he wanted to get ahead of them, he had to act faster. Time waited for no one. Just then, a group of people was teleported in front of Kinfeng. They cried in pain from dying outside and returning to town. That monster was too ferocious. Just one bite took half their health. The three of them charged together and only managed to reduce a third of its health. My lifespan has already been halved. The men in the group turned to the only woman and asked, "Sister Jiang Li, what should we do now?" Kinfeng quietly assessed Jiang Li. The starting weapon of an archer was a short bow, but she used a long bow, seemingly a hidden class. Jiang Li looked up and met Kinfeng's gaze. Seeing his unusual appearance, she smiled and invited him. "Brother, you must have a hidden class, right? Team up with us. It's dangerous outside. You can't beat the monsters alone. My team has been wiped out once already. We have experience." Kinfeng thought to himself, so experience means getting wiped out. He bluntly refused and left. One guy in the group said, "Are you pretending to be an expert? The five of us couldn't even beat it. Do you think you can win alone? Ridiculous." Another scoffed, "He's a lofty hidden class, a thief. If he can't fight, he can run." Jiang Li checked Kinfeng's information and saw his name was Shadow. It was indeed something cocky. Jiang Li closed the info panel and told her teammates, "Let's follow him and see what skills he has. Maybe we can get information about the monsters, and conveniently watch how he dies." Jiang Li walked while thinking, this land forsaken by the gods is truly bizarre and dangerous. Even though she didn't know why she was here, with her years of gaming experience, she quickly formed a team. She didn't expect the first monster in the beginner village to wipe out the whole group. It wasn't an enemy that a level 1 player could defeat. The player named Shadow looked very unusual. Following him might yield valuable information. Hiding behind a tree, Jiang Li's teammate whispered, "His weapon is a short blade, different from a dagger. He's even faster than me, even though my agility stat is already the highest. His clothes are also different from ours," the cocky guy said reluctantly. Just then, Jiang Li saw Kinfeng turn his head to look behind, and she was startled. She dared not stick her head out again, afraid of being discovered. Few seconds later, when she heard no movement, she peeked out and saw that Kinfeng had vanished. Where did he disappear to? Is this an invisibility skill? A starting skill and it's invisibility? What class is that? So cool. After making a fuss looking around and not seeing Kinfeng, Jiang Li decided to leave. They said to each other, "Let's go back to town and look for a chance to level up. It's too dangerous out here. We've died once already. Our lifespan is halved. There might be hidden treasures or NPCs similar." They didn't know Kinfeng was still standing right there. Thanks to the shadow step skill, Kinfeng entered an invisible state, becoming visible when attacked. Exiting the stealth increased the power of the first strike, allowing him to easily cut Jiang Li's group in two. Shadow Mastery doubled the stealth duration and speed. No one could see him. The Shadow class was truly special. Ordinary assassins were easily detected, but Shadow had Shadow Mastery. Before leaving, Kinfeng pitied those knave people. There is nothing in town to improve strength. It's just a shelter. In the world forsaken by the gods, players were mainly prey for monsters. Kinfeng's body gradually returned to normal as the stealth ended. The duration was not long, but the cooldown started from the moment of activation, so a few seconds later, he could become invisible again. Kinfeng opened the attribute panel to check. The starting attributes for all players were 10 points. Each class granted rewards based on that. In his previous life, his warrior only had strength and constitution +3, but this shadow class this time granted all attributes. With agility increased to +8, he had 5 free points, plus another 5 that could be distributed. Many people chose to increase strength or spirit at the start to boost attack, but that was completely wrong. Agility was the most important attribute. No matter how one allocated points, the damage from monsters would still overwhelm players. Only by increasing agility and speed could one eliminate monsters without getting hurt. Therefore, Kinfeng put all his attribute points into agility. Suddenly, a strange noise startled him. Over there, a common quality level 1 creep was biting a lifespan nut to evolve. It seemed this was the one that had taken down that 5-player team, Kinfeng thought. Monster, after biting the lifespan nut, immediately charged at Kinfeng. Looking at the wounds on its body, he assessed silently. That team had already chipped away quite a bit of its health. A monster eliminated a player, it would receive lifespan. Biting the lifespan nut allowed it to evolve. Qin Feng jumped back to dodge the monster's attack. Then he used the Shadow Step skill to turn invisible, taking advantage of the monster's moment of confusion. He leaped high into the air, using a stealth-breaking strike to slash straight down. That strike took the life of the creep, dealing 174 damage, killing it, and gaining 10 experience points. He could not believe he could one-shot it. Although attacking the neck could cause critical damage, this level of damage was still too great. At that moment, another notification appeared to explain Qin Fang's confusion. Backstab, if you are not within the enemy's field of vision. When attacking, damage is doubled. So that was it. So there was also a backstab mechanic. Multiple class skills activated simultaneously had pushed the damage to an extremely terrifying level. Qin Fang recalled how previously, a warrior's critical strike only dealt 40 damage. It took a very long time to kill a creep, and he would end up injured. Even though he was injured himself, when he saw the lifespan reward drop, he still did not hesitate to give it to Xiao Yu. But now things were completely different. Receive an additional 3 days of tradable lifespan and 54 years and 155 days of untradable lifespan. Those 5 people were eliminated, each losing at least 20-30 years of lifespan, totaling over 100 years. But after being transformed into a creep, only 54 years remained. However, the untradable lifespan was useless for now. The Judgment Authority has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining the Primordial Tier Infinite Evolution talent. When you kill monsters in single-player mode, you have a chance to receive evolution points to upgrade skills. Every 24 hours, you automatically receive 5 evolution points. If you kill a boss in single-player mode, you receive 100% evolution points. You currently have 5 points, infinite evolution, and it could also upgrade skills. In my past life, I had never heard of this. Equipment or skill books dropped by monsters all remained at the same level. So this was the power that surpassed all rules. Thinking this, Qin Fang used 4 evolution points on Shadow and Backstab. Skill evolution successful. Shadow from common to bronze tier. Stealth duration increased from 12 seconds to 16 seconds. Attack when exiting stealth increased from 60 to 90. Cooldown reduced from 28 to 26 seconds. Enhanced backstab skill upgraded from low to common passive effect. When attacking from behind, damage increased from 10% to 15%. In Fang sighed in admiration. The stealth duration of Shadow had reached 16 seconds. Combined with stealth mastery, it would become 32 seconds. Now, the stealth duration was long enough to almost achieve an infinite state. If the skill just now was upgraded, even a fully healed creep could be killed in one hit. Just then, a voice rang out. Look at that skinny kid, he killed the monster by himself. I told you this game was very simple. Brother Kang Zi laughed loudly. You are so amazing, with this physique you can take on at least 10 people. I will protect you. With me here you can rest assured. Qin Fang turned his head to look at the couple feeding each other behind him, and coincidentally discovered something unusual. The matron was directly above their heads. He immediately activated the track image skill and retreated to the rear. The 2 people were still baffled by Qin Fang's actions when they saw a shadow reflected on the ground. By the time they saw a super huge giant spider, it was already too late. The spider spawns on its head had also already leaped down. Matron, level 1. Bronze quality spider matron, normal tier. Qin Fang hid in a corner to observe. The matron was a beginner boss with about 16600 health, far exceeding the capability of ordinary beginners. Moreover, it also commanded many small spiders. But this was perfect timing. Let me test the power of the newly upgraded skill. Thinking this, Qin Fang left his hiding spot, rushed quickly towards the boss, and activated stealth breaking strike. The attack on the weak point dealt 338 damage to the boss. At the same time, Qin Fang's position was exposed because the stealth duration had ended. The boss roared in pain, lunging forward with its 2 sharp legs. Fortunately, he managed to reactivate Shadow and, thanks to the agility increased by evolution points, was only grazed by the 2 legs. Otherwise, with only 130 health, he would have been dead. The boss lost track of Qin Fang and began smashing everything around it. It had gone mad. This group of monsters was very intelligent, not just standing still and attacking wildly. Its posture looked like it was attacking the environment randomly, and the group of small spiders was always in a state of alert. Therefore, he could not approach casually. But if his guess was not wrong, a stone flew over, hitting the boss's weak point, causing it to suffer 299 points of damage. Indeed, his main source of damage came from the bonus attack of Shadow when exiting stealth and the enhanced class skill. Therefore, even throwing a stone that hit an enemy dealt no low damage. And so Qin Fang waited for the track image skill to recover. Then afterwards he threw a stone, causing the stone to activate special effects like the stealth breaking strike, backstab, and attacking the boss's weak point. A moment later, a notification appeared in Shell Town. The leaderboard has been updated. Player Shadow has killed the bronze tier matron and is the first player to reach level 2. This feat placed him at the top of the leaderboard, shocking the gaming community. Someone exclaimed, "I got killed by a small monster twice and still don't understand anything, yet someone has already solo killed a boss. If anyone knows this wonderful guy, please introduce him to me." Solo? There is only one name on the leaderboard, right? Jiang Li's group was baffled after reading the notification. Sister Jiang Li. This name Shadow is the person who just went out. It is him. But how did he level up so fast and even kill a boss? It is so unscientific. All of us in the team could not even take down a normal monster, yet he solo killed a bronze tier boss. Isn't that laughable? Could the system be reporting incorrectly? The Kangzi couple who had just respawned read the notification and were equally baffled. Has that big spider been killed? But there were small spiders around. Who is Shadow? The girl with Kangzi speculated, could it be that stealthy assassin from before? At the same time in the forest you have killed the bronze tier matron, gaining 300 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 2. You receive 2 evolution points, unlocks Shelltown leaderboard, receive 1 fame point, and receive a town-wide announcement. You receive 46 days of tradable lifespan. Bronze tier skill book Greedy Hands, attack plus 35, agility plus 4, equipment requirement, level 1 infinite evolution points, 2 points. After learning the thief system skill, you can use it on monsters with a 20% chance to receive additional loot. Requirement level 1. As soon as the giant spider died, the spiderlings scattered in all directions. He was careless. He should have eliminated them first to gain more experience. But unexpectedly, a bronze guard boss dropped a thief system divine skill. This skill significantly improved equipment collection. In the future, when taking down a strong boss, you would have a 20% chance to receive extra loot. He remembered in his past life, there was a guild member of average strength who gained a foothold thanks to this skill, becoming a welcomed figure who always had his own bodyguard whenever he went out. But Qin Feng thought, even if the skill only had a 90% rate, if combined with his endlessly evolving talent, wouldn't the drop rate increase infinitely? Next morning, Xiao Yu went to school as usual. On the way, Xiao Yu's friend asked with concern, "Won't you call your brother to apologize? Yesterday we skipped the exam to support Songfei. He must be very angry." Just mentioning Qin Feng made Xiao Yu furious. "I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? If it weren't for him, we would have almost missed the entry time yesterday. He is the one who should apologize to me." Her friend replied, "But he is very good to you. I am really jealous that you have such a brother." Xiao Yu snapped, "Good my foot. All he does is meddle in my affairs, and he's not even my real brother. Anyway, having Songfei as my brother is enough for me." Seeing she could not persuade her, the friend changed the subject. "What happened to your face?" Xiao Yu answered, "I fell." When the two arrived at their classroom, a large crowd was gathered at the door. Xiao Yu's friend curiously pushed through the crowd, then exclaimed in shock, "What happened to Zhang Wei? How did he become so transparent?" A male student nearby replied, "I'm not sure either. Brother Wei just said he wanted to catch up on some sleep, and a moment later he became like this." The other students began to buzz with discussion. Zhang Wei's situation was not unique. This event had spread across the internet. It seemed that everyone in the world was experiencing this condition. Some experts believed that once a person fell asleep, they entered a transparent illusion state, but the cause was still unknown. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's friend pulled out her phone. "I have to call and remind my parents." "Xiao Yu, you should also call your brother to remind him to be careful." Xiao Yu snorted, "I will not contact him voluntarily. Someone like him, it would be better if he just croaked." Back to the main story. After a period of diligent monster eradication, Qin Feng had achieved another milestone. Greedy Hand had evolved from bronze rank to gold rank. The thief system skill could now be used with a 70% chance of receiving extra loot from monsters, up from 20%. You have learned Greedy Hand plus 2. The Greedy Hand skill judged successfully. You received 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. Haha, not bad luck. Managed to get 2 more evolution points. Needs 3 pre-points to upgrade Greedy Hand to plus 3. Excellent. Soon he will have a 100% extra loot drop rate. Thinking about it, the countries of the world must have already discovered this issue. More and more people were flooding into the game. He needed to speed up his progress. First, equip the usable gear. Qin Feng immediately equipped the corrosion dagger, gaining 35 attack points and 4 agility points. Soon, they would realize that skills and equipment from the game could be applied in reality. That was when the world would stir up a storm. To obtain skills and equipment, 2 conditions had to be met. First, if killing minor monsters, meeting both conditions would be very slow. He needed to find stronger boss monsters. While walking, Qin Feng suddenly heard the sounds of battle, along with someone shouting, "Run away!" Qin Feng activated the Trace Shadow skill, moved toward the source of the noise, and saw a group of people struggling. They were facing a runner level 2 bronze quality. Talk about getting a pillow just as you feel sleepy. Wait, that person looked familiar. Wang Meng. He didn't expect to meet him here. It seemed the legend was true. It was said that when Wang Meng first entered the God-forsaken game, he formed a team where all 6 members had hidden classes. Wang Meng's hidden class was the Shield Saint Warrior. He had double the base stats of a normal warrior, and also came with an unparalleled skill. Qin Feng shifted his gaze to observe the other members. The magic damage of the Prophet Mage was double that of an ordinary mage. Included with it was the Prophet Fireball. The hidden class Eagle Eye Sharpshooter Archer had double the stats of a normal archer, along with the Rapid Fire Arrow skill, and the hidden Wanderer Priest had double the healing capacity of a standard priest, and possessed a group healing skill from the start. Initially, they could barely hold out against the runner, but gradually, with the monster's superior speed, they began to fall into a difficult position. Gradually, they fell into a passive state as both the archer and the mage could not hit their target. Wang Meng's shield was also weakening. "Healer, heal me. Everyone else keep chipping away at the boss," Wang Meng commanded. Hearing this, Qin Feng thought to himself, this guy was too optimistic, because he forgot that this was the wild. If the battle dragged on too long, it would easily attract other monsters. Sure enough, shortly after, a pack of other monsters appeared right behind Wang Meng. These were the Filth Creeps, common level 2 monsters, their bodies covered in dark brown mud, specializing in ranged attacks. "Boss, be careful," the young man with the blade ran out behind Wang Meng and slashed at a Filth Creep. Result was that the blade got stuck right in the creature, and he could not pull it out. The Filth Creep naturally would not be outdone and began counterattacking by spewing a pile of brown mud at Wang Meng's group. "Damn it, how troublesome, this is terrible. It's a slow trap. Our movement speed is reduced," the female mage, now approached by a Filth Creep, screamed in terror. "Help." Qin Feng immediately activated stealth and swiftly rushed forward. He dashed in and slashed once, directly eliminating the Filth Creep, rescuing the female mage, and stunning the entire group. He took down a Filth Creep in one hit. Just who is that? Is someone helping us? Even a level 1 creeper would take us more than 10 seconds of surrounding it to kill. Yet this level 2 Filth Creep was defeated almost instantly. How is that possible? While the young man with the blade was still talking, the Filth Creep behind him was already preparing to strike. Luckily, Qin Feng intervened again, saving his life. "That was a true one-shot kill," the female mage shouted. "Jiang Li, can you see who that is? I can't see anything. Hopefully this person is here to help us. Don't get distracted, keep fighting. Now that only the runner is left, maintain the rhythm we just had." Wang Meng spoke up. Qin Feng had by now jumped onto a treetop to claim his rewards. "You have eliminated 2 level 2 Filth Creeps, gained 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, picked up the skill book Poison Dart, common, and received 8 days of tradable lifespan." Poison Dart was a mid to long range damage over time skill. Good. Directly evolve evolution Poison Dart +2, silver rank, thief system skill. Can be thrown with a maximum range of 14 meters. Upon impact, the dart deals an additional 120 damage and applies a poison state. Cooldown 5 seconds, requires level 2 to learn. The intense poison deals 50% continuous damage per second, plus a weaken effect lasts 5 seconds. Cannot stack. At the same time, Wang Meng raised his shield to block the runner's attack. However, another branch of it pierced right through his body. "Not good, the blood volume can't recover in time," the babysitter said from a distance, shaking his head. "Everyone, run now," Wang Meng uttered weakly. Just then, a dart flew in and struck the weak point on the head of the fast runner, causing the fast runner to suffer 845 points of damage. This number was equivalent to half the monster's health bar. Because it was hit with extreme poison after being struck, the fast runner continuously lost blood. Its blood kept draining until it officially evaporated. "Your damage contribution rate is now over 90%. Loot belongs to you. You have eliminated a bronze rank fast runner, received 600 experience points, and leveled up to 3. Congratulations, you received 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan." Qin Feng rejoiced inwardly. He did not expect the continuous damage from the poison dart to trigger his class passive. Combined with invisibility, he could turn invisible and throw darts without limit. In the early and mid stages, no monster could oppose him. Really, with damage like this, can he even be called human? Wang Meng was bewildered when he saw the loot light vanish, proving someone had absorbed it. He immediately stood up, looked around aimlessly, and said, "Brother, I don't know who you are, but thank you for saving my life." Qin Feng, still in stealth, replied, "No need to thank me. In this wilderness, don't trust others so easily." Wang Meng fell silent for a moment, then took the initiative to leave. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I won't disturb your inspection of equipment. My name is Wang Meng. If you ever need help in the future, just come find me." The female mage Hector chimed in, "Senior, I'm Black Bloom. Can we be friends?" The male babysitter in the group immediately covered her mouth and dragged her away. Qin Feng watched them leave, thinking, Wang Meng, this guy is not bad. He can be trusted. He has the backing of the Xia government, plenty of financial resources. What I lack is a stable sales channel to sell him the items I no longer need later. Qin Feng crushed the loot sphere, and a series of notifications appeared. Congratulations, you received 3 evolution points, 55 days of tradable lifespan, and a sprint leather pants of silver rank. This assassin class equipment adds 9 physical defense, 5 all elemental resistance, 15% cooldown reduction, and requires level 2 to equip. This harvest was quite good. I still have many pieces of equipment and skill books for other classes on me. When my backpack is full, I'll return to the town to exchange them for tradable lifespan. My current development speed is already 100 times faster than my previous life. Song Fei, I'll come find you soon. Next scene, a group of people were struggling to fight against the contaminated and fast runners. Moreover, the number of monsters in this area was quite large. Just as they were about to flee, they ran into a gigantic, oversized monster, which sent the whole group back to the beginner village with a single move. There, many people were discussing animatedly, damn it, the monsters always appear in packs and run away when they get low on health. We need to reach level 3 to escape the game, but how can we possibly achieve that? Looks like we need to gather more people. If 3 isn't enough, we need a 6-person team, or even a 10-person team. A hesitant man said, I'm afraid it's useless. I saw a 10-person team get wiped out by a pack of large monsters. Moreover, too many people will attract a boss. Just now, a 40-person group lured that tortoise monster, and one move instantly killed over 30 people. The space immediately fell into silence. A moment later, Jiangli's group was also teleported back to the beginner village. If we can't reach level 3, won't we be stuck here forever? All of us came here after sleeping. In other words, what entered here is our consciousness. If we don't escape the game, our bodies outside will starve to death. The spiky-haired youth said worriedly. Jiangli gritted her teeth and replied, damn it, why is this game so difficult? Whether it's real or fake, we can't let anyone else die. Just then, Jiangli saw the name Shadow at level 3 on top of the rankings. How is he leveling up so fast? He must know some method. I have to find a way to ask him to help us reach level 3. First, we need to escape this game, then we'll figure things out. Jiangli thought this and told her teammates, help me spread the word that if Shadow helps us reach level 3, I'll send him 10 million in cash once we return to reality. She believed that with this 10 million, Shadow couldn't possibly not be tempted. Back to the male lead. After a hunting session, he had brought his Greedy Hands skill to a new level. Jade rank Greedy Hands is an assassin class skill that can be used on monster corpses with a 160% chance of receiving additional loot. The additional loot received has a 20% chance of having its quality increased by 1 tier. The chance for the additional loot to increase in quality is also 20%. This effect is truly unbeatable. If he continued to evolve the skill, could he reach 100% or even 200%? Just then, Qin Feng saw the tortoise monster, a bronze rank boss, passing by and gobbling down blue spheres. It seemed to be testing lifespan. It was about to evolve into a silver rank boss. The number wasn't small. It had likely wiped out an entire 40-person team. A pity his backpack was full. Defeating it would yield nothing. He needed to mark this location on the map first. The boss would need some time to evolve, so Qin Feng decided to return to the beginner village to clear out his backpack before planning to defeat it. As soon as he returned, he set up a stall displaying the items he didn't need along with a notice. Selling equipment and skills here. Selling for only 10 minutes. If you want to buy, hurry up. Qin Feng's appearance immediately stirred the crowd. Oh my god, when did this guy appear? This person was wearing 2 bronze items, yet wanted to sell 2 more. Could he be the one who defeated the bronze-ranked boss? Look at his name, Shadow. Was this the top-ranked Shadow? Someone wondered why his face could not be seen clearly. Another explained that he had enabled the full concealment function, since the in-game interface looked exactly like real life. Humph, acting all mysterious. Amid the lively chatter, a girl slowly approached Qin Feng's stall, glanced over the items and asked, this ice spike spell, how much are you selling it for? This woman must be Grey Rose, currently ranked 11th in Clam Town. She also had the full concealment function enabled, he thought. Qin Feng replied, 100 days of tradable lifespan. Grey Rose looked at Qin Feng in surprise. 100 days. That's too much. Can you lower the price a bit? Qin Feng answered, a common grade ice spike skill can greatly boost a magic type character's monster killing speed at a time like this. 100 days is already very cheap. Grey Rose suggested, can I use real money? Qin Feng said, if you have a lot of money, buy other people's lifespan first, then trade it to me. If no one offers a higher price, I will hold the item for you. Wait a moment, Grey Rose said, then sent a message to her group to consult her teammates. What should we say? Her teammates immediately gave their opinions. We reached level 2 quickly thanks to your leadership. I have no objection. I don't object either. With the ice spike skill, our team will reach level 3 faster. Anyway, let's exit the game first and then decide. Alright, then everyone transfer your tradable lifespan to me. When we get back to reality, I will transfer the cash to everyone. After collecting enough lifespan, Grey Rose returned to trade with Qin Feng. A level 2 team had to kill at least 30 to 40 creepers, so their tradable lifespan was definitely over 100 days. As Qin Feng was thinking, the trade was completed, and his tradable lifespan increased from 268 to 368 days. Just then, Jiang Li stepped in front of Qin Feng, her demeanor arrogant as she said, "Found you at last, Shadow. I'll give you a chance. Take me straight to level 3. When we return to the real world, I'll give you 10 million in cash. My father is the chairman of Dajiang Industrial Company. You can investigate freely. No need to worry, I don't have the money." So it was her, Jiang Li. In his previous life, she was the leader of a criminal group, later eliminated by the government. Reports said she used cash to buy tradable lifespan as bait, then kidnapped many people for illegal work, taking the opportunity to eliminate those who disobeyed in the real world. Thinking this, Qin Feng said bluntly, "I refuse." Jiang Li was stunned by Qin Feng's answer, only reacting after a few seconds. "Shadow, even if you are very strong in the game, no one knows what this game is right now. If you follow me, I guarantee you will have fine food and clothes, a car, a house, women, everything." Qin Feng replied, "If you are not buying anything, don't interfere with my business." He thought to himself, what uses cash? The universal currency in the entire world was tradable lifespan. Jiang Li knew she could not entice Qin Feng, her attitude turning rough. "Bah, what the hell? I only called you to lead the team because I valued you. If this were the real world, I would have taught you a lesson." Qin Feng coldly replied, "Say one more word, and I will make your lifespan negative." Qin Feng's warning, thick with killing intent, scared Jiang Li. She quickly fled with her teammates. Qin Feng continued selling his items until he was done. He immediately returned to his journey of killing monsters. On the other side, Jiang Li and her lackeys ran to a deserted alley before stopping. She said bitterly, "That bastard Shadow not only refused my terms but also threatened me. When I get back to reality, I will definitely capture and deal with you." Just then, Li Jun walked out from a corner and spoke, "Hello, Sister Jiang Li." The group looked at him with suspicion. "My name is Li Jun. You can call me Slowpoke. I am at level 2 and know some leveling tricks. I can help you. So is that 10 million still on the table?" Jiang Li asked, "Tricks? What tricks?" Li Jun replied, "I wouldn't tell an ordinary person, but for Sister Jiang Li, to show sincerity, I can make an exception and tell you once. In this situation, if you want to level up, you must put all of initial stat points into agility. Only then, when you run at full speed, you will be a bit faster than the creep mobs. Do you understand?" Jiang Li had an epiphany. "So that's it. So this is how you play this game. Damn it, I already put all 5 points into strength. Oh well, at least there's someone who knows how to play." Thinking this, she smiled at Li Jun and said, "You are indeed somewhat interesting. Alright, you lead me in leveling up. But you are not as strong as Shadow, so I can give you 5 million. Do you accept? Take me to level 3, and I will transfer the money in the real world." Li Jun happily agreed. "No problem. Although that guy Shadow is very strong, it seems his brain has issues. That easy 10 million, and he did not want it. What a fool." While these people reached an agreement, Qin Feng had already run back to the cursed turtle boss's location. Sure enough, this boss had evolved to silver rank. Gray mist wrapped around its body, and it was still evolving further. Evolving from silver to gold at least took 7 or 8 hours. He couldn't be bothered to wait that long. Muttering to himself, Qin Feng used the toxic flying dagger combined with the stealth-breaking strike, launching it straight at the cursed turtle, then immediately went invisible again. -659, -219, -219. A long string of numbers appeared above the cursed turtle's head. It let out an angry roar and used an area of effect skill to bombard the surrounding area. As Qin Feng silently circled the boss, he thought to himself, a silver rank boss has 2 to 3 times the health of a bronze rank boss, so it would take 2 or 3 toxic flying daggers. This cursed turtle is a magic type boss. Most of its skills are attack moves. The area and damage are also very high. After throwing the toxic flying dagger, he must immediately retreat and get out of its attack range. If he got hit with his current health and defense, death was the only path. He had to wait until the cooldown of stealth ended. Furthermore, the boss's attacks had weakened, and then he would instantly go invisible again to escape its attack range. Before long, the cursed turtle suddenly stopped attacking, lowering its body and trembling slightly. This is the moment, Qin Feng thought to himself, repeating the old trick and taking a large chunk off the boss's HP bar. This time the cursed turtle chose a direction and fled like the wind. The boss saw its HP was low and started to run away. Good, rather than going berserk before dying, giving up and accepting death saves him quite a bit of trouble. With that, Qin Feng charged forward and landed a stealth strike on the back of the cursed turtle, draining its last bit of health. The system immediately announced, "You have defeated the silver grade cursed turtle, receiving 1d800 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 5 and receiving 4 evolution points. You also received 124 tradable days of lifespan. Haha, this actually helped me jump 2 whole levels and earned me 4 more evolution points." Qin Feng laughed joyfully, then used Greedy Hand on the boss's corpse. The system announced the skill succeeded. You received 4 evolution points and 124 tradable days of lifespan. You received 124 tradable days of lifespan. Did I just get double bonus rewards directly? This silver boss gave me a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of lifespan. The system announced the activation of Greedy Hand's bonus effect. One piece of loot was upgraded from silver to gold. This is gold grade equipment. No wonder the Jade rank Greedy Hand has a 20% chance of increasing a grade. 7 or 8 items dropped, but the backpack only has 10 slots left. I can't always kill the boss and then run back. It's such a waste of time. I hope this cursed turtle drops a storage ring to give me more slots. As he spoke, Qin Feng sat down to pick up the light clusters. Touching the golden cluster, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." Shell Town. Wang Meng and the members of his squad had just teleported back. Finally, they had returned alive. Fortunately, thanks to Big Brother Wang Meng, we managed to level up to level 3 safely and return to town. That's right, Brother Wang Meng is too powerful. This is the result of all our hard work. Sob sob, it's just a pity we didn't have time to befriend the big shot. It's probably because I was covered in mud, so he despised me. Who knows, maybe if I had been wearing new gear then, he would have agreed. As they were talking, the level rankings updated. First place, Shadow, level 5. Second place, Wang Meng, level 3. Third place, Balala, level 3. The players exclaimed in surprise. Shadow had already reached level 5. What, from level 3 jumped to level 5? What kind of boss did he kill to be that strong? Just over 10 minutes ago, I saw the big shot selling equipment. How did he level up twice so fast? My little sister is 18 this year. I really hope the big shot likes her so I can piggyback on that. Get him to take me leveling. Come on, he wouldn't even take 10 million. How could he care about your sister? Mom, I just reached level 3 and the big shot is already level 5. Does he even let us live? Off to the side, Wang Meng cleared his throat, looking at his team members. Don't think too much for now. Everyone go back to reality and inform your relatives about the scorned divine game. The world might descend into chaos. At the very least, we should prepare those closest to us. Right, we'll be going then. They all logged off the game simultaneously. In the real world, Wang Meng, who was lying in bed, suddenly clutched his head, let out a low groan, and sat up. Seeing this, the colleagues around him rushed to his bedside and shouted, "Look, Brother Wang is awake. Inform the captain. Brother Wang is awake." "Brother Wang, what's wrong? Are you okay? You had us scared to death. Do you know what you looked like earlier? Your body was turning transparent. Don't scare me like that, Brother Wang. I told you to rest yesterday. I'll help you keep an eye on the suspect." At this moment, Wang Meng was fully alert, and he immediately shouted, Quickly gather everyone. A major incident has occurred." Soon, an emergency meeting was held at the police station where Wang Meng worked. After listening to Wang Meng's detailed account, the middle-aged police officer sitting in the center asked, "Earlier you reported that you were about to be wiped out when you formed a hidden profession team, and someone rescued you, correct?" Wang Meng replied, "That's right, his name is Shadow. When he saved us, he was only level 3, but by the time we reached level 3, he had jumped 2 levels to level 5. A male police officer asked, "Jumped 2 levels at once? If he's already level 5, doesn't that make him number 1 in the world? How did he do it?" Wang Meng speculated, "Perhaps he killed some kind of boss." Another male police officer asked, "According to what you said, Shadow reached level 3 an hour ago, so why hasn't he returned to reality yet? Could it be he has no relatives in the real world and doesn't need to inform them?" Wang Meng replied, "I don't know that, but it's possible he doesn't have any." The meeting was serious when the female police officer and Wu suddenly spoke up. Could it be that this Shadow is a time traveler? Isn't it that ordinary time travelers have many years of experience, which is why they start off so quickly? The room full of people all looked at Wu, who stuttered, "Did I say something wrong?" The middle-aged police officer reminded her, "Wu, I've told you to read fewer novels on normal days. In such a serious case like this, don't joke around." Then, looking at everyone, he said solemnly, "The information Wang Meng provided about the scorned divine game completely matches the intel from higher-ups. A new study shows that many elderly people die immediately after falling asleep. After collecting data and comparing it with those who return to reality, it was confirmed that these people had died multiple times within the game. In other words, if your lifespan in the game is reduced to 0, you would lose your life in reality. A police officer said this was a supernatural event beyond their understanding. The middle-aged police officer nodded. Correct. It is very likely we are experiencing an unidentified superpower invasion. Higher-ups have given emergency order to establish a vanguard team based on local regions to explore the Scorned Divine game and share intelligence. We must establish a professional army as soon as possible. This is a major event affecting the entire world. Currently, all nations are striving to explore this game. If we fall behind, it means losing our initiative on the international stage. Therefore, we must gather intelligence at all costs. And Wu, I appoint you as the captain of Team 1. And Wu stood at attention and shouted, "Understood." The middle-aged police officer looked at Wang Meng. Wang Meng will be vice captain. You two choose your own team members. Wang Meng also stood at attention and shouted, "Orders received." According to Wang Meng's description, this shadow has a good personality. You can try to befriend him. The reason I appointed and Wu as captain is that her personality is better suited for investigating shadow. I hope you all find out his true identity soon, ideally to represent the government. Establish a cooperative relationship with Shadow and obtain the information he currently holds. The most important task for the others at this stage is to maintain social stability. Is that clear? The group chorused, "Understood." The middle-aged police officer nodded, dismissed. Meanwhile, in Xiaoyu's dormitory, a few of her roommates were also talking about the Scorned Divine game. Zhang Wei said that people from the same area who fall asleep will appear in the same newbie instance. No, I want to go home to take care of my parents. They never played games before. I'm afraid they won't adapt. Don't be a burden. In reality, we can develop ourselves first before taking care of our parents. Off to the side, Xiaoyu stared intently at her phone, lost in thought. With such a big incident, why hasn't Qinfeng made a single move? Why hasn't he come to apologize to me? Why is he so arrogant? Before, every time I got angry, that guy would try his best to comfort me. But today, not only did he not do that, he even hit me. Not even my parents have ever hit me before. I just skipped class to go see Brother Songfei's concert. That's all. Damn Qinfeng, if you don't apologize 1,000 times this time, I will absolutely never forgive you. Hmph, it's a good thing I went to see Brother Songfei yesterday. Otherwise, once the whole Scorned Divine game thing happened, I'm afraid it would have been very hard to get a chance later on. Yesterday, we were very close. Brother Songfei, I miss you so much. That's right, if you fall asleep, you'll enter the game. Then Brother Songfei will definitely enter it too. As long as I enter the game, I can find Brother Songfei. Zhang Wei reached level 3 so quickly, he must be an expert. I have to go ask him. Thinking this, Xiaoyu sent Zhang Wei a message. Senior Zhang Wei, you are a top player, can you share some strategies with me? On the other side, Zhang Wei received the message and sneered to himself. Oh, Xiaoyu, even the noble goddess is coming to me for strategies. This is a golden opportunity. If I can capture Xiaoyu, that would be perfect. He replied, Zuzu, you asked the right person. Let me tell you. When you enter the game, put all your initial stat points into agility. If your speed is insufficient, monsters will bully you. Xiaoyu asked, what if I am a mage? Do I still need to add agility? Zhang Wei replied, agility is useful for mages because it increases casting speed, especially in the early stages. Xiaoyu worried, but what if I still cannot defeat them? Zhang Wei reassured, as long as someone in the instance reaches level 5, the teleportation array will light up. Then you can freely form a party to level up. I will find you and lead you. Xiaoyu was waiting for those words. She happily lay down on the bed, closed her eyes and thought, good, these stalkers are useful after all. I have found someone to protect me. Qinfeng, consider yourself lucky. I am about to enter the game, so you just keep pretending. When you enter, I will be many levels ahead of you. Then I will not help you level up. Turning back a few hours earlier, the moment Qinfeng touched the golden light orb, its information appeared before him. Golden fixed origin ring, usable by all classes. Adds 8 to all stats. Plus 26 dark elemental resistance. Plus 0.1 weak point attack coefficient. Equipment requirement, level 4. Each stat increased by 8 points is equivalent to 32 stat points. This ring is equivalent to the total stats others would only have upon reaching level 3. With the dark resistance, it is very useful for dealing with demonic creatures. Initial weak point attack ratio is 1.5 times, plus the ring it increases to 1.6 times, not bad either. There is also this thing. As he spoke, Qinfeng looked at another system panel. Shadowless / silver grade dagger class skill. Dash up to 15 meters in one direction. Enter stealth for 5 seconds. Create 3 slashes on enemies along the path. Cooldown 12 seconds, reduced to 10 force 10.43 seconds. Requirement level 4. Width of each slash is 2.1 meters. Each slash increases attack power by 100 points, 100% considered a back attack, but does not deal weak point damage. Qin Feng commented, "This is an extremely powerful area skill, combining movement and stealth. Learn it while it is hot. I still have some evolution points. Evolve the greedy hand first." The system reported, "You have spent 8 evolution points, 4 points remaining. Greedy hand diamond grade dagger class skill can be used on monster corpses, providing a 20% chance to receive additional loot. This extra loot has a 40% chance to increase by 1 grade level." Qin Feng muttered, "As expected, now killing monsters will yield 2 extra pieces of loot. Killing 1 is equivalent to others killing 3. Still have 4 evolution points, so upgrade Shadowless Slash to level 3. The system reported, spent 3 points, 1 remaining. Shadowless Slash, platinum grade, dagger class skill. Dash up to 21 meters, stealth for 7 seconds, create 5 slashes. Cooldown 10.43 seconds. Requirement level 4. Each slash width 3.1 meters. Increases attack power by 200 points. He commented, "Oh, cooldown not reduced. A bit disappointing, but with Shadowless Slash, I can achieve infinite stealth. Rest of the items are all trash. However, this silver grade warrior skillbook War Howl can fetch some money." As he was speaking, Qin Feng suddenly heard strange sounds around him. Looked up and saw several monsters charging towards him. Level 4 crawling creepers, right on time. Let me use them to test the power of Shadowless Slash. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng vanished. Then, several flashes of sword light flickered, tearing the group of monsters into many pieces that fell to the ground. The system reported, "You have eliminated a level 4 crawling creeper. Received 80 experience points. 5 days of tradable lifespan." Qin Feng's figure appeared. He said, "The monster killing efficiency has improved. If I use the poisonous dagger, I would need at least 2 throws to kill one. Shorter the fight, the lower the chance of surprises. My current tradable lifespan is 16 to 18 days, but to bring equipment and skills into reality, I need at least 2.5 years. More precisely, 900 days. After going back to sell the items in my backpack, my tradable lifespan is close to the minimum requirement for extraction. I just need to reach level 10 to extract in-game skills and equipment into reality." On the way back to Seashell Town, Qin Feng happened to see Jiang Li and Li Jun talking. The man congratulated her. "Congratulations, miss, on reaching level 3. Is it time for you to fulfill your promise?" The girl replied, "Rest assured, the Jiangda Corporation is not short on money. I am going back to reality now. Here is my phone number. Contact me directly. Sell me all your tradable lifespan. I will pay you 10,000 per day." Lei Jun laughed heartily. "No problem. I said that Shadow Guy is a blind fool, not even valuing a big boss like you. Then we will wait for you in reality." Before the meeting, Li Jun thought smugly, "So what if the game affects lifespan? Lifespan can be earned anytime. Only people like me who know how to turn the game into money are truly smart." Shortly after, Qin Feng returned to the town. The first thing he did was go to the teleportation array and activate it. The system reported, "Congratulations, you have lit the instant teleportation array at Seashell Town. You can teleport for free once per day. Additional uses cost lifespan." No other arrays found in Jianghai. The array was originally 2-way. Lighting one is useless if players in other towns have not reached level 5. Qin Feng remembered from his past life Kid Song Fai was in Donam Township. He could set reminders to know ahead, but teleporting between towns initially did not mean much. The top priority was to reach level 10 and go to the abandoned God continent. That is where the true beginning of the God-forsaken game lies. As he was thinking, Qin Feng arrived at the plaza and set up a stall with the sign, "Selling equipment and skills. Only for 10 minutes. Hurry up." The surrounding players immediately recognized him and cheered. "Oh, the Great Shadow is here again. The Great Master is finally here. I have prepared 150 days of lifespan waiting to buy items. Last time, the Great Master's Ice Hammer took Grey Rose to rank 2. I hope this time there is a mage skill book. There is a skill book, but it is a silver grade War Howl for warriors. I want this book." The system reported, "Transaction successful. Received 300 days of lifespan. 300 days for one skill book. Is it worth it?" Another person replied, "Short-sighted. With this book, a warrior's monster killing efficiency doubles. 300 days can be earned back in just 2 days. I want that white armor. I want these boots." Very quickly, the items in Qin Feng's stall were all bought up. He immediately closed the stall and thought, sold out in just 1 minute. Total transactions this time were 650 days. Now my tradable lifespan has reached 2174 days, but it is still not enough. Extracting my levels, stats, class, equipment, and skills into reality is still far off. Those who missed out groaned, "Woo-woo, I missed out both times." "Me too." "Great Master, will you still sell here next time?" "Sell a few more times, please." Just then, Black Bloom ran over, shouting while holding a leather ring, "Great Master, I have a treasure here. Do you want it?" He handed over the leather ring. Space ring adds 12 inventory slots. Does not take up equipment slots for rings or backpacks. Qin Feng was surprised. A space ring? This is special storage equipment. It is valuable because it does not occupy backpack or equipment slots. Each player can only carry a maximum of 3 storage backpacks. Although this item can drop from any monster, the drop rate is extremely low. This prophet is really lucky to have one early. In the past, one of these with 12 slots sold for over 3,600 days. He asked, "How do you want to sell it?" Black Bloom laughed. "I do not want the Great Master's lifespan. I just want to be friends and ask the Great Master to lead my party to kill a boss." Deal. Qin Feng replied and sent a friend request. The system reported, "Black Bloom has accepted the friend request." Qin Feng asked, "What kind of boss?" Black Bloom replied, "It is just a golden grade boss." Qin Feng asked its name. Black Bloom said, "It is too far away to see clearly. It is a boat on the swamp, looking very shabby." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was startled and thought, "A shabby boat, could it be the Golden Ghost ship?" The Golden Ghost ship is a very rare special boss that can appear at any level. Its appearance rate is extremely low, and it drops special items that are very useful. Whenever the Golden Ghost ship appears, a fierce battle between guilds will break out. The Golden Ghost ship appeared in the town tier, likely level 5, and at this level it was the easiest to defeat, encountering the Golden Ghost ship so early in a small town, and obtaining another rare storage ring, not to mention being a member of Wang Meng's team. Could she be the legendary Lucky Charm from his past life? Qin Feng asked casually, "How did you discover this golden boss?" Black Bloom replied, after logging off for dinner, "I wanted to log back in quickly to level up with the captain and the others, but who knew they would be so slow? With nothing to do, I wandered around to enjoy the scenery and found the golden boss under a cliff." Qin Feng thought, in his past life there were rumors that a member of Wang Meng's team had a figure like a mermaid and could encounter treasures, bosses, underground palaces, and dangerous temples while wandering in the wild. At first, he thought this was just a rumor spread by the authorities to hide the intelligence they possessed. He didn't expect it to be true, it really was her. Black Bloom blushed and spoke, "Big shot, why are you staring at me?" Qin Feng said, "Nothing." After that, the two of them walked out of the town together. In a corner, a man secretly watching saw them leave the town gate and immediately ran off in a different direction. Not far away, in a secluded spot, a gang leader was boasting to his underlings, "Back in the day I led my brothers to conquer the desert city. Just rest assured and follow me. I guarantee everyone will have a good life." Just then, the stalker ran over and shouted, "Boss, that kid has taken a girl out of town." The gang leader upon hearing this smirked, "Just as I thought, a brat who couldn't resist. Already starting to take girls out, brothers, follow me." Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Black Bloom walked and talked. "I can help fight if the boss drops equipment or skill books you can use. I'll give them to you, the rest is mine, how about it?" Black Bloom replied, "What about Captain Wang Meng and the others?" He said, "Your team has a variety of professions. If assassin gear drops, wouldn't I have wasted my effort? Then let's do as you say, but can I make a small request?" "Name it. If you sell the equipment to Captain Wang Meng and them, could you give a little discount?" "No problem." "Okay, then we'll set off after Captain Wang Meng logs in." "Right, big boss, where are we going?" "We're going to fight a golden rank boss." Hearing Qin Feng say that, Black Bloom's face turned pale as she spoke, "Be big shot, you're an assassin, I'm a mage, you can go invisible, but how can I survive?" Qin Feng said, "I alone am enough, just watch from a safe place." Black Bloom exclaimed in shock, "Ah!" She thought to herself, one person to kill a golden ranked boss. She knew the big shot was formidable, but this was too exaggerated. Suddenly, Qin Feng's figure vanished on the spot, leaving her staring around in bewilderment. Big shot, where did you go?" In the woods behind, the group of stalkers also saw Qin Feng disappear and whispered among themselves, "Boss, that shadow guy has vanished. Haha, he must have tricked that girl, leaving her alone in this wilderness. Let's go, we'll directly catch that girl and have some fun first. I told you, if you brothers follow me, you'll definitely live well. Look, isn't that woman right there? The boss is wise." But before they could make any movement, Qin Feng suddenly appeared, right in front of them, using a shadow stab to send them back to the respawn point. The system notified, "You have dealt with 5 players, receiving a total of 12. 2 days of tradable lifespan. Teske, just from taking out a couple of small fries," he muttered, and Qin Feng's figure vanished again, appearing beside Black Bloom. She asked in surprise, "Big shot, where did you just go?" Qin Feng replied, "There were some tailors. I sent them back to the town." Black Bloom spoke, "Oh, I thought you went to the bathroom." "Ah, having this invisibility skill must make going to the bathroom very convenient. You can relieve yourself anytime without being seen. But if it falls outside your body, does it become invisible too? Or," Qin Feng quickly cut her off, "take me to find that boss you mentioned." In the small town, another new player appeared. If Qin Feng were here, he would recognize this person as none other than his good little sister who stabbed him in the back, Xiao Yu. "Wow, this is incredible. I can actually sense it. This is great, I got the hidden profession life sacrifice priest." It must be very powerful. This will definitely match Brother Songfei. I wonder how Brother Songfei is doing now. Does he know the initial stat allocation secret? I wonder where that bastard Qin Feng went. All day he only knows how to control me, but at critical moments he's unreliable. It's fine, now that I have a hidden profession, and Zhang Wei promised to help me level up. Qin Feng, take care of yourself, I don't care anymore. As she spoke, Xiao Yu began observing her surroundings and saw the ranking board in the sky. She exclaimed softly, wow, Shadow is number 1 and already level 6. Zhang Wei is only level 3 now, yet he still has time to boast about his strength. Looks like this Shadow is the real big shot. If I could get help from the number 1 Shadow, leveling up would definitely be faster than with Zhang Wei. But where do I find big shot Shadow? Just then, Xiao Yu heard Wang Meng and a few others talking nearby. Damn it, I can't get in touch with Xiao Yu. We don't have time to wait for her. Does anyone have any ideas? We can't kill monsters without a healer. We're not big shot Shadow to play solo. I suggest finding a new healer to cooperate. Hearing that these people seem to know Shadow, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over to speak. Hello, may I ask if you all are looking for a healer? I am a hidden profession life sacrifice priest. At the same time, Qin Feng and Black Bloom had arrived at the boss's location. Looking down from the cliff at the boss in the swamp below, Qin Feng spoke, indeed it's the Golden Ghost ship. You stay here and hide. Be careful of being ambushed by others, I'll handle the boss. Black Bloom said, okay big shot, be careful. Qin Feng nodded and directly jumped down. The system notified, due to the influence of the ghost ship, this area has become a chaotic zone. Lifespan drains 100 times faster. Staying inside for 15 minutes will consume 1 day of lifespan. This temporary chaotic zone isn't that big of a deal. He muttered to himself, then Qin Feng landed softly and quickly ran towards the center of the swamp. Countdown of 45 minutes and 25 seconds. Special bosses have a time limit when they appear. Luckily there's still 45 minutes, plenty of time to kill it. Saying this, Qin Feng opened with Shadow Stab, and then entered Stealth. The boss was subsequently hit 5 times, each dealing 549 damage. Next, Qin Feng unstealthed and used Poison Throwing Knife combined with Stealth Break Strike, aiming at the boss's weak point, dealing massive damage. Then used Shadow Mult to stealth and retreat far away, knowing the boss would counterattack. The ghost ship then raised its oar. Pillars of water appeared like water dragons, sweeping across the entire swamp. Qin Feng, while stealthed, used his agility to continuously dodge. Not stopping, as soon as the water pillars disappeared, wet monsters climbed up from the swamp one after another. Quick counts showed over a dozen. Defeating this golden ghost ship was proving quite difficult. First, many people did not know where its weak point was. The real weakness was not the bones or the hull, but the ghost bell ringing at the bow. Second, when the weak point was attacked, it would control the surrounding water and unleash an area attack. The damage from these water pillars was extremely high. In the early stages, only warriors equipped with silver-grade gear could barely withstand it. Luckily, my initial agility stat as a shadow class was high enough, or I would have had trouble dodging. Third, after the long-range attack ended, the boss would summon 12 decayed water demons onto the battlefield. Each one had strength equal to a silver-grade boss. The 12 decayed water demons attacked wildly, throwing most of the team into chaos. Every 3 minutes, the golden ghost ship would respawn another one. If they were not handled in time, they would keep multiplying and lead to a party wipe. Since I was always in a stealthed state, they could not find me. I just needed to choose the right angle to take them all down in one hit. After speaking, Qin Feng revealed himself, using a single shadow shield slash to cleave through the group of decayed water demons while also taking a large chunk of the boss's health. Atop the cliff, Black Bloom's mouth hung wide open. Was this the number 1 ranked shadow master? Too strong, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The boss had already lost a third of its health, without putting up any resistance. While she was shocked, she received a message from Qin Feng. Little Black, I am about to die. Black Bloom, startled, replied, what do you mean? Qin Feng messaged, you do not need to do anything, just wait for me to resurrect. Black Bloom asked, why is that, boss? Were you not in control? Also, what the hell is Little Black? Qin Feng replied, are you not Little Black? Black Bloom messaged, boss, my name is Black Bloom. My real name is Jiang Li, not Little Black. It sounds like a dog's name. Qin Feng messaged, I know Little Black. Just then, the group Qin Feng had just killed had resurrected and angrily returned to search for him. The leader angrily shouted, damn it, we got played. I used to win all the awards back when I was a legend, and now some brat is bullying me. A lackey ran up and reported, boss, I found that girl. She is at the edge of the cliff ahead, and that shadow bastard is fighting the boss alone at the bottom of the cliff. The leader snorted, move out. I called all our brothers this time. I refuse to believe we cannot take him. The scene cut back to Qin Feng's battle. Fourth was the toughest part. The golden ghost ship would release a massive soul turbulence over a very large area. and stun and immobilize for 5 seconds. I cannot escape now, so, Qin Feng thought. The boss's wide area skill had already spread and engulfed him. The system announced, "You have died." He lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1007 days of tradable lifespan. This scene was just witnessed by the pursuing group as they arrive. Ha, seriously? This idiot got cocky from being called boss and tried to solo a gold-grade boss. That shadow dog is rich. One light orb that big is worth several hundred days of lifespan. Brothers, attack. The boss only has half health left. We finish it off. Another big pile of lifespan. This is only half. That big dog deserved it. Today, little dog me will eat the big dog. The leader shouted excitedly, leading his men to jump down the cliff. But the moment they entered the swamp's range, the scene suddenly changed. The gloomy sky vanished, replaced by a clear blue sky. The whole group was stunned for a few seconds. When they saw the rows of buildings around them, they realized they had resurrected. Everyone angrily yelled, "Damn it, how is the boss so strong? How did that shadow guy get its health down to half? Is this some kind of demon?" The moment we stepped into the swamp, we got killed by a water pillar, and with all those mini bosses, how are we supposed to fight? God damn, what a huge loss. Let us go head back there again. I refuse to believe this thing is that freakish. A while later, just as Qin Feng returned to the swamp, he saw a pile of light orbs on the ground. He surprisedly messaged Black Bloom, "I am back, little Black. Why are there so many lifespan orbs?" Black Bloom replied, "A bunch of people just rushed in, but got wiped out by a water pillar." Qin Feng messaged, "I see, haha, they really did not know their limits." Next, he looked at the boss, recalling how in his past life he had also suffered under this golden ghost ship. The golden ghost ship only used its stun skill once, so the remaining half of its health could be handled easily. When its health dropped to half, it had a certain chance of disappearing and reappearing far away. That made it even harder for normal players to kill. But Qin Feng had fully grasped its movement pattern. Saying this to himself, he charged at the boss and began attacking. On the cliff, that group had run over again and started speaking. "Boss, look quickly. That brat is indeed fighting the boss again. Good, we find an opportunity to take them all down." Black Bloom stood on the cliff not far away and also spotted them. "Those idiots are back. They sure know how to cause trouble at the worst time. The boss is almost done dealing with the boss. I cannot let them succeed." Thinking this, Black Bloom immediately used a skill. A lightning bolt hit the leader. She shouted, "The gods declare there shall be thunder today." The angry group yelled, "Damn it, who hit us? Boss. There is a mage over there. That woman is asking for death. Take her out." Seeing them charge towards her, Black Bloom let out a cry and immediately turned tail to run. "Stop right there. I am going to kill you," the group shouted, chasing closely behind. They did not know there was another group of people here, silently watching it all unfold. In the middle of the swamp, the battle was slowly reaching its conclusion. Woo, finally almost done. No wonder it was a golden ghost ship. Even though it was only level 5, taking it down solo was still very difficult. My damage was still too low, dragging the battle out and attracting others' attention. There was a group of people on the cliff who looked like they had just finished dying, and there was another group near the swamp. They seemed to want to wait for him to kill the boss and then snatch the loot. Knowing this, Qin Feng was not worried at all. He immediately used the skill that had just cooled down to take the last bit of the boss's health. System notification. You have killed the golden ghost ship. Received 4 to 800 experience points and reached level 8. Congratulations, you have received 7 evolution points and 216 tradable days of lifespan. A good idea, but you guys miscalculated. He muttered softly, used Shadow Cloak to vanish, leaving the pile of items on the ground. At the same time, all players received a notification. The player Shadow from Shell Town was the first to kill a golden tier boss, receiving 3 reputation points. The players began to discuss. A golden tier boss, first kill. Oh wow, is this Shadow guy a demon? How is he so strong? Which country did Shell Town originally belong to? The first player to kill a golden boss is definitely a powerhouse from our great Korea, Smekta. In Shell Town, Wang Meng spoke up. The notification just now said Shadow could solo a bronze boss, and now he has already killed a golden boss. How is there such a big gap between people? Xiao Yu thought to herself from behind, this Shadow guy is truly the strongest. If he helped her level up, she could meet brother Song Fei in no time. Back to the events at the swamp. After Qin Feng disappeared, the leader of the second group sneered, "Haha, this boss dropped a lot of loot. That guy ran off without picking anything up. He must be scared of us. A Guang user skill to find him. Take him out so we can hog the rewards." The player named Guang acknowledged and immediately drew his bow. He used the Wraith Eye Hawk skill, shooting towards the swamp. Qin Feng, who was in stealth, saw this and thought to himself, Wraith Eye Hawk, huh? I never thought this hunter would learn an anti-stealth skill so quickly. No wonder they were confident enough to steal the loot. Too bad his profession had a stealth level of +1, and an anti-stealth ability of level 1. No one could see through him. As expected, Guang did not discover Qin Feng's figure, so he turned to report to his leader, "Boss, no one is there." That kid must have gotten scared and run off when he saw how many of us there were. Hey, at least he's smart. Let's go. We'll go over there and guard the loot. Don't be careless. Be ready to fight at any time. The ownership protection time is 5 minutes, after which the loot will be ours. With that, the leader and his men ran towards the dropped items. Just then, a few flashes of sword light burst forth. Slicing them into several pieces, Qin Feng's figure appeared, and he said softly, "This place is much quieter now." Right, where did that little girl Black go? Whatever, I'll find her later. The evolution points from before plus the boss's gift were just enough to evolve Greedy Hands one more time. First, evolve the skill, then touch the corpses. Very quickly, the skill evolved successfully. System notification: Greedy Hands Epic Tier Assassin System Skill has a 300% chance of receiving bonus loot. The bonus loot received has a 100% chance of being upgraded by 1 tier, a 100% chance of upgrading by 1 tier. This is simply a complete transformation. He needed to make all these light orbs explode. Muttering to himself, Qin Feng began using Greedy Hands to collect, and notification sounds rang out continuously. System notification: you have used the skill Greedy Hands. You have received 21 evolution points, 648 tradable days of lifespan, and the special item Ghostly Soul Lantern. You have received the special item Ghostly Soul Lantern. Qin Feng was astonished. I didn't expect to get 2 Ghostly Soul Lanterns in one go. He took them out to examine. Ghostly Soul Lantern, mid-rank Ghostly Flame special item. When equipped, you will not lose lifespan upon death. Cooldown time 1565 seconds. Soul Harvest, passive. When a monster is killed, the chance of dropping lifespan increases by 20%, multiplied by 2. This effect is doubled with 2 mid-rank Ghostly Flames, stunning all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 521 seconds. Qin Feng thought to himself, this mid-rank Ghostly Flame is not equipment but a tool, not taking up equipment slots. These 2 bells only take up 1 slot in the backpack, very convenient indeed. Just then, Qin Feng received a distress message from Black Bloom. Big bossy. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Qin Feng replied worriedly, Little Black, where are you? Suddenly, a panicked scream was heard from afar. Stay away, don't come over here. The owner of the voice was Jiang Li, being surrounded by a group of leckers. They moved closer while saying, Damn girl, you sure put up a fight. You're cornered now, come here obediently, and we promise you'll have a good time. Jiang Li turned her head to look at the cliff behind her. When the group got close without a word, she decisively jumped off the cliff to escape. Jiang Li gripped the staff in her hand tightly, her eyes shut, not daring to open them. She then fell, her back hitting the open ground directly. A man quickly ran to the edge of the cliff, looked down, and exclaimed, She said she'd jump and she did. This girl has a strong will. Jiang Li had already disappeared, privately messaging Qin Feng, Big boss, no need to save me anymore. I died back to the small town. It hurts, but fortunately, all the team's trading items were left with team leader Wang Meng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was relieved and replied, Okay, just wait for me in town. I'll give you the items. Jiang Li happily answered, Thank you, big boss. You worked hard. Qin Feng said to himself, This time I made a huge profit. I have 3,115 tradable lifespan days, plus evolution points. Continue evolving Greedy Hands. The moment he finished, the information panel appeared. The skill Greedy Hands has reached epic tier. To evolve further requires 10 times the evolution points. Do you want to spend 210 points to evolve? Qin Feng was surprised by the information and muttered, 210 evolution points, indeed not simple. The higher the skills tier, the more evolution points it consumes. Forget it, I'll level up a damage dealing skill instead. High damage makes it easier to defeat the strong and get more loot. The information panel appeared again as he was enhancing the skill. You have consumed 8 evolution points, leaving 13 points. Shadow Shield / Platinum, Jade, Diamond tier instantly charges in one direction, up to 21, 24, 27 meters, while entering stealth state, lasting 7, 8, 9, 9 seconds, dealing 5, 6, 7 slashes to all enemies in the path, cooldown time 12, 10, 43 seconds. Slash range 3.1, 3.6, 4.1 meters. Each slash adds 200, 250, 300 attack power. You have consumed 3 FRAV evolution points, leaving 3 points. Base skill Backstab Enhancement, Common, Bronze, Silver, Gold tier. Passive effect, when attacking a target from behind, damage increases by 50%, 25%, 30%. Qin Feng sensed the gradually increasing power and said, after evolving Shadow Shield / twice, the damage has doubled. Even without being in stealth or using stealth break, one skill can still deal 3000 damage. If using stealth break to attack from behind, the total damage of 7 slashes could reach 6000 or 7000. A golden tier boss basically drops 2 to 4 silver tier equipment pieces, very rarely gold tier equipment. Thanks to the effect of greedy hands, he had 11 gold tier equipment pieces and skill books, plus 2 platinum tier equipment pieces and 1 platinum tier skill book. Not bad at all. There are even 3 pieces usable by the assassin system profession. The information panel appeared. Ghost ship twin blades, assassin system platinum tier weapon, attack power plus 36, agility plus 2, attack speed plus 24%, armor penetration plus 17. Requires level 5 to equip. Unique special effect. Each normal attack deals double damage. Qin Feng looked at the weapon and commented, "This special effect isn't very useful since he mostly uses skills, but the weapon's base attack power is already high enough, plus 22 agility and armor penetration stats. It is still very beneficial." As soon as he finished speaking, another piece of information appeared on the panel, making Qin Feng clearly feel the equipment's enhancement. He hadn't increased his constitution at all when leveling up. His current health was only 350, yet this piece of clothing directly boosted it to 419 points. Wearing this outfit, most players at this stage basically couldn't break through his defense. Alright, hide the equipment, better use the original Dark Profession cosmetic. This way, others can't see the equipment, only checking it through the game interface. There was one last item, a skill book, and he clicked on the one he just found. The information panel displayed new data. Phantom Shade Gold Tier, Assassin System Passive Skill, increases evasion rate by 15% when evasion is triggered, become immune to all damage. Qin Feng stared at the panel and said, "Finally got an assassin system skill." He remembered this skill was very weak because evasion rate in the game is very hard to raise. Furthermore, if you try to max evasion, other stats will inevitably be low, and if you don't dodge, it would be extremely dangerous. Then he suddenly exclaimed, "Learn it." The words were bold, but his heart was full of calculations. But he wasn't like that. He had an infinite evolution skill. Boosting evasion without sacrificing other stats was pure profit. Qin Feng turned and walked away, muttering to himself, "Time to head back." The remaining items for warriors, priests, and archers can be sold to Wang Meng at a 10% discount. Even if they can't afford them now, considering Wang Meng's character, he could still sell them on credit. This great fortune was all thanks to Little Black. If not for this little whistleblower, he would never have found the level 5 golden ghost ship and killed it. He needed to thank her more. He walked a short distance and encountered the group that had surrounded Jiang Li earlier. Qin Feng saw them, but his expression did not change, maintaining a blank look. As for that group, they looked like they had seen a ghost, their faces all turning pale green. The whole bunch ran as fast as their legs could carry them, but they still did not forget to shout, "It is the darkness, run quickly. Do not block me, do not leave me behind, damn it, do not come over here, help." He looked at them with a cold gaze. Then he quickly dealt with those who had fallen behind. At this moment, only the leader remained, and he was closing the distance with Qin Feng with every step. He closed in. The man trembled in fears, welling up as he begged, "I was wrong, I will not do it again, spare me. Big brother, father, do not kill me. My lifespan only has 1 year left." But Qin Feng was not moved at all, coldly replying, "When you harmed others, did you think of this outcome?" Without making him wait long, he acted immediately, then left, leaving the man holding his head and screaming in pain. A skill notification appeared. The player has actively killed too many people, receiving the Slayer status. Upon death, 75% of current lifespan will be dropped. Oppressive aura radiated from Qin Feng, accompanied by the Slayer title above his head. As he walked, he thought, "It is fine, I have the Ghost Fire Spirit pill. Even if I die, I will not lose lifespan." He leisurely returned to the small town. When people saw him, they buzzed with discussion. "It is the darkness. No way. He killed the golden boss and came back. Why do I not see any good equipment on him?" In my opinion, he probably relied on Bei to win against the boss alone, so nothing dropped. Suddenly, someone blocked his path. "Big Brother Darkness, please stop." Fang Xian raised a book and continued, "Big Brother Darkness, we were wrong earlier. This is an assassin system skill book we bought with lifespan. I hope you will accept it and let go of what just happened." A notification appeared. Explosive Strike Common. Assassin's System Skill Book. Single target skill increases attack by 20 points, stuns for 2 seconds. Cooldown 22 seconds. Seeing him silent, he continued, "This is a control skill." Qin Feng after a moment replied, "Fine." After speaking, he turned and left, angering Fang Xian's lackeys. "Young Master Xian, he killed us, and we still have to give him a book. This is too cowardly. Each of us can mobilize our connections, gather together. A single drop of spit would be enough to drown him. Why be afraid?" "That is right. Since when did we have to endure this?" Fang Xian spoke loudly. "What do you know? That darkness guy is growing so fast, leveling up by himself. He definitely has a big secret. Now we just need to find him in the real world, imprison him. We will not only know the secret, but also turn him into a slave to collect lifespan for us." One lackey flattered, "So that is it. No wonder you are young Master Xian, truly a masterstroke." Fang Xian looked blankly. then said disdainfully, I will ask the clan to send a woman over to find a way to get information about him. The Darkness's voice sounds unfamiliar. He is probably not from our circle. So this guy is from a poor family, sending a unique beauty right to his door. I do not believe he will not take the bait. Qin Feng went to find Jiang Li. Come on, Little Black. But I am not Little Black, I am Jiang Li. As she swung her staff, her entire body flew through the air. This is too awesome. I am about to take off. This skill, this necklace multiplies the damage several times. The mana recovery is also doubled. Big boss, I really thank you so much. Seeing this, Qin Feng got straight to the point, no need for formalities. Based on our promise, hand over the spatial stones to me. Jiang Li quickly handed over what he requested. That is right, here you go. By the way, Big Boss, when I was escaping into the forest earlier, I found a cave that looks like a ruin entrance. Are you interested? Qin Feng was silent but calculated it in his head. First the golden ghost ship, now a ruin entrance. Befriending this girl is truly not a loss. Give and take. If I had not given her those 2 golden equipment pieces, she probably would not have told me this information. With the spatial ring, his storage space finally reached 27 slots. After some calculation, he spoke. Where is Wang Meng? After I sell the items to everyone, I will go to that ruin with you. Jiang Li replied, okay, but the team leader and the others have already recruited a new priest. They will not be back for an hour and a half. I have already marked the ruin entrance on the map for you. There is a stone slab behind a bush. I moved the stone slab away and hid inside back then. As a result, I only took a few steps before I heard evil spirits screaming. I got so scared I ran away. Otherwise, I would not have been caught up by those people. After hearing this, Qin Feng vanished but did not forget to call back. Okay, I understand. I will go to the ruin now. Wait for me to come back to trade with Wang Meng and the others. The process was so fast that she blurted out in confusion. Big boss. He rushed forward swiftly, surrounded by darkness. Qin Feng weaved through the trees in the forest, pondering. I originally planned to find a place to level up to rank 10, but since there is a ruin now, there is no need to search anymore. There are 3 main types of ruins that appear in the initial town, namely tombs, cursed ruins, and faith temples. Regardless of the type, even the minor monsters are at the bronze rank, or even the silver rank. For me, these things are a sea of lifespan and evolution points. After some searching, Qin Feng found the ruin entrance. As he entered, he thought. Initially, there are 3 main types of ruins that appear in the small town, namely tombs, cursed ruins, and faith temples. Tombs have nothing good, full of monsters, very troublesome to clear. Finally, there is a golden boss. As for the monsters in the cursed ruins, they are all cursed by ancient gods or evil gods. They might have been humans once. Some went mad or transformed into demons after death. As for the monsters in the faith temple, they are all followers of ancient gods or evil gods. The layout inside the faith temple is extremely complex. For the latter too, if you pass through smoothly, you will receive some special items or skill books. Looking at these drawings on the stone wall, it seems this is a faith temple. The drawings on the wall look very familiar. This is a faith temple for judging ancient gods. This place and the judgment eye on me share the same origin. The deeper he went, the louder the eerie sounds became. In a certain place, it also carried a gloomy, wrathful demeanor. Wang Meng was using a shield to defend. The monster in front roared as if it wanted to devour its opponent. It took advantage of Wang Meng's distraction to attack, throwing him back. A teammate seeing this yelled, heal, pump blood quickly. What are you standing there for? Xiao Yu was scared, flustered, tears in her eyes as she replied, okay, what should I do? Crip continued his attack. The other person in the team raised their sword warily. Damn it, it is charging again. Use a skill. She could not even stand at this point, slumped to the ground, covering her face and crying, I am so scared. Xiao Yu's scream scattered the birds in the forest. After a long while, Wang Meng's group returned to the small town, their faces all grim. Jiang Li did not notice anything unusual, running quickly and calling out, Captain, why are you all back so soon? Big Boss Darkness is not back yet. We cannot buy equipment right now. Suddenly, a team member angrily pointed and shouted, damn it, I have never seen anyone as stupid as you. Not knowing how to dodge monster attacks, not knowing how to use skills. Tell me, what can you do? Jiang Li quickly mediated, why are you being so fierce? She is obviously a newbie. Dying once on the first try is normal. Despite this, Sicheng continued angrily, Jiang Li, Big Plum, stay out of this. I have to curse out this kind of person. The other teammate added, Jiang Li, it was not just one death. We did not even last an hour. We died 3 times. He held the person back slightly but quickly changed the subject. Well, let me go with everyone. I just got these 2 items from the big boss. I am very strong now. Trust me, if I join this time, no one will die. Wang Meng, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Enough, say less. Jiang Li's suggestion is not bad. With her joining this time, it will definitely go smoothly. Not to mention, we might just meet that big boss Darkness when we come back this time. Xiao Yu shyly whispered, sorry, I will try harder. But in her head, she was cursing, being so bad yourself and blaming me. If it was not for you guys being able to connect with big boss Darkness, I would not bother serving you. So infuriating, a bunch of idiots. Back at the earlier ruin, after some searching, Qinfeng also found a large door. He slowly stepped inside, the sounds of collision growing clearer, revealing monsters with disheveled heads kneeling on the ground. They were loyal followers of the ancient god, the judged ones of silver rank. Qinfeng stared at them for a long while. Then he quickly used Shadow Clash Shield, charging to attack like a gust of wind. After that attack, the health bar above their heads only decreased by a small fraction. He calculated silently, using break stealth and backstab as well, but their health only dropped by half. Truly worthy of level 10 silver bosses. These two followers combined had more health than a golden phantom demon boss. Suddenly, Qinfeng realized something. The followers knelt with great reverence, which he found baffling. Why were they kneeling toward him while he was in stealth? Could it be they sensed the divine energy of the Eye of Judgment on him, and thus did not attack? Qinfeng, still in stealth, suddenly spoke. You know the way, don't you? Take me there. Hearing his voice, they jumped up and looked around. In his mind, he had already found the answer. They had been corrupted, decayed, and lost all spirit, turning into wild beasts that only plunder and take lives. Suddenly, the two followers became agitated, roaring as if they had found prey. In just a few short seconds, they lost all their reverent demeanor and lunged forward to attack. It turned out a group of people was entering from outside. Seeing the danger, they immediately shouted, "Careful, monsters are coming." These are two silver bosses. One is already hard to deal with. Now there are two. Run! It was Grey Rose's group. Seeing the danger, she immediately used a spell to disappear. They left, leaving only traces of lifespan. Qinfeng approached and recognized them as the group of the girl who bought his frozen mace skill. He thought her name was Grey Rose. It was surprising that they had also found this ruin. However, with their current equipment, no one could go deep inside yet. He stopped hiding and revealed himself, walking over to the lifespan traces and said, "These people dropped over 100 days of tradable lifespan. She doesn't look it, but she's a little rich girl." After collecting everything, Qinfeng turned to scout around. There was nothing here, no traps, no treasure. Could it really be just these two small silver bosses? Finally, he decided to stop overthinking and left. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinfeng dealt with the two. The notification panel appeared. You killed a loyal follower of the ancient god, received 4,000 experience points, leveled up to 9, gained 4 evolution points, and 108 days of tradable lifespan. Not stopping there, he quickly used the greedy hand skill. Power of the epic rank greedy hand was truly impressive. 32 evolution points, 4 days of lifespan, 4 golden rank items, and 10 silver rank items. There was even golden rank equipment for assassins. As he collected the follower's necklace, its information appeared. Qinfeng spoke, "This necklace has pretty good stats. Cooldown speed increased by nearly 20%. Shadow Sneak's cooldown dropped from 22.6 to 19.2 seconds, Poisonous Shuriken from 4.3 to 3.7 seconds, and Shadow Clash Shield from 10.4 to 8.8 seconds. Killing monsters will be more efficient from now on. The other equipment is all above level 8. Only I can use it, so I'll keep it for now to sell later." Suddenly, a ring behind him shook violently, looking like a hidden door. From that spot, a strange pillar rose up, with an activation button on top. Qinfeng realized that the mechanism would only activate once the monsters were cleared. Qinfeng approached the pillar and thought it must be a hidden mechanism. Before he could touch it, the button pressed down automatically, making a clicking sound. The spot where Qinfeng stood began to move. The middle section descended downward. He wondered, is this an elevator? The empty space above from earlier was slowly being sealed by another door. After a moment, the elevator stopped. Qinfeng said, "Finally arrived. It feels like I've gone down a full 300 to 400 meters. He looked around and exclaimed, "This is a hidden maze beneath the shrine." Hidden mazes often have a chance to appear in ruins. In his past life, he had searched many of them. The maze was full of countless traps, but if there was someone to act as a meat shield, exploring was not dangerous, just time-consuming. With his current stats, if those mechanisms were triggered, he feared he would only have one way to die. Luckily, he just dropped this toy. As he spoke, he equipped the follower's necklace, and the information panel appeared. He summoned a silver rank loyal follower, and one appeared from the necklace. Qinfeng commanded, "Go forward, scout the path." Having a minion to scout was comfortable, but there was still danger. So, he first evolved a passive evasion skill to be safe. The information panel appeared as he was strengthening. You consumed 11 evolution points, 24 points remaining. Phantom Shadow Shadow Evasion skill, Platinum rank, Assassin passive skill gained 15% to 75% evasion rate. Activating evasion granted immunity to all damage. As Qin Feng advanced deeper, he calculated that a 75% evasion rate was already very high. He had a few points left, just enough to evolve Shadow Class Shield to epic rank. The energy consumption notification appeared. Reaching the expert rank required 10 times the points. Therefore, skills with a higher initial quality saved more evolution points. For example, if a skill was originally epic, evolving it to legendary rank was the first evolution, so the base points were only 1. The evolution rank was legendary, so it required 1 point multiplied by 10, becoming 10 points. In other words, if he had an epic rank skill, he could quickly advance it to legendary, mythical, even ancient, immortal. But if it was a common skill, he first had to evolve it 7 times to reach epic, then need several hundred points multiplied by 10. The advantage was that from now on, his skills would at least reach epic rank. Now he only had 11 points left, so he could only evolve the Shadow Sneak skill. With a 35% cooldown rate, the final time was 16.3 seconds, still too long. The break stealth attack power was also a bit low. He definitely needed to change it. While he was pondering, the information panel appeared again. Man proposes, God disposes. On the other side, the loyal follower had unfortunately stepped on a trap. Qin Feng finally shook off his thoughts. Looking up at the massive rock that had crushed the monster before him, he felt no fear. The summoned creature was dead. When the cooldown ended, he would summon a new one. The maze was complex and dangerous. He could only explore slowly like this, hoping to find good items. On the upper floor of the shrine, a quiet space enveloped everything. Grey Rose's group had not left yet. They hid behind a door, peeking inside. After observing carefully, one person turned and said, "Captain, it's confirmed that the 2 monsters have truly disappeared." She exclaimed in surprise. "What? Our lifespan is also gone. Someone must have killed the monsters and taken it. But who could it be? They must have gone deep inside by now." The one who spoke earlier replied, "At this stage, the only person who could kill 2 silver rank bugs so quickly is probably the Shadow Grandmaster." The other person who had been silent all along spoke up. "Has the Shadow Grandmaster really been here? So our lifespan was taken by him? It seemed so. But is also good. Otherwise, we might have died even more." Grey Rose found it reasonable and calculated. "When I first arrived, I saw a figure. He even seemed to communicate with the monsters. Was that person the Shadow? What skill did he have to charm a boss like that? His strength was truly unfathomable, extremely scary." Back to Qin Feng. A loyal follower was pierced through the body by several spears, screaming in agony. Seeing the spike trap rise from below, he judged that after 3 hours of exploration, this place must be the end of the maze. Based on his past life experience, using many lives would likely cost dozens, even hundreds, of them. Qin Feng gained another loyal follower once again. It went ahead and he followed on the rugged, winding path with dark abysses on both sides. At the end of the path was a large, tightly shut door, and Qin Feng ordered it to open the door. No matter how hard the monster tried, the door did not budge. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "It cannot open, how strange." Then Qin Feng approached the door and gently touched it. Suddenly, the door slowly opened. Qin Feng quickly became alert and stepped back behind. The tension was clearly visible on his face. Behind the door was a mystical space with a yang symbol wrapped in thorny vines. Just as he stepped inside, he thought to himself, the yang board covered in thorns locked, and an NPC standing beside it. The information panel appeared, but there was no data about this person. Everything was a mystery. Qin Feng looked at the person in confusion, thinking this was the first time he had met such a mysterious NPC. Suddenly, that person recited a series of chants that he could not understand. As the chants stopped, the NPC gradually faded away. He exclaimed in astonishment that everything had disappeared. Even the sharp thorns on the treasure sheep were gone. The thorn vines slowly dissolved. Qin Feng was slightly confused but still judged that this was related to the Eye of Judgment, even though he saw no information about the mysterious woman. The treasure sheep emitted a brilliant golden light, signaling that an epic-grade item could be opened, but he still had to be cautious as he might encounter monsters or traps. He pointed forward and ordered the opening of the treasure sheep. The loyal follower opened the lid, and a blinding light shone from within. Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise that it was an assassin-class skill book, containing both active and passive effects. Upon identifying the items, information panels appeared, Pardon of Release and Execution, both assassin-class skill books. The passive effect doubled damage on hitting a weak point. The active effect, Decapitation, dealt 100% physical damage per second for 3 seconds. With a cooldown of 60 seconds, Qin Feng remarked that this active skill was even stronger. If the attack dealt 300 damage, the Decapitation effect triggered an additional 300 damage per second for 3 seconds, totaling 200 points, a threefold increase. This skill counted as a single attack and only cost 10 evolution points to upgrade to legendary tier. This was truly a huge harvest. Thanks to Xiaohai's blessing, he decided to sell all remaining items to their group. Qin Feng packed up the items and then contacted Jiang Li, Xiao He, and Bao Wangmeng, telling them to return to the small town. Jiang Li quickly replied and asked if he had finished exploring the ruins. Leaving the dark and quiet space, he returned to the small town to find Jiang Li's group. The situation seemed off as a crowd surrounded him. They enthusiastically greeted him and wanted to befriend him, with some even inviting him to join their group, introducing their sisters, or offering their wives in marriage. Many others also spoke up simultaneously from Kunquan Town and Baiyundao Town, all hoping to be led by him. Qin Feng ignored the greetings, only noting that the gates leading to other towns had opened, and now he could go to Yinghuo Town where Song Fei was. He quietly vanished before everyone's eyes, causing the noisy crowd to shout. Qin Feng used stealth to escape the chaos. Then, he materialized next to Jiang Li and Xiao He. She recognized the familiar face and called out happily. Jiang Li turned and waved at someone in the distance, loudly announcing that the big boss had arrived. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the call and realized something. Among Wang Meng's people was Xiao Yu. He thought to himself, why does it have to be Xiao Yu? Worried that she might lead Wang Meng's group into the most tragic danger. He also told himself to be cautious and not reveal his identity, as he could not yet transfer his abilities to the real world. For now, even a single knife could take his life, with so many people targeting him. Xiao Yu found Qin Feng interesting, thinking he looked formidable compared to Wang Meng's group, whom she saw as worthless trash. She hoped he would help her level up so she could meet Song Fei soon. Pushing aside her thoughts, she approached to sell items for a total of 200 days of lifespan, but Wang Meng refused because it was too expensive. Qin Feng told him to just owe the debt. He spoke with sincere gratitude, saying that with this kind of help, he did not know how to repay. If needed, they would do their utmost to support. One person in the team cheered happily at being able to use golden equipment early. Wang Meng dropped his serious demeanor and cheerfully remarked that in an instant their power had tripled, and they could even buy on credit, proving the big boss trusted them greatly. Suddenly he noticed something and wondered why there was no equipment for a priest. So Cheng replied disdainfully that it did not matter, she was just tagging along to gain experience. Xiao Yu timidly approached him to ask about priest equipment. At that moment, an information panel appeared showing a friend request from Xiao Yu. Her eyes were full of expectation. Qin Feng, however, kept a cold expression. Then he suddenly vanished without a word. Xiao Yu panicked and asked where he had gone. Wang Meng comforted her, saying the big boss probably did not have priest items this time. So Cheng still sneered that he likely did not care. Jiang Li praised the mysterious demeanor of the big boss. Qin Feng remained in stealth and entered a shop, then suddenly remembered something. In his backpack, there was still a golden grade priest staff and a priest skill book, but he could not easily give them to Xiao Yu. When he leveled up, he would have surplus equipment and skill books, but selling them would take time. The government backing Wang Meng needed these items, and he did not want Xiao Yu to affect the cooperation. He decided he must quickly find a priest for Wang Meng's team to get rid of Xiao Yu. He immediately thought of a talented priest, Zhao Su. Ye Sui was formerly the manager of the Shan Shen Guild in his past life, possessing the hidden class White Bird Divine Official. She had a white bird that assisted with healing and boosted benefits. As the strongest priest he knew, she had once soloed an epic grade boss. Compared to her, Xiao Yu was utterly useless. He remembered that Xiao Su was like Song Fei both in Yinghuo Town. How convenient. He could meet her and bring her back to Wang Meng's team. Finally, Qin Feng arrived at the teleport gate, and an information panel displayed the destination, Yinghuo Town. The gate quickly transported him there. The scenery there was somewhat dim, with the sound of wind howling overhead. He walked for a while and heard several strangers talking. They told each other to turn back, because the silver-grade boss still had nearly half its health, and not to let it gain an advantage. One man cursed Song Fei for dragging along so many girls, thinking he was just a minor star with too many brainless fans. That man swore he would kill that pretty-faced bastard. Qin Feng achieved his goal, thinking he had found Song Fei's trail so quickly. He walked a bit further until he reached a ruined area. Qin Feng observed his surroundings. This was level 5 area, Flame Mountain Valley, where the monsters were burners and chainers. The deeper he went, the clearer the chaotic sounds became, cursing, shouting, and fighting. The players were trying to deal with the fire golem. He hid in a corner to watch the battle, seeing that the two-headed burner was a silver-grade boss, but the scene was chaotic. There were quite a few players killing each other. Suddenly, before Qin Feng's eyes, a group of strangers appeared, blocking the other players. It was none other than Song Fei and his group. The players from earlier acted as if they had encountered an enemy, rushing over and shouting, "You bastard Song Fei! Last time you ambushed me and stole my lifespan, now I'm going to kill you. You think hiding behind a female mage is safe? I have a divine skill specifically to counter mages called Throat Lock. Die." Before they could get close, one of the fan groups struck first. "Don't you dare hurt brother Song Fei," the remaining player exclaimed in confusion. "What?" Qin Feng remained hidden in the same spot, enjoying the show and recalling matters from his past life. Song Fei was called the Defying Heaven Divine Mage. In the previous life, he convinced his female fans to choose the mage profession, handing over all their equipment and skills to him. But one mage in the team wasn't enough, so those adoring girls came up with a solution. One piled all her divine points into becoming a glass cannon mage, another focused on agility to become a disruptive mage, and one added everything to constitution to become a meat shield mage. He thought while imagining these fanatics, "Take my staff hit." Yet another had put all points into strength to become a battle mage, using her staff to smack people. In the early stages, his team was very strong, robbing the lifespan of other players everywhere, with no one able to stop them. But of course, as the game progressed, these female fans would quickly die off. Song Fei made a pitiful expression and said loudly, "My dear girls, you're working so hard, it breaks my heart. I hope the boss dies quickly so everyone can rest, and I hope the world is filled with love and care instead of violence." His words seemed to ignite the spirit of the fanatical fans. Song Fei Mew Mew stepped forward with blazing determination. "It's not hard at all. You are the one who works the hardest. You put in so much effort, you shouldn't have to endure this. Sisters, let's charge together and beat this filthy thing to death. Don't let it hurt our big brother." The fanatical fans shouted loudly, "Monsters subdue the wind. Song Fei becomes king. From now on, there is only Song Fei. Big brother, fly high slowly. We will follow you forever." As they were still in the midst of action, the monster had already approached to attack Song Fei. One person quickly rushed out to block the blow, shielding him from harm. Song Fei knelt on one knee in anguish. "Oh heavens!" The person slowly disintegrated, tears welling up. "Brother Fei, I will always be by your side." Song Fei Mew Mew, standing by, shouted loudly, "Sisters, keep it up. Just kill this ugly monster, and Brother Fei will surge to the top of the rankings. We must surpass that shadowy guy." Hearing this, the fanatical fans roared in unison. "Break the world, command the storm, swear to fight side by side with Brother Fei." He continuously launched attacks against the monster. Song Fei, protected by his fans, stood behind and thought to himself, finally about to die. "This silver grade boss is so hard to kill. How can one person possibly play a gold grade boss? That shadowy bastard must have cheated. I have so many people helping me and I'm only level 7. How is that shadowy dog leveling so fast? If I kill this silver boss, I'll reach level 8. That shadowy bastard has been stuck at level 9 for so long. I'll surpass him in one go and become the number 1. Just as he was feeling proud, a hand suddenly appeared and gripped his face tightly. As fast as a gust of wind, Song Fei's head was separated from his neck before he even knew it. It was Qin Feng using the skill Shadow Shield Strike. He gripped so tightly that Song Fei's head continuously spewed out strange, pitch-black blood. The process was too fast, the fanatical fans couldn't do anything, only exclaiming in horror, "Big brother!" As soon as the words left their mouths, Qin Feng dealt with them as well. The notification board appeared. "You have killed the two-headed flame flinger, receiving 1500 experience points. You have killed the player Defying Heaven Divine Mage. You have killed the player Song Fei Mew Mew. You have killed the player Fei Forever Follow You. You have killed the player Little Fei Yua." He flashed like lightning, darting back and forth, continuously attacking the monster. Damage numbers appeared endlessly. The surrounding players gaped in astonishment. What? Directly one-shotting a boss. A skill dealing several thousand damage. This is too strong. My skill does over 100 points, but theirs reaches several thousand, 10 times ours. Moreover, this was an area attack, directly killing Song Fei and his fan group as well. Who is this assassin? Could it be the Shadow? This must be the Great Shadow Lord. The first person to kill a gold boss. Who else could be this powerful? Everyone stand back and leave the loot for the Great Lord. The Great Shadow Lord only killed Song Fei's wicked gang, which avenged us. That's right, the Great Lord is forever the best. Great Lord, keep it up! Great Lord, I love you! Stop staring and hurry up and go. Qin Feng saw everyone's reaction and thought, these people are just afraid I'll target them. If this were my past life, I would have been attacked long ago. Leaving Firefly Town, the scenery changed to a lively small town. A notification board appeared right where Song Fei had just respawned. You have been killed by the Shadow, losing 106 days of lifespan, tradable. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of lifespan, non-tradable. He couldn't believe his eyes, muttering, I died. I was killed by the Shadow. That Shadow himself, why did he come to our Firefly Town? There are hundreds of original towns in Shanghai City. Why did he have to come here and steal my boss? The fanatical fans gradually respawned after a while, confused. We died. How is that possible? Why did Big Brother die too? Was it the Shadow? But why did he kill Big Brother and us? He definitely wanted to steal the silver boss. That wicked guy, ambushing us when Big Brother wasn't paying attention. That shameless bastard, that shrimp head. It's the noise. Miao Fei Bao approached from somewhere, hesitantly. Song Fei, big brother, can I join your team? I am an archer with an eagle eye skill. I can detect stealth. Little Fei Mew Mew saw this and quickly replied, get lost. Song Fei, big brother, said we only need mages. What are you looking at? Others come to scout. Low monster killing efficiency will affect big brother's ranking climb. Song Fei spoke up after a moment of silence. Don't say that, everyone. I still believe love can cover everything. I have already felt your strong feelings. Even if you are an archer, it's fine. Come, join us, let's grow together. Miao Fei Bao was moved to tears, stuttering, big brother, I love you. This scene motivated other girls to step forward boldly. Song Fei, big brother, I am an assassin, I have stealth. I can make others taste their own medicine. I have learned a control skill. I can help you freeze him. He opened his arms wide. Everyone, we are a big family that loves each other. Anyone who wants to join is welcome. Come here, we are forever of one heart. The words moved the fanatical fans, and they all shouted, so heartwarming. Following brother Song Fei, will never regret it. That shadowy bastard only knows how to rely on assassin ambushes, has no martial ethics, and dares to touch big brother. We must make him pay. That's right. Once we control that shadowy bastard, let big brother kill him. Let him know the consequences of messing with our big brother. Revenge. We must kill that shadow. Revenge for big brother. For brother Fei. Kill that shadow dog. An outsider heard the noise and asked, what's going on? What does this person want? The person next to them explained, you don't know. This guy was just killed by someone from outside. Really? Hearing this, that person replied, with so many girls protecting him, how could he be killed? The other person said the opponent is the shadow. What do you think? This person exclaimed, the shadow's level, and the shadow actually dares to mess with this group. I think these girls' brains aren't quite right. Song Fei looked at the growing number of members in his group and thought with satisfaction, very good. With so many witnesses, when I kill that shadowy guy, everyone will know that even if he's strong, going solo is useless. Especially for a mere little assassin, how can he compare to a noble mage like me? Qin Feng on this side was still unaware, using his greedy hand to collect the lifespan from earlier. The information board appeared. You have received 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, x6 silver grade loot, and 11 gold grade loot. Seeing the many evolution points, he immediately strengthened himself. The skill evolution release blessing. The information board appeared. You have consumed 10 evolution points, 9 points remaining. Release blessing executioner grade, legendary grade. Passive effect, weak point attack correction increased by 100% to 200%. Weak point hit rate doubled. Active use makes the next attack have a decapitation effect, dealing 100% to 150% damage per second, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. He looked at the information and calculated. The ability to hit weak points increased from 100% to 200%. This effectively doubles my weak point hit rate. The weak points before and after evolution like this. If I exaggerate further, half of the enemy's body will be considered a weak point. Then my Shadow Shield Strike can all benefit from weak point damage. The decapitation damage just increased, and the cooldown reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. It really feels like I can one-shot a gold grade boss. With the initial executioner skill, without evolution points, it can evolve to legendary grade. But to go from legendary to mythic, it would require consuming 100 times more evolution points, that is 200 points. Following this rule, the executioner grade greedy hand needs 210 points to evolve, then to legendary it needs 3400 points. I still have 9 evolution points. What should I use these 9 points for? Well, I'll evolve strengthen back attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the information board continued to appear. Qin Feng stared at the information board and continued speaking. The silver boss, plus a bunch of players, helped me earn over 1400 days of tradable lifespan. Delicious. Time to return to the city. He had not yet closed the information board when someone approached from behind. She swung her blade towards him as fast as the wind, screaming, "Die, shadow!" The blade was right in front of him, only a very short distance away. As if controlled by someone, the blade slipped past Qin Feng, no longer following its original trajectory. That girl was panicked and confused, wondering what had just happened, and asked, why is this happening? She fell to the ground and, seeing she couldn't continue fighting, used her stealth skill. On the cliff face, a group of Song Fei's fanatical fans raised their torches and shouted in unison, "Accept your death, you shadow bastard! You're surrounded by us!" One person fiercely yelled, "We're here to avenge Song Fei Kaka." Qin Feng quickly took action to search for her whereabouts. Seeing this, Miao Fei Bao shouted while drawing her bow, "It's useless. We've seen through your stealth." The arrow left the bow and shot into the sky. She realized someone was using stealth, so she yelled, "Good, exposed now." Teofi Miu Miu said boldly, "Sisters, unleash your strongest moves. Smash her to death." Fenfi unleashes her virgin power. Even grass won't grow. The girl from earlier saw the attacks coming and screamed, "Wait, it's me." But it was too late. All the attacks hit simultaneously, creating a huge explosion. Thick smoke rose, and no one's figure was visible anymore. Seeing this, Teofi Miu Miu still blustered, "No problem. She's not a mage," which proves she doesn't truly like Fifi. This is a well-deserved punishment. Hurry up and release the eagles and find the shadow. Meo Fi Bao obeyed and replied, "Roger." Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed throughout the space. A notification board appeared. Ding, Ghost Fire. Special item, active upon shock. Uses Ghost Fire to neutralize enemies within a 100 radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. A group of fanatical fans was frozen before they could react. Meo Feibao said in confusion, "Can't move." Suddenly, everyone was pulled backward, all of them opening their mouths in shock. It turned out Qin Feng had rushed out from somewhere, using his Shadow Shield touch skill. He was as fast as the wind, taking down the entire group of fanatical fans. Still in stealth, he approached where Song Fei was hiding. He peeked in, confused. What's going on? Why did they suddenly fall dead? Could it be the shadow? No way. If he had acted, he would have to appear first. Qin Feng pressed his face close to his, slowly exiting stealth and said coldly, "Song Fei, you're dead." He was startled and quickly used a skill. Damn it! Magic shield! But that shield was useless, shattering in just 1 second. Qin Feng dealt with Song Fei so quickly that before he could even blink, he fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. He disappeared, leaving only lifespan traces. Seeing this, he sneered, "Not bad lifespan on him. Seems this guy had over 2,000 days to trade." But why did those female fans here have no days left? Had they given them all to Song Fei? After so long, did they still think this Forsaken game was just a game? Truly frighteningly brainless. Too bad those few hundred years of lifespan couldn't be traded, only used by those ghost creatures. Back to the lively scene of the small town. After Song Fei revived, he grumbled, "Damn it, 2,000 days of lifespan, now only 500 left. You damn shadow, didn't you use your detection skill? Why didn't you find him?" Meofi answered, "Wronged. I used it, but I only saw the 2 assassin sisters." Teofi Miu Miu added, "Based on the stealth level in the status panel, his stealth skill is probably higher." Oh right, I also have the Eagle Eye skill. My anti-stealth level is 1, so I can only see stealth targets of level 1. If the opponent is level 2 or above, I can't see them. Song Fei said irritably, "That shadow guy comes and goes without a trace. How am I supposed to defend myself?" After cursing his fill, he started worrying about being logged out. But I didn't offend him, the boss was stolen too, so he probably won't come to kill me again, right? No way, what if he's jealous of my good looks and wants to kill me? The fan group heard Song Fei's narcissism and eagerly said, "For safety, let's go somewhere else to level up. Where is Fei Fei going? Then let's go over there." Not long after, at the Firefly's small town, Qin Feng was in stealth searching around. He looked around, puzzled. Strange, Song Fei's group disappeared. Did they go to another town or log off? He cancelled his stealth and asked a passerby, "Sir, do you know where Song Fei's group went?" The man was startled and blurted out, "You scared me to death, Shadow Grandmaster." "Grandmaster, they went that way. Go kill him quickly. But I have a request. After you kill Song Fei later, could you spare my girlfriend? She's Meo Fei Bao, a female hunter." Qin Feng replied coldly, "I advise you to find a new girlfriend." He thought to himself, his girlfriend is probably the hunter who discovered my stealth. The man hadn't finished speaking before he had already disappeared. Qin Feng followed the direction indicated in stealth, thinking, "I know the direction but not the exact destination. Finding them will take time. If only I could meet Yi Su." The boyfriend behind him was still trying to say, "I beg you, Grandmaster." As Qin Feng was walking, a figure flashed by. Seeing that girl, the name Yi Su immediately appeared in his mind. He quickly cancelled stealth, chased after her, and called out, "Miss Yi, help me out." Yi Su heard him and asked back, "Are you the shadow?" He didn't answer, quickly conjured a magic staff, and said directly, "I heard your profession can search for targets over a wide area. Help me find Song Fei's location. I'll sell this golden magic staff at a low price as a reward." Seeing it, Yi Shu's eyes lit up. While completing the trade, she asked, "But how did you know I can search over a wide area? I've never told anyone." Qin Feng asked back, "Don't worry about that. Do you want this golden weapon or not?" Blinded by the item, Yi Shu quickly answered, I want it very much, but I can't afford it." Before she finished, Qin Feng interrupted, "Don't even have 500 days. The original price is at least 700 days. She suddenly remembered, "Ah, I happen to have that much." He didn't hesitate, deal. The notification showed a successful transaction. Yi Shu hugged the golden staff with a silly grin. Qin Feng tapped her forehead lightly to bring her back to reality. he said helplessly. Get to work. While casting the spell, Yixu thought, even though this is my first time meeting this shadow, he feels very familiar. Out loud, she joked, Grandmaster isn't afraid I'll take the item and run. Qin Feng stated bluntly, what? Aren't you the one who hates Songfei? She was surprised. You even know I hate him. Are you a friend of mine in real life? But your voice doesn't match. He replied ambiguously, guess. Yesu played along, I'm too lazy to guess. Then she turned to the white bird that had just soared high. Let's go. She no longer had a humorous look, her face now only showing an indescribable seriousness. Bai Tiao spread its wings and flew out of the crowded residential area, heading straight towards the towering red rock mountain ranges. Hidden in a distant corner was a crowd of people. After a moment of silence, Yishu spoke. They found Song Fai. She gave the current location, coordinates 3886669527, but I cannot guarantee they will not move by the time you get there. Then they could also leave, Qin Feng said urgently. Add me as a friend, and keep watching them. Report their new location to me anytime. Yishu hesitated a bit and asked, how long will it take? Before she finished, he cut in, just a moment. Qin Feng dashed forward like the wind, then suddenly noticed something. He stopped, hiding behind a large tree. Yixu, watching from afar, found it strange and asked, hey, why did the big boss stop? Qin Feng silently looked at the mark on the tree trunk before speaking. Look around. Is there any large tree like this nearby? Upon hearing this, she replied, all right, wait a moment for me. Big boss, there is a tree 100 meters ahead of you, and another one 100 meters to your left. He raised a hand, gently touching the mark on the tree trunk. Yixu could not help but ask out of curiosity, what kind of mark is this? But she only received a vague answer. Take a guess. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the three trees suddenly formed a triangular link, and a pillar of light appeared right in the center. From afar, Yixu saw it and shouted, a jade-grade treasure chest. He observed the treasure chest carefully and said, did not expect to encounter the blessing of ancient gods in the novice village. Not bad luck, and opening a treasure chest to boot. The blessing of ancient gods could appear anywhere on the land abandoned by the gods. Basically, there would be strange symbols in a certain area, and when all were activated, the blessing would be unlocked. Some would summon a monster boss, some summon minor monsters, and there were also treasure chests and unique rewards. Yixu, from afar, did not hold back her praise. The big boss is amazing. This treasure chest must contain at least 1,000 days of lifespan, right? Then would that not be worth tens of thousands of yuan? Qin Feng heard her and thought to himself, this girl's estimation was quite accurate. In his past life at this time, the trading rate for lifespan that could be exchanged in the outside world was 1 to 10,000. By the second day, this rate had risen to over 1 to 50,000. Yixu, observing through the white bird, thought that with the big boss's accuracy, he might find many more things in the future. Qin Feng approached and opened the chest, and a prompt immediately appeared. You have opened the jade-grade treasure chest. You have received a jade-grade skill book. Blossom Curse. He was surprised by the skill before him. Blossom Curse. What kind of skill is this? The prompt, as if understanding his question, explained, Blossom Curse, Jade Grade, Common Skill Book. Use it on a player's body within 15 seconds after their death, and cursed flowers will grow on the enemy's body. This flower will continue to absorb the target's tradable lifespan down to 0, with no cooldown time. Qin Feng received the information and thought to himself, this is truly a perverse skill. I heard about it in my past life, so its name is Blossom Curse. Sounds quite fitting, does it not? He decided to learn it immediately, then continued his train of thought. With this skill from now on, every time I kill a player, I just need to protect the enemy's body so the cursed flower can absorb all their tradable lifespan. Song Fei's good days of winning are over. This time I will kill you until you go offline. Then I will quickly level up to 10, extract that ability into the real world, and kill you completely. The scene shifted to another place. A wolf was baring its fangs and howling in pain. After struggling for a while, it had to yield to the attacks from Song Fei's group. He said smugly, I have run this far. That shadow probably will not chase me anymore, right? You stole a silver grade boss from me and killed me twice. That should be enough. I doubt they would chase me to this place. Once I reach a higher level, I will come to settle the score with you. Little Fei Miu Miu suddenly called out loudly, Brother, look, over there someone is fighting a boss. Song Fei looked and saw that group looked very familiar. They seemed to be fans of New Jia Qi. Upon hearing that name, she naturally spoke up. What? A group of fans acted as if touched a sore spot, roaring fiercely, it is New Jia Qi's fans again. Those pests only want to help her get to the top rank. Little Fei Miu Miu, take the lead. Sisters, go kill them. We cannot let these bastards affect our brother's ranking climb. That other group thought someone had come to help, urgently calling out, Great, reinforcements are here. Hello everyone, this boss is almost out of health. Let us defeat it together. Suddenly, a staff flew straight forward, smashing into the face of the person who just spoke. Little Fei Miu Miu's face darkened, maniacally smashing the staff heavily onto the ground. A person person in the team panicked and shouted, "Along!" Nisa beside him could not contain her anger. "What are you doing? Are you all crazy?" Little Fei Miu said aggressively. "This is the end for New Jia Key's fans." She heard the unfamiliar name and was confused. "What New Jia Key? What are you talking about? I do not understand at all." As soon as Nisa finished speaking, 2 arrows suddenly shot straight through her left eye and mouth. Blood gushed out from there. The teammate panicked and screamed. Mao Fei Bao said loudly and aggressively, "Wearing gold becomes king, flying far together, cleaning like unity, sweeping across the 8 wastelands. The vast universe, dominating alone with brother. Poisonous at heart, loving the idol to the point of madness, all for him." The group of fans did not distinguish between players or monsters. They charged forward to destroy everything in front of them. After a while, only traces of lifespan remained. Song Fei saw this and said gratefully, "Oh my god, thank you everyone, my loves. I was almost framed by New Jiaki's fans. I never expected them to be so sinister and cruel." The group of fans were moved and said in unison, "Brother does not need to thank us. South and North, we follow you with one heart." The whole crowd was making a ruckus below, not noticing that on the cliff, someone had been watching their every move all along. Qin Feng looked down with eyes full of killing intent. Then he quickly disappeared. Below, not knowing what the fans had seen, their faces all turned pale, calling out loudly, "Brother Fei! Brother!" Song Fei seemed to see the same thing. A cold voice sounded, "Good, he is dead." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp slash swept through, and Song Fei's head was severed from his neck. The fans wailed in anguish. "Brother!" Qin Feng did not stop. In his stealth state, he closed in on Song Fei's headless body. He calmly activated the blooming curse, and immediately a blood-red flower sprouted from his neck. The people around exclaimed in astonishment, not knowing what it was. Song Fei finally revived at the small town after that slash. He roared in frustration, asking why the shadowy figure kept targeting him. Wasn't it because he had too many female fans or out of jealousy? He thought that person came to Kyongwoo's small town. Because of him, could the girl he liked be his fan? While he was lost in thought, the information panel suddenly appeared, showing his tradable lifespan continuously decreasing to 400, 390, 370. Song Fei did not understand what was happening. Why was his lifespan, which was already under 400 days, still decreasing? He wondered, after dying so many times, was there even a penalty like this? Group of crazy fans also revived after a while. They saw him and quickly said that shadow figure had released a skill, and on his corpse grew a blood-red flower that was sucking something. Song Fei was startled when he heard this, barely managing a few words, then asked if his corpse really bloomed a flower, and that flower was draining his lifespan. The information panel slowly showed the numbers 350, 30, 330. He finally understood Qin Feng's intention, that damn sinister shadow figure. He wanted his life. Song Fei suddenly shouted loudly, telling everyone to log off, go buy some lifespan in reality, and then come back to invest in equipment. Then they would be fully armed with a strong strategy to fight him. The fans excitedly answered in unison. He thought angrily, "Just you wait, Shadow. This isn't over. I trained for 2.5 years to achieve this. I don't believe I can't crush you with money." In one place, spider lilies bloomed red, dyeing the sky. Qin Feng had dealt with Song Fei's crazy fans, and spider lilies grew vigorously on their bodies. The information panel suddenly appeared, stating that because the player had killed too many people, the current murderer was on floor 4, and dying would cost 96.85% of his lifespan. Qin Feng did not care, only saying he had gained an extra 1,000 days of lifespan. The monster Song Fei and his group had killed quite a few, but the absorption had stopped, meaning they had logged off. Bai Tiao had been observing from the sky the whole time. Yiexu, observing from afar, was shocked to realize the terrifying strength of the top player on the leaderboard. Qin Feng suddenly asked, "Has Song Fei logged off?" She quickly replied, "He and his fans have all logged off." He was not surprised, telling Yiexu to pay attention and report immediately if he logs off. Yiexu quickly answered, "Yes sir, master, so can I go now?" Qin Feng did not let her leave and called her back, saying, "There is a gold rank holy sword skill of the priest class, do you want it?" Yiexu, upon hearing this, urgently answered yes, yes, yes. He succinctly told her to wait at the small town. She calmly agreed. A while later, Qin Feng returned to the small town, met Yiexu, and gave her the item. He said the skill book is worth 500 days of lifespan, but if she agrees to one thing, he can sell it for half price. She raised her hand a block in front of her and asked if the master wanted to buy her body. He was helpless, telling her to stop thinking nonsense. He only wanted her agree to join a team as their permanent healer. Yiexu quickly became serious, replied that it was fine, but if they were too weak, she would report to the master. Qin Feng assured her that they also had strength and were not that bad. He would contact them now. Leaving the small town, The scene shifted to a place of pouring rain where a monster had just been eliminated. Wang Meng had just landed the finishing blow, and the whole team cheered in joy for finally killing it. He quickly turned and called for Xiao Yu to hurry and cure his poison. She asked blankly, "Cure poison?" Wang Meng, growing more anxious, said, "All priests have curing skills, hurry up." He couldn't hold on much longer. Xiao Yu fumbled around for a while and finally found it, saying this was indeed the skill. She raised her staff and cast the skill, but it hit a tree instead of the dying Wang Meng next to her. That attack scared Jiang Li pale, and Wang Meng became even more critical. Xiao Yu said sheepishly that she missed. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Meng collapsed. Seeing this, a teammate yelled out, "Captain." After the battle, the entire team returned to the small town. Wang Meng was furious he had to replace her, but where could he find a hidden class wet nurse? The strong ones had all joined other teams. Xiao Yu seemed optimistic, scrolling through the panel and thinking nothing was difficult. She was already level 4 easily. Just keep this up, and it wouldn't be long before she met Song Fei. Qin Feng seemed to read her mind and sent a message to Wang Meng. He asked if he needed a hidden class player, the White Bird Priest. Wang Meng was overjoyed, saying if the boss said their strength was not bad, then it must be good. Just give him the location. Qin Feng simply directed him, saying she was at Kongyuo small town, in an area with few monsters. The whole team should go there to level up. Wang Meng happily accepted. Withdrawing his words, he went to talk to Xiao Yu, his expression a bit awkward. He said now there were too many people at the small town. The team wanted to change to a higher level place to level up. Her current level was too dangerous to go, so they could no longer take her along. She grabbed his arm to hold him back, but before she could finish her sentence, Wang Meng's whole team was already rushing towards the teleportation gate, only shouting back for her take care. She cursed inwardly. If they wanted to kick her out, just say it directly. What was the point of making excuses? She had had enough too. She decided to go find the Shadow Master to be mentored. A while later, Wang Meng's team found Qin Feng. He waved from a distance, calling out loudly, "Boss." Suddenly, the information panel showed an addition of 800 days of lifespan. Wang Meng explained this from equipment bought earlier. They still owed 500 days, and Captain and would come to deliver it later. Qin Feng thought upon hearing that name, couldn't it be Enwu? His mouth still introduced Yi Xiu to Wang Meng from to get to know each other. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Wang Meng, I've arrived." A player named Justice Enforcer approached from afar. Qin Feng saw and confirmed it was indeed Enwu. She played under that alias, possessed the unique hidden class Dragon Swordsman, was a former top 20 world powerhouse in the previous life, a pillar of the Great Xia state, and a nightmare for all hostile forces. She came closer, shook hands in greeting, expressing her admiration for the Shadow Master. Qin Feng politely replied. He thought to himself, this was the first time meeting a powerhouse ranked higher than in the game God Forsaken in the previous life. And Wu directly asked if there was any secret to his fast development speed, jokingly asking if he was a transmigrator or a reincarnator. Qin Feng was silent, calculating in his heart, in the previous life, this woman was not on the same team as Wang Meng. It seemed Enwu had bought many days of lifespan on behalf of the officials of Jianghai City. The Dragon Swordsman had high survivability. Putting the lifespan on her must have made the government very at ease. And Wu unabashedly continued, telling the boss to sell them any equipment he had. They would buy everything. She also mentioned that the lifespan of the Jianghai City officials was all with her. Surely the boss wouldn't kill her, right? Qin Feng finally spoke. No, I am not that kind of person. Cooperation leads to mutual victory. And Wu happily replied upon hearing this, saying she knew the boss was a smart man. Qin Feng realized she was probing him, just like the rumors from the previous life. And Wu was naive on the surface, but was actually very shrewd and ruthless in her methods. She was the bridge to the Great Xia officials, and also saved him a lot of effort in getting out of the world. A player named Pai screamed in panic over the phone. Oh my god, sisters, have you all read the official government announcement? The lifespan in the God-Forsaken game is real. If you don't return, you will die in real life. Miao Faibao heard this and immediately yelled, "What? Isn't this just a game? I gave all my tradable lifespan to Brother Song Fei." Player Xiao Fei Yua, with tears in her eyes, cried out, "I only have a few days of lifespan left." Another player asked in confusion, "Don't we have 3 deaths? How did you lose so much?" Xiao Fei Yua replied, "I killed many other players, so I'm in a murderer state. Dying once cost me 2 lifespans." Hearing this, the other player also yelled, "Then I only have a few years left too." Player Shofi Mew Mew spoke nervously into the phone. "Damn it, I'm a meat shield mage. I always charge forward, killing many and dying many times. Now I only have 1 day of lifespan left. If my lifespan hits 0, I'll die. No, this can't be true. I don't believe it!" Suddenly she realized something and said loudly, "Brother Song Fei is buying lifespan. Great, I'll go find Brother Song Fei. He will definitely help me." She was dressed head to toe in Brother Song Fei's merchandise, and even wore the latest product, Song Fei's super thin anti-something leg. After dressing up, anyone could tell she was his fan. Song Fei Mew Mew ran while calling out loudly, "Brother Song Fei, I'm here," in a quiet residential area. Xiao Yu just woke up and said, "Have I returned to reality?" Some things were still unclear. She looked at the information on her phone. At the current exchange rate, 1 day of lifespan sells for 15,000. Now I have 200 days. That makes me a millionaire. Xiao Yu read some information and widened her eyes in shock. She couldn't help but scream, "Oh my god, the darkness killed Brother Song Fei." And killed him 3 times at that. Xiao Yu trembled with grief, tears streaming down like a fountain. She cried even harder. "That fool told me, if his lifespan hits 0 in the game, he would die in real life. He originally had 100 years of untradeable lifespan, but after dying 3 times, he only has a little over 12 years left." Brother Song Fei, no. But why would the darkness want to kill Brother Song Fei? Moreover, according to the group chat, he killed Brother Song Fei 3 times while being surrounded by dozens of people. That's terrifying. How could he be that strong? Suddenly, her phone rang with a message from player Tongfim Miu Miu. "Sisters, assemble. Brother Song Fei needs our help. Sisters in Jianghai City. Come find him and sell your tradable lifespan to him. He is currently at the Great River Square, buying lifespan at a 1 to 10,000 rate. This is a chance to make money and help Brother Song Fei." Seeing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly changed clothes. "Brother Song Fei is at the Great River Square, not too far from me. I have to go help him. I can't watch his lifespan slip away. Luckily, thanks to those idiots, I earned over 200 days of tradable lifespan, just enough to help Brother Song Fei." As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed off quickly. Back in the game world, a shrimp-headed monster had just been slashed a few times. On the beach with clear water and white sand, waves of sea monsters were being dealt with by Qin Feng. A notification board appeared. "Congratulations on leveling up to level 10. Your stats, thinking, propriety, righteousness, integrity have increased by 2. You have received 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked your job class. You are the first player in Jianghai City to reach level 10, earning 7 reputation points. You are the first in the Great River Kingdom, earning 14 reputation points. You are the first in the world, earning 21 reputation points." When 7 players in Jianghai reach level 10, the teleportation function to the God-forsaken continent will be activated. The information board also appeared in other areas to announce, "Congratulations to the player Darkness for becoming the first to reach level 10. Special announcement. Broadcast worldwide." Players saw the notification and started buzzing with discussion. Of course, it's the Darkness again. He was the one who killed the Golden Boss, and he's the first to reach level 10 worldwide. The Darkness is way too strong. What's more, I just heard that the Darkness even killed that little star several times. That Song Fei guy, right? That kind of person deserves it. Is that Darkness from Dajia? I am the only one with a hidden profession, but I am only level 8. What's up with that Darkness? Among our 1.5 billion Tianzhu people, is there no one who can catch up to the Darkness? The information board kept appearing around him. You have consumed 13 evolution points, leaving 0 points. Initial skill, enhance backstab attack, platinum, emerald. Passive effect, when attacking a target from behind, damage increases by 40% to 50%. He spoke while looking out at the distant sea. "I only have a little over 7,000 days of tradable lifespan, far from enough." This time the information board displayed data about him. Qin Feng muttered to himself, "To leave the starting town, we need to gather 7 level 10 players to activate the teleportation formation. The highest level now is only level 7, so I still have to wait. Just as well I can return to reality and take care of a problem first." And he gradually vanished in the cool breezes, the rustling waves. Qin Feng had now returned to the real world. He slowly opened his eyes, which were cloudy yet very bright. The information board appeared. "Do you want to use tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality?" Qin Feng immediately chose yes. After receiving the request, the notification board presented the options. 1. Extract profession and level. 2. Extract equipment. 3. Extract skills. 4. Extract bloodline temporarily unavailable. 5. Extract divinity temporarily unavailable. He read through it once and then spoke, "Extract profession." The notification board responded, "You have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. You have extracted shadow, the unique hidden profession. Profession passive has taken effect. Strength +3, physique +3, agility +8, spirit +5. Qin Feng did not stop there. He continued to extract level 2, and a series of related information appeared. After reading through the information board, he decided, next, extract skills. Suddenly Qin Feng realized something. Logically, the higher the skill level, the more lifespan it costs to extract, even increasing exponentially. I didn't expect the lifespan consumption to be based on the skill's original quality, not on my own level after evolution. Shadow Plunge only costs 900 days base, and the extracted skill synchronizes with the platinum level in the game. As he finished, the information board appeared again. You have consumed 900 days of lifespan. Platinum. You have consumed 2,662 days of tradable lifespan and extracted the silver level skill Extreme Poison Dagger. He felt the power within him gradually increasing as he spoke. I still have 1,292 days of lifespan left, but I cannot extract any other skills for now. Using such a cheap price to extract platinum level Shadow Plunge is a real bargain. A dark aura radiated from King's body. That aura now enveloped him completely. My physical strength is already double that of an ordinary person, and my agility stat has reached 32 points, exceeding human limits. Coupled with unlimited stealth and the ability to throw poisonous daggers from 14 meters away, I can definitely find a chance to kill Song Fei. Qin Feng picked up his phone, scrolled through the latest news, and wondered, is Song Fei buying lifespan frantically? Is he trying to replenish and then come back to settle the score with me? The Great River Square is about 7 kilometers away. Forget it. Suddenly his phone rang with a new message notification. He looked at the sender's name and muttered, Hu Qi Bin, that manager who likes to bully people, saying that he read the content. Qin Feng, are your 2 wings better now? Not answering the phone. The young lady deigning to look at you is already your blessing, and you dare not answer. Call me back immediately or else I will. Reading up to that point made him lose his temper. He cursed, idiot, and conveniently blocked him. Qin Feng stepped forward, his aura still radiating endlessly. He tossed the phone aside and activated his stealth state. Before completely disappearing, Qin Feng stressed each word, emphasizing that these people would soon understand the true nature of the Forsaken Divine Game. An outdoor space with a magnificent stage, the atmosphere exploded as the name Song Fei was continuously chanted. Below the stands, girls excitedly screamed his name. Looking up at the stage from below, one could see a man and a woman sitting, and the name Song Fei still echoed in the air. Getting closer, it became clear the man on stage was Song Fei, being acclaimed by everyone, and the person beside him was Jiang Li. Miss Talib looked over and asked gently, I heard you were killed 3 times by the shadow in the game. Don't worry, I've sent people to investigate his true identity. He frowned and questioned, oh, how is the investigation going? In front of many people, she smiled and said, I sent people to Firefly Town to make contact. We'll offer him a number he can't refuse. When he returns to reality to collect the money, then Jiang Li lowered her head, revealing a cunning look. We'll catch him. When we do, we'll definitely call brother Song Fei over to vent his anger. Song Fei curled his lips in a despicable smile and replied, remember to tell me then. I heard your company Great River uses this method to control players and force them to work for free, right? She covered her mouth and giggled. They're all a bunch of fools, trash with little lifespan left. The best one is still you, having so many women willingly give you their lifespan, even ready to die for you. Hearing what Jiang Li said, he chuckled with delight, his face full of confidence. Suddenly, from below the stands, a loud voice drew everyone's attention. Hey, you people, don't lose control and sell your lifespan to others like that. A man in ordinary clothes spoke up. Don't you people read government news? If you lose all your lifespan in the game, you'll die in reality too. Song Fei was speechless. Seeing no one responded, the man continued, and you Song Fei, you know lifespan is about life and death, yet you still brainwash your fans and buy up their lifespan. You're harming people. We'll sue you. He held his head, thinking indeed someone had come to cause trouble. In an instant, Song Fei stood up, holding the mic, and replied calmly, dear friends, I am Song Fei. I have seen some debate. My purchasing of lifespan has consumed resources and caused trouble. I deeply regret it and apologize. The crowd below chanted, no, you don't need to apologize, you're not wrong. He put on a guilty expression again, steering public opinion. I am grateful for everyone's love and support. I call for all love to be positive. I hope everyone stays rational during this special period of the Forsaken Divine Game, both protecting yourselves and working together towards positivity. Song Fei's words moved many girls below the stands to tears. He said, I have always cooperated with the authorities, striving in the game. I use my personal assets to buy lifespans, hoping to be an idol worthy of everyone's love. He lowered his head and sobbed. I do this to repay my fans, hoping everyone can gain something beyond the game. Live happily, strive together for a better tomorrow. But I never expected to cause so much trouble. Hearing these emotional words from Song Fei's mouth, he continued, if all this has caused trouble, then I sincerely apologize. The girls below the stands wept, silently saying no, and his speech made the entire stands explode. They screamed, "No need to apologize. What did you do wrong? How can you be so warm? Appa, appa." Then the girls turned to the man who had shouted, "You demons, get out of here now. We volunteer to help him. Don't insult his sincerity." He could only exclaim, "You people." Songfei Mew Mew pouted and yelled, "Don't believe random rumors and dare to doubt him. Pig brain, how can lifespan in the game affect reality?" The crowd looked at her in surprise. When did she run up here? Songfei Mew Mew was still lost in emotion, pounding her chest. "I died for him countless times while offline. Even with less than a day of lifespan left, I'm still standing here. As for you people, if you don't have the determination to die for him, you're not worthy of loving brother Song Fei." The fanatical fans below burst into tears and followed suit. "Well said, that's right, Song Fei, I love you." Then, like a chain of dominoes, they all shouted in unison, "I have 20 days of lifespan. I'll give it all to you. I have 17 days. I only have 3 left." He stood on stage, enjoying the fruits of his labor, saying in a sweet voice, "Oh my, I have felt everyone's love. I love you all." As soon as he finished, the crowd cheered joyfully. Then Song Fei turned to her spot, held her hand affectionately, "Especially you. To be liked by someone like you, I am truly deeply moved." Song Fei Mew Mew shyly said, "Ah, brother Song Fei, just seeing you so passionate like this. Even if I were to die right now, I would be willing." He looked at the woman on the verge of tears, just about to reply, when suddenly, a streak of blue light shot across the sky. It tore through the wind, flying straight into Song Fei's head. Crowd below the stands was shocked, staring wide-eyed, then panicked and terrified at the scene before them. Jiang Li also stared at the streams of blood gushing out. His face stiffened, pupils contracted, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. An extremely large hole appeared in Song Fei's head. His body staggered, lost balance, and fell into the arms of the person in front. Jiang Li was startled by the blood drops on her face, only managing to utter, "Ah." She seemed to see the cruel reality, fell to the ground, and screamed loudly. Song Fei Mew Mew turned back to look at his cold corpse, whispering, "Brother Song Fei, Appa, what's wrong with you?" The crowd below erupted. "Brother Song is dead. He's gone." A group of bodyguards immediately surrounded Jiang Li, shouting, "Danger, protect the young lady and leave here." She blended into the crowd, fleeing for her life, thinking as she ran, "Hurry, I have to get out of this place." Jiang Li was terrified, sweat mixed with tears. She saw when Song Fei died, a sphere of lifespan light appeared and then vanished. Someone must have picked it up. She rushed into the car surrounded by bodyguards, thinking, the thing that killed Song Fei was a skill from the game. Could that skill be used in the real world? A one-shot kill on Song Fei, stealth pickup of the lifespan. Only that person, only... But before she could think further, another bullet pierced her head, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Li's ecstatic face twisted completely, looking extremely ugly. The bodyguards looked at the cold corpse and exclaimed, "Young lady." Qin Feng stood in the crowd, his expression cold and full of murderous intent, softly saying, "It's just the shadow." A long time passed and the sky had turned to dusk. The latest news outlets simultaneously reported that the star Song Fei had died tragically at the Great River Square. A fanatical fan of Song Fei offered up his entire lifespan, then died miserably beside his corpse. The police investigation concluded Song Fei's death was caused by superhuman powers. Xiao Yu and Chu Ran were frozen stiff as they read those news headlines. She wept in pain, still unable to believe it. "We went to Song Fei's concert just yesterday, and now he is..." Suddenly Chu Ran noticed something striking. Shuriken, invisibility. Those were exactly the abilities from the game forsaken by the divine. "Xiao Yu, do you mean the darkness killed Song Fei? I heard he had killed him 3 times in the game." But the moment she said it, she herself found it absurd. How could in-game powers appear in the real world? Xiao Yu was stunned, her mind in turmoil. Gradually, a terrifying thought surfaced. The darkness killed brother Song Fei. No doubt it was the darkness in the game that had slain him many times. So in the real world, the only one who could kill him was the night. Shuriken, invisibility, isn't that the skill of an assassin? That's right, the culprit is the darkness. Brother Song Fei was dead and her world lost its light. Amid grief and chaos, Xiao Yu secretly plotted. If the darkness could bring game abilities into reality, she would approach and rely on him. Then, as if jolted awake, she screamed for the driver to stop the car. She had made up her mind. She must become stronger at any cost. As she stepped out, Chu Ran anxiously asked after her, but Xiao Yu did not reply. Her eyes were distant, lost in thought. A dangerous plan emerged in her mind. Kill the darkness. Chu Ran worriedly called out, "Xiao Yu, are you okay? You look terrifying." But she heard nothing, completely immersed in a world of vengeance to avenge Song Fei. Elsewhere, Qin Feng was leisurely enjoying a meal in a small, deserted restaurant. He chewed slowly while thinking. Forsaken by the divine, even though the player was invincible in the real world, they still consumed energy. If hungry, they still had to eat. At that moment, his phone rang incessantly. An urgent message appeared. "Qin Feng, Hu Fatty is furious. He says you blocked his phone and WeChat. If you don't come, you'll be fired and lose this month's salary." Qin Feng glanced at the sender's name, Yang Xiaoya. She had a decent personality, but was weak and often bullied in the past life. She was also a member of his guild Blade God. He smiled faintly and replied calmly, "Forget him. You shouldn't go to work either. First, get into the game and grind." She quickly replied, "Qin Feng, have you entered game? I heard it's very hard there. Many people are almost out of lifespan." Qin Feng typed lightly, "No matter what class you are, just add all points to agility at the start." Xiaoya answered immediately, "Okay, I heard lifespan is really expensive now." Qin Feng, how about you? How much have you earned? He replied calmly, "Not much, almost all spent." She was surprised. "Wow, did you buy a house or a car? No wonder, that fat woman has no manners. The real trouble is her boss Shishi." Mentioning her brought a flood of memories. Shishi was the senior female colleague of the Kian Corporation Group, his former company. That rich girl only knew how to pick men to act on. She went to a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign men, then drove a sports car to hang out with 3 African Americans. Now she was even setting her sights on him. Qin Feng frowned. Images and rumors of her surfaced clearly. Shishi worshipped everything foreign. After forsaken by the divine launched, she left the Great Shia for North America, leading the founding of the guild Alice in Wonderland, one of the top 3 guilds in North America, especially hostile to the Great Shia. In the past life, she caused countless troubles for the Great Shia and his guild, Blade God. He silently resolved to find a way to deal with her before she went abroad. Once she reached North America, it would be very difficult to handle. If Shishi died, perhaps Alice Guild would never be established. A malicious thought flashed. It was rumored that many of Alice's founders had romantic ties with her. If that woman died, those founders would lose their link. Before that thought could fully form, an unexpected call interrupted him. Xiao Yu was calling. He immediately answered, "Hello?" As soon as he picked up, Xiao Yu screamed angrily, "Qin Feng, you still answer calls? I thought you died in the game. If you're still alive, I'm telling you now, I've made money and bought a house. Don't bother me anymore from now on." Replied calmly, "Great. Anything else?" She raged, "Don't bother me anymore. I won't look for you and you don't look for me." Qin Feng grunted, "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." A scream came from the other end. "You Qin Feng, I'm cutting ties with you." He agreed cheerfully, "Okay." Then he hung up. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had finished eating. He muttered, "Let's go back and keep leveling." It wouldn't be long before someone reached level 10, and they would learn that skills could transition into reality. He looked up at the peaceful sky today, saying to himself, "When that time comes, the world will no longer be peaceful." At the same time elsewhere, Chu Ran worriedly watched her best friend, who had just hung up on her brother. She said, "Xiao Yu, cutting ties with your brother is not good. Maybe you should apologize to him. I think he's truly angry this time." Xiao Yu tossed her chin. "Stubborn. Me apologize to him? No way. I sold my lifespan to the Kian Corporation and bought all 200 million. Chu Ran was stunned speechless. Xiao Yu looked seriously at her friend. "Chu Ran, I bought a room. Let's live together. I'll get used to the darkness soon. By then, I won't even need him." At this moment, Zhang Weizhai appeared and waved at Xiao Yu. He quickly came over and naturally put his arm around her. "For you, the assassin's skill book you wanted. Don't forget what you promised me." Xiao Yu smiled. "I know. After things succeed, I'll satisfy you." But in her heart, she kept cursing, "This flattering bastard. Wait until I befriend the darkness. Then who cares about a nuisance like you?" After driving Zhang Wei away, she happily contacted someone. "Brother Wang, I have an assassin's skill book, and it's a control type. Does Brother Darkness need it? If so, I'll give it to him." Xiao Yu could not hide her excitement. This dog Zhang Wei is still useful after all, getting such a good skill book. This book will be the red thread connecting me to the darkness. She suddenly remembered his handsome appearance. "The darkness? I'll catch up to you quickly. You will quietly stay by my side, heal me, help me eliminate enemies, and level up with me. You will help me feel infinite support." Xiao Yu painted a beautiful future. "Then I will gradually trust you, even make you my other half, until I become strong enough, until you have no value left to exploit." A vicious calculation flashed in her mind. "Then I will kill you with my own hands, gouge out your eyes to avenge brother Song Fei." At this moment, the other end finally replied, "The big boss says your skills are trash. He doesn't need them. Keep it and sell it for money." Xiao Yu stopped her malice and snorted. Not long before, in a desolate sweet place, Qin Feng squinted. His body was cautiously concealing itself when a panicked shout rang out. "Careful! Dodge quickly!" He quickly activated stealth and moved near the crowd that had made the sound. "Damn it, this is not an ordinary boss. Let's survive first and figure out later." At this moment, the person in Grey Rose's party was holding a shield. He tried to block the claws of the golden arthropod, running and shouting, "Run! It's targeting you." In the moment he nearly died, the party member gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it." From a distance, Qin Feng silently observed the golden arthropod, a level 8 golden boss. He slightly curled his lips, a gleam of interest in his eyes. "Very interesting. If I remember correctly, this boss has level 2 anti-stealth ability. Instantly, Qin Feng realized that in front of it, his stealth was useless. The fierce golden arthropod let out a sky-shaking roar, shaking the surrounding space. Qin Feng panicked and immediately turned to flee. From a distance, he silently launched an attack, the Steel Skill. The precise attack caused the golden arthropod to lose 9,126 weakness points. Subtracting 6,078, Qin Feng paused briefly, looking toward it, thinking to himself. The effect of attacking from outside the target's vision doubles damage. But if the opponent sees through stealth, it's useless, greatly reducing the damage. He paused slightly, remembering the health bar just lost by the golden centipede, but the effect from the legendary gift of release was still active. It had increased the weak points on the head and heart to 200%, and among 9 consecutive slashes, 3 hit the weak points, dealing triple damage, directly compensating for the lost damage. A scene that had never appeared in Qin Feng's mind flashed. No wonder it was a legendary skill, but he still had to thank the little girl for helping him find that faith shrine. At that moment, Grey Rose was intently watching the battle. She murmured that the damage from Shadow was absurd. Just one skill had reduced the golden centipede's health bar by 1/6, and Qin Feng did not hesitate, but continued his attack with the poisonous throwing knife. The throwing knife struck directly into the center of the golden centipede's forehead, causing it to lose 785 health points. He muttered coldly, the poisonous throwing knife was only at the silver grade, so its damage could not keep up. He still needed to advance his class to reach a higher stealth level. After the attack, Qin Feng slowly landed near the golden centipede to observe, but it suddenly sprang up and charged to attack like a whirlwind. Grey Rose screamed in panic, "Be careful." Qin Feng immediately widened his eyes and then quickly dodged the attack. After that, he unleashed a series of consecutive attacks, not giving the monster a chance to breathe, while Grey Rose and Xiao Yu hid behind a rock, exclaiming in shock at his speed. Not only was he fast, but his reactions were also very agile, and he even knew the boss's exact attack pattern. In terms of speed, he was nearly equal to the boss, but every one of the boss's attacks could be dodged, as if the two of them had fought this boss countless times. Meanwhile, Qin Feng noticed the two of them, fighting while thinking. In his past life, he and Xiao Yu went together. She could not protect herself, let alone heal him, and over time, he had honed this skill. A warrior who not only risked his life but also needed to train his attack and evasion abilities. His eyes gleamed with coldness and ferocity, which was also the reason Qin Feng quickly dealt with the golden centipede. He told himself he could make it into the world's top 100 as an ordinary soldier. The golden centipede looked at him in pain, then let out a miserable roar, spewing black blood. Watching it run away holding its wound in pain, Qin Feng felt refreshed. Compared to a special boss like the golden ghost ship with hard-to-dodge attacks, dealing with this boss was much easier. At this moment, Grey Rose worriedly shouted that it was trying to flee. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately rushed to block it. A single sword slash finished it off. The system notified him that he had killed a level 8 golden centipede, receiving 600 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 tradable lifespan days. The two behind him jealously exclaimed that one boss gave as many as 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 lifespan days. Not stopping there, the system continued to notify him about the Platinum Haoguang Shield, a thief-class skill. When actively used, all evasion rates would be converted into damage immunity shields for 8 seconds. With a cooldown of 60 seconds, level 8 required, conversion rate of every 20% evasion into one shield layer, and Qin Feng was stunned. He almost could not believe it, dropping a skill book of this kind. If combined with the 75% evasion rate from the corpse-grade Phantom Shadow technique, Haoguang could provide 3 layers of immunity shields, making it so many bosses could not injure him. Immediately after, Qin Feng told the system to evolve the Haoguang shield to epic grade, consuming 1, 2, 3 for a total of 6 evolution points, with the damage immunity shield lasting 8, 10, 12, 14 seconds, and the conversion rate changed from every 20% to every 15%, 10% evasion being converted into one shield layer. He laughed heartily, haha, so he could directly use 7 layers of damage immunity shields. Now he could explore many high-level areas. Qin Feng took out the throwing knife and said there were 22 evolution points left. First, increase the damage for the poisonous throwing knife. The system consumed 3 + 5 + 8 = 16 points, upgrading it from silver to jade grade, with a maximum firing range of 17 meters, increasing attack by 120-40 points. Poison dealing an additional 50-80% continuous damage per second. Hitting weak points would increase it further, lasting 5 seconds with no stacking. He was surprised by the increase in numbers. Evolving the poisonous throwing knife 3 times increased the damage by at least 2 times, and since the base cooldown was only 5 seconds, its continuity was not weaker than the Shadow Shield Slash. Qin Feng was delighted, and he also dropped 2 Thief-class equipment pieces, directly using them. The system introduced the Platinum Nimble Boots, which increased movement speed, attack, and cooldown recovery by 20%, along with a defense equipment piece with 18 physical defense, 15 elemental resistance, 12 physique, and 588 health, level 6 required. He confidently thought with these 2 items, his cooldown recovery rate reached 55%, reducing the cooldown of Shadow Shield Slash from 12 seconds to 7.7 seconds, plus 51 physique, 106 physical defense, and 517 health. Now he could take 3 hits from the Golden Centipede, and with the Hagwang Shield, his survivability was greatly improved. At that moment, Grey Rose hurried to stand in front of him, her eyes shining brightly as she praised, the big boss killing a boss was really too simple, and the party members also chimed in. She immediately asked to buy any usable equipment or skills. Qin Feng happily opened his inventory, asked her if she was a mage, then took out the golden grade skill book Bone Ice Burst, a burst group skill with a maximum of 10 shots, priced at 800 lifespan days. Next to him, Xiao Yu itched and thought the price was expensive, since someone was selling a level 5 golden skill for only 400 days. He remembered a calm voice saying the Bone Ice Burst book was level 7, its damage was 40% higher than level 5, so 800 days was not expensive. Grey Rose did not hesitate and bought it immediately. The system notified the loss of the book and the receipt of 800 days. The party members waved goodbye, and Qin Feng decisively turned around, thinking to himself that, in the early stage, he would first return to the town to spread news and collect the locations of silver and gold grade bosses for an endless source of kills, maximizing development speed. Just then, Wang Meng messaged Big Boss the pastor Xiao Yu from before wants to give you a skill book. Qin Feng slightly revealed himself, sneeringly asking if it was just some worthless bronze grade trash. He lowered his head slightly and thought. Now everyone speculated that Shadow had killed Song Fei, and now she wanted to give him a skill. Qin Feng disgustedly told her to keep it for herself. Wang Meng nodded in agreement. He chuckled inwardly, not knowing if she wanted to get close to Shadow or avenge Song Fei, maybe both. He immediately relayed to Xiao Yu that the big boss did not need her skill, telling her to keep it and sell it for money. She was startled. Qin Feng told Wang Meng to come into the town, he had something to sell him, and to prepare some lifespan days. Wang Meng agreed, but he suddenly asked seriously, Big Boss, you killed Song Fei, right? Hearing the unexpected question, he was stunned for a few seconds, and he answered frankly, that is right, I killed her. This time it was Wang Meng's turn to pause. He thought to himself that Wang Meng, being a friend, knew that when Song Fei died, Shadow was always outside the safe zone, and the motive and time of the crime were very similar. Since Wang Meng asked, it meant the government side had already deduced most of it. Qin Feng coldly asked if they wanted to arrest him, then thought further, in 2 hours someone would reach level 10, and be able to extract skills into reality, so this matter could not be hidden. He might as well use it to see the government's reaction as a test. That afternoon in the quiet city, a rare tranquility appeared. Qin Feng, wearing a robe covering himself completely, slowly walked to the place where Wang Meng's group was gathered, and Wu cheerfully asked if the big boss had admitted to killing Song Fei. He raised his eyes and frankly admitted that yes. Yet she broke into a bright smile and said, they actually investigated in detail, and indeed the big boss was the #1 suspect. But they knew Song Fei and Jiang Li had conspired against you, and Great River Company had captured many players, torturing them into working. Your killing both of them was an act of self-defense. Their attitude made Qin Feng annoyed, because unable to find out his real identity, they intended to temporarily maintain cooperation. In his past life he had no black marks in cooperation, but in this life he had killed Song Fei and Jiang Li, which could bring many variables. He gently opened the system panel, his eyes thoughtful as he wondered how big a variable this rebirth would bring to the era of the abandoned holy game. Qin Feng pulled out each high-grade item while muttering that this time he could sell some unused platinum pieces. Whether skill books or profession equipment, the government wanted to buy them, and most importantly, they always had enough lifespan. Seeing the pile of platinum items laid out, and Wu and her teammates' eyes lit up, they marveled at the platinum-grade equipment and skill books, then wondered if the big shot had already taken down a boss of that tier. Qin Feng humbly replied that he was lucky to have found a few things, while Yechu confirmed she had personally seen him open treasure chests. Jiang Li Lai stood beside them, pouting with jealousy, saying he called her Little Shu, but her Little Hai. Qin Feng calmly replied, if not Little Hai then would Hai Zi do? She sulked and shouted, fine, just call her Little Hai. Wang Meng sighed, saying there was no comparison, and Wu was also envious that they struggled so hard to take down a silver boss while the big shot easily opened platinum and emerald chests. Qin Feng slowly quoted each item. Platinum Archer Skill Book 2500 days. Platinum Warrior Weapon 1500 days. Platinum Mage Book 3000 days. He concluded 25 items total, at a discounted price of 16,000, and Wu agreed without hesitation, leaving Wang Meng wide-eyed in surprise. He asked why she did not bargain, and Wu frankly replied the price was fair, and it also settled everyone's old debt. In the end, the deal was successful. Receiving the payment, he praised Captain N as a true heroine among women, her refreshing manner making her excited enough to laugh. Qin Feng looked at the system panel, calculating that when the trading lifespan exceeded 10,000 days, the unit converted to 5 or 6 decades, roughly translating to about 22,000 days. This amount was equivalent to 400 million, though large for the Jianghai government. The benefits it brought were even greater. He mused that this shipment would allow the city to have many strong teams, avoiding trouble later. Just then, Enwu seriously asked if the big shot wanted to participate in rescuing the people captured by the Dajiang Corporation. Qin Feng fell silent in thought, wondering if the government wanted to drag him in to whitewash the killing of Song Fai. He coldly refused, but said he would give them a piece of information. His voice turned low, each sentence seeping into the listeners' hearts. He confirmed he had used in-game power to kill those 2 people, and upon reaching level 10, one could consume lifespan to realize abilities. Before leaving, he looked at Enwu, telling her to seize the time. Enwu nodded solemnly, realizing the Jiang Corporation was also buying lifespan. Once the opponent reached level 10, the rescue would face much greater difficulty. Qin Feng replied that it was good she understood, then turned and left. Having said that, he vanished before everyone's attentive gaze, and Wu sternly ordered Wang Meng to split the group and level up. Currently, all 6 of them were high level. Gathering together wasted too much damage, so splitting into smaller teams would improve leveling efficiency. Wang Meng immediately nodded in agreement, and Wu turned and told the group to first reach level 10, while she would go offline to report the information to higher-ups. That person shouted back in acknowledgement. On the crowded street, 2 players walking past Qin Feng whispered and pointed. They said the shadow was setting up a stall again, but this time he was buying. Now he sat in the middle of the street, hanging a sign to accept coordinates of silver bosses for 30 days and gold bosses for 100 days. Suddenly, Li Jun appeared, sneering that the shadow was still setting up shop here. He pointed arrogantly at him, saying the eldest miss of his family said if he helped her level up, he would get 300 million and shares in the Dajiang Corporation. He advised him to cherish this rare opportunity. Some players outside objected, asking him if he was not offline. They said the shadow was the one who killed Song Fai and the eldest miss of the Jiang group in real life. Li Jun was startled, and the crowd buzzed with regret over the beautiful girl who died unjustly. His face darkened, thinking that this was the miss's own doing. Initially, she planned to capture the shadow in real life for illegal work, but the result was she got killed on the spot. Li Jun recalled being attacked earlier. Memories flooded back. When he woke up, he found himself locked in a basement, beaten daily, forced to play games to earn lifespan and scam others. He never expected Jiang Li to be killed by the shadow. He mused that that hateful woman had died beautifully. Now he felt like a clone in front of Qin Feng. He had once mocked the shadow, but the true fool turned out to be himself. Qin Feng coldly asked how many people he had helped her kidnap. Li Jun, terrified, denied it, begged for mercy, and hastily fled, thinking that the government would clean him up anyway. At that moment, someone suddenly came with a masked face, offering to trade the coordinates of a silver boss for 30 days. After a moment, the scene shifted elsewhere. A group of people appeared in the middle of the street, sparking noisy discussions among the crowd. They recognized Atta, the eldest miss of the Qianxi group in real life, a person who had killed many players. The 3 entered with an arrogant air. Atta looked around with a contemptuous gaze, laughing that this game was nothing special. As long as you threw money at it, you could buy as many skills and equipment as you wanted. Anyone with high lifespan you killed, and took it. The moment Atta stepped on a player's face to survive was truly unpleasant to watch. Atta cursed angrily, saying this damned game had delayed her flight. By now she should have been in North America. Her eyes swept over 2 trembling players, sneering that Daxia men were weak as bugs, while Tony beside her was much more attractive. Tony smiled, replying that they were far stronger than those Daxia men. Later, back in reality, she could experience it herself. Atta blushed, saying she looked forward to it greatly. Suddenly, Atta asked about the useless Song Fei who had died, mocking that he could not last a minute, a true waste. Atta said excitedly that she heard his killer was called Shadow. Though he was a Daxia man, he was also #1 in the world, and she could reluctantly get to know him. She thought if he could kill Song Fei, killing ordinary people would be even easier. She might as well take this chance to make his acquaintance. Atta then then left, throwing back a cold remark that she would log off to make a call, sending someone to contact the shadow. Tony stood beside him, unable to help feeling jealous of the 3,000-day lifespan. She did not care about that gaze. She was lost in thought, believing the shadow might not like cash, but he would certainly not refuse 3,000 days of lifespan. For him, lifting a hand to kill an ordinary person was all it took. Malicious thought flashed through her mind. She laughed inwardly, vowing never to forget the expression on his face when he refused her. Very soon, Mei would have to die. The scene shifted. Zhang Wei drove his blade hard into the infected's neck. In an instant, its body dissolved, and various streams of power appeared around him. Zhang Wei bent over, panting, wiped the filth off Xiao Yu's mouth, telling her not to go overboard next time with the corn. She nearly sent him to meet his ancestors. She grumbled about him being such a hero about it. Wasn't he still not dead? Zhang Wei hastily explained he just wanted to remind her. Xiao Yu continued, saying the system indicated hunger at 90%. She wanted to log out and eat. Suddenly, both of them vanished simultaneously. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. She used to call him Big Shot, but ever since she saw the shadow, her attitude turned sour. Just wait. One day he would strip her clothes clean. On a peaceful sunlit day in a vast high-rise building. In the new house, Xiao Yu just woke up, rubbing her eyes as she sat on the bed, clothes scattered all over the floor. She was hungry, and when she looked at her phone screen, she was quite surprised. All the food stores were closed, there were no delivery drivers left, everyone had already gone into the game, right? She suddenly remembered the past back at home, when Qin Feng always cooked delicious food for her, while she never needed to lift a finger or think about anything. Xiao Yu's gaze turned sharp, she quietly stared ahead. She patted her own face lightly. Xiao Yu, wake up. It's just a meal. Compared to freedom, it's nothing. She clenched her fists, her voice full of determination. Come on, you're the best, you can do it. Without Qin Feng, life will definitely be better. The blazing sunlight shone down on the sea surface. From within the dark cave echoed a few loud noises. A giant crab-shaped monster rushed out, and unexpectedly, a stream of magical energy chased after it. Qin Feng forcefully dove down onto the monster's body, swiftly splitting it in two. After defeating it, he calmly let out a sigh. In just over an hour, he had killed 4 silver-grade bosses. The efficiency was quite decent, each kill of 4 giving 16 evolution points. Glimmers of light appeared around Qin Feng. The average profit per silver-grade boss could reach 3,500 days of trading lifespan. Currently, all his equipment was gold-grade or higher. He slowly analyzed. The cooldown recovery speed had increased from 55% to 75%. The initial 12-second cooldown for the Phantom Shield was now only 6.8 seconds. His combat capability had skyrocketed, and since there were no platinum-grade bosses outside the safe town, gold equipment was currently top tier. Before his eyes, the experience bar appeared. To increase it further, the only way was to evolve his class. When facing platinum-grade bosses, each one had at least level 2 stealth detection, so he needed to quickly raise his stealth to level 3. For now, he was still lacking over 20,000 experience points. Only when stealth reached level 3 or higher would the risk of facing platinum-grade bosses drop to a minimum. After all, in his past life, taking down a single platinum-grade boss required a tightly coordinated team of 20 people. He turned around and slowly walked away, first heading back to the town to contact the government people and sell everything off. Qin Feng thought seriously. He had to get ahead of everyone else and be the first to take down a platinum-grade boss on his own. Sunset cast its glow over the city. A system message appeared. Trading lifespan 105 years. A voice came from behind. Bye-bye, Big Shot. If you have any equipment next time, remember to sell it to us. He paid no attention, still immersed in thought. The shop needed 40,000 days of trading lifespan. Now he could extract quite a few things. Suddenly, from behind the wall, a person stepped out and greeted him. You must be Shadow, right? He raised his hand and opened the conversation. I have an assassination contract. Do you want to take it? Go kill someone in real life. The reward is substantial, rest assured. However, Qin Feng simply brushed past him calmly. That person quickly blocked his path. Wait, don't go! Just kill an ordinary person named Qin Feng. I'll give you the address. You even killed Song Fei. This should be easy for you. Free money. Don't you want it? He was silent for a few seconds, then asked back. Kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a little curious. Did this person offend you, and that's why you want him dead? The other man chuckled lightly. Don't worry about that. The reward is sufficient. Just complete the mission, and I'll give you 3,000 days of trading lifespan. Qin Feng lowered his head and stared directly at him, thinking, 3,000 days, compared to the actual price of 50 million. Interesting. Who wants to kill me? This person had never met me in real life, nor was he a player from my past life. He seemed to be just a messenger. The real person who wanted him dead was someone else, someone he had a grudge with in the later stages of the game in his past life. Seeing his hesitation, the man sneered. What? Tempted? Qin Feng remained silent. Being targeted this early was likely due to lingering anger from before the game began. Someone who could pay a high price must be someone he had already met. Suddenly, Shay Fei's face appeared in his mind. Qin Feng was lost in thought. Only this woman had the motive and the financial means to hire someone to kill him. But with the resources of the Qianxi group, if they truly wanted him dead, they could have done it before the game started. He lowered his head and pondered deeply. This contract surely had another purpose. Its main aim was probably to get acquainted with Shadow. As for eliminating Qin Feng, it was likely just a convenient task, since he had rejected her invitation. Very interesting, I haven't come for her, but she's come for me first. He stared straight at the man and said calmly, "Fine, I take the contract, but half up front. Also, when I act is my decision." Hearing this, the other man was a bit surprised. "Wait, half the deposit. I need to get instructions from above." He tapped a few times on his screen, then nodded. "Alright, half up front is possible. I'll trade directly with you. Upon completion, you'll get 500 days of lifespan." As soon as he pressed the confirm, Qin Feng thought, the deposit counts as interest. She. Just wait, I'll come for you soon. The man continued in his voice. "Here is the address and target information. With your ability, finding him should be no problem." As soon as he saw the address, he remarked, "Shanshui impression, it's exactly where he was staying." Qin Feng quickly left, only leaving behind one sentence. "Fine, you all just wait." The man watched his retreating back and muttered in frustration, "What are you being so arrogant about? You're just an errand boy for the young lady." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Big brother, please stop." Snowflake stood before him. "I heard you're collecting boss coordinates." "I have the coordinates of a gold grade boss. Do you want them?" Qin Feng coldly replied. 100 days, pay when the boss is seen." She waved her hand and chuckled lightly. "Alright, then come with me. It's north of the town a bit far, I'll take you there." Qin Feng was puzzled. "What kind of boss is it?" Snowflake replied softly. "One surrounded by a plague, they call it a boss." He remained silent. It seemed she had indeed seen the boss. She continued walking, not looking at him. "Are you okay going alone? Or should I bring a healer along?" "That boss has range damage capability," Qin Feng said lightly. "It's fine, just lead the way." He lowered his head and thought. A thing surrounded by a plague, indeed a gold-grade boss. Qin Feng was still thinking. This boss had a toxic gas ring. Within a certain range, health points would continuously drain every second. Snowflake turned around. "It's over here." Qin Feng didn't bother much, because to deal with it, he just needed to kill it as fast as possible. For him now, just a few skills were enough. Snowflake led Qin Feng to the front of a cave. "The boss is inside. My team cleared all the minions but couldn't beat the boss. I'll take you inside." The two walked in step by step. She calmly led the way. Suddenly, Snowflake stopped. She pointed ahead. "It's right there." Right beneath their feet were plague-ridden creatures, emitting a green mist exactly like poison. Qin Feng observed carefully and spoke softly. "Alright, send the lifespan to me." As soon as he finished, a notification appeared. "Transaction successful. You have sent 100 days of trading lifespan." At the same time, he thought, if he remembered correctly, this poison damage could be avoided, so the 75% evasion chance of illusory ghost phantom would be very useful. Snowflake suddenly hesitated with worry. Big brother, there's something. Actually, this is a trap. Once you start fighting, someone will come to kill you." Qin Feng seemed to not care at all. "It's nothing." But Snowflake continued to warn him. "The important thing is..." She was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. "They ordered me to pretend to stop you as part of the plan, and take the chance to investigate you, big brother, and finally find out information about you in real life." He glanced over, suddenly puzzled. "What kind of plan is that?" She lowered her head in distress, her face reddening. "I was forced to. I wanted to tell you the truth. Go settle the score with the one behind this. They are also pressuring me in real life. I want them dead." Qin Feng stared at the opponent and coldly asked who was behind her. Snowflower had no intention of hiding it. She honestly replied that it was Fang Xian and Flowing Cloud. "He said that he had been killed by your big brother once." Hearing that, he paused. Fang Xian and Flowing Cloud were the ones who initially wanted to steal his golden ghost ship boss, but later gave him a skill book to beg for forgiveness. Snowflower grew increasingly anxious. "Big brother, since you killed Song Fai, you can definitely kill him too, right? I have already shown my cards to you. You cannot betray me. You better kill Fang Xian. Otherwise, I will be in a very miserable state." Qin Feng fell silent and thought. To think they could come up with such an immature plan. He had never heard of this person in his past life. Perhaps they were killed early on. Now he is going to kill the boss, so he might as well kill them like dogs. With that, he left, leaving only one sentence. "You follow their plan and bring their people here. Leave the rest to me." Snowflower had no time to react. She reached out to pull him back, but he was gone. This kid was simply walking to his death. Before, Fang Xian brought 3 teams of 18 people each to fight this boss. But within half a minute, all were wiped out. The poison's continuous damage was too high. They did not even reach 5% of the boss's health. No matter how powerful that kid is, facing such a strong poison attack, he would only die. She must quickly think of a way to escape. Qin Feng quickly unleashed the skill release from Grace. A red energy energy radiated from its body, initiated the weakness amplification effect, activated the headshot effect. He swiftly charged over like the wind, then attacked continuously. Shield shadow down as 700, minus 289, minus 6 Thors 345, minus 6 752, minus 21180. Those trees gradually fell. Snowflower was extremely astonished at the scene before her. What? One skill could take away 2/3 of a golden rank boss's health, over 80,000 damage. Is he even human? Qin Feng calmly observed. Finally those trees were completely felled. He quickly flew towards her. The active effect cooldown of release from grace was 25 seconds, plus the increased cooldown speed of 75%. The final cooldown time was only 4.3 seconds. He would not kill this boss first, he would wait for Fang Xian's people to come feed and conveniently wait for this skill to finish its cooldown. Suddenly, a loud noise arrived. Everyone prepared to enter the cave and kill the boss. A group of people holding weapons were furiously charging forward. Anyone who stopped them would be killed without question. Qin Feng, in stealth mode, stood beside Snowflower, slowly thinking, so it is this guy. He plans to collude with Fang Xian? But their plan was for Snowflower to pretend to stop this group of people. Was this Snowflower person really that formidable? With 10 people charging inside like this, could she really stop them? She quickly created a giant shield to block them. He still did not strike, calmly observing. A golden grade shield, huh? No wonder they sought her out to put on an act. With this defensive power, few could break through in the early stages. Snowflake continued to hold the shield tightly. Only after passing through to the outside did she meet the ancient god Ban Fu, which allowed her to unlock a golden grade treasure. Qin Feng slowly swept his gaze to the side, silently waiting for the opportunity to act. He seized the perfect moment to launch an attack. Shield shadow clash. In an instant he finished off that group of people. Qin Feng's eyes blazed, flames surged, blooming cursed flowers. Snowflake could not stop her surprised exclamation. That was just too terrifying, killing so many people with a single move. Moreover, what were these bright red flowers? Luckily, she did not listen to Fang Xian. Otherwise, she would have ended up as horribly dead as Song Fai and those people. When everything was done, Snowflake retracted her shield. Big brother, let's be friends. I'll have a chance to tell you the real-world location of Fang Xian. Qin Feng was not concerned. He turned to look at her. Fine. Suddenly, Snowflake's face flushed with a hint of shyness. Big brother, if you need any special services, you can also come to me. I'll provide free service for life. He seemed to catch on and thought to himself, so that's what it was. No wonder she was so enthusiastic. Suddenly, Qin Feng directed the red energy stream to move behind her. He advanced toward the encircling plague enemies and executed a piercing sword thrust. You have killed the golden grade level 10 encircling plague enemy. You have gained experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 555 tradable days of lifespan. Qin Feng stood firmly on the ground and observed solemnly. The lifespan drained from over a dozen people was still less than that from the boss. With things having come to this, instead of peacefully farming monsters, he came here to cause trouble. That man truly was seeking death. Seeing Snowflake up above, he was a bit stunned she was still here. What's the matter? Snowflake waved her hand and quickly replied, it's nothing, I'm going now. Bye-bye, big brother. After she left, Qin Feng conjured a giant hand. He widened his eyes in excitement and let out an oh. It had been a long time since he saw an assassin system skill book, yet one dropped this time. The system message appeared, dark moment platinum grade, assassin system skill. He used the blade in his hand to emit a dark light, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 60 seconds, requires level 10 range 20 meters, base duration 10 seconds. The higher the target spirit attribute, the longer the duration. Qin Feng exclaimed, blinding, too good, teach me. He stood straight, holding the sword out in front. As long as he could blind the enemy, even if he himself was not in stealth, he could still activate double damage. With this, no matter how high the boss's anti-stealth level was, it would not affect his output performance. Qin Feng stared excitedly at the blade in his hand. Plague blade, platinum, assassin-type weapon, attack power 216, agility plus 42, weak point attack coefficient plus 2.3, requires level 10 equipment. Unique special effect, all attacks come with poison. Poison erupts after 3 seconds, dealing 50% damage. Having obtained a good item, he turned and left the cave. Good, another full day of harvest. He was about to reach legend rank, only needing 10,000 experience points to advance his class. He would go farm some small monsters. What must come came. The small monsters outside scattered wildly, trying to escape being point farming tools for Qin Feng. Chirp chirp. They shielded each other, frantically running as far away as possible. He only needed a gentle turn to slash a few nearby crab monsters. Qin Feng breathed out with relief, feeling the power within him. He could now advance his class. Strands of golden power floated in the air, forming a circle. He opened his golden eyes wide, looking at those whirlpools of power. Your haunting class has advanced. It is no longer at first level. Qin Feng quietly listened to the continuous announcements. Class attributes increased: strength from 3 to 9, physique from 3 to 9, agility from 8 to 24, spirit from 5 to 15. He stood straight, feeling the flow of spiritual power in his body. Class passive 1, doubles the duration of new stealth. Can use stealth skills while in invisibility state. Class passive 2, adds 1 to 2 concealment levels. Class passive 3, when attacking outside the enemy's line of sight, damage is doubled from 2x to 3x. Qin Feng raised his hand, gazing intently. When the class advanced to first level, the attributes had tripled compared to the beginning. Moreover, he could activate stealth while in invisibility state. As long as the cooldown was ready, he could be permanently invisible. Not only that, the damage of attacks outside line of sight also increased from double to triple. It was already this exaggerated at first level. No wonder this was the strongest hidden class. Suddenly, a noisy announcement rang out. 7 players have reached level 10 in Jianghai City. The teleportation array to the abandoned continent of the Forsaken Gods will open in 10 minutes. Eligible players, please prepare. He looked up at the system panel, feeling somewhat surprised. It was 8:30 p.m. now. He never expected so many players in Jianghai City to have reached level 10. The leaderboard was full of familiar faces, whereas in the previous life at this time it was all foreign players. On the system screen appeared the top 1 to 4. Top 1 was Shadow, top 2 was Grey Rose, top 3 was Ye Chui, and the top tycoon Jiang Li Wang Meng. Top 4 was Huai Yuxiu Han. Qin Feng's whole body suddenly felt a gust of wind blow by. He prepared to exit, feeling excited inside. It seemed the impact from him selling too much equipment and skill books had begun to appear. Perhaps the final outcome of the world from his past life would also change. He was indeed looking forward to it. Returning to reality at night, the tall buildings were still brightly lit and bustling. On the road, a convoy of police was moving criminals to the station. The captain stood attention, reporting the mission progress clearly word by word. All key members of the Jiang Industrial Crime Group have been caught. However, 3 other key members are still in the game, their bodies in a virtualization state, so they cannot be arrested. Please give instructions, leader. Zhu Fei, who was responsible for this mission, stood opposite and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, comrades. Inform and Wu, have them find a way to force the suspects offline." That police captain shouted clearly. Understood. The comrade beside him spoke up. This method is not bad. Even if the criminals hide in a small town and cannot be attacked, people in the real world still feel hunger. Suo Fei agreed. That is right. When hungry they must go offline to eat. As soon as they disconnect they will be caught. We were able to succeed this time largely thanks to Shadow. He not only provided intelligence on the Dajiang Industrial Crime Group, but also predicted that the abilities of the game of the Forsaken Gods could be extracted into reality. According to the situation he knew, large explosions had occurred in many places. If delayed any longer, the leaders led by Jiang Li would very quickly reach human level. By then, they would have already extracted their abilities. Even if we tried to capture them, the casualties would definitely be severe. In some countries, small-scale riots have already erupted, causing thousands of deaths. The squads we sent into the game of the Forsaken Gods successively risen to level 10, largely thanks to the equipment and skills provided by Shadow. Shadow is indeed a talent that our great nation cannot do without. We must find a way to firmly bind him to our ship. The scene switched back inside the game. It was now evening. Snowflake was sending a message to Qin Feng. Big boss, I never thought you would be a great hero who eradicated evil for the people. I admire you so much. He was in stealth form wandering through the city asking, what nonsense are you talking about? Just tell me what's up. She teased and informed him. Big boss, no need to be modest. The government has released the news. Dajiang Industry and Songfei plan to detain and kill players. That is exactly why, big boss, you killed Songfei and Jiang Li. Because you were commissioned by the government. Qin Feng remained silent, thinking to himself, the government was whitewashing him to make future cooperation with him smoother. After a few seconds he asked, have you found Fang Xian's real location yet? Zhu Han knew a lot of information and updated quickly, so she easily replied, he still hasn't surfaced. Wait a bit more. I'll report to you as soon as I get any news. Qin Feng coldly replied briefly, okay. Continued to leave, his mind filled with countless issues to attend to. Everything else was not important. The most urgent thing now was to get to the abandoned continent of the Forsaken Gods. Quite a few people had used the town's instantaneous teleport system, but no one had yet used the teleportation array to the continent. Qin Feng took a few steps, then summoned the teleportation array, now heading towards the abandoned continent of the Forsaken Gods. In his thoughts, he had no time to pay attention to his surroundings. The current town area could only be considered a newbie village. Only when you reach the abandoned continent of the Forsaken Gods could it be called the real start of the game. Just as Qin Feng teleported away, a group of people suddenly appeared nearby. They had also arrived here, the group discussing in confusion. Can't see the person anymore who teleported. Nonsense, of course, is Big Boss Shadow. No, I have level 2 anti-stealth now. Why can't I see him? Idiot, that proves Big Boss's concealment level has surpassed level 2. The converging light stopped in the air. He had arrived at the location. Qin Feng turned his face to observe the scenery, indeed identical to the previous life. This was his familiar ruined Jianghai city. Players from different cities would also appear in the ruins of their corresponding city upon first arriving at the abandoned continent of the Forsaken Gods. The geography of these ruined cities was exactly the same as reality. Why this was so remained an unsolved mystery. Suddenly, from the door behind him, a very shady black figure lunged out. Qin Feng sensed it with his intuition and quickly turned around. Long-tongued land ghoul charged with bared teeth. He easily reacted, dodging so it crashed headfirst into the ground. Qin Feng was in a ghostly phantom state, so it was difficult for any creature to touch him. He activated the Shadow Shield Strike, moving skillfully to form a sharp slash, mincing that land ghoul. The system simultaneously announced that he had killed LVG land ghoul, normal grade. At that moment, another even larger Lal appeared. Qin Feng leaped high, avoiding its attack. He lowered his eyes, quickly activating the boon of release. Following that, he combined it with the Shadow Shield Strike, creating continuous slashing strikes. Attacking the land ghoul, Qin Feng was so fast his movements could not be seen. It was easily destroyed by him. Qin Feng walked away, ignoring the land ghoul slowly dissolving behind him. In this place, there would be no safe zones like in the town, with demonic creatures lurking in all directions, able to attack at any time. As long as he found shelter in the ruins, he could establish a stronghold and dominate one area. The best shelter amidst the ruins of Jianghai City was located in the northwest. Qin Feng immediately set off without delay, leaping across rooftops to move faster, and that was precisely the hiding place of the God Slayer Guild in his past life. The scenery shifted, bringing him to a giant statue standing tall amidst the desolate and ruined land. Below the statue, a few dark figures appeared, seemingly a group of people heading in this direction. It was Jiang Li's group. She exclaimed in astonishment that this was a place forsaken by the gods. Wang Mang looked around suspiciously, wondering why it resembled the ruins of a modern city. Jiang Li was silent for a moment before replying, feeling these ruins were familiar. She excitedly pointed at the tallest building, recognizing it as the ruins of Jiangnan City. Ye Sui also spoke up in surprise. Yes, the Jiangnan City building was right there. Jiang Li looked into the distance with interest. Someone said they saw the shadow boss being brought here, but didn't know where he was. Ye Sui smiled cheerfully and teased, "Don't believe it, he knows how to hide." Suddenly, a earth devourer popped up from the ground. He reacted swiftly, raising his shield in front of his teammates and shouted, "Careful, there's a monster." She quickly coordinated seamlessly, raising her staff and chanting the spirit summoning skill. Two earth devourers charged forward aggressively, looking extremely hungry. They simultaneously attacked Wang Mang with their tails and shields, dealing a total of 1,100 damage. Yaisu from behind tried to maintain the healing spell, reminding them as she worked, "Be careful, the attack power of the normal monsters here is even higher than the silver boss around the town." Sai Cheng from behind coordinated very well, seizing the opportunity to fire binding arrows. Both earth devourers were hit by the skill, tightly bound and struggling to break free. He laughed triumphantly. "These monsters won't break free. I aimed at them with full force." Jiang Li raised her staff high, powerfully chanting to create a giant fireball in the air. The two earth devourers helplessly took the full ultimate skill. She and Sicheng watched the monsters being burned to ashes before them, celebrating joyfully. "We defeated the monster, so impressive." Wang Mang advanced cautiously step by step, turning to remind Ye Su. "Little Chu, have the white bird fly up to observe the surrounding terrain." She focused energy into her staff and replied, "Okay." From the white bird's high vantage point, Ye Chu could roughly see the number of demonic beasts within the ruined city below. The surrounding area was full of demonic beasts in large numbers. The commotion from the previous battle had attracted the attention of some of them, and they were heading their way. She said, "I don't see a safe zone. What should we do, Captain?" Wang Mang heard the news and excitedly shouted, "What? No safe zone?" Si Cheng standing nearby was also startled. "What kind of broken continent is this? It's turned into a survival game just like that." Jiang Li hugged her staff tightly and quickly proposed a solution. "Little Chu, can you find the shadow big shot? He arrived 10 minutes before us. He definitely hasn't gone far. As long as we find him, we'll be safe." The white bird soared high above. Yi Sui looked through its eyes and suddenly paused, not seeing any human figure. She exclaimed, "Wait, there was a lot of light in the northwest. Those were items dropped by demonic beasts after being killed. That was definitely the big shot's doing. His inventory was probably full, so he couldn't pick up the items that fell out." Suddenly, another group of Earth Devourers appeared around them. Jiang Li shouted a warning. "Careful, there are even more monsters." And Wu quickly ran towards the back, telling his teammates, "Let's go quickly. The monsters over there have all been wiped out by Shadow. It's safe there. We just need to follow the light of the dropped items to find Shadow." The whole group shouted in unison with blazing momentum. "Everyone, be careful, maintain formation, and don't split up. We'll fight while retreating." The scene changed again, encountering a few familiar Earth Devourers once more. They still pointed their threatening teeth towards their prey. Suddenly, just the next second, the whole group was slashed into scattered pieces by a flash of green light. Qin Feng stood heroically amidst countless monster carcasses falling down. Even without the active effect of the release's boon, the total damage of Shield Shadow Sting could still reach 20 to 30,000. Handling these small monsters was more than enough. This place was truly a monster farming paradise. He continued walking and departed, saying, "We've arrived. This place is the shelter." Beneath these ruins lay a massive palace, which in his past life humans only discovered much later. This underground palace could provide thousands of resting rooms and several dozen grand halls. This was the largest shelter in Jianghai City, and also the base of the God Slayer Guild. Before being occupied, this place was an underground city filled with many robot monsters and a guardian boss. The larger it was, the more powerful the guardian. Qin Feng entered with an overwhelming aura. In his past life, after establishing the God Slayer Guild, he had gathered 3 squads of 18 elite warriors. All of them had reached level 15 and were equipped with weapons to the teeth before they could barely capture this palace. He walked step by step down a spiral staircase into a place of pitch-black darkness, but this time was different. Suddenly, a notification appeared: "You have arrived at the shelter." Before his eyes appeared an incredibly vast and majestic space, seemingly having existed for a very long time. It was all ancient architecture with colorful souls floating in the air, creating the purified soul land. Qin Feng masked his face completely, leaving only his cold, sharp golden eyes to look ahead. But now he alone was enough. A system mission notification sounded: "Defeat the area guardian to capture this area." Many small soul-type monsters of different colors cried out with warning sounds. Immediately after, they all simultaneously charged straight at Qin Feng. He slashed and killed the monsters while assessing them. These are elemental soul small monsters, gold grade, level 12. Qin Feng quickly activated Dark Moment, and all the monsters turned black, unable to move. Whole space gradually sank into a dark void. Seizing this opportunity, he powerfully moved his sword in a barely visible path, gliding through countless souls with Shield Shadow Touch. Wherever Qin Feng went, the sword path flew swiftly, ceaselessly slashing monsters. In just an instant, he had single-handedly cleared all the monsters in this area. Qin Feng sheathed his sword, then analyzed. "When they fall into the blind state, all my attacks gain additional damage. Even normal attacks are enough to instantly kill these level 12 small monsters." The 15 monsters in the main hall had all been eliminated, yet the purified soul land had several dozen main halls and thousands of small rooms, truly a massive structure. Based on the number of monsters in this shelter, after eliminating them all, there should be enough to evolve the greedy hand once more. After eliminating all the small monsters in the area, a large figure seemed to be continuing to form, as if the moment he got close, the guardian would appear. The scene shifted, a group of 2 people appearing from nowhere using a teleportation spell. They seemed to be moving toward the city where Qin Feng was as well. Matluck excitedly looked around, wondering if this was the continent forsaken by the gods. Meng Yan was no less astonished, gazing at the ruined scenery around her. Strangely, this place looked so familiar. He spoke up. "This rubble." She quickly recognized it. "Wasn't this New York?" Elsewhere, another group of 2 was teleported to a random area. This group landed right in the middle of a heavy rain amidst the ruins of Mountain City. Another group arrived during a chaotic war, with bombs and shells exploding loudly across the sky. This was the ruins of London. Natluck looked up, keenly realizing the problem. Would the people of each region be teleported to the ruins of their own city? Mang Yan shouted in confusion. Strange, could the geographical location here also correspond to reality? Suddenly, 2 familiar figures appeared right behind them. Natluck turned around, seeing countless enemies with their mouths open, waiting for prey. Danger, run fast. Both were helpless, only able to scream as the enemies rushed in mass. The scene shifted to another area, the ruins of Jianghai, where items from slain monsters were scattered. Wang Meng hid beneath a layer of rubble, scouting the situation. Seeing no monsters, he said to recover first, and Wu excitedly crawled out, praising Qin Feng endlessly. "Truly a shadow grandmaster. I thought I was strong enough, but it turns out I can only hide in the grandmaster's shadow." Jun awkwardly coughed to remind her, "Captain An, watch your words." And Wu ignored him and said bluntly, "Did I say something wrong?" Jiang Li stared in amazement at a row of glowing items before him. Lucky the grandmaster Grandmaster cleared this area. Otherwise, with that many monsters, we would all be dead. But I am a bit curious, if we die here, where would we respawn? Wang Meng spoke seriously to An Wu about business. Captain An, the 6 of us should not explore this wasteland yet. Wait until each of us reaches level 10, then act. Should not object, nodding. Agreed. Yixu continued to look ahead. The monster died in a fragmented way. Strange, why did it break off here? It was as if the Shadow Grandmaster had vanished right at this spot. There was a lot of loot, even some gold items. I really want to pick them up. Wang Meng pondered, activating a basic skill. I contacted the Shadow. I do not know if he still wants these things. The scene changed instantly. A powerful green sword cleaved a monster in two. Qin Feng, surrounded by surging power, sighed, finally cleared out the small fry. Over 40 halls, 1,000 small rooms, he had killed over 400 small monsters, along with 4 bronze-level bosses and 2 silver-level bosses. This not only provided over 80,000 experience points, but also increased his evolution points by 205. He was only 5 points short of evolving his exploring hand. At that moment, Wang's voice reached him. Big brother, where are you? We saw the loot you left from killing monsters. Can we pick it up and pay you back with lifespan at market price? Qin Feng received the message, thinking to himself. It seems Wang Meng's government team had also arrived. He sent back a signal. Okay, contact later. I have equipment I want to sell. He quickly sent a specific meeting location. Okay, big brother. We will wait for you at Ruined Fortress number 89 Dine Farm 666666. While he was not paying attention, faint electric sparks began to appear in the air behind him. As Qin Feng turned to leave, those electric sparks began to flow and trail after him. Turned sideways, just as expected, the Guardian had appeared. What appeared was a massive soul, wearing a full helmet, with a health bar and an info panel above its head. Purified Soul Phazon, level 15, platinum rank. Description: the Guardian of the Purified Soul Land. Defeat it, and you will become the master of this place. Qin Feng remained still, standing and analyzing. The highest level monster in the ruined city was level 15. The Purified Soul Phazon was the strongest monster here and also the highest ranked boss. If he remembered correctly, this boss had a total of 750,000 health points, divided into 3 phases. In his past life, the single target lightning damage from this boss was too high. Even he with a full equipment set found it hard to endure. But now, he did not need to counter its single target skills at all. Qin Feng still used his basic move, Shadow Shield / a sword strike, dealing area of effect damage. Phazon froze, the electric currents within its body showing signs of fluctuation. Within just a few seconds, its health bar dropped by nearly a third. At its neck, a weak point, a bunch of green stuff also spewed out. Phazon quickly counterattacked, gripping a long lightning spear, manipulating countless electric bolts to strike down hard, surrounding the spot where Qin Feng stood. He nimbly dodged, quickly thinking to himself, if hit by these electric bolts, based on his current defense and lightning resistance, he would surely die. Any skill from a boss above platinum rank had enhanced damage effects. His evasion rate was 75%, but the Purified Soul's hit rate on him was above 50%. Qin Feng easily weaved through the gaps, dodging the electric bolts aimed at him. His agility stat was currently 182 points, his burst speed exceeding 40 meters per second. As long as he paid attention, he could dodge before the bolts struck. In his past life, he had led guild members, relying on priest tanks and luck to barely get through. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, suddenly turning sharp. He spun back with determination, but this time around, he raised his sword, moved it slightly forward, and activated the skill to slash through Phazon. He would not give this boss any chance whatsoever. Qin Feng paid attention to its health bar, thinking about the damage from the severed heads. The release of grace. Shadow Shield / into Plague Blade had directly blown away 250,000 points of the boss's health. Next, the boss would enter Phase 2. Phazon was about to prepare for its second attack, summoning surging thunder and lightning. The Purified Soul would enter an invincible state, continuously generating spheres and bolts. In this phase, priority had to be given to destroying 3 lightning spheres, or the boss would self-destruct. He suddenly recalled an old memory. In his past life, it was precisely due to the self-destruct damage that the whole team was wiped out. After that, Xiaoyu became hysterical, saying she did not want to continue fighting anymore. So on the second run, he did not bring her along, and they managed to get through. Qin Feng continued to unleash skills, aiming with extreme precision, toxic throwing knives. He stood below and looked up at Phazon. Its health was less than half, thinking to himself, every time a sphere is taken down, the Purified Soul would suffer corresponding damage. Qin Feng charged forward, throwing knives after destroying all 3 spheres, entering the third phase. He kept throwing, reducing Phazon's health to a critical level. It seemed extremely furious, its eyes wide open as it stared intently at Qin Feng. Phazon unleashed its ultimate move, surrounding itself with flowing electric currents, forming a massive ring. Qin Feng was standing inside this move. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. In Phase 3, the Purified Soul would continuously unleash area of effect lightning skills. In his past life, the guild had equipped each member with a set of lightning lightning-resistant gear, along with 4 priest tanks and heals, to barely get through. He was determined, his gaze locked onto Phazon, but in this life, there was no need for such trouble at all. Qin Feng leaped high with force, his might creating a golden sphere. Qin Feng's eyes widened wide. He raised his face full of determination, reading the command while thinking, still discharging electricity nonstop below the boon of liberation, the dark light shield. Then he would attack it from the air. Qin Feng, inside the light sphere, looked down from above at the purified soul Phazon, thought to himself that electricity was still crackling on the ground, so he had to attack from the sky. He used the boon of liberation and the dark light shield. Qin Feng used Shadow Shield Slam, striking straight down onto it. The purified soul Phazon's figure vanished. He landed gently, the screen displayed, "You have killed the platinum level purified soul Phazon. Congratulations on leveling up to 11. The attributes of rights, justice, integrity, and honor each increased by 4. Received 10 free attribute points and 20 evolution points. Received 15-20 days of tradable lifespan." Qin Feng looked at the panel in admiration. The notification sound rang out. "You are the first to kill a platinum-level boss. Received 10 reputation points. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the purified soul land." He stood still calculating. The hideout was not just for shelter in the game, but also served as a warehouse. Importantly, it could be brought into reality. When the god's abandonment descended, real-world weapons had already started to decay. Qin Feng thought about other weapons, especially the strongest nuclear bombs, which had been unusable from the start. Planes and tanks could be used for a month or two before turning into scrap. In the future, combat would mainly rely on extracting abilities from the game. Bringing the hideout into reality would activate a magic barrier, becoming an absolutely safe shelter. Qin Feng was silent, his face full of contemplation. A ray of golden light appeared. He stood still, muttering. In his past life, the Battle God Guild used this place as a base and developed continuously. Although there were many happy memories, he also witnessed too many people come and go, fighting each other. Qin Feng said firmly, this time he would not choose that path again. He would develop independently to the peak. Late at night in the forest, the rain continued to fall without stopping. Red Leopard gripped the axe tightly and slashed down with force. Sicheng leaned back to dodge and shouted, "Dodge quickly." Xiao Yu saw the axe blade in front of her and screamed for help in panic. Afterwards, she was reached by it at the respawn point. Xiao Yu lay on the ground, hearing the notification that you have died, lost 14 years of non-tradable lifespan, and lost 2 days of tradable lifespan. She was flustered. She died again. Sicheng red-eyed and roared, "Like hell, a boss that big and you did not know?" Xiao Yu angrily scolded, "Who are you cursing at? You are the tank and did not hold the boss, yet you blame me for not dodging. Idiot." Then the screen showed player Great Wind Fort level left the team. At that time the voice of Chu Ran sounded in her ear, "Xiao Yu, the tanker ran away. The boss is hitting me, save me." Afterwards she was hit by a slash and respawned beside Xiao Yu. Chu Ran turned back and suggested, "Maybe we should go kill monsters to level up first. The remaining lifespan is not much." Xiao Yu agreed. A notification appeared in the air. Player Shadow of Jianghai City was the first to kill a platinum level boss, received 10 reputation points. The crowd gasped in shock. The first to solo a platinum boss? Too unreasonable. No one has reached the mainland. Could Shadow be soloing monsters? Does anyone know his real identity? Xiao Yu and Chiran looked up, listening to the chatter. Platinum level. They had not even seen a gold level boss so incredibly strong. She frowned in displeasure. Why are these people so bad? A silver level boss was already hard to kill, yet that damn Shadow managed to kill a platinum level boss. In another place, inside a dark room, Qin Feng appeared. After killing the purified soul, he reached level 11. After level 10, each level up gave 4 points to all attributes, 10 free points. He continued to allocate to agility. Combined with infinite stealth, he could kill many bosses without getting hurt. He looked at the golden light in surprise. Unexpectedly, the platinum boss directly gave up to 20 evolution points, so he could evolve the greedy hand again. The screen displayed, "You have consumed 210 evolution points, remaining 15 points." The greedy hand evolved from epic to legendary. The assassin system skills have 300% and 500% chance to receive additional loot, 100% increase by 1 quality. New passive effect received 100 greedy space slots for storing items. Qin Feng praised, "Excellent." Loot increased from 3 parts to 5 parts, and gifted 100 inventory space slots. The illusory form of the legendary greedy hand appeared before him. The system notified, "You received an additional 5 parts of loot, 100 evolution points, remaining 115 points." Qin Feng murmured. He pulled out 2 assassin equipment pieces and 1 skill book, but the level was still low, so he temporarily stored them in the hideout warehouse. He waved his hand to summon the stubborn head figure, ordered it to gather all the loot from the palace into a pile, then calculated remaining 115 evolution points. Could use them to upgrade skills that had not reached epic to that level. Golden light enveloped Qin Feng. The system reported consuming 42 points, evolving Shadow Ambush 3 times to epic. Stealth time increased from 36 seconds to 60. Stealth attack attack from 300 to 500, cooldown from 22 seconds down to 15.85, consumed 34 evolution points evolving backstab enhancement 2 times to epic, damage from 50% up to 75%, consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 points, dark moment evolved from platinum to jade, then diamond, then epic, a burst of black light exploded. Blinds enemies within range, cooldown 60, 34 and 34.3 seconds, range from 20 up to 34 and 40, 50 meters, base duration from 10 up to 12 and 14, 16 seconds. The higher the target spirit, the shorter the duration. Consumed 33 points, evolving Cursed Bloom 3 times to legendary, used on a player's corpse within 60 seconds after death. The absorbed corpse disappears. Final notification, can absorb 50% of the target's remaining tradable lifespan. Absorb non-tradable lifespan light orbs. Qin Feng was shocked. What able to absorb light orbs? There are many high-level areas like the Co-Calamity area within special boss ranges. The rate of life consumption increased 100-fold or 10,000-fold, preferentially consumes non-tradable lifespan. In the future he would not lack that type of lifespan, truly a divine skill. At this moment, Baixui spoke up to congratulate. Congratulations to the big shot for killing the first silver-level boss. Qin Feng asked suspiciously what was the matter. She smiled and replied there was good news. Fang Xian had finally gone offline. Baixui said, heard that their clan would hold a banquet at the Jiangnan restaurant. They earned a lot of lifespan, preparing to bring it into the game and switch to a strategic approach. He praised her for doing well. She repeated, big shot. This was the right thing to do. You must kill Fang Xian, otherwise I will be in a terrible state. Qin Feng comforted her, rest assured, then reached out to collect the rewards. Putting everything on himself, still left half a spot empty. The 100-slot backpack from the greedy hand was truly useful. He would go find Wang Meng and sell everything to them. In another place, and Wu shouted excitedly, quickly look, Shadow has arrived. She ran over quickly to call out to the big shot. Qin Feng raised his hand to calm her. Still the same rules, I set the price everyone accepts or not. These 30 pieces of common and copper trash, at a discount, one price of 950 days. Wu smiled and agreed, alright big shot. We have already estimated the items bought previously, roughly over 1,000 days. I will round it up and send you 2,000 days. He heard the price and calmly agreed. This batch of items included silver, gold, and platinum levels. Total value reaching up to 18,000 tradable days. She lowered her head looking at the screen and exclaimed in shock, platinum level? I only have one gold tier equipment. The big shot is truly the big shot. Even selling platinum equipment. Too good. This time Jinghai City will develop even faster. Thank you big brother. Qin Feng replied coldly. Jiang Lei ran over and asked, why did his backpack have so many pockets? Was he Doraemon? He calmly reminded her upon hearing this, maybe their backpacks were already full now, right? This friendly hint indicated there was a staircase beneath the stone wall in the middle of the city ruins, and below that was a teleportation formation that led back to the original town. Then Qin Feng turned and left, adding that if they wanted to return, the first time would cost 500 days of lifespan, and subsequent returns would not incur any loss. They could decide for themselves. He was leaving. And Wu excitedly pointed at his back. Everyone look, I told you the big shot was a reincarnator. Otherwise, how would he know such hidden information? Wang Meng looked helpless at this. Captain N, please stop acting like this. I am a bit scared. She struck a seductive pose, puckered her lips, and asked, what do you guys think? What if I seduce the shadow? The two stood frozen in place, their faces full of disbelief. Qin Feng quickly left the area. Right at that moment, the system displayed a prompt asking if he wanted to consume tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality. He raised his hand and touched the screen, synchronizing his level and class advancement. Immediately after, a notification sounded, you have consumed 27,000 days of lifespan, level synchronization complete. The class advancement synchronization was also complete. Qin Feng watched the stream of light appear, followed by skill extraction. Previously he had extracted Shadow Ambush, but it was only level 1. This time he not only increased the level of Shadow Ambush in reality but also extracted more skills. The screen continuously announced, consumed 1. 960 days, Shadow Ambush raised to level 10, consumed 900 days, extracted Backstab Enhancement, consumed 1000 days, extracted Grasping Greed, consumed 3200 days, extracted Shadow Shield Chop, consumed 5,366 days, extracted Phantom Shadow, consumed 16,099 days, extracted Curse Bloom, consumed 11,313 days, extracted Liabsorption Shield, extraction and synchronization complete. You have 7,480 days of tradable lifespan remaining. Qin Feng calmly gave the next order for equipment, then a series of messages appeared. Consumed 3,600 days. Extracted concealment rope, golden rank. He looked at the system screen calculations. The disciple necklace not only reduced cooldown time, but more importantly summoned silver rank disciples, which were now nearly invincible in reality. In one go, all his wealth was drained. He now only had 486 days of tradable lifespan left, but his strength in the real world was almost no different from in the game. Qin Feng's figure quickly vanished, but he still needed to earn more lifespan so the next offline extraction could be fully synchronized. Then he sat down on the bed in the bedroom within the shadows. Qin Feng muttered while sitting still. She knew his address, so for safety, he first needed to leave here. To extract the soul purification zone would require as much as Van's 300 years of lifespan, so for now he could only find a temporary place to stay. Young Master D looked to one side and raised his arm. Qin Feng retracted, grasping greed. He looked at all the items in the room that had been taken away, then smiled as if he had struck gold. Aha, the space provided by grasping greed was truly useful. All his belongings were directly tucked into his pocket. Next, Qin Feng climbed onto the window and quickly left. He sat on the windowsill and opened his phone to search. Fang Xian was at Jiangnan Restaurant, 15 kilometers from this residential area. Qin Feng looked down, calculated with his current speed, jumped off, and swiftly glided away, only taking 10 minutes to arrive. Qin Feng's figure turned into an afterimage and vanished. The lights inside Jiangnan Restaurant were still on. A voice rang out in praise. According to the current situation, skills and lifespan in the game can affect the real world. This is a great opportunity for our Dongfang family. This time, Xianer has done very well, establishing an initial foothold in the game. Fang Xian smiled modestly. Grandfather, this is just what I should do. The Dongfang family head laughed upon hearing this. Looking at Xianer's growth, he was very satisfied. This time they had gathered a large amount of tradable lifespan, and would use it all to buy equipment and skill books. He raised a hand to calculate. The goal was to get the family core members to reach level 10 as quickly as possible, seize the lead, and expand the family's influence in reality. With parallel development, the Dongfang family would surely become a regional hegemon, even establishing a 10,000-year clan. An eternal imperial dynasty would no longer be a dream. Fang Xian's face darkened slightly upon hearing this. He glanced at the Dongfang family head and cursed inwardly. This damned old man. Half his body was already in the grave, yet he clung to the patriarch position, and he even wanted immortality. Once I capture that shadow, I will first make him spill his secrets, then have him earn lifespan for me. When I become the top ranker, all of you will die. He seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, right, how is the arrangement to deal with that shadow going? Fang Xian spoke up to reassure him. Rest assured, grandfather, I have found a trustworthy woman to extract the shadow's identity information. We will have news soon. The Dongfang family head listened and instructed, remember to capture him alive, then force the shadow to work for our Dongfang family. That will bring great benefits to the clan. He immediately replied, yes sir. Qin Feng knocked out the guards outside. Hearing the discussions of the people inside, come, let us raise our glasses to celebrate the revival of the Dongfang family. Long live the Dongfang family. Long live the Dongfang family. He calmly pondered. He did not expect these mundane people to even have guns. Phantom Shadow and Light Absorption Shield could not ensure 100% dodge, and he had not yet been able to extract defensive items into reality. If they hit his heart or head, he would be dead for sure. Qin Feng raised his hand and used the disciple necklace, summoning a loyal disciple, telling himself to be a bit more cautious. He looked at it and thought, a devout disciple, close combat with claws, long-range attack with blue flames, then ordered, go in. Do not let a single one survive. He thought to himself, as a silver rank boss, the loyal disciple had very high damage resistance. Even if shot by guns, it could hold on for a long time. The people inside were startled, staring in shock as the loyal disciple stepped in. He looked at it and screamed in terror, who is that? Who are you? The loyal disciple let out a roar and charged forward. Fang Xian stood up and looked at it, then gave the order. No, this is a monster from the game Forsaken by Gods. Open fire quickly. Loyal disciple, hit by everyone's gunfire, still charged forward madly. Rumbled, emitting a blue light. Next, the loyal disciple raised its hand and pierced through the chest of a person nearby. Fang Xian watched in panic as it took down another one. The Dongfang family head was seized by the loyal disciple and cried out in terror, Xian save me. He ignored him, quickly ran away. Damn it. Fang Xian did not look back, running as if his life depended on it, constantly telling himself he had to escape quickly. As long as he got away from here and entered the game, he would be safe. His face was full of panic, thinking that once he reached level 10 in the game, extracted abilities into reality, and could come back, nothing could threaten him. Fang Xian saw the figure radiating blue light nearby and froze. Wait, that is... Vision was turned upside down. Blood splattered. Fang Xian's eyes were wide open, full of doubt. Qin Feng walked through, leaving behind his body split in two. Fang Xian stared wide-eyed, forcing out each word. Shad. Oh. Right after that, the spider lilies bloomed everywhere. Blooming curse skill activated. Qin Feng turned back and received a notification that he had absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan, along with 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. He smiled slightly, thinking to himself that it was indeed a bountiful harvest. The spider lilies around Qin Feng quickly withered and vanished. He looked around, thinking that this time, the effect of the blooming curse had truly rendered a great service. It not only erased the corpses and bloodstains, but also drained the lifespan of those people, leaving not a single drop. Qin Feng watched each streak of red light appear. His non-tradable lifespan had now accumulated to 327 years, so entering dangerous areas later on would no longer be too stressful. Suddenly, a hurried shout rang out. Quick, call the police! There were gunshots and horrible screams from the private room just now. The police rushed over quickly, knowing that this was a gathering of the Dongfang family. He opened the door, muttering in astonishment. There must have been a shootout. There must be casualties. How strange. The police looked around, seeing the private room in chaos. Clearly there had been a brawl, but why was the room empty? Did any of you see anyone leave the restaurant? Qin Feng left while invisible, leaving the noise behind. No, in fact, where did the people of the Dongfang family go? Did they all disappear? Report to the police first. He looked straight ahead, deciding his next target was the Qian Corporation. Qin Feng walked on the street alone, calculating that the Qian Corporation headquarters had moved to North America before the game descended. Currently, only the Qian Corporation president's daughter, Shi Shai, was still trapped in Mado's inner city. He had to act before she went abroad. From Jianghai to Mado was nearly 300 kilometers, taking 2 to 3 hours on foot. Too much time. Qin Feng appeared in the room, deciding he needed to get a mount. His figure immediately entered the game, the system sound ringing out. Welcome back to the game Divine Armament. Qin Feng stood up and said, there are still a few silver and gold rank bosses in the ruins. We can go back and farm them. Just then, a message from Enwu appeared. Big bro, good news. He froze in shock. She excitedly narrated, just now, Xiaohei discovered an entrance to an ancient tomb, but there is a gold rank, vengeful spirit guarding the door. We could not beat it. Qin Feng asked suspiciously, the entrance to an ancient tomb, how did she find it? A scene from that time flashed through Enwu's mind. She said, we were on our way back to the starting town to compete for small monsters, so we took a slight detour. Halfway there, we realized someone was missing. She remembered the scene then, adding, it took us half a day to find Xiaohei, who had stepped into a hole and fallen down. Since this is a special ancient tomb area, even the team chat channel was not usable. Enwu calmly added, we followed the hole's entrance and went inside. Then we saw a level 12 gold rank boss chasing and slashing with a blade. Good thing we ran fast. We have now returned to Seashell Town. If Big Bro wants to go to the ancient tomb, I will send you the coordinates. Qin Feng could not help but sigh after hearing her story. A lucky dog is truly a lucky dog. Walking among the ruins of a city, just one misstep and you can stumble upon an entire ancient tomb. And ancient tombs are like faith temples, like cursed ruins. All random opportunities that appear outside society. He replied, all right, send me the coordinates. And Wu, upon hearing this, gently negotiated, if you have any gear you do not need, remember to sell it to us. Qin Feng gladly agreed, okay. In his heart, he laughed and commented, this and Wu is indeed sly. Right after he appeared at the coordinates she had sent, Qin Feng looked at the huge well before him, exclaiming in surprise, this well is the entrance. A well this huge, and she fell into it by wandering around. That girl Xiaohei is truly a talent. Quickly jumped down. As soon as Qin Feng landed on the ground, a notification appeared on the screen. You have entered the Tomb of Hatred. Your remote connections will be blocked. He stood up and walked forward. A massive dark shadow, seeing someone, growled threateningly. A vengeful spirit, level 12 gold grade, its whole body emitting black energy, stared at Qin Feng. He cautiously observed, a vengeful spirit. I never encountered this boss in my past life, but judging by its form, it is definitely the physical type with high damage and a wide attack range. Qin Feng stood still, watching it charge, and immediately understood. No wonder Enwu's group had to flee in panic. The equipment and skill books, I sold them really did not help. Wang Meng is a holy shield warrior, his HP is probably around 5,000, but this boss takes half his health bar in one slash. He watched it approach, thinking, if I take a full hit, I will definitely die. Qin Feng used grace of release, Indigo Shield Phantom. Streams of blue light appeared, cutting across the vengeful spirit's body. He turned to look at its severed corpse, calculating. This boss's defense is very high. The damage from Indigo Shield Phantom is only 80% of normal. Severed but useless. It could not withstand the subsequent damage from severed head after being hit by grace of release. Green blood flowed from the vengeful spirit's feet, its belly swelling up. Qin Feng stepped back. Seeing this, he exclaimed in shock, "Not good." Its corpse turned into a cloud of mist surrounding him. Qin Feng swiftly glided out of the mist. He looked at the mist and guessed it was a corpse explosion. "I was careless, did not dodge in time. Good thing I activated Phantom Shadow, or I would be dead." Qin Feng observed the faint golden light inside, remembering an incident from his past life. Our team killed an unfamiliar boss, and a team member happily went to pick up the loot, but the boss exploded, killing him instantly. Some teams were even wiped out entirely by a boss's suicide explosion, but that usually only happens with platinum rank bosses and above. Never thought a gold rank boss in an ancient tomb could self-destruct too. He raised his hand and summoned Greedy Hand. Right after, the system sound rang out. "You have killed the gold grade vengeful spirit. Received 1010 days of tradable lifespan. You have killed the gold grade vengeful spirit. Received 20 evolution points. Obtained skill book. Dark Knight Forbearance, platinum grade. You have used Greedy Hand. Received 6,300 days of tradable lifespan. Received Armor of Resentment, platinum grade." Qin Feng was overjoyed to receive such a bargain. "Excellent. Both the gear and the skill are useful for me." The system displayed a description of the new skill. Dark Knight Forbearance, platinum grade, assassin system skill. Channels shadow power into the blade, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within a 5-meter range, with an additional 500 points of dark elemental damage. Cooldown time 10.5 to 7 seconds. Level requirement 11. Qin Feng gently touched the screen, and it was even an elemental damage skill for assassins. The shadow class has higher spirit than strength, so his magic attack was higher than his physical attack. The screen displayed the information. Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, 15. He thought, "First, let me try evolving to the epic grade. You have spent 3 evolution points, with 36 points remaining." The system sounds rang out incessantly. The skill Dark Knight Ring, upgraded from Platinum, Jade Diamond to Epic tier, dealing dark damage to enemies in a range from 5 to 7, 9, then 12 meters. Along with that came 500, 750, 1000, and 1300 damage. Cooldown time reduced from 10 to 5-7 seconds, requiring level 11. Looking at the system panel, he saw that after evolution, the range increased from 5 to 12 meters, and the damage also increased from 500 to 1300. Qin Feng calmly commented, "After all, this was an area skill. Not too overpowered. The total damage per cast was still inferior to Indigo Shield Shadow, but for clearing small mobs, it was truly miraculous." He calculated his two skills in his mind. Indigo Shield Shadow had a 5-meter range but was linear, while Dark Knight Ring was circular, so when surrounded, its mob clearing effect was far superior. Qin Feng immediately put on the armor, and the system displayed a notification. Armor of Grudge, Platinum tier, plus 55 physical defense, 45 elemental resistance, 42 damage block, 777 health, requires level 1 Grudge effect. After being attacked, gain an additional 30 points of basic attack power. He muttered while looking at the panel. The Grudge effect was not too useful, but this armor's defense, elemental resistance, and damage block stats were all very high. It could be replaced. Qin Feng stepped forward. The remaining loot totaled over 20 items. Selling them would yield over 10,000 lifespans. Now he could go deeper into the ancient tomb, hoping to get something good, preferably a mount would be even better. On Xiaoyu's side, the monster slashed fiercely forward. She and Suren, their faces full of terror, were struck by that energy wave. 3 flashes of light appeared, and the 3 were resurrected at the respawn point. Zhang Wei, with a ferocious face, roared, reached out and grabbed her collar, shouting loudly, "Xiaoyu, you head only knows arrogance, but not using your brain. Every time it's because of you, the whole team gets wiped out. I only have 2 years of tradable lifespan left." Zhang Wei shoved Xiaoyu hard to the ground, threatening, "Don't let me see you at school, or I'll deal with you right then." Afterward, he immediately logged out of the game. Suren ran over worriedly, calling, "Xiaoyu!" She looked at her, advising, "Xiaoyu, come back with me to the small town where my parents live. I heard there's a community support group there, specializing in helping the elderly and those who aren't good at playing games like us." Xiaoyu's face was full of dissatisfaction, cursing under her breath. "Zhang Wei and those people, just wait for your old lady. Dare to shout at me? A bunch of trash dares to show off. Your old lady doesn't believe that among the bootlickers who used to chase me, there isn't anyone stronger than you all. Immediately after, she also quickly left. Soren, you go ahead by yourself. Inside the bedroom, Xiaoyu sat up from the bed with a start. She took out her phone, texting to probe, Han, can you help me level up? Han replied with a laugh, sure, level up 1 level and stay with me for a night, so I can see what the school's aloof goddess is like in bed. Xiaoyu cursed angrily, you perverted worm, you're something else. Still want to take my body. Get lost. She smiled slightly, sending a message. Who are you? Actually, I've always liked you. It's just that before, my brother, Qin Feng, prevented me, so I didn't dare to accept. Now I've cut ties with him, and finally can be with you openly and legitimately. Xiao, you silently watched Huaiyu's reply appear. Idiot, do you want to make me laugh to death? You even cut ties with your own brother. Who knows how you'll treat me in the future? Get lost. She lowered her head, sending a message to someone else. Young Master Rui, no one is home at my place. Can you come over play and take me leveling along the way? The other side replied, Xiaoyu, I'm a platinum tier talent now. I've risen high. From now on, I can have any girl I want. Stay far away from me. Xiaoyu had to send to someone else. Brother Xiaoma, I'm bored. Can you take me to play? I'm waiting for you in Shell Town. That side also coldly mocked. Xiaoyu, everyone knows all about how you harmed Zhang Wei. Do you want me to use my new skill, Heavy Shot, and give you 2 rounds right now? She threw the phone aside, hugging her knees and crying. Damn it, these damned men. When it matters, no one is reliable. My non-tradable lifespan only has 2.5 years left. What am I going to do? Xiaoyu's eyes welled up with tears. She was silent for a moment, then called out, Qin Feng. She wiped her tears. That's right. He will definitely not abandon me. He will definitely have a way to solve this. I have to go back and find him and try. That evening, the apartment buildings still had their lights on. Xiaoyu stood still in front of Qin Feng's door. She silently looked ahead, thinking, later, when I go in to see Qin Feng, apologize a few words, be a little soft, he will definitely forgive me. But clearly I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? She raised her hand, constantly calculating in her heart. No, can't think like that. Xiaoyu, bowing your head is only temporary. First, pretend to be soft, then ask him to take me leveling. He will definitely agree. From childhood to adulthood, the person he loves the most is me. Her face flushed red. She decided, once I level up and no longer have to worry about lifespan shortage, then I will completely cut ties with him. Just do it this way. Xiaoyu, you are a genius. Thinking of this, she immediately raised her hand to knock on the door. Qin Feng, open the door. Xiaoyu kept knocking on the door calling, Qin Feng, open up. Qin Feng, stop sleeping. Hurry up and open the door. Qin Feng, I'm back. Qin Feng, can you open the door? Qin Feng, her face full of anger, she raised her foot to kick at it, shouting loudly, I told you to open the door and you don't. Damn it. I gave you face. Isn't that enough? Xiao, you looked at the empty room inside, muttering doubtfully. Where did Qin Feng go? The bed, the table, the clothes, everything is gone. She raised her phone to call, but heard the prompt. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Xiao, you stood still in place, whispering, Qin Feng. The phone sound kept ringing. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. She said irritably, where did he go? Another place, deep inside the tomb of grudge. Qin Feng passed through streams of blue light, leaving behind the bodies of the monster horde. He looked at the coffin in front of him. It was the end of the path. Qin Feng summoned the loyal follower, thinking in his head, along the way, I killed over 200 small monsters, and a few bronze and silver bosses. I'm almost level 12 now. I just need to open this coffin. The tome's final boss will appear. Hopefully it's a platinum tier boss. It received the order and walked forward, reaching out to open the coffin. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Streams of black kai emanated from inside, wrapping around the loyal follower. Then it was pulled into the coffin by that black kai. The loyal follower, as the kai entered its body, screamed in pain. The screen displayed a prompt. You summoned a loyal follower, silver tier, which has been destroyed. Qin Feng looked at the black key swirling around him, thinking, this is the toxic bone of death, boss, gold tier. Damn it, I ran into this disgusting thing. This boss has no physical form, completely immune to physical damage. In his mind, he recalled the previous life. Someone had released this boss before. The result was it spread all the way to a nearby base. People unaware of the truth suffered heavy casualties. Qin Feng stared warily at the black kai, calculating, if it enters the body, unless a teammate helps expel it or a special class uses an invincibility skill to save themselves, otherwise one will surely die under its true form. His entire body emit a white light, using Dark Night Ring. Qin Feng saw the true form of the toxic bone of death, thinking, it was hidden within the toxic bone aura. A small ray of light pierced through its body. The system sound displayed a report. You have destroyed destroyed the gold tier boss, Toxic Bone of Death. Qin Feng looked at its body cut in two, wondering, this boss's strength clearly surpasses the platinum tier, yet it's classified as gold tier. The items dropped are also only gold tier equipment. He looked at the sphere emitting an ethereal golden light. Luckily, he had just learned the Dark Knight Ring skill dealing magic damage. Qin Feng reached out a greedy hand to grab that sphere, sighing and complaining. I worked so hard to clear this tomb, and the loot is only gold tier, truly. Suddenly, a bell appeared in his hand, prompting, you received a rare item, Mount Summoning Bell. He exclaimed in shock, it really dropped a mount. Qin Feng looked at the bell in his hand and sighed. The carp of Lin Li Yu is truly not undeserved. The system screen displayed information. Mount Summoning Bell, Night Phantom Wraith Wolf. After use, summon a Night Phantom Wraith Wolf level 11. Can assist in combat and serve as a mount, requires level 11. He was a bit surprised to see it appear. It turned out to be a Nether Knight Stalker, one of the fastest mounts one could own. The information panel appeared. Nether Knight Stalker, level 11, gold grade, strength 148, constitution, agility 91, spirit 130. The mount gains experience alongside its owner to level up. If the summoning bell is traded, the mount's level resets to base. It has the ability to sprint while being ridden. When activated, movement speed increases by 245%. At night, the mount is always in stealth state level 1. Attacking breaks stealth, dealing an additional 120 unstealth damage. It requires a 60-second cooldown before it can stealth again. Next is the skill panel of the Nether Knight Stalker. Pounce continuously pounces on a target 3 times, each hit dealing an additional 2,667 physical damage. Cooldown 12 seconds. Howl increases allies' physical attack and defense by 35 points. Cooldown time 600 seconds. Qin Feng looked at it as it howled. It was both a mount and a war beast, with innate stealth capabilities, truly a great gain. The sunlight gradually rose over the city. He mounted the Night Stalker and left. In the blink of an eye, it carried Qin Feng a great distance. He looked at the Night Stalker, deciding that next he would reach level 15 and accumulate enough lifespan to unsummon the mount. The next time he logged out, he would immediately go to Mado to deal with Shi Shai and end everything. It carried Qin Feng flying over the tall buildings. He assessed the massive building before him, the Jianghai Arena, vast in area with 2 more arena floors below. The terrain was complex, the monsters countless. This was a suitable place to level up quickly. The Night Stalker carrying Qin Feng swiftly flew past, confirming the spot. He ignored the group of monsters on the city wall, which was considered a paradise for the strong. They were startled and looked over in unison. Qin Feng lowered himself and jumped off the beast's back. He stood there with a calm expression watching. He used Blink Shadow and Slash Down. The next day in that city, Enwu swung her sword to eliminate a monster in front of her. She looked at the golden light radiating from it, delighted. Great, I won. Nai Liang, the son of the city hall director of Jianghai, excitedly praised. As expected of Captain An, your damage is too strong. He thought to himself that the hidden profession dragon swordsman was truly powerful, and An Wu was indeed the woman he had chosen. She sheathed the green sword and said, it took over 10 minutes to kill a level 8 gold boss. I wonder how the big brother managed to take down a platinum boss alone. He raised his hand with a forced smile. Just a little assassin, relying on sneaking around to farm bosses, will never amount to anything. He thought contemptuously that at least he could easily defeat her. And Wu raised her head and pointed to the sky, taunting. Is that so? But a lousy shooter like you is even more suited to wearing down a boss slowly, aren't you? Nai Liang gritted his teeth and retorted. I am an upright man. I wouldn't stoop to doing such things. The handman said maliciously. I heard that Shadow is of poor character, a savage killer in real life without any restraint. I know a hunter from the Mado Police Department who has already reached level 3 in anti-stealth abilities. Nai Liang raised both hands, suggesting, in my opinion, it's better to find a way to set a trap, expose Shadow's real identity in the real world. Then there will be no need to fear him. This type of person can only be at ease when controlled and used by the authorities. Otherwise, incidents like those with Song Fai and Jiang Li will keep happening. Are we going to have to clean up the mess every time? And Wu and Wang Meng exchanged glances. Then the two of them burst out laughing at the same time. Liang's face turned red with embarrassment from being laughed at. Xiao Ma, you probably don't understand the problem yet. Now, it's not him begging us to handle the aftermath, but we who need to step up and take care of it for him. Only this way can we ensure a unified stance. And from there, cooperate with him. His face flushed red. He clenched his fists and shouted angrily, damn it, that bastard Shadow, isn't he just an assassin? As long as our anti-stealth level is high enough, can't we control him? Nai Liang jumped up and yelled, you people have no backing at all and still dare to lecture me on my attitude. And Wu, just you wait I slander Shadow's name and then capture him. When that time comes, I will make you kneel before me and beg for my forgiveness. Wang Meng ignored him and asked, what did that boss drop just now? And Wu heard this and replied, replied. 1 gold equipment piece for the priest class, 1 silver piece, and a silver grade skill book. She looked up at the sky, wondering, the big brother gives us a few gold items casually. He even sold us platinum items. Just how many bosses has he taken down? Or is his talent treasure hunting, and he gets all these from opening chests? He heard this and said worriedly, Captain Anne, although this sounds excessive, I'm still a bit concerned. And Wu asked suspiciously, about what? Wang Meng thought of that hotel and said, you probably know about the incident at Jiangnan Hotel. The whole Dongfang family vanished while they were gathering there. And Wu listened in silence. If I say just if that incident was done by Shadow, would we still have to clean up the mess for him? We still don't fully understand Shadow's personality. What if he really is a mass murderer in real life, guilty of heinous crimes? She turned her head to look at the rubble and replied, I know this case is being taken very seriously by the higher-ups. Everyone is suspicious whether it's related to Shadow, but currently, there is no evidence to prove it. And Wu smiled and added, however, even if this incident was really done by Shadow, I would still choose to continue cooperating with him. Even if the higher-ups refuse to clean up the aftermath, I will handle it personally. Wang Meng was startled and asked, why? She put her hands behind her head and answered, who wouldn't want to butter up Shadow? He was shocked, his mouth hanging open. Sicheng rushed over and shouted, Captain Anne, we found an area ahead that looks like an arena, but all the monsters inside are dead, he said in surprise. They're lying dead all over the ground. I wonder which team is so strong they wiped out all the monsters inside. And Wu quickly walked forward. Let's go, let's check it out. Upon arrival, numerous golden orbs of light appeared. Nai Liang looked at the items in front of him and exclaimed, so strong, with this many drops, there must have been several hundred small monsters. Just which team is this powerful? She heard this and confirmed, it must be Shadow who passed through here. Everyone, carefully observe the surroundings, don't run into him. His face twisted in displeasure as he questioned, what makes you so sure it was Shadow who did this? And Wu calmly replied, because he's ranked first on the leaderboard, and our official team is right behind. But we couldn't have done this, so it can only be him. Nai Liang raised his hand and snorted coldly. So what? If I had stealth skills, I could do it too, it would just take more time. She ignored him and sent a message to Qin Feng. Big brother, are you still here? You cleared out so many monsters, you must have a bunch of unused equipment and skill books. Sell them to us. Immediately after, Nai Liang froze as he felt a shadow looming over him. He panicked, looking at him riding the Nether Knight Stalker as he appeared. Nai Liang let out a shout and fell sitting to the ground. Wu's face lit up brilliantly. Big brother, is this a mount? Where did you get it? Qin Feng looked down from above and said, thanks to the coordinates you all provided, I retrieved it from that tomb. He turned to look at Jiang Lei and said, I must thank you very much, Xiao Hai. She scratched her head and smiled sheepishly. Qin Feng, seated on the Nether Knight Stalker, continued, just a transaction. You guys can gather and take away everything on the ground, same old rules. And Wu stood up straight and replied, I understand if I'm not satisfied, I can choose not to buy. I know the big brother's prices are always fair. Sai Cheng looked at the stream of water beneath Nai Liang's feet and reminded him, hey, you pissed your pants. The handman was furious, his face dark as he cursed silently. Damnable shadow, despicable scumbag, daring to humiliate me in front of everyone. Just you wait. Turning back toward Qin Feng, he rode the Night Stalker, darting forward like an arrow. In Qin Feng's person at this moment were 3 layers of power that commanded respect from all. Shadow, level 13, the Executor of Justice. Level 10, Wang Meng, level 10. Hao Baolin's Big Jiang Li, level 10. Trade deadline remaining 245 years. Translinearization points 255. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied that cleaning up the desolate arena this time dropped a decent gold-grade skill book named Silent Hidden, which could activate stealth on the spot. As long as he did not attack or move, it would last indefinitely. If he attacked, it would deal an additional 300 break stealth damage, with a cooldown of 120 seconds and a level requirement of 13. He confidently affirmed that this skill not only enhanced stealth ability, but what was more formidable was that when used in reality combined with the invincible state upon logging into the game, he could completely disappear in the real world. Immediately, he shouted loudly to evolve to epic grade. The system reported a cost of 11 points, and the skill screen displayed a line of evolution from gold, platinum, jade, diamond to epic, along with added break stealth damage. Qin Feng did not expect he could also evolve other skills. The system instantly displayed the values and power continuously. You have consumed 34 evolution points. Deadly throwing dagger upgraded to to epic grade. Consumed 200 points. Blessing of Deliverance, upgraded to mythic grade. Additional 200% attack on weak points effect. 300% multiplier on double damage according to skill grade. Continuous notification sounds made him sigh. Mythic grade skills were indeed powerful. Now, except for some special monsters, hitting any monster would be a weak point strike. Qin Feng's gaze paused as he discovered another item. This whole necklace contained unparalleled power. The deceptive pendant platinum assassin system jewelry increased physical attack. He rushed along the corridor, his eyes on the equipment interface as he calculated silently. Including skills and equipment, he now had 4 stealth levels. At the current stage, no one could break his stealth. As for this Shroud of Darkness set, its evasion reached 83%. Gold grade endurance +5, spirit +5, evasion rate +32%. Level requirement 12. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted right before his eyes, forming a rolling black smoke that engulfed a corner of the building. Qin Feng quickly reined in his spirit beast, his eyes staring doubtfully in that direction. A blurry silhouette gradually emerged from behind the building. It was a massive monster clad in metal armor, its hands fitted with chains and axes that were terrifying. He exclaimed in shock, "Steel Saintess! Who would be so bold as to dare summon this boss?" He recalled the horrifying memory of the Steel Saintess from his past life. She had once appeared at the ruins of Jianghai City. Over 1,000 people participated in the battle to destroy her, and in the end the total death count exceeded 400,000 times. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. She was actually the guardian of a shelter called Jiadong Tangse, the second largest shelter in the Jianghai ruins. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened with vigilance. Originally, I planned to deal with Shi first before summoning this boss, but since she has already appeared, I will take her on. Without hesitation, he shot through the buildings along the corridor. The Steel Saintess swung her giant axe as if wanting to destroy the entire world. An unfortunate person was crushed beneath the axe blade. A witness stammered, "That was way too strong." The axe blade continued relentlessly, falling again. Blood and screams intermingled to create a scene of hell. Qin Feng watched silently. Fighting the Steel Saintess already? That is too arrogant. Wait. From afar, a person riding a tiger tore through the wind into the battlefield. Qin Feng immediately recognized him as Tran Vodan. Thinking back to the past, Vodan was the owner of the hidden class Holy Temple Knight. In the past life, they had clashed for 9 years without a decisive winner. He was a true old friend, cunning and treacherous, always coming up with dirty tricks to escape whenever he was about to lose. At that time, the boundary between the two factions was clear. In the past life, the Steel Saintess was destroyed by Vodan's guild, which led to the spreading saying among players, "West has the Godslayer, East has the Holy Temple." Each of them controlled the western and eastern areas of the Jianghai ruins respectively. The Holy Temple Knight Guild, when first recruiting, signed a tyrannical contract ensuring safety, but taking a life tax of 50%. Most of the members were essentially black slaves of a few top-ranking individuals with the strongest strength. Qin Feng's gaze gradually turned cold. Just as well, Vodan, you won't escape this time. The axe in her hand still swung wildly, tearing through space. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qin Feng appeared like a ghost right in the middle of the alert range. Without any warning, he activated the skill Nightblade Ring. A flash of crimson lightning erupted, engulfing everyone around. The system hastily announced, "You have eliminated players Sama Tufuang Fuang, Xiao Yu Broken Friend, and Lemugoya." Vodan was shocked, his eyes unable to believe the battlefield turned to ash. "Damn it, who did this? Could it be the Shadow? We have no feud or grudge with you. Why did you kill our people?" An ice-cold voice rang out right behind him, "Because I do not eat beef." Immediately after, Qin Feng activated Flash Scene Slash, slowly letting his hands drop. Petals drifted down, and from the color of death, flowers bloomed. Bright red, then the curse bloomed. A magic circle appeared enveloping them, causing those who had just fallen to resurrect in astonishment. Vodan shouted angrily, "You damn shadow bastard, what does you not eating beef have to do with us?" The subordinates behind him screamed in panic, "Boss, my trade deadline has hit 0. He pointed angrily at Qin Feng, certain it was caused by his damned skill. A subordinate fumed. "Leader, organize a counterattack." Vodan darkened his face and growled, "Idiot, are you tired of living? We need to go develop elsewhere to recover the lost lifespan." In another corner, Xiao Yu looked at her trembling hands, tears streaming down. "Shadow, why did you target me? I have hardly any lifespan left." The system's cold voice sounded. "The curse blooms, absorbing 4 days of tradable term and 1 year of non-tradable term from Xiao Yu." Qin Feng paused. Was Xiao Yu among that group just now? He grasped the blood-red light, pondering. Only absorbing such a tiny bit of lifespan meant she truly had no other options left, so she joined the Holy Temple Knight Guild as a black slave. she brought it upon herself. Suddenly, the axe blade swept through the air, hurtling straight toward Qin Feng. An earth-shattering explosion, and gray smoke covered a vast area. He immediately activated the skill Ghost Rain Phantom Shadow, flickering beneath the blade while sneering inwardly. This boss's early phase is nothing difficult. The steel saintess spun around searching. A flash of anger flickered in her eyes. She swung her chains continuously, maniacally slashing at the air. The entire space seemed to twist with each slash. Suddenly discovering the pattern, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It only repeats the motion of swinging its chain blade. Instantly, he leaped into the air, analyzing the strategy. Execute a few physical attacks on fixed points or area. Activate Blessing of Deliverance. After the attack, it will trigger the effect of heads, dealing massive explosive damage. Next is Plague Perception, which after 3 seconds deals explosive poison damage. Her health points continuously dropped. That was the weak point attack strategy. A lightning bolt tore across the saintess's body the moment Qin Feng roared his beheading strike. After he used a spell to create red dwarfs, her upper torso exploded instantly. The steel saintess screamed in agony. He glanced at the scene before him, thinking that the reason it became a guardian was due to its terrifying second phase. Seeing her demonic arms gradually sprout, Qin Feng analyzed. When her health dropped to half, the demon sealed within her body awakened, and all damage would be reflected equally onto the attacker. Blurry memories surfaced, along with rumors that a teleportation gate existed inside the demon's belly, and those swallowed would be sent to an unknown place, said to be the bottom of a volcano. But in his past life no one had succeeded, and he suspected someone had confused it with a different game's mechanic. From above, Haobo watched the battle, sighing in admiration. That shadow guy was ruthless. Just one skill sent the boss into its second phase. The person asked doubtfully, "Are you sure it was the shadow? This is a platinum-grade boss." Haobo nodded firmly. "I watched from start to finish. This boss was released by the Temple Knights. Then the shadow suddenly appeared and killed them all, unleashing just one move that took half the boss's health." On the upper floor, the sound of excited chatter rose, everyone's eyes glued to the confrontation. Qin Feng, with sharp eyes, deduced. The Steel Saintess's second phase weakness is that when it attacks, the reflection effect is briefly nullified. After careful analysis, he concluded, just strike when it attacks to avoid the counter. Moreover, whether it was Shadow Shield / Decapitation, Painful Tongue, or Poison Dart, these skills all dealt continuous damage. If he used them, he would also suffer the reflected damage, and at his current level, he would die in an instant from his own skills. Qin Feng looked upward, a calculation forming in his mind. Those players on the upper level have been spying for a long time. He could use them. Suddenly, a fierce man burst in, his voice drowning out the crowd. Move aside, move aside. Let me see what's happening." Cheers of relief rang out. "Big brother is safe, you're here. Safety is number one." Haobo excitedly reported. "We've been watching for a while. We've noted all the boss's skills." Little Rabbit chimed in. "But the boss suddenly lost half its health and stopped moving, its body transforming. It might have new skills." Safe crossed his arms, his eyes sharpening. "Did the shadow fight the boss alone earlier?" She confirmed. "Yes, after the boss entered the second phase, the shadow disappeared." He thought for a moment, then quickly ordered Little Rabbit to use her red eyes to see if the shadow was still there. She immediately responded, transforming into a black and white rabbit, lightly hopping to the ground. In that form, she ran past the Steel Saintess, searching for traces of Qin Feng without being detected. After a few minutes of thorough investigation, Little Rabbit returned to human form and reported, "I can't find the shadow. He's probably not here anymore. If my level 3 anti-stealth skill can't find him, it proves he's gone. I don't believe he has level 4 stealth." Safe leaped down from the high floor, smiling confidently. "Little Rabbit, watch carefully. If the shadow returns, remind me." She was momentarily surprised, but quickly obeyed. Seeing the scene before him, someone panicked. "Does that guy want to die? He's soloing that platinum boss." The person next to him recognized him. "Wait, I think I've seen him before." All the murmurs focused on Safe. Back in the first town, he defeated a gold-grade boss without taking any damage. So he's the big shot known as Safe is number 1, a soul martial artist class with 100% dodge when rolling. He used to be a top global soul fighting game champion, with lightning-fast reactions. The Steel Saintess, as if seeing prey, slid its glowing red eyes upwards and immediately swung its weapon fiercely at Safe. But his gaze did not waver. The moment he saw the attack coming, Safe slid long to avoid that heaven-splitting strike. The Steel Saintess reached out its bony hand to grab him, but he somersaulted like a bolt of lightning, her hand only managing to crush a few chunks of rock and earth. Further Safe advanced, the more persistently she pursued. On the city wall, the watching crowd marveled. The big shot is always on top, rolling so calmly, not taking a single hit, so cool. Huang Yuan praised. "That Safe is number 1 is really skilled. He dodges perfectly every time." Jiesu questioned, "But why does the boss's health drop every time he rolls?" He realized, "Indeed, it's weird. I saw a cut flicker on the boss's body. Is a soul martial artist that monstrous?" At this point, Little Rabbit, eyes shining with confidence, said, "Perfect dodge is just basic operation. Big Big Brother's strongest point is his attack. The steel Saintess continued to reach out, trying to grab Safe, while on the other side, Little Rabbit's voice was steady. As long as rolling triggers evasion, then the Big Shot's attack removes 50% of the enemy's defense. Safe swung his sword, countless blue light orbs swirling around the blade. Take this. Habo sighed. The visual effect is beautiful. Little Rabbit nodded. I'm afraid this skill's damage reaches 4 digits. He shot forward like a blue arrow, a smug smile spreading on his face. Each sword strike pierced through the steel Saintess, the sound of metal ringing crisply with every motion. Dancing under the moonlight, the blade slipped through openings, one sword turning into 3 images. After dozens of consecutive thrusts, both her arms fell. The final move was a blade licking blood, one move to subdue the enemy. Little Rabbit clapped nonstop. Look quickly, the boss only has 1/3 of its health left. Safe slowly turned his back, smug and proud. Moon/gap, that is my sword art. He wore a calm smile, but suddenly from behind, streams of blue light pierced through his body. Damage 1001 counter damage. Damage 299 counter damage. Everyone's jaws dropped. Big Brother Safe. Everyone was bewildered. How did Big Brother die? He clearly dodged every attack. Moreover, the skill hit the boss. Why didn't the boss lose health? But the boss's health bar had already dropped a lot. Why is this happening? Qin Feng, who had been observing all this time, felt a mix of gratitude and mockery. Lucky that Safe kept showing off, making the boss unleash so many attacks continuously. Recalling the battle just now, Qin Feng calculated silently. During that time, he attacked relentlessly, finally bringing the boss's health down to 1/3. His eyes turned cold. That old soul martial artist skill was quite high, and his damage was great, which is why he died from the counter. But his class characteristic fundamentally couldn't beat the steel Saintess. He couldn't attack while rolling, and got hit by counter when attacking, truly a misfortune. Suddenly, the steel Saintess let out a deep, muffled voice, turned around, and strode off. Qin Feng quickly realized the problem. Danger, because its health was too low. The boss wanted to return to the holy ground of the cathedral. If it got there, its health would regenerate, and all previous efforts would be wasted. Looking toward the observation platform, he judged that the dead soul martial artist had frightened those people, and they probably would not dare touch the boss anymore. But if the boss did not attack, the counter-attack effect would disappear. At this moment, a flash of determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, leaving only the option of using force. Qin Feng quickly blocked in front of the steel Saintess, preventing it from returning. Seeing him appear, Jiahu shouted loudly, "It's the shadow. Could all the attacks on the boss just now have been done by him?" Huang Yuan exclaimed, "I thought Safety First was the real expert. Turns out he's just a clown. The shadow is the true master." The little rabbit was equally astonished. "It's the shadow? How is that possible? My level 3 anti-invisibility didn't detect him. Could his stealth be level 4 or higher?" The clean hands man standing above looked greedily at the drop from the soul martial artist still on the battlefield, murmuring to himself, "I really want to take it." Qin Feng adjusted his skill, 10 layers of black light shield, each layer blocking 1 hit. That man then threw his axe at him. The axe almost hit him, but Qin Feng's eyes were sharp, confirming that this was the moment. Seizing this opportunity, he used his skill to glide past the axe, casting Shadow Shield. However, the black light shield skill was reduced to 7 layers. Of the 9 slashes from the Shadow Shield, the last 3 struck. The counter-attack stayed after the boss's attack ended. Without the black light shield blocking those 3 hits, he would have died. The steel Saintess counter-attacked, stood frozen. Afterward, he leaped high into the air, charging forward with all his might. Qin Feng quickly dodged, his skill heavily reduced, the black light shield now at 0 layers. Even though he dodged successfully, he was still surrounded by a sea of fire and silently evaluated, "This flame spray damage is too high. Even with my evasion rate over 80%, the 7 shield layers were destroyed in an instant. If I were 0.5 seconds slower, I would have died immediately." The clean hands man was creeping closer to the drop from earlier. Unexpectedly, a strike hit him on the head, blood gushing out. Qin Feng blocked immediately. "You bastard, trying to steal my loot? No way." The system notified him that he had received 612 tradable days of lifespan from Safety First, 67 non-tradable years. The Blooming Curse absorbed 355 tradable days of lifespan from clean hands, and 20 non-tradable years. Qin Feng stood watching vanish, muttering, "Safety First is quite interesting, so I won't use the Blooming Curse on him, but he has a lot of lifespan. Dying once probably won't matter." Meanwhile, the steel Saintess roared and charged at him. Qin Feng's face turned serious, his brain analyzing. "I can only rely on black light shield and shadow shield," slowly grinding it down. That man continuously launched dangerous attacks, but he dodged them all easily, evading while thinking. Although the success rate was low, it was quite safe. Little Rabbit watched the battle from above, unable to believe his eyes. This shadow is so strong. What kind of methods does he have? Huang Yuan beside him also shared his thoughts. "At first, I didn't know how the shadow managed to get the first strike, but now I understand." At this moment, Qin Feng unleashed a skill, his eyes lighting up for a final blow. He glided past that man's body, leaving behind shattered sword slashes. The system announced he had killed the level 7 gold steel Saintess, receiving 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and the Cathedral Sanctuary key. Two people watching exclaimed in disbelief, he really soloed it. Is this the #1 shadow on the leaderboard? After finishing, Qin Feng used the mythical greedy hand skill to claim his reward. He crossed his arms and looked at the rewards. Black Flame Gift, Thornhide Leather Armor, Jadite, Assassin Type Equipment, Physical Defense plus 90 years, Elemental Resistance 120, Damage Resistance plus 77, Physique plus 77, Required level 13, a Jadeite grade item with defense higher than other defense sets. His left eye seemed to gain power, Jadeite grade Assassin Instinct, allowing him to see the outlines of stealthed units, gaining an additional 2 levels of anti-stealth, required level 13. After studying it, Qin Feng said to himself, so it's an anti-stealth skill, I'll just push it straight to legendary. He spent 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points, leaving 97. Assassin Instinct went from Jadeite to Diamond, Epic, Legendary, allowing him to see the outlines of stealthed units, gaining an additional 2, 3, 4, 5 levels of anti-stealth, with a new legendary effect. Combined with the passive of the Liberation's Grace, it totaled 350. He still had 97 points, so he evolved Vague Phantom Shadow to legendary, spending 80 points, leaving 17 from Epic to Legendary. Passive granted is 75% to 85% evasion rate. Activating evasion granted immunity to all damage, level 5. From a distance, Enwu led a group of people running over, calling out loudly, Big Shig shot, I'm here. Did any good items drop? Qin Feng was puzzled. Does this girl have a dog's nose? She didn't hear him, instead enthusiastically flattering him. Master, I didn't check the rankings before, but I didn't expect you to reach level 13 in just one night, so strong. Wang Meng beside her chimed in. We grinded all night and only got to half of level 11. Your speed is incredible. And Wu quickly knocked him on the head, scolding. Don't talk nonsense. Never say a man's speed is fast. Then changed her expression as she turned to him. Am I right, master? Qin Feng didn't mind and started the transaction. Some good stuff just dropped. The price is already set. Take it if you want to buy. She quickly agreed. 45,000 days, all included. The system announced the transaction was complete. After the deal was done, he asked, I also have other good things to sell. Do you know about sanctuaries? And Wu raised her hand confidently and replied, Sanctuaries. We heard there are no safe zones in the ruins of Jianghai City. Player groups can occupy sanctuaries as bases, store items, and deploy magic defensive barriers to resist invasion. Qin Feng asked back, is what you know from a small sanctuary that a gold boss dropped? She answered, a medium-sized sanctuary. That's how we found out. Hearing this, he immediately took out the golden key and explained, since that's the case, you must understand the value of a sanctuary, right? So this key is related to the cathedral, the cathedral sanctuary key. This is what the boss just dropped. The sanctuary has an area of 800 mu. You can go back and discuss the price, then I'll consider whether to sell it or not. And Wu and Wang Meng were dumbfounded, shouting in unison, 800 mu. She quickly thought, the bigger the sanctuary, the stronger its defense and infrastructure. 800 mu is enough for every core member of the Jianghai city government to have their own room. And Wu then boldly asked, how much are you planning to sell such a large sanctuary for? Qin Feng did not rush to give a price, only saying, first, go back and negotiate. Whatever price you can offer, I'll consider the proposal. He calculated in his heart, in my past life, this sanctuary could be sold to the government for 2,000 years of lifespan. Combined with my own lifespan, it would be enough to manifest all my skills and equipment. And Wu agreed. Alright, I'll immediately arrange for someone to report back. Big shot, there's still one more thing I want to ask you. Qin Feng said decisively. Speak. She cut to the chase. We just received news that 7 gold-level bosses have gathered at Dark Moon Town. Many people have been killed. We are willing to offer 10 years of lifespan in exchange for your help in eliminating those bosses. He did not agree immediately but analyzed sharply. 7 gold-level bosses, even if they've gathered, given the government's strength, it would only take a little time to surely eliminate them. If you came to ask me for help, you must have encountered something troublesome, right? And Wu saw he guessed correctly, so she gave a thumbs up in praise. Truly a pro, his guess was spot on. Those boss monsters had horrifying shapes. They planned to kill them one by one, but who would have thought the one they just killed would resurrect? Not only that, the attributes of all 7 suddenly soared, causing the entire team to be wiped out instantly. From the story, Qin Feng grasped the key point. The swarm boss could revive. He suddenly remembered the stone tablet. Could these monsters be created by the stone tablet's curse? If it was an ancient god tablet, he definitely could not miss it. The system announced that due to successful translation, he had received 10 years of lifespan. Qin Feng turned to leave, agreeing to the request. Send the location, I'll be there immediately. And Wu cheerfully said goodbye. Big shot, good luck. He thought to himself, and Wu was a very practical girl. The items from 7 golden tier bosses could sell for 45 years, and she even gave an extra 10 years of lifespan as a gift. She was really generous. Qin Feng leaped onto the back of the spectral night prowler. One man and one beast sped off like the wind. Suddenly he seemed to notice something. It turned out that below, 3 girls were viciously beating another girl. Xiao Yu was slapped hard by the one with red eyes and a band-aid on her nose. You slut, you just joined the guild and you want to seduce the guild leader? Her face was swollen from the beating and she cried out, I didn't. But the girl with twin ponytails gritted her teeth and cursed. You think I'm blind? I'm warning you. Stay away from the guild leader, or I'll tear you apart. Qin Feng silently watched from above as the 3 continuously kicked Xiao Yu, curses ringing out endlessly. Bitch, you slut. He recalled his past life, looking down with contempt. It seemed Xiao Yu, after joining the Holy Knights, had encountered some palace intrigue. In his past life, he had also faced many such petty power struggles, but he had always solved them for Xiao Yu. Qin Feng ignored them and stepped through the gate, thinking with a sneer, let her slowly experience life. They were so engrossed in the beating, they didn't notice their surroundings. Cries of pain and shouts rang out. Stop hitting me. It hurts. I'm gonna die. I'll beat you to death, you little vixen. Who knows how many men you've seduced? He walked through the gate, thinking that beneath the giant wall at the center of the Jianghai city ruins, there was a secret room. It could go back to the initial town, information almost no one knew. Passing through the gate, Qin Feng stood before a formation analyzing silently. Teleportation was not free. The first time cost 500 days, the second cost 1,000 days, the third was 2,000 days. Each teleport required lifespan and kept doubling. He pondered that over time, the initial town would develop into a higher level area, minor monsters would evolve into bosses, and hidden treasures would appear. Qin Feng silently decided, for instance, that this ancient god tablet was a good item not to be missed. The system appeared and asked, would you like to teleport to the land forsaken by the gods, Dark Moon Town? He heard the strange name and wondered. Dark Moon Town is a place that only appears in the later stages, right? The system received the answer, and just as the notification appeared, Qin Feng had already arrived, consuming 500 days of lifespan, currently teleporting. He walked while observing his surroundings. The place was quite lively, but why were most people elderly? In front of Qin Feng was a group of 3. A dejected old woman said, finally back in the safe zone. The young man supporting her reminded her of the agreement. Grandma, according to the deal, we've already leveled you up to tier 3. The next young man chimed in, during the leveling process, you're given a share of 72 days of lifespan. You just need to trade that with us. Hearing this, the old woman waved her arm, stood up and shouted, what? You want money? Aren't you a charity organization that helps us level up? The 2 young men then explained, Grandma, we are not asking for nothing. When we formed the party, the lifespan dropped from the monsters we killed was shared with you. You just need to give that portion back to us, as per the original agreement. But she stubbornly cursed back, I don't know about any agreement. You kids asking an old woman for money. How shameless. The 2 still did not get angry and continued to explain, Grandma, what you're doing is not right. We leveled you up for free. You just give us the lifespan that drops. Unless we don't form a party, then lifespan and experience won't be shared. Unexpectedly, she went too far and provoked. Don't touch me. I'll call someone. You laborers, people of the Dream Sand River Guild, you are all. She was in the middle of her loud scolding when someone grabbed her by the collar, cutting her off before she could finish her sentence. Before the 2 young men could understand what was happening, she was thrown to the ground. Even she was surprised. Qin Feng held a knife, leaped, and pinned the old woman down, looking like the god of death coming to take her life. Blood gushed out, and the 2 young men stood dumbfounded. What? After handling it, he left, not forgetting to remind them. Her lifespan is on the ground, go get it yourself. The blue-haired young man praised. 666. The other young man stammered to ask his identity. May I ask which expert intervened? But he only replied lightly, just a passing action. The 2 picked up the old woman's lifespan, not forgetting to thank him. 72 days was neither too much nor too little. Qin Feng was annoyed and you can't act in town It's really inconvenient. He mused. The Dream Sand River Guild, so their origin is in Darkmoon Town. Qin Feng recalled information about this guild. Since its establishment, they had committed to carrying out public welfare activities, helping the elderly survive in the land forsaken by the gods for free. Later, they were recognized and strongly supported by the government. In terms of member count, Dream Sand River could be considered the largest guild under heaven. He kept thinking that in this chaotic world, there needed to be more people like them. At night, the moonlight shone brightly over the forest, and a monster was tightly bound all over by vines. Suo Ran stood guard, loudly reminding his mother. Now is the time, Mom, use the skill. Suo Ran's mother then activated her skill. Okay, lightning strike. The lightning bolt struck the monster from earlier, and Suo Ran's father charged forward. He struck it with a single blow, cleaving the monster in two. Watching the corpse disappear, he rejoiced. We succeeded. Suo Ran praised. Mom, Dad, you two are amazing. Suo Ran's mother said excitedly. See, if you just take the trouble to learn from others, anyone can kill minor monsters. The three of them left, and he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Ran, your good friend Xiaoyu, has she joined the Holy Knight Guild? I heard the membership tax for that guild is very high. She replied. Yes, I told her to join the Dream Sand River Guild with us. Suo Ran recounted. I told her Dream Sand River is a charity guild. There are many people like us inside, who are not good at the game but help each other, and there are also people to guide us. But she didn't agree. Suo Ran's mother said, now she's level 10, so the Holy Knights have taken her away. Suo Ran's father expressed his thoughts. Getting her to level 10 just treats her as a tool. She continued, I heard the member contract of the Holy Knights lasts 3 years. Once you sign, you're a slave for that period. If you don't have any special skills, just safely kill minor monsters and slowly earn lifespan and experience. He agreed, like us, just kill minor monsters, run from bosses and call for help. Isn't that good? Suo Ran had been listening silently and finally spoke dejectedly. But Xiaoyu feels she is not an ordinary person. After all, she has a hidden class in that respect. She is indeed stronger than us. Suddenly, a swarm of arrows came flying from nowhere. Suo Ran's father was hit, struck at his weak point, losing health. Seeing arrows sticking out of her father's back, she screamed, Dad! Suo Ran's mother, in disbelief, covered her mouth and screamed, Honey! The one called Black Dragon is also a dragon was the shooter. He arrogantly laughed. Did you see my damage? One strike and I could kill him. His follower retorted, Bullshit. Dream Sand River has no strong people. They are all trash. Another joined in. Right, if they had any skill, why would they bother taking in those old people? He looked down at Suo Ran and his mother from above and ordered, You two, hand over all the lifespan on you. She hugged his clothes in fear. The law prohibits killing people outside the wildlands. Aren't you afraid of being wanted? Black Dragon is still a dragon, showed no regard for anyone and challenged. What government? Do they even know who I am? Don't waste words. I'll give you 3 seconds. Suo Ran hurriedly told her mother, her hands already ready for battle. Mom, don't hesitate. Let me stop them. You quickly call for reinforcements through the guild channel. Okay. He smirked nastily and ordered his subordinates. Tired of living? Charge ahead, kill the old, and keep the young for fun. 2 subordinates rushed toward her but were suddenly bitten by Qin Feng's mount that dashed out. Suo Ran stood stunned in place, confused. He also didn't understand what was happening, just blurted out a word, Jir. Then a sword slash cleaved off his head. Qin Feng stood imposingly, examining the severed head of Black Dragon, is still a dragon. His face was full of fear, only managing to utter, Shadow. Black Dragon is still a dragon's group had just respawned at the safety point, and they all collapsed in despair. Couldn't help but complain. Damn it, why did I lose so much lifespan? Mine is all gone too. Is it because we were in a murderous state? But even the slaughter state wouldn't drain it all like this. He stood up to calm himself. If this goes on, I'll die. I have to go kill some small monsters to regain lifespan. Suddenly, a flash of golden light shot up. That power suppressed all 3 of them, making them unable to resist. A few people walked over and said to them, Black Dragon is still a dragon. Grilled chicken for burnt rice, flying bison don't move. You have killed players everywhere, and we've finally caught you. The newcomers introduced themselves. We are government hunters. Provide truthful information. We will arrest you according to the law. If you resist, we will instantly drain all your lifespan. On the other side, some flower petals floated beside Black Dragon is still a dragon. Suo Ran looked happily at the person beside her. Thank you, Shadow Great One. Thanks to you, my mother, and I would have been doomed. Qin Feng was quite surprised and thought to himself, I didn't expect this girl Suo Ran to be not bad, kind-hearted and brave. She is completely different from Xiaoyu. I don't know how they became close friends, but it's good they're on their own paths now. and he silently transformed into a small beam of light before the bewildered faces of the two. Suoran's mother looked dazedly at the golden orb and asked, "Where did he go? Is this the lifespan that fell out?" Mother Thu asked softly in surprise, "Daughter, why did that person suddenly leave?" Meanwhile, she was still lost in thought. "I never expected the person of Shadow Great One, the top of the world rankings, to be so kind." The scene shifted to another place, where the atmosphere was extremely dark. One person in the group spoke up, "Didn't Captain N say the shadow would be here in a few minutes? It's been almost half an hour. What is that shadow doing?" The leader asked the person beside him, "What do you all think? Can the shadow kill those bosses?" "I guess not, since they know how to respawn infinitely." Does he really dare to play it out? While they were not paying attention, Qin Feng slipped past, silently calculating. The ancient god stone tablets both increase and decrease equipment effects. With luck, this additional part might even change class traits. Someone once saw the world's 7th ranked expert, during a battle, use 7 stone tablets to summon an ancient god femme to kill a boss. The group of bosses created by the stone tablets each had their own mechanics and different abilities. Sometimes they were invisible with extremely high stealth, causing passing players to die inexplicably. Other times, the real boss was a hidden summoner priest somewhere, leading to the boss being able to respawn infinitely after death. Current information shows that after death they respawn, and all of them crazily increase their attributes. According to the government, killing just one causes it to respawn and become even more berserk, so if you kill all of them at the same time, can they still respawn? Finally, he concluded, "This is worth trying." Qin Feng raised his hand to summon a follower, put on the follower's necklace, and then used the loyal follower to scout ahead. As soon as it appeared, it charged forward. Its sharp claws continuously attacked the group of giant bosses, but the damage was negligible. Suddenly, one boss turned its head back with a terrifying gaze. The next moment, that follower was attacked by a stream of black smoke. The smoke devoured it, leaving only the head and half of its body. Seeing this, Qin Feng became alert. All are level 10, no damage resistance, attributes twice as strong as normal golden bosses. So, he waved his hand and used the supreme technique Dark Night Ring Blade. The red force quickly surrounded the group of bosses. Their heads were severed simultaneously, and they died on the spot. Qin Feng stepped forward to check, but there was no loot. However, the corpses of the monsters before him merged together, gradually forming a giant boss that left him speechless. It had countless eyes, especially one huge and deformed mouth. Qin Feng maintained a defensive posture while analyzing. It seems killing them simultaneously was correct. Now we've reached the next stage. The symbol on this boss's body is Ancient God Script, Tai Thien Kothek Uthos. Rearranging and translating it, it becomes Ancient God Disaster Uthos. He dodged attacks while trying to observe carefully. Next, I should probably focus on different positions in the order of the words, right? The effort I spent breaking the Ancient God ruins, and all the manpower and money spent researching the script, wasn't wasted. Saying so, Qin Feng lunged forward and slashed at a word on its arm. Next was the character near its wrist. Then came the character on its chest. Finally, Uthos coughed up a huge mouthful of blood in pain and reverted to its original form, but its body was now shattered and torn. Suddenly, the coffins appeared surrounding him, and they also awakened. The strange thing was that its body began to melt. Parts of Uthos' body began to scatter everywhere. Qin Feng saw them searching every corner, and the text on the coffins were lifted corresponding to each monster. It seemed in this phase, they still needed to be eliminated near the appropriate coffin. He had already seen the ancient god stone tablet, so this was probably the final phase. Then they all charged at him simultaneously, but Qin Feng was still very confident in his own abilities. He challenged, "Come on." The other side of the forest, a loud sound suddenly rang out, scattering the flock of birds. The group from earlier, unaware of what was happening, were still wondering, an earthquake? Did the valley shift? Is the boss about to go berserk? Let's go check it out. They sneered that damned Shadow hadn't arrived yet. One said, "I think even Shadow can't beat this boss." Another asserted firmly, "He definitely won't come." But suddenly a member pointed forward and shouted, "Look!" Before them was a pile of rubble and a few empty coffins. All three wondered in suspicion. The first boss, did the ground crack too? Was it really an earthquake? Could the boss have died from the tremor? At that moment, all three received a message from M and Wu. "Everyone retreat. The boss has been taken down by Shadow." The two froze like statues. What? Then the three regained their composure and discussed animatedly. "We were just doubting whether Shadow could take down these 7 bosses. It's only been over 10 minutes and the boss is already eliminated." They continued, "We didn't even notice him appearing." So it was the Calamity God's cursed tablet. Now I somewhat understand the higher-ups' decision. On the other side, Qin Feng held the stone tablet and said to himself, "This harvest isn't bad." His level had increased to 14. The 7 bosses plus the greedy hand yielded a total of 294 evolution points. Most importantly, he obtained this ancient god stone tablet. Given its mechanics, the government would absolutely absolutely not be able to understand it without at least a month. Moreover, the losses would certainly be extremely heavy. Just then, the system displayed an information panel. This tablet contained the cursed power of the ancient calamity god Uthos. Active activation, affix a curse onto any equipment. The curse would randomly grant a reinforcing attribute line based on the equipment's traits and class, but it would come with a negative attribute line. Qin Feng summoned his armor and said, affix it to the Black Flame Ceremony bone leather armor. This jade-grade equipment had the Black Flame Ceremony effect, reducing the target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. A surge of great power enveloped his body. You have affixed Uthos' curse onto the Black Flame Ceremony bone leather armor. Reinforcing attribute. The maximum stack count of the Black Flame status increased to 15 stacks. Negative attribute. Reduce the equipment's basic attributes by 31%. Qin Feng analyzed in admiration. The maximum stack count of the H-Flame state increased to 15 stacks. With this effect, it could completely reduce the boss's defense and elemental resistance to negative values. Truly the attribute enhancement from the ancient Godstone tablet. Compared to it, that negative attribute was hardly worth worrying about. Then he raised his hand. Next was skill evolution. Evolve skill shadow flash slash to legendary rank to see the new effect. You have spent 210 evolution points, 115 points remaining. From epic to legendary, quickly dash in one direction for 30-40 meters and enter stealth for 15 seconds. Previously 12 seconds, dealing 9 slashes to enemies along the path. Cooldown 12 seconds, reduced to 8.8 seconds at level 4. Slash width increased from 5 to 6 meters. Each slash adds 500-700 physical damage. New effect. Each time you hit target you gain 1 stack of shield equal to 100% of max health, up to 9 stacks, lasting up to 60 seconds. Qin Feng thought to himself, if Shadow Flash Slash hits all 9 times, effective health will increase tenfold, greatly enhancing the margin for error. Very good. With the current leveling speed, he only needed another 5 hours to reach level 15. Then he could head to Mado. Turn to the main space of the game. Those women were still continuously hitting, Xiao you bitch, little fox spirit, will beat you to death. He could not help thinking, still hitting, these women were all patience monsters. Then both of them stopped complaining, oh heavens, we're exhausted, my back and waist ache, my hand is smoking. Let's stop here today. Let this be a lesson you won't forget, you bitch. Before leaving they did not forget to spit on her. Xiao Yu's entire body was trembling from the beating. With great difficulty she sat up, but she could only hug her knees and cry. It was all Qin Feng's fault. When I said we're cutting ties, did he really mean it? Doesn't he know that when a girl says something it's always the opposite? Luckily I signed a contract with a holy temple knight. For the next 3 years I won't have to worry about survival. Although I have to pay 50% of my lifespan, I still have plenty left. I'll surely develop faster than Chu Yan and the others. Xiao Yu raised her staff and chanted a spell, Holy Light Healing. Once I develop, those who look down on me will definitely pay a heavy price. Holy Healing. Consume all mana. Instantly restore all of the target's vitality. Qin Feng. Just wait, this bunch of crazy women. Just wait too. But her spell landed on with a thud. Xiao Yu, drained of all mana, collapsed on the spot. She used her strength again. Strange. Where did she put it? Scene changed to the Mado City ruins. On a broken street a group of people was surrounding and attacking a boss. Seeing it attack, the man quickly used his shield to block, but they did not know that in a concealed corner, 3 people were watching the battle. She pouted unhappily and said, the men of Dahua are truly too weak. Just one boss and they need to mobilize 18 people. Are they that afraid of death? The man beside her narrowed his eyes clearly. My dear treasure, don't say that. They are trying for us. We should thank them on the surface, she said. You are truly polite. But in her heart she thought, these Dahua pigs have such weak damage, taking so long to kill a golden boss. The other group was almost done. Hurry up. Put in more strength, just a little health left. The mage in the team kept channeling, come on, the finale. Suddenly a spear pierced through his throat. Tony carried the spear on his shoulder and pretended to be polite. Hard work. Thank you weaklings for offering this gift. The whole group flared up as soon as they saw them. Damn it. It's the Black Peach group, a bandit group formed by a mysterious Dahua woman colluding with foreigners. How could there be such scum, leading outsiders to kill their own people? But soon everyone encouraged each other and charged together. Everyone don't be afraid, they only have a few people, let's charge together. She arrogantly sneered, trash like you dares to resist, I will torture and kill all of you. Dahua pigs, prepare to die. The man beside her quickly attacked, creating a large hole. Thunderclap, mighty quake. She also began to hold dual blades and charge forward. In an instant, the sharp blades finished off the people there. She carelessly laughed with contempt. Dahua men are indeed just useless scum. It seems the Dahua government has spread news about us. But what use it? The whole of Dahua is nothing but a garbage dump. These people are just ordinary players. How can they compare to us who have strong power backing us? Although our true identities are not yet exposed, for safety, it is better to leave Dahua early and head to North America. By then we can form a guild specializing in hunting Hell Dahua. The two men beside him simultaneously praised. Good idea, what will the guild be named? He tilted his head and replied, call it Alice. Then Shishi lay flat on the ground and said, that's enough for today. Time to log off the game and party hard. He sat among the tall, strong men and said, for the founding of the Alice Guild, let's make a big celebration together. Switching back to Qin Feng, Enwu raised his hand and called out, great God, the price for the shelter has been reported. Can we discuss it a bit? Qin Feng calmly replied, okay, how much from 500? That's low. I said 500 was definitely low, so I argued on behalf of you to get 2,000. Okay, let's go to the central teleportation point of the ruins. In his heart he estimated that cunning Enwu even tried to pressure me on the price. Dust and smoke billowed in the ruined space. On the other side, a group of fully armored people appeared. She smiled shyly. Shadow leader, please don't mind, I have too much lifespan left. The higher-ups are worried, so they arranged an escort military unit for me. He did not care much. It's fine, the government still doesn't know my true strength. These people can only handle a few moves. At this moment a system notification appeared. Transaction successful. You have lost the hidden key of the Holy Church. You have received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng turned around and said, let's go. The soldiers behind could not help whispering, just this one thing costs 2,000 years of lifespan. What do you know? That is a shelter that can hold several hundred to 1,000 people. Except for Shadow. No one is that generous. Let's go, Shadow leader, goodbye. He walked away saying, Enwu giving lifespan this time was really timely, just in time to prepare weapons and head to Mado. You have consumed 7125 years of tradable lifespan. Level up to level 15. You have consumed 16175 years of tradable lifespan. Extracted skill, Gift of Liberation, mythic rank. You have consumed 71.12 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng looked at this information and realized, aside from equipment not yet extracted, his level and skills were fully synchronized. His strength in reality was now nearly equal to in the game. Notification, your hunger level has reached 90%. Yet he remained calm and said as if nothing was wrong, it's been a long time since I ate, going offline first to take care of this hungry stomach. Scene changed to a certain hotel. Qin Feng sat alone, making the atmosphere somewhat subdued. An ignorant man spoke to the one beside him. Boss, this kid is awake. He brandished his club to intimidate. Kid, hand over all your lifespan now, or your end will be the same as those others in the hotel. The apocalypse is great. You can kill anyone you want. Next to them lay a motionless woman. He felt a bit irritated, silently staring at both of them. One man said, what are you looking at? Hand over your lifespan now. The other sneered, this kid's scared stupid. Just kill him and be done with it. In an instant, a surge of red energy appeared, catching them off guard before they even realized what happened. A massive explosion rang out, dark night ring slash. The building shattered into pieces. Qin Feng, while eating noodles, thought that the more power extracted into reality, the more energy the body required. With his current strength, ordinary food could no longer meet his needs. After eliminating Shishi and the Alice Guild, he needed to find a way to obtain the Divine Tree Essence. He tossed the noodle bowl, climbed to Nightwalker's back and left. But Shishi was cunning, even harder to find than Song Fai. He could use the mission to kill Qin Feng as bait to lure her out, then head to Magic Capital first to get something to eat on the way. Scene shift to the Magic Capital area. Shishi praised blushing. Baby, you guys are really amazing. She staggered, clinging to the person beside her and said, fighting to the fullest, falling sweetly asleep, then stepping into the game. This feeling is wonderful. Dear ex-lover, your skills are unmatched, so fucking amazing. You are so hot. At that moment, she received a message. Miss Shi, Shadow just sent word that Qin Feng is dead. He said he would meet in the real Magic Capital to hand over the head and collect the remaining payment. But she knew meeting Shadow in real life was dangerous, so she told him to take a photo and send it. He said he would not use the phone for fear of being tracked by the authorities. She thought, so Shadow was also an enemy of the government. If she pulled him into Alice Guild, those pigs from Great Xia would no longer be a threat. She sent the coordinates 61722 8331, wanting to meet in the game first, then set up a play to probe him. Afterwards she messaged someone else. Tian Xingjian, baby, are you there? I miss you. I have a favor to ask. The benefits are endless. On the other side, he had just activated silent cloak concealment while sneering. Meeting in the game, huh? She truly is a cunning woman. When standing still, he would be permanently hidden. These coordinates were Evil Spirit Academy, not far from him. Qin Feng leaped into the game to see what tricks she could still pull. Magic Capital Ruins, Evil Spirit Academy. He stood coldly on the rooftop, looking down at the crowd below. Hao Tao A, our government has located you. I advise you to give up resistance and surrender immediately, or we will take forceful measures. She placed her hand on her chest and laughed. Tian Xingjian. Go back and tell the single men of Great Xia to remember this. We're no longer the Haota group, we are now the Alice Guild. She did not hesitate to take off her top to intimidate the government. The Alice Guild specialized in hunting Great Xia men. The government officials, pretending to be righteous while blushing, stared. Damn Haotao A. You have guts as big as the sky, utterly shameless. Baby, that is way too bold. She rubbed her heaving chest. You Great Xia pigs, come here, do you like it? If you help me act out this play well, tonight could be even bolder. Qin Feng observed without emotion. Was it him, Q Haonan, codename Tian Xingjian? The notorious spy who had provided intelligence to Alice Guild, only revealing his flaw in the 7th year after the game of divine descent. He was still acting. Haotao A, stubborn and unrepentant. Today I will definitely capture you. Qin Feng found the act not bad. It turned out Shishe and Q Haonan had colluded long ago. The two staged this to probe his stance. If he helped Shishe, he would become an enemy of the government. But if he did not help, Qin Feng smiled and swooped down. Since that is the case, then let me show you my sincerity. 42.357 weak point damage. Dark Knight Ring Slash. You have eliminated player Tian Xingjian. You have eliminated player Yun Yiwei Yu. You have eliminated player Yu Fei Yu. You have eliminated player I Am Justice. You have eliminated player Chongfeng Warrior. The entire group, including Shishi, was stunned. What? Qin Feng stepped forward leisurely. Hello Haotao A, I am Shadow. Shishi looked at him, unable to help sighing inwardly. He is so handsome, I like strong men like this. She gritted her teeth. It is just a pity he is a pig from Great Xia. Why must a powerful man be from Great Xia? Great Xia is dying, you do not deserve it. The group accompanying her muttered. Over 40,000 damage. Is this the #1 strength in the world? Hey Mr. Shadow, would like to see you bro. In an instant their heads flew off, and the system displayed the damage amount lost from the attack. Qin Feng waved his hand. I do not understand what you are saying, but I guess you must be cursing me. Shi quickly denied. They were not cursing you, they were greeting you. He replied coldly, then I am really sorry. To avoid misunderstandings, it is best to speak Great Xia language here. At the same time, Qin Feng suggested, let us start the transaction. Oh, and before that, put your clothes back on. She adjusted her clothing and asked, where is Qin Feng's head? Inwardly, she thought that this shadow guy was indeed a freak, but she liked that type. He replied coldly, it is with me, but I cannot bring it into the game. If you want, I can show it to you in the real world. She quickly opened the system window. No problem, I have already seen your strength, Shadow, so I trust you are not deceiving me. A notification sounded. You have received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng immediately turned around. Then that is fine, I am leaving now. But she called out, wait, you have strength, I have money. Can we have a long-term partnership? I have a new assassination target here. If you are interested, come to my place tonight. Whatever request you have, I will make sure to satisfy you. Qin Feng asked back, who do you want to assassinate, and what is the reward? She promised. Let us meet and talk. The reward will be several times more generous than this time. Tonight at Magic Capital Port I will be waiting for you. Qin Feng muttered, a house at the port, could it be her yacht? When both had left, the space was utterly silent. The government people finally revived. Jianan secretly sighed. Damn shadow guy, I knew you would definitely betray the government. He felt triumphant in his heart. Success, She had joined hands with Shadow, so he would receive his reward from her. Hao Nam ordered the people in Shanghai City, who only knew how to chase after the shadows all day, to capture them and demand an explanation. Then Gaiet, you take everyone to collect lifespan first, there might be action later. She wondered if the shadow truly colluded with Ad Big U. If so, even if they died, they had to find a way to eliminate him. But the gap between herself and the shadow was too vast. She would be killed before even seeing his silhouette. The evening also arrived on Sheishi's yacht. Qin Feng appeared at Mado Port as agreed. He spoke up, I am the shadow, I'm here to see Ad Big U. The subordinates said, so it's the shadow, the young lady has been waiting for you. Please come in. One announced, the shadow has arrived, prepare to set sail. After that, Qin Feng was led away by them. The yacht was still drifting on the sea at this moment. Inside the room, Shi wore an alluring red dress, holding a wine glass to welcome him. Brother Shadow, we finally meet. I never expected you to be this mysterious in person as well. Qin Feng got straight to the point. Tell me, who do you want to kill? She began to flirt. Why don't you have any romantic interest? It's rare to have such a beautiful scene with a beauty by your side. Don't talk about boring things. Come, let's clink glasses for this precious spring night. Qin Feng had anticipated this. He still downed the glass of wine in one go. Seeing this, she laughed happily. That's more like it. After that, she pushed him down onto the sofa. Then she wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's. What's wrong, Shadow? How do you feel? That glass of wine contained a secret formula I brewed myself. Anyone who drinks it has to obediently listen to me. She smiled smugly. Indeed, even the shadow is just a man. How is it strong, isn't it? She looked at him with a seductive gaze. Don't rush, just relax and enjoy as we both ride the peak wave. I will lift your mask and gaze upon that face. I'm sure you will be incredibly handsome. For now, just keep that mysterious look. A shout rang out. Oh my god, big sister has such a magnificent man. No wonder he's the shadow. Oh my god, why is it so hot? It's this burning hot. This is the shadows. It's so big. I can feel it. It's a bit hot. Come here, I'm ready. Come out, shadow. Come out quickly. Just as she was getting excited, she suddenly felt a strange sensation. The shadow's body suddenly turned into flames. She cried out hastily, "It's too hot, these are flames!" She survived. Shocked, she shouted loudly. What? This surprised Qinfeng. A crystal pendant for self-protection. I didn't expect you to have such good items. It saved your life. This is a common golden accessory that creates a maximum damage immunity shield. Taking a closer look at the face beside her, she panicked. Qinfeng, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to have been killed by the shadow? He revealed his identity and admitted it. The reason can only be one, because I am the shadow. She was bewildered. You are the shadow? Then who was that man? Turned out to be just a puppet of a devout follower, a happy version he created to take his place in drinking the poisoned wine. After learning the truth, Shi immediately kowtowed. Brother Qinfeng. No, Father Qinfeng, I'm sorry. Dad, I was wrong, spare me. I'll hand over all my lifespan. I'll be your slave from now on. You can call for service anytime. Qinfeng asked her, where are the 5 foreigners who came with you? Shi looked up with a fawning face. Dad, if I tell you, will you let me go? Her head was immediately twisted backwards. He seemed quite disappointed and decided to eliminate her right away. It seems those 5 men aren't here. The system notified him of receiving 659 years of tradable lifespan. Qinfeng thought to himself he had planned to take them all out in one go. But unfortunately, he first used Shi's phone to call the government. The sky was dark, the vast space was peaceful and silent. A rescue boat sped over, receiving a report of a mass murder on the yacht, involving the young lady of the chairman of the Qian group. According to the caller, the killer's skills closely resembled those of the shadow in the game. The identity could basically be confirmed. The investigation team immediately set out for the scene. Hanan received the report and was extremely furious. This shadow is lawless. My Shi, this wanton murder is clearly a challenge to our country's laws. He was determined. When I board the ship, I will use an investigation skill on the corpse. Once the shadow's location is determined, I will immediately open fire with full force, ensuring the target is shot dead. I will avenge you for sure. The preliminary forensic examination of the corpse. The cause of death was a broken cervical vertebra. We found unidentified DNA samples in the mouth, as well as burn marks. Hao Nam was indignant. That damn shadow not only murders but also desecrates the dead. Using his resolve, he thought, Tianxing Jianqiu Hao Nam, I will definitely bring you to justice. The moment he received the news, his entire body immediately tensed up. Hao Nam instructed the accompanying investigation team, be careful, the shadow is here. 6 o'clock direction, full power. Shoot! Just as the shout rang out, something suddenly rushed over. They saw his glasses shatter and blood sprayed out accordingly. Hao Nam collapsed to the ground. The other members cried out in alarm. Captain Q. The entire team quickly deployed a collective shield. Thang Guayet said angrily, Shadow, you killed an investigator. Do you want to become an enemy of the authorities? Qinfeng announced frankly, you don't need to worry. The reason I killed Hao Nam is that he had been providing the Qian group with intelligence from the authorities in exchange for benefits over a long period. He was a mole. The evidence must be on his phone. You can investigate slowly. At this moment, another member immediately reported, Captain Lin, we found communication records between Captain Q and the Qian group on his phone. Wait, she is the Abyss Princess in the game. Thang Guayet hastily ordered, give it to me. The other person blushed and tried to stop her. Wait a moment, inside it. But she cut him off. Wait for what? Is there something I can't see? After that, Thang Guayet also startled when she saw the sensitive photos between Hao Nam and Shi in the phone. She looked awkward, wondering what these things were. Clearly she had told them to take it slow. At this moment, Thang Guayet had to exclaim that everything Shadow said was the truth. It turned out that the last time Shadow killed them in the game was just a show for Shi to see, so he could gain her trust, then lure her into the real world and kill her. After that, he called the police himself, lured Hao Nam out, and finished him off as well. In the blink of an eye, he had helped the authorities solve 2 major troubles. This man was truly terrifying. Teacher Thang Guayet stared at the phone for a long time, ignoring the other members, wondering why she was looking so intently. She only focused on her train of thought. Luckily, he was not an enemy of the authorities, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Thinking that, Thang Guayet spoke up, Shadow, I apologize for shooting you earlier. Right after that, she decisively shot herself in the leg to admit fault. Everyone called out worriedly, Captain Lam. She lightly raised her eyes and said, Shadow, I still hope you will continue to cooperate with the authorities. The teammates quickly helped Thang weigh it up, asking if it was necessary. She replied, "We do not know Shadow's personality. It is better to be cautious." Qin Feng, watching from above at this moment, thought to himself, Lin Gai destroyed her own leg to avoid creating a grudge with me. No wonder she is the future commanding officer of the Mado government forces. Scene shifts into the game. Amidst the ruins of a city in a dungeon, Xiao Yu's group was being continuously attacked by headless monsters. Thine called out, "Xiao Yu, quickly support me." She replied, "Okay." But Xiao Yu's foolish action angered him. He scolded her for what she was doing again, calling her a useless waste. The healing skill was cast on a distant monster again. Immediately a surge of energy brushed past the two. Xiao Yu and Thine were quickly revived at another location. She blocked her hand and yelled, "Dead again," but clearly no one was around. It must be Shadow. Why is he always targeting me? Could he know I want to avenge brother Song Fei? He angrily hit her, scolding her for being an idiot, saying Shadow did not have time to target her. It was the gold boss, the headless assassin Hala, that wiped us out. Did you not read the system notification? It was triggered by the healing skill you used incorrectly. Next time the guild leader assigns you to me, I will just self-destruct. It hurts so much. Suddenly Hala appeared again. They all clamored, shouting, "Danger." This boss even followed us all the way here. Run. Scene shifts to the Dongfuang family mansion. A plate of fruit was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The woman was extremely angry. Useless. This was a perfect opportunity to kill Shadow, and yet you authorities let him go. She scolded, "You have been lying low in the government for years. How could you be so useless at a critical moment? I do not want to hear excuses. He killed my entire Dongfuang clan. The family debt cannot be shed in vain. No matter what method, Shadow's blood debt must be paid with blood. Your father-in-law died at his hands. What are you hesitating for?" Her young child then spoke up, "Mother, I have a plan to kill Shadow." She immediately asked, "Namthean, what plan do you have? The Forsaken Holy Game only allows participants over 18. You cannot enter yet." The boy's gaze was sharp. "Mother, even if I cannot enter the game, I know how to think. That Shadow likes to kill. We send people to anger him, lead them to Father's fireworks factory, and prepare in advance. Wait for Shadow to kill them. Then we blow up the factory. All those fireworks will be his funeral pyre. The whole world will witness his death. Even if we fail, Shadow cannot touch us." Hearing this, she was very pleased, said apparently her education of her son was not bad, then continued speaking into the phone. "Hear that? That Chu surnamed man. You are not even as good as your own son." The other end agreed. "Fine, but this matter must be kept secret. The government's attitude towards Shadow is still to win him over. My older and second brothers will not support us." She quickly hung up. "All right, I will arrange this." After that, the woman turned to ask the boy, "So, that commoner still refuses to hand over her lifespan?" Namthine replied sheepishly, "Forgive me, mother, I could not help it for a moment. I accidentally beat her to death." Inside the Forsaken Holy Game at the ruins of Meno City, Xiao Yu's group was also fighting here. Suddenly some people panicked. "Do you see anything? Over there some people died suddenly. There is an invisible killer. It must be Shadow." Streams of energy continuously attacked them. Desperate shouts rang out, "Run! Shadow has gone mad. He is slaughtering innocents everywhere." This moment, Qin Feng was leisurely standing in a place he had just found. He sighed softly. "This place is not bad. I will extract a hideout here." The system asked if he wanted to spend over 1,315 years of lifespan to extract this soul purification land into reality. Then, the system asked Qin Feng to confirm the location on the map. It warned that after extraction, all original materials here would disappear. He uttered, "Confirm." Strange circular area appeared beneath Qin Feng's feet at this moment. The extraction was complete. The water surface parted to both sides, revealing the castle below. Qin Feng remarked it was time to go get the Book of Revelation. That moment, he received another message from Wang Meng. "Big boss, someone reported you for slaughtering players, but I saw you were offline. So it is definitely not related to you." After deeper investigation, it turned out a gold boss was attacking players. It was the headless assassin Hala, with a very high stealth ability. Therefore, no one could see her. "Big boss, can you intervene? Over there, the number of people being attacked is increasing." Toan was surprised. "What kind of overpowered boss is this? I am already at 3rd level stealth detection and still cannot see it." Last time, because the darkness obscured her vision, Steel Saintess was uncomfortable talking to the rabbit. "I didn't see the boss either, and if I were alone, I could hold it off. This boss is likely something even the darkness can't handle." She warned him to speak softly and not let the boss come over here. First, they climbed to higher ground for a better view. Suddenly, a banana peel was thrown forcefully at them. Antone dodged nimbly and yelled, "Oh my god, who threw a banana peel here?" But the rabbit and Halbo couldn't escape it. The headless monster Hala appeared. He realized the situation and called out in panic, "Rabbit, Halbo!" Antone landed lightly and cursed Hala under his breath. "Damn it, I'm provoking you over here. Come on, do you think I'm scared of you? It flew over quickly, raised its hand high, and slashed straight at his position. Startled and Toon, oh no, I rolled too early. He struggled to roll several times before dodging the attack. While rolling, he asked Hala in frustration, still not dead yet? He kept rolling around it continuously. Gradually, Toon couldn't take it anymore, nearing his limit. Suddenly, the image of Hala leaping away startled him. He turned his head around, feeling dizzy. Suddenly, a hidden killing strike was unleashed. Hala unexpectedly appeared from above and attacked him. Toon was nearly obliterated, but a strange stream of energy suddenly appeared from above. Qin Feng landed with style, using a single leg-hitting killing strike, directly finishing off Hala. He asked softly, "Your name is Hala, right?" A few minutes before Qin Feng appeared, Xiaoyu was criticized by everyone for using the wrong skill, causing the headless boss to appear and locking onto her, following her all the way to the respawn point. Xiaoyu could only hang her head and take the scolding, tears welling in her eyes. She said, "I didn't mean to." Everyone was criticizing and rejecting her. The guild leader said, "With this level of skill, my team wouldn't dare take you." Wu Ming warned, "Really just a rookie. Not afraid of pulling the boss over here?" Wu Ming continued, "Xiaoyu, you are not suited for combat. From now on, you will be in charge of finding hiding spots. Find a gold grade spot, and I'll give you 3 years of lifespan. Find a platinum grade spot, and I'll reward you with 10 years. He thought to himself, thought a hidden profession was a treasure, who would have guessed? Wu Ming said he would give her 1 day of lifespan every day. Otherwise, if she kept dying, it would be wasteful. Xiao Yu received 2 tradable days of lifespan in 32 minutes. She hesitantly thanked the guild leader. The surrounding people were annoyed. Damn, she got a good deal. They thought this was her scheme, called her a little vixen, and told each other to do the same. Suddenly, a voice asking a question came from the other side. It turned out to be Hala. At the same time, its body lying on the ground also dissipated. Qin Feng's sudden appearance shocked everyone. Seeing this, Wu Ming's eyes also went wide. He suddenly smacked the head of the person standing next to him. Not only that, but the entire space seemed to fluctuate. The group from the association all looked towards Xiao Yu. Without a word, Wu Ming kicked her, sending her flying. Qin Feng was dealing with Hala when he saw a familiar figure flying from a distance in the middle window. At the same time, Hala split into multiple clones appearing around her. Everyone was bewildered. There are actually 4 of them. Not 4, but 5. Just now, one was killed by the darkness big shot. So there were that many clones after all. Xiao Yu was just kicked flying, and now seeing the darkness, she acted as if she had seen a savior. "It's the darkness, great, I'm saved," she shouted. "Darkness big shot, darkness KK, save me, K save me." At this moment, Qin Feng unleashed Shadow Touch Shield. Several Halas wanted to take the opportunity to attack Xiao Yu. However, they quickly couldn't escape his skill. The system announced that Qin Feng successfully eliminated them. The monster and its clones, coincidentally including Xiao Yu, received the rewards. He exclaimed inwardly, "What a pain in the neck." Qin Feng's greedy hand appeared. Besides the boss's 15-20 days of lifespan, many orbs of lifespan light also dropped. This boss had just absorbed the untradeable lifespan of others and hadn't had time to digest it. And Wu and the others rushed over, buzzing with excitement. "Big shot. If you don't need it, sell it to us." He thought to himself, these guys really are everywhere. Qin Feng said softly, "You guys came at just the right time. There's another place with good stuff. If the price is right, I can take you guys there." Everyone agreed, deal. Then he continued, "You guys, Wang Meng, follow me. As for Enwu, you're not allowed to come." She asked, puzzled, "Why's that?" He explained, "It's a place women can't go." Enwu whined, "Is the big shot discriminating? So sad. I was planning to seduce you, but I never expected you to like men." Qin Feng flicked her on the head. He began instructing everyone, explaining that there is a divine fist tower outside the north gate of the city ruins. After challenging it, you can receive many good items. However, the NPCs inside hate women. If there is a woman in the party, the difficulty increases tenfold. Wu was frustrated that he could not go along the bunch of useless NPCs. "Just wait for me, you little brat. When I level up, I will kill you. GOH. Let us go explore the other mountain, kill a few monsters to vent some anger. See you later, big shot." Shadow sent a team invite. Everyone was excited to go with the big shot for the first time. I was really nervous and tense. This was a chance to learn the big shot's techniques. What is going on? The big shot walks slowly, but is still faster than us running. Can I even learn like this? Shadow's agility stat is just too high. Qin Feng thought to himself at this moment. Over 20 items had dropped, among them 2 that an assassin could use. System introduction. White Bone Blade, assassin weapon. Increases damage, movement speed, and evasion rate. Qin Feng assessed. Its attack power was nearly 80% higher than the 2 to 16 points of the disease blade, plus it had armor penetration, strength, and agility. Quite a good piece of equipment. The system continued to introduce the Shadow Edge. Platinum grade deals damage and removes any 1 status effect. He thought to himself, the dark damage to a single target is quite low, but the removal effect is decent. Time to evolve it to legend. The system upgraded the Shadow Edge. Qin Feng was surprised. Hitting a weak point resets 3 seconds of cooldown. Then the cooldown of this skill is only 0.78 seconds. Only then did he notice something was off and turned his head. He suddenly realized there was no one behind him. Where did Wang Meng and the others go? At the same time, about 2 kilometers away from where Qin Feng stood, everyone was lying down resting in exhaustion. Si Cheng panted heavily and said Shadow was too fast. Who could keep up? The team members complained, "Captain, I cannot go on anymore." Wang Meng had to encourage them, "Come on, keep going." Group quickly arrived in front of the tower. Qin Feng stopped, looked up and said, "This is the place." After entering, an NPC will give a challenge. This guy is very shameless. The stronger a player performs, the more expensive the items he sells. So later I will only use 1% of my strength. Everyone do your best, we just need to take down one gold boss. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw the whole group looking dejected and gloomy. Wang Meng took a deep breath and tried to act fine. "Rest assured, we guarantee we will complete the mission." He turned around and went ahead. "After passing the challenge, we can buy good items from the NPC. Remember to only talk in the team channel. Do not let the NPC overhear." Qin Feng opened the large gate of the tower. At the top, a mysterious hooded figure was waiting. "Welcome, friends from Blue Star. I am sure the appearance of the godforsaken game has left everyone quite confused, right? This is the Tower of Divine Authority. If you pass the challenge, you can trade with me. Say when you are ready." Si Cheng was surprised that the game has an NPC. Someone asked, "Big bro, what kind of boss do we have to fight for this challenge?" He calmly replied, "During the fight, just listen to my commands. It is very simple, but this teammate is extremely cautious." That guy asked for details. "How long is the battle? How many phases does the boss have? What skills does it have? Is it a mechanic check or a stat check? Does it have any movement skills? Does it have any instant kill moves? How long is the fight time? Is there a target fixation? Where are the weak points?" He asked so much that Wang Meng had to whisper, "Big bro, do not mind him, his nickname is Steady. As a fake dog, he lost 2 teammates because of an accident before, so he is very careful about everything now." Qin Feng decisively turned around and said, "I am ready, let us begin." The cautious teammate hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I have not." The NPC finally said, "Now, enjoy." A spatial gate appeared in front of them. A monster appeared. It was a Skull Deceiver Black Rock Jelly, level 20 gold grade. Everyone was startled. "Level 20, our highest, is only level 11, Qin Feng ordered. "It is fine, Wang Meng, go in." He replied, "Okay," then used a powerful impact shield to suppress the monster. This enraged the Skull Deceiver, making it thrash about. Wang Meng was knocked back into Qin Feng. "Boss," he reminded, "no need to worry about me." Archer, precision shot. Swordsman, triple slash when it lands. Everyone obeyed. Countless arrows flew towards the monster. Another person jumped up and slashed at its shoulder. The Skull Deceiver roared in fury. Its whole body emitted a powerful pressure. Its punch shattered the floor. Qin Feng had already noticed its state. He shouted loudly, "The boss has gone berserk. I will handle it. Everyone stay away from the black oil." The underlings hurriedly dodged that attack. It was really dangerous. Qin Feng jumped up and swung his Shadow Edge hidden weapon. Instantly the monster lost 4,500 health from a weak point hit. Removed the berserk state. 2 underlings cheered. Did boss take off his equipment? This damage does not fit your status at all. Boss acts so well, staying huddled in the corner the whole fight. The NPC must think boss is a noob. Si Cheng drew his bow and asked, "The stronger the player, the more expensive the items. I am curious how boss knows about this information." Qin Feng explained, "The godforsaken game has many secrets. All the information is hidden among the ruins. Ask yourself if you have tried to explore, if your knowledge has increased." These words silenced the group of underlings. Suddenly the monster roared, an orb of golden energy gathered in its mouth. He informed the whole group to pay attention. The boss would soon rotate clockwise and spew fire. They had to dodge immediately, because the oil on the ground combined with the fire could burn someone to death in just 3 seconds. The lackeys who could not keep up were scattered in panic, and Old Ko ran back against the flow. Qin Feng did not hesitate, changing the plan, because there was no time to dodge anymore. Wang Meng used immortality to help him withstand it. He immediately followed the order to charge forward, using a protective shield. He was satisfied and praised the good arrangement, telling everyone to wait for the fire to die down, and then use their highest damage skills to unleash full power. The lackeys did not hesitate and bravely charged forward. Everyone joined forces, and in just a few moves, the monster was torn apart. The system also announced that they had defeated the level 20 Black Liquor Stone Skull Puppet. Qin Feng analyzed thoughtfully. The difficulty of this boss was that when its health fell below 70%, it would enter an enraged state. As long as that effect was dispelled, its power was only that of a silver boss. At that moment, the mysterious person appeared again. "Players of Blue Star, congratulations. You are the first to pass my trial. Now, you only need to pay with your lifespan to trade for Divine Tree Book from me." Only then did the name of that mysterious person appear above his head. Old Ko looked up to observe. This NPC's name was Weekly. That man had a total of 6 fingers, and as soon as he finished speaking, the star behind his hood began to glow brightly. It directly blew Old Ko away, making him vanish. Wang Meng was startled as he watched him disappear. That old dog, why did the NPC suddenly attack like that? Qin Feng calmed him down. Old Ko was still too impatient. No need to worry, NPCs and players can knock each other, unless they violate the prohibitions they set. The taboo is related to that man's fingers, so as long as we don't mention it, it will be fine. He looked at Weekly with some caution. Big boss, can you beat him? He rubbed his chin and thought, not for now. In fact, these NPCs were powerful beings who received divinity from karma, bound by eternal rules from Blue Star to serve as NPCs. They collected player lifespans. At that moment, the NPC spoke again in an unpleasant tone. Choose the sacred book you need, trade your life for it, and then get out. Wang Meng was horrified. What? I can consume lifespan to create living materials like food and water. If I have the sacred book, no matter what disaster happens, supplies are guaranteed. The Dark Lord indeed always gets the good stuff. He and Si Cheng nodded. Nonsense. When has the boss ever let us down? And there are even sacred books and mechanical maids. I want to buy this. Qin Feng joined the transaction, spending 9,000 days of his lifespan to trade, receiving the sacred book of Jianghai City, a total of 9 books. He was temporarily satisfied and thought, these 9 books are enough for daily needs. Besides, there are also achievements in the Divine Authority Tower to earn reputation rewards. I must get them. Afterward, Qin Feng asked the NPC, I want to challenge the highest difficulty solo, is that possible? Weekly seemed hesitant. You? With the performance just now, you couldn't even complete the first floor, and you want to try the highest difficulty. This made him curious. What is the highest difficulty like? That man calmly explained, the difficulty was divided into 5 tiers, the highest being the 5th tier. The boss was still the gold grade Black Liquor Stone Skull puppet, but its attack, health, defense, and cooldown were all increased by 500%. Wang Meng was dumbfounded. 500%. We were sweating just dodging its skills just now. Can the big boss dodge it? With 5 times the health and defense, how long will it take to kill it? There can't be any mistakes during that time. NPC reminded him, if you die during the challenge, the lifespan that drops will belong to me. Are you sure you want to challenge this? Qin Feng replied without hesitation, definitely. Weekly did not stop him. You want to give me your lifespan, so I will help you fulfill that wish. A player of Blue Star being this arrogant at the start of the game, truly seeking death. Immediately the monster appeared, a gold-grade Black Liquor Stone Skull puppet with 500% intensity. He took out his weapon and observed the enemy. Wiggly could enhance summon creatures. 500% is not the limit. Back then when I eliminated that guy, he had enhanced them up to 2000%. It just so happens I want to test out this new weapon. Qin Feng swept his hand and threw out a poisonous throwing dart. It immediately activated the gift of Black Flame, reducing the target's defense against all elements by 7%. He then used a skill to activate the special effect of the Bone Blade, increasing his speed by 100% for 5 seconds. In an instant his figure darted past like a mere shadow. He easily dodged the strike from the puppet. Qin Feng appeared directly above its head, one move stabbing straight into the monster's brain, activating the special effect of the Bone Blade. He activated the 100% speed increase again for 5 seconds, quickly vanishing. Sai Cheng stared in shock, invisible again. How short is the big boss's stealth cooldown? Wang Meng retorted, no, it's just that the big boss's speed is so fast it looks like stealth. Qin Feng used the Grace of Liberation, and next attack would create a throat-cutting effect. Next, thanks to the Phantom Indigo Shield skill, he activated the Gift of Black Flame, reducing the target's defense against all elements by 64%. He was extremely satisfied with this result. This is totally worth the effect from the Ancient God's Stone. Without enhancing the Gift of Black Flame, the maximum damage from each Phantom Indigo Shield strike would only be about 18,000. Si Cheng could not keep up with Qin Feng's shadow. This is the first time I've seen the Dark Lord in action. It looks like Phantom Indigo Shield, but the Phantom Indigo Shield I've seen only has 3 slashes. Wang Meng's mouth hung open in shock. It lost 1/3 of its health in an instant. What skill is that of the big boss? Above, Weekly was also observing. The Forsaken Divine game on Blue Star has just launched. How can there be someone this strong? What kind of talent level is this? They saw Qin Feng's eyes glow brightly as he unleashed a finishing move, Throat Cut, dealing 200% damage per second for the next attack. The puppet spewed blood, its entire body unable to withstand it. Knockdown effects continuously appeared on it. When he landed on the ground, the system vibrated continuously. Congratulations on completing the achievement of challenging the 5th tier difficulty of Divine Authority Tower, gaining 5 reputation points. Along with the previous 4 tiers, you gain 1, 2 plus 3 plus 4 reputation points. Congratulations on being the first in the world to complete a solo challenge of the Divine Authority Tower, gaining 5 plus 10, 15, 15 plus 20, 25 reputation points. Player Kinfeng has completed a challenge of difficulty. The players outside buzzed with excitement. The Divine Authority Tower? What is that? My city is nothing but ruins. I've never seen a tower-shaped building. Oh my god, the Dark Lord is ahead of us again? Weekly was furious, cursing, "Damn it, you're a cheater. You people are too cunning. If I had known, I would have charged 10,000, no, 100,000 lifespan for each book." A blinding light radiated from that man's body as he drove them away. "Get lost. I don't want to see your faces again." Several lackeys panicked and covered their eyes. What is this NPC doing? We're doomed. Is he about to use an ultimate move? From within the circle, a beam of light shaped like a 4-pointed star appeared. The light was so dazzling that no one could withstand it. Only when the space dissipated did Wang Meng startle, opening his eyes to look around. He was shocked to realize he was outside the Divine Right Tower. Kinfeng gently reminded him, "I told you not to worry. NPCs can't attack us without reason. We got all the loot, let's disband. I have to go offline to eat." Wang Meng and the other hurriedly saw him off, thanking the big shot for broadening their horizons, and said to call them next time there was an opportunity. They said their goodbyes. When Kinfeng returned to the real world, he received a notification that he had occupied 9 ancient books, consuming 90 days of lifespan. Without hesitation, he used another 106 years to buy furniture, daily necessities, and a maid robot. A sweet beast-eared girl appeared. "Master, I can take care of everything in the house. If you need anything, just tell me." Kinfeng lounged around, asking her to clean the house and cook a delicious meal. She immediately dove into mopping the floor, determined to clean everything. At this moment in Jianghai City, there was a corpse covered with white cloth on the ground. Nai Liang read the report. This was the 3rd female corpse this week. Like the previous 2, the limbs were sawn off and the eyes gouged out. It was definitely the same killer. Suofei coldly asked the investigator if they had found any leads. He regretfully shook his head. The killer was very familiar with investigators. The crime times all fell outside the effective period of skills. He ordered his subordinate to ask Enwu how long it would take for the police to enter. "We can't delay. We have to catch him." The subordinate stammered. "Suofei, could it be the work of the shadow? I compared his online time with the times the girls died, and they match." He rubbed his chin, relying only on the time. "That's not enough to prove it," Nai Liang quickly said. "But we can start from this angle. Rumors are spreading that the shadow is the killer, and the authorities are covering it up." Suofei raised a hand to cut him off. "All right, Xiaoma, I know the shadow once made you lose face in front of Enwu, but don't bring personal feelings into this. I will allocate personnel from the tech department to assist you 24/7 to solve the case." After speaking, he paid him no further attention. Behind him, Nai Liang couldn't hide a twisted expression, gritting his teeth and replying, "Understood." The next day in the game God-Forsaken, the ruins of Mado City, Kinfeng appeared on top of a tall building. He muttered to himself, "Evil Spirit Academy, platinum-grade hideout. Even though it's no longer hidden, it has the strongest barrier in the entire continent." The system notified him that 274 years of lifespan were consumed to create a guild. Satisfied, he obtained the hideout and registered it under the guild name. It was possible to teleport between different shelters. From now on, traveling between Mado and Jianghai would be much more convenient. He stepped into the main hall. Walking onto the vast corridor, Kinfeng frowned. "Strange, I've gone deep into the 3rd floor but haven't seen a single monster. Someone must have been here, and a group with considerable strength at that." Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. "This time you have nowhere to run." So it was a group of 3 people bullying a girl. "No, don't come over here." They cornered her at the edge of a cliff. "Don't worry, we won't kill you yet. Lady Dongfang ordered us to bring you back so her son can cherish you. Hurry up and tell us the real location, or we'll kill you by draining all your lifespan." And self-destructing is useless, because members of the Shura Hall are waiting for you at the respawn point. One of them laughed maliciously. "How about this? Let's make a deal. You killed Lady Dongfang twice. You must have taken quite a bit of her lifespan. I guess at least 30 years. Hand over 30 years of lifespan, then play with us a few times, and we'll let you go. How about it?" She timidly, with tears in her eyes, asked, "Play? How do you want to play?" The leader sneered. He directly dropped his pants in front of the girl. "What else is there to ask? Of course we're gonna play with this." She thought for a moment, then pretended to submit. "Then you have to promise to let me go after you're done playing." They laughed vilely. "Of course. Hurry up, start with me." Another chimed in. "Then it's my turn." Girl sat down, moving closer to the leader. In an instant, her expression changed, her eyes sharp. She leaped up, a weapon in her hand. A poisoned dart shot forward. One of the 3 quickly used a vibrating golden needle shield. It pressed down on her, causing her to lose health. They laughed. "Little sister, you're not being honest." She had to accept watching the leader sit squatting in front of her. He licked his lips greedily. "I'll give you one last chance. Open your mouth." But she calmly curled her lips, see you later. Instantly, a white silk ribbon sliced off his head. The one pressing down on her was also startled. What was that? A silk ribbon? But the silk ribbon had already coiled around his neck. A single strong slash split the body into two halves. Qin Feng observed from hiding and recognized it as a scythe user. Could this girl be that class? The girl sprang up, stomping her foot hard on the ground. She coldly looked at the strands of lifespan falling to the ground and cursed, "Die, you bunch of beasts." He saw this and silently confirmed it was the yellow spring blade. Then he heard her shout in fury, "Just you wait, Dongfang Yu. I will definitely kill you." Guy Ling now executed the yellow spring blade technique like a shadow. This was the only hidden class in the assassin system. He remembered that in his previous life, she was the 10th strongest person in the world. But because she was an enemy of the Chu family in Mado, her real-life identity was exposed. When she was surrounded, she killed over 1,000 enemies before dying of exhaustion. When Qin Feng's guild heard the news, everyone was deeply regretful. Never expected to meet her here. Qin Feng quickly revealed himself and called out Guy Ling. But who is Dongfang Yu? Hadn't Dongfang already been killed by him? Seeing Qin Feng, Guy Ling charged to attack, complaining, still have allies? Qin Feng hurriedly explained, "No, I'm not." Guy Ling didn't care. She swung her blade to attack him, shouting, "Too much talk, die!" The yellow spring blade had already been thrown. Qin Feng stood still, letting the blades dance around him. The blades surrounded Qin Feng into a web, but suddenly he appeared behind Guy Ling. "All right then, I'll play with you." Guy Ling was startled and reflexively leaped far away. He quickly used the stealth skill and warily looked toward her opponent. Guy Ling quickly vanished from Qin Feng's sight. He laughed amusedly. "Haha, stealth." Then he used a similar skill to Guy Ling's but more VIP, which was shadow concealment. Guy Ling broke into a sweat, opened her eyes wide to observe but saw nothing. Yellow spring blade had level 4 anti-stealth, yet it couldn't detect him. Wait, could this person be the shadow? Just as she thought of that, Qin Feng went boo, making her jump. "I'm over here." Reflexively, she threw her blade to defend herself, thinking, "Damn it, I have level 4 stealth, so how can he still see me?" Finally, she decided to use her signature ultimate move, Soul Chasing Evil Ghost. The blade tip seemed to have a soul flying right before Qin Feng's eyes, but he showed no fear. As it passed by, he let out a simple, "Oh," observed, and commented, "Can this blade lock onto my position?" Guy Ling's eyes couldn't see him, but her weapon could. The target of the Soul Chasing Evil Ghost had nowhere to run. Then the soul-chasing evil ghost began chasing Qin Feng. He ran while highly appraising Guy Ling. Surprising, this class can pursue the target, bypassing even anti-stealth. Interesting. Qin Feng ran around Guy Ling, and the soul chaser chased after, but it seemed to backfire. He ran in circles around Guy Ling, and the soul chaser tightly bound her. Qin Feng quickly jumped away, remarking, "The soul-chasing evil ghost is strong, but it's still not enough." Guy Ling was tightly bound by her own technique. He grabbed the blade rope and pulled Guy Ling upside down. "Can you listen to me now? I am the shadow, not someone sent by Dongfang Yu. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago." Guy Ling struggled and replied, "I believe you. I believe you now. Put me down." Qin Feng continued asking, "Is the Dongfang Yu you mentioned from the Dongfang family in Jianghai City?" Guy Ling obediently answered everything. "That's right, but that woman married into the Chu family, so her relationship with the Dongfang family isn't very close." After hearing this, Qin Feng understood. So one fish still slipped through the net. It seems Dongfang Yu wasn't there when I annihilated the Dongfang family. Guy Ling was shocked, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "What? The Dongfang family was wiped out by you?" She rejoiced, "Excellent. So Dongfang Yu and the Shadow are also enemies. Hurry and let me down. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can cooperate." Qin Feng immediately dropped Guy Ling with a thud onto the ground. He said, "Let's talk about cooperation later, but first tell me why you want to kill Dongfang Yu." As if struck, Guy Ling frowned, gritted her teeth, and said with hatred, "To avenge my father." She recounted that before the game appeared, Dongfang Yu had drunk and driven, running over and killing her father. That woman remained free and outside the law since the Chu family found someone to take the blame. Her father could not accept it and gathered evidence to convict Dongfang Yu. Guy Ling, recounting this, had tears wetting the corners of her eyes. But, the next day, my father was fished out of the river. The authorities concluded he had a nervous breakdown and jumped into the river to commit suicide. I went to Dongfang Yu's house to demand an explanation, and the Chu family's bodyguards beat me nearly to death. At that time, I was in despair and had thought about death, but now, the game has appeared. When I entered, the first thing I did was kill Dong Yu. However, in the game, I have to drain that woman's lifespan completely to kill her for good. After she revived, she hired many people to hunt me down. You saw what happened next. Guy Ling cried and begged, "Brother Shadow, I beg you, please help me kill Dongfang Yu too." Hearing Guiling's earnest plea, but seeing she was deeply sunk in hatred, Qin Feng replied, "I refuse." Guy Ling emotionally begged the man before her, "Brother Shadow, I beg you, help me." He coldly and decisively said, "No need to think about it, I refuse." She quickly said, "Don't worry, I'm not asking for help for free. What do you want? As long as I have it, I'll give it to you. I can be your servant, dedicate all my lifespan, equipment, and skills to you." Saying this, Miko's tears streamed down. She said that as long as he helped her kill Dongfang Yu, she would willingly be his slave. He was shocked by what Guy Ling would do to kill her enemy, but Qin Feng refused, saying, "I cannot help you kill her. Your revenge can only be ended by your own hands." He emphasized, "Before that, I will help you, but whether you can reach that step still depends on your own fate." Guy Ling asked emotionally, "Will you help me? How will you help me?" Qin Feng proactively offered, "Join my guild, become my person, and I will help you take revenge." A notification appeared, "Shadow invites you to join the Shadow Guild." Guy Ling read the information and saw the guild only had him, so she chose to join. The system announced that Guy Ling had joined the guild, and Qin Feng changed his status. "You have accepted becoming friends with Guy Ling." He guided her step by step. "It seems you have agreed. Now what you need to do is evolve your class." He explained the class evolution in detail, "But you must find the clues yourself. Come back to see me after you succeed." Guy Ling listened silently. "If you cannot do this," Qin Feng left these words and disappeared, "then give up on revenge." He believed the potential of the Imperial Blade was limitless. With a little effort, she would surely improve in the future, and could even help him when she became stronger. He returned to the deepest part of the Evil Spirit Academy, silently advancing. On the stairs halfway up was the rank 15 Mutiminous Stana, a platinum-grade room. Qin Feng was surprised. "So this is the guardian of the Evil Spirit Academy." He did not hesitate to charge forward and attack with Night Shadow Slash, dealing 26,348 weak point damage. Qin Feng knew clearly that in the first phase, only one of the 4 heads of the boss was activated, and it was immune to physical damage, so he could only use elemental skills with lower damage. However, he had the White Forest Bone Saber to increase speed, along with the critical hit cooldown reduction effect of Shadow Slash, allowing him to transform into a nimble assassin. Each Shadow Slash was released by him at extreme speed. The Demoness was continuously hit in weak points, her health dropping steadily. He had calculated beforehand. In the second phase, all 3 heads would be activated simultaneously. All 3 heads became enraged, wanting revenge. He jumped to the side, unleashing random attacks all around, just as Qin Feng expected. The 3 heads fired distinct energy beams from their eyes. He casually shifted his body, nimbly dodging all attack paths. After the counterattack, the Demoness's health was continuously decreased. When they were grievously wounded, Qin Feng decided to end it, saying, "The disco dance stops here." The place where they hovered exploded. The system announced, "You have killed the mutated Demoness Stana," receiving 50,000 experience points. Received Platinum Evil Spirit Academy Hideout Key. A new notification appeared, "You can now evolve your class." He chose to evolve immediately. A series of notifications appeared. Shadow class has evolved to 2nd generation. Stats increased. Strength 927, Constitution 927, Agility 2472, Spirit 1545. Level 15, non-tradable lifespan 4,510 to 233 days. Tradable lifespan 56625. Strength 129,147. Constitution 184 202, Agility 268 376. Spirit 1011131. Health Tune 6 Gold Age. Physical damage 535. Recovery 85%. Damage reduction 77%. Physical defense 330 reduces damage by 24.88%. Lightning resistance 458 reduces damage by 31.4%. Dark resistance 304 reduces damage by 23.3%. Ice resistance 278 reduces damage by 21.7%. Fire resistance 278 reduces damage by 21.7%. New passive skill. When attacking in stealth mode, you do not break stealth, but attacks that break stealth still take effect. Qin Feng held the golden key, marveling that the added stats from the class had tripled, and the attack did not break stealth. The 2nd generation Shadow truly had a qualitative change. A few minutes earlier, outside the Evil Spirit Academy, Guy Ling was facing her enemies, saying, "You still dare to come?" One of them charged forward, saying, "This time I will not show mercy like before." He slashed down with a heavy lightning strike. Guy Ling activated Shadow Potential, a strange aura rising around her. Sprung through a blinding bomb towards her, Guy Ling had to cover her eyes from the intense light. Another on the side kicked her directly in the waist. Hand stomped down hard, cursing, "You rotten woman, I will teach you a lesson." In Guy Ling's palm appeared a vial of medicine. She silently prayed, "Don't break," but the vial with the green liquid was snatched away. One of them picked it up to examine, saying, "A self-destruct poison, huh? After using it, you lose half your lifespan and return to the respawn point." Hang Vu, the leader, laughed gleefully and asked what a stubborn woman she was. He pressed Guy Ling down, saying, "But I like it." His disgusting tongue licked her face. Guy Ling bit her lip, enduring the humiliation. The system announced that that the platinum-grade hideout Evil Spirit Academy now belonged to the Shadow Guild. The barrier was opened. All members not in the Shadow Guild were considered intruders. Instantly, a surge of lightning erupted. The whole group was blown apart, initiating a cleanup. Finally, everything turned to ash. A notification reminded that the cleanup was complete. Guy Ling was shocked to realize the Evil Spirit Academy was a hideout and now belonged to her guild. Had Shadow already killed the Guardian and obtained the key in just a few minutes? A series of item information displayed. Mutated Demoness Jade Ring. Usable by all classes. All stats 22. Skill cooldown speed 30%. Requires level 14. Unique effect increases skill range by 25% and area damage by 10%. Platinum grade deadly poison trap. Predator Assassin skill. Place a trap with stealth level 5. When an enemy steps on it, they take an additional 500 damage with poison element, slowed by 50% for 5 seconds. Poison damage per second 100%. You can place a maximum of 3 traps, cooldown 10 seconds. Each trap lasts a maximum of 600 seconds. Qin Feng muttered, dropping 2 items an assassin could use. This ring was pretty good, and both Pure Shadow Blade and Dark Knight Harmony Blade were area of effect skills, so for him this was a massive power boost. He still remembered he had 363 evolution points, just enough to upgrade Backstab. The system updated. You have spent 340 evolution points with 23 remaining. Backstab went from epic to legendary passive effect. When attacking from behind a target, damage T, legendary special effect. While invisible, all your damage is considered a backstab. Qin Feng really liked this skill. Stable backstab damage combined with the permanent invisibility of the evolved class significantly improves damage output and safety. Jiang Li happily reported the news. Boss, I found another ruin. Do you want to come take a look? He asked curiously. Where is it? On the rocks around the entrance of the Divine Temple in the Jianghai City ruins were some murals identical to those in the Novus Town ruins. Qin Feng was puzzled. Why didn't you guys explore it yourselves? With your level, you can handle a platinum boss. Da Jiangli helplessly explained. We wanted to fight it, but when we cleared the monsters, a teleportation orb appeared. Touching it did nothing. It said only a fated person could enter. Boss, do you know who a fated person is? Understood the situation. All right, wait for me. Oh right, I found some equipment. You girls prepare some lifespan, I'll bring it back. He thought to himself both hidden places had teleporters, so traveling from Mado ruins to Jianghai had become more convenient. Da Jiangli reminded him, there isn't enough lifespan in the Jianghai government. You could sell it to officials in Mado instead. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Jianghai city ruins, the sky was immersed in a bleak orange, the scene desolate. Da Jiangli was alone in this barren place. Qin Feng appeared right behind her and asked, where is the ruin? She was startled and screamed, Boss, you scared me to death. He looked at her but still promised, I will pay attention next time. Da Jiangli led him to the mine cliff and looked down. The ruin entrance was below the cliff. Qin Feng wondered how she found it, and she replied, it's a long story. Da Jiangli glanced at the sheep beside her. I have another mount, this little sheep. She recounted the previous incident. While she was fooling around with it, a silver boss suddenly appeared. It startled us. In the panic, I fell off the cliff. Luckily, I got caught on a tree under the cliff, which is how I saw this cave. By this time, Da Jiangli had led him to the cave entrance. It's right here. Be careful not to slip and fall to your death. After I died and came back, I called Captain N and Uncle Wang Meng to explore together. Qin Feng admired her as he landed beside her. It's just like you to find a crooked place like this. She revealed, Boss. To be honest, Brother Wang Meng jumped down too but slipped and rolled to his death. The two walked inside. Da Jiangli reported, there is a maze ahead. We cleared the monsters and mapped out the entire route. Qin Feng reminded her, if you can avoid dying, don't die. Don't let your lifespan drop to 0, or it will be very dangerous. She obediently listened. Got it. I know there is a skill to absorb other people's lifespan. If my lifespan gets too low, I can absorb it directly. We have a preventive measure to restore untradeable lifespan. He was surprised. Do you guys have a stable supply source? He revealed, we lured some monsters that absorb untradeable lifespan to a hidden spot in the city debris. After killing them, we kept all the untradeable lifespan they dropped, and we go get more when needed. Qin Feng immediately guessed, that's not a bad method. Did Enwu come up with it? Da Jiangli was amazed. Boss's guess is spot on. He thought to himself that she was the one who thought of this idea in the past life, and everyone ended up using it. She pointed towards the destination. The teleportation orb is right ahead. When Da Jiangli touched that energy orb, a notification displayed that you are not the fated person, and the mechanism did not move. She was helpless. See, I am not the fated person. Boss, want to try? We all guessed this divine temple rifle is connected to the one in the town before. It's better for you to handle it. Qin Feng approached the energy orb and raised his hand. His palm touched the very center of that orb of light. Suddenly, the orb flashed with brilliant streams of light. The glare was so intense that De Jiangli had to cover her eyes. When the light died down, she stared blankly at the center. The boss and the orb are gone. As expected, the boss is indeed the fated person. On Qin Feng's end, the system announced you have arrived at the dimensional ice cave. Your remote communication system will be blocked. He activated the passive Dimensional Ice Cave. A new notice updated the quest, Protect the Dimensional Ice Crystal. Qin Feng was surprised. Dimensional Ice Crystal. He remembered, this thing, when attacked, would erupt into a frigid water tide. He walked over to the floating crystal. So that's it. Monsters will appear from these caves, and they will do everything to attack the crystal. If they succeed, I'll only have a path to death. An item appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Death was not important. What was important was that the quest could fail. If that happened, he would never return to this place and would not be able to reap the rewards. He decided, then there is no choice but to evolve the deadly poison trap. The system announced you have spent 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points. You have 17 remaining. Deadly poison trap went from platinum to jade diamond epic. Set a trap with invisibility levels 5 on 6 on 7 and 8. An enemy stepping on it will take an additional 500 to 700 900 1 to 100 damage with poison element. Movement speed is slowed for 5 on 6 on 8 seconds and takes continuous poison damage. Slow 50%, poison damage per second and 100%. You can place a maximum of 35799 traps. Maximum existence time 3600 seconds. Wrapped around the ring was an energy. A notification reminded. The effect of the mutated female apparition ring was activated. Skill range increased by 25%. He glanced over. The enhanced trap just perfectly covered the entire passage. As long as a monster passed through, it was sure to trigger the trap. Deep in the cave, eyes red with blood appeared. They were coming. The monsters from the darkness at other cave entrances charged madly forward. They were blocked by a surge of energy. Vines that grew up annihilated them, but one, strangled to death, struggled desperately to break free. Its health continuously dropped, and it could only howl in pain. Qin Feng calculated carefully. As long as he was in a stealth state, all damage was considered a backstab, causing these monsters to be instantly killed. Protect Athena. Interesting. Suddenly, an arrow shot from afar. Qin Feng frowned in alert, immediately recognizing it. He created a protective shield to prevent the arrow from penetrating. Qin Feng protected the ice crystal behind him and scoffed coldly as he glared at the one who had fired that arrow. It was a monster armed with a bow and arrow set. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. So there are ranged monsters too, huh? Outside the ruins of Mado City, a team of people returned to report to Fang Yu. She asked coldly, "Do you mean your guild has given up hunting Ling Gui because she is a member of the Shadow Guild?" Messenger confirmed, "Indeed, we cannot do this. You should find someone else." She lowered her voice in a near threat. "So you mean the threat from the darkness is greater than me, you lowborn? Do not forget that I hold all your information. In the real world, I can kill you easily." Huang Gai's legs clamped together tightly. Suddenly a fist flew from nowhere straight into her face. That man's punch made her spit blood and fall backward. Grabbed a knife and slashed down. "Bitch, I have been tolerating you for too long. I cannot beat the darkness, but I cannot kill you. Opening your mouth, just a curse. Are you comfortable?" Continuous curses followed. "Die already." The system announced that Fu Nia Q Thien had been killed and returned to the present. Fuang Gaiat exploded in rage. A rebellion? A mutiny? In reality, at the So family estate, she sat in the middle of her bed cursing those lowborns of the Shura Hall, and they even dared to kill Dong Fuang. "Darling, send someone to capture them immediately." The person on the phone with her was surprised. "Shura Hall, you hired them to capture Gailing?" Fuang Gaiat confirmed. "That is right. Gailing and the darkness have gathered in one place. So these people were afraid of the darkness seeking revenge and refused to continue." That man instructed, "We will deal with those lowborns after we kill the darkness. I have already arranged for people from the Haklong Hall to cause trouble for the darkness in Mado. The plan has begun. It will be very quick in avenging your family." Fuang Gaiat silently remembered the darkness and those lowborns as well. She swore, "Just you wait for me, I will avenge the Dong Fuang family and wipe out all of you." On Qin Feng's side, he had just slashed a sword strike into the head of that ranged monster. Watching it fall, he said disdainfully, "So what if it is ranged? My shadow blade, when hitting a weak point, returns cooldown time so I can kill them one by one." The system announced the protection mission was successful. "Please collect the reward." Qin Feng was surprised. It is over already." The crystal in front of him shattered with a crackling sound. After that, it broke into pieces. A shimmering treasure chest appeared before him. Qin Feng rejoiced. An epic grade treasure chest. He eagerly wanted to see. Last time the epic chest gave him the grace of release. What could he get this time? When the chest opened, a sparkling light radiated from the side. Following that, a person also appeared. This person's body gradually formed in front of him. Qin Feng was startled, feeling a sense of familiarity. He recognized that it was the NPC beside the epic chest from last time. She was muttering an ancient incantation. Qin Feng guessed this was an ancient divine language. She said, "You have passed 2 trials. You are the chosen one." He found it strange, I clearly cannot understand, yet I understand her meaning very clearly. Is it because of the judgment eye? She continued, "The ancient body has perished, and you are the heir to the power of judgment." Before his eyes, the opponent's body brightly shimmered, a blinding light sweeping clean. From that light, her legs and arms appeared. Even her soft white hair appeared. The opponent looked directly at Qin Feng and introduced herself. "My name is Asasis. I will follow you and witness you become the true god of judgment." Asasis handed him a bell. "Please accept the gift I have prepared for you." The system displayed information. Asasis direct recall bell. The bell was crafted by the judgment divine emissary Asasis with the power of rules. You can use it once at levels 25, 35, and 50 to summon Asasis. Each summon grants a chance to challenge a special ruin. If you complete the 3 challenges, Asasis will move to your hideout and provide skill upgrade functions. Qin Feng accepted it. So that is it. The Divine Temple last time was level 5 and this time was level 15. Yet all of it was discovered by Miss Dai Xiang. Her luck attribute is truly unbelievable. Asasis reminded, "Please choose your skill. You have 1 free chance to upgrade a skill at your current level." He pondered, upgrade a skill. There are 2 criteria for evaluating the power of skill books players receive, quality and required level. As far as Qin Feng knew, the quality of each skill book is fixed and cannot be increased, but he could use infinite evolution to forcibly improve a skill's quality. Even the most ordinary basic skill, as long as he wished, could be turned into mythical grade. The required level is the level the player must reach to use the skill, and it also determines its power. A basic skill at level 50 and a basic skill at level 5 have completely different power. However, high-quality skills are very hard to obtain, and high-quality items with a high level are even rarer. But in the future, all of that will no longer be a problem. He only needed to consume lifespan to raise the skill level, so he made his choice. "I choose to upgrade the grace of release to the highest quality." Asasis knelt reverently and lightly kissed his hand. "As you wish." The system prompted, mythical grace of release from level 10 to level 16 attack and weak point damage increased from 300% to 410%, doubling the coefficient for attack and weak point. Active use causes the next attack to apply a decapitation effect, dealing 200% to 310% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown time is 15.97 seconds. It was time for her to say goodbye. "Then I look forward to meeting you again next time." A portal appeared before him. Qin Feng knew it was the departure teleportation gate. Suddenly, he noticed an orb floating above the chest. Wait, there might still be something inside the treasure chest. The system updated. "Congratulations, you have received the epic BAPFI equivalent exchange agreement. Assassin leg armor defense. Physical defense 198, all elemental resistance 109, damage resistance 198, damage reduction 19.8%. Equipment requires level 15, special charm resistance 19.8%. Art of equivalent exchange, sacrifice 1 epic grade or lower equipment or skill book to randomly receive an equipment or skill book belonging to your class. Level and quality remain unchanged. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Qin Feng was astonished as he held the book, capable of exchanging equivalent items. This is truly a good thing. At home, there are still many Jade grade equipment and skill books, all of which can be converted into assassin class items. He happily stepped into the teleportation gate. This time was truly a huge harvest. I must thank Miss De Xiang properly. When Qin Feng came back outside, Daijiang Li was already waiting, yawning repeatedly. He asked right away, "In this 1 hour, you did not go level up but waited here for me." She happily exclaimed, "Big Shot, you are back. I thought I should stand guard and wait here to prevent Big Shot from being ambushed when he came out." Qin Feng handed the magic book to Daijiang Li. "Thank you, I am giving you this skill book. It just dropped from the ruin." She joyfully took it. It was a level 13 platinum evasion magic. "Thank you, Big Shot. With this skill, my survival rate will be much higher." Done, she mounted her donkey and waved goodbye. "Boss, see you later." "Goodbye." Qin Feng gradually faded out of the game. "I need to go fill my empty stomach too." At this moment in the western area of Jianghai City, the shelter of the silver-ranked Holy Temple Knight Guild, she excitedly announced, "Brothers and sisters of the guild, let us remember this great day. We the Holy Temple Knights finally have a home," he said contentedly. Even though the house was not large, it was a wonderful start. "With this house, we will no longer have to worry about a boss suddenly appearing and killing us." Wu Ming emphasized that with this house, we have a safe place to rest when we are tired. For all of that, we need to thank one person. That person is Xiao Yu. Everyone turned in unison to look at the girl behind them. Introduced her as the first one to find this place. Let's give her a big round of applause and welcome her on stage. A unanimous cheer calling her name rang out. Xiao Yu. The stage lights shone down on her, and she spoke. First, I want to thank my teacher for his relentless teaching. Second, I want to thank the friends who helped me when I was in trouble. And also, I want to thank those who hated me, because their ridicule and insults pushed me to become stronger. Those mentioned by Xiao Yu smiled happily. She said with teary emotion, lastly, I also want to thank my parents. If only they were still alive, so they could see how strong Xiao Yu is now, they would surely be very proud. Xiao Yu wiped her tears and asked, are there really that many people to thank? Wu Ming reminded her, Xiao Yu, tell everyone how you overcame the difficulties to find this shelter. She slowly began to recount that she had a dream with strange memories before. The memories flooded back into Xiao Yu's mind. In the dream, a very strong warrior led her to take this place. Although it was very hazy, it was extremely realistic. She ran here on a whim to try, but unexpectedly she actually found it. Those who heard immediately laughed mockingly. A dream. This girl is really funny. Is she serious? Wu Ming chuckled. Thank you, Xiao Yu, for the wonderful speech. So, did you dream of anything last night? Xiao Yu replied, yes, I did. I dreamed of a vast shelter with many people inside. It was so magnificent, it must have been a platinum-ranked shelter. Those people laughed even louder upon hearing this. It really is just a dream. It seems like we're about to be moved to a bigger house. He praised, what a wonderful dream. Now, here is the reward you deserve. The system announced, you have received 1 year of tradable lifespan. She said happily, thank you, Captain. Wu Ming put his arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder and declared, I hope everyone will learn from her spirit of dedication for the common good. As long as we work together, our guild will stand firm in these difficult times and continue to grow stronger. He ordered, alright, dismissed. Level up if you need to, explore if you want to. Xiao Yu, keep looking for shelters, keep it up. Everyone is counting on you. Xiao Yu replied warmly, understood, guild leader. Sometime later inside the ruins of Jinghai City, Xiao Yu arrived at this desolate wreckage. She looked around. I followed the feeling from my dream. It should be around here. But why can't I find it? In the distance, 3 people were secretly watching Xiao Yu. They discussed curiously. After the meeting was dismissed, she came straight to this area. She must be looking for something. One person speculated, could she be looking for the platinum shelter from her dream? Another interrupted, look, she's about to enter that building. Let's follow her. Xiao Yu entered the corridor, muttering to herself, it's so scary. It's exactly like the dream, but not quite the same. And I always feel like someone is watching me. She comforted herself, Xiao Yu, you can do this. You are the hidden class life priest. Nothing can hurt you. Suddenly, a hideous face appeared right in front of Xiao Yu. She let out a scream that seemed to pierce the space. She was scared unconscious by its appearance. It then looked towards the 3 people hiding at the door, scaring them. What kind of monster is that? That sounds disgusting. Charge in, beat it to death! One of them was grabbed by the monster's tentacle. That person's mouth was forced open by the tentacle. That person's blood was drained, his face becoming gaunt and ashen. The system showed, lifespan 0. The remaining 2 panicked and ran, run. This monster can drain people to death. On Xiao Yu's side, she had just woken up when a desperate scream rang in her ears. No! She sat up in a panic and glanced towards the source of the sound. Over there, the monster was draining the blood of the remaining 2 people at once. Xiao Yu, terrified, crawled towards a hole and fell down below. She hit the ground headfirst in pain. Xiao Yu staggered to her feet. So painful. Where is this place? Before her eyes appeared a place exactly like the one in her dream. Xiao Yu was astonished. This is the entrance from my dream. I finally found it. This is a platinum-ranked shelter. I have to report to the guild leader right away. She hurriedly sent a message. Guild leader, I found it. I found the platinum shelter. Wu Ming was shocked. What? Don't go anywhere. I'll bring people over right away. Join my team so I can see your location. Xiao Yu replied, okay, I'll wait for everyone here. The system announced, you have joined the team. A clattering sound from behind made her spine run cold. Looking at the monster's head floating in front of her, Xiao Yu's entire body trembled violently. She had to calm her own mind, a look of determination appearing in her eyes. Xiao Yu grasped the staff in her hand, muttering as if hypnotizing herself. Don't be scared. Xiao Yu, you can do this! You can definitely defeat it. She repeated once more. Xiao Yu, you can do this. You can definitely defeat it. You are no longer the person you were before. Magic radiated around Xiao Yu's body, she realized. You are the noble hidden class life priest. Venomous vines shot towards the monster, wrapping tightly around its body. The monster's health was dropping rapidly. Xiao, you cheered, excellent. It's being corroded by my poison. Next is, she spat out a thick plume of smoke, a stinking poisonous cloud. Watching the monster being enveloped, Xiao Yu revealed this was a decay toxin far stronger than ordinary poison. Poison was gradually spreading around. She panicked, covering her nose tightly, her heart tense. Trouble, this place was a sealed room. The poison smoke was spreading in all directions. Xiao Yu struggled to breathe, thinking to herself, damn it, she couldn't take it anymore. She gripped her staff tightly, anxiously seeking a way. Right, she was a life priest, she had a detoxification spell. Xiao Yu shouted, turning detoxification spell, streams of energy enveloped the monster's body. Was dazed, not understanding what she was trying to do. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu herself died from the poison. The system announced that player Xiao Yu had done something foolish. Wu Ming received a message and asked, Xiao Yu, where are you? Why are you back at the hideout? She reported, guild leader, there was a monster inside and it killed me. He asked in surprise, a monster? Wu Ming had already dealt with the monster and asked, are you talking about that silver rank soul-sucking hag? No, while it was slow, its attacks were weak. But anyone it caught would have their lifespan completely drained. How are you still alive? He praised Xiao Yu. You're really good. You found the only way to survive. Xiao Yu said she knew being caught meant death, so she quickly self-destructed. Shocked, he praised Aja. Xiao Yu is truly a genius. Xiao Yu was delighted and thanked the guild leader, saying she would head over now. She thought to herself, those 3 leeches following me are surely dead, right? This is the fate of those who oppose me, Xiao Yu. A moment later, she arrived at the old spot and pointed at the gate, saying, guild leader, behind this door is a platinum rank hideout. He promised, well done. If we get it, you will be rewarded. Xiao Yu replied, thank you, guild leader. Wu Ming divided the tasks, telling Bed to lead the team and clear the surrounding area, ensuring no other players caused trouble. That guy guaranteed, rest assured, guild leader, if anyone comes to cause trouble, I will deal with them. Even if the shadow comes, it will be useless. Wu Ming shouted with great spirit, brothers, charge in, kill the guardian inside, and the hideout will be ours. The crowd charged in unison, kill the guardian, Holy Temple Knights will win, let's go inside. After a long time, the door wasn't pushed open. Someone in the back grew impatient and yelled, what's going on in front? Hurry up and charge. The helpless underling turned back and reporting to the guild leader, the stone door won't open. Wu Ming rubbed his chin and thought, in this game every hideout had a guardian. Could it be he realized, confident that the stone gate itself was the guardian? A man wielding an axe charged forward and struck the gate. Then let me try. The gate showed 320 damage. They rejoiced upon seeing the damage numbers appear. Right, the stone door really was the guardian. Brilliant guild leader. Wu Ming ordered, this platinum hideout is a freebie, brothers, take it from me. The gate was battered with smoke and dust flying everywhere. The system notified Qin Feng that the purified soul land hideout was under attack. The current durability of the entrance gate was 99.3%. Damage was continuous. The current durability of the magic barrier was 100%. Instant teleportation to the hideout has been locked. Do you wish to use a war teleport? Remaining uses today, 1 out of 1. He was surprised someone found the entrance to the purified soul land and was attacking the hideout. Qin Feng decided to head back. With their attack power, it would probably take a year to break down the gate. Maybe he would just ride the wolf over to take a look. A while later, outside the purified soul land, he froze when he saw the scene below. A group of people was chasing a girl there. Stop. Don't think you can run. If you run again, we will kill you. Someone was also charging from the front to block the path. Where do you think you're going? His mace smashed straight into girl's body. Her entire body was flung back several meters. Holy attack spell was unleashed. One of the girl's arms was pinned down by a sword. They approached and snorted, told you this area is under our management, Holy Temple Knights. Yet you still wanted to break in? Xiao Ya criticized them. I was just passing through, I wasn't breaking in. It's clear you guys are making excuses to rob people. Qin Feng recognized her as Yang Xiao Ya, a colleague from the company, a good girl who had once warned him. He grew suspicious thinking about the field guild. The leader was arrogant. We say you broke through, then you broke through. Qin Feng understood it seemed the ones attacking the purified soul land were the Holy Temple Knights Guild. The two sides put on a shameless act, old rules. I go first, then you follow. A blade trail swept past their heads. Two heads quickly left their owners. Qin Feng emerged coldly from the hideout. Xiaoya was astonished. It was the shadow, no, that gaze. The person in front of her gave her a familiar feeling. It was Qin Feng. Qin Feng calmly snapped his fingers, a sound echoing. The cursed blossom skill was activated, lycorous flowers blooming on their bodies, gradually draining their blood. The red energy wisps flew toward him, further highlighting his mysterious aura. Xiaoya opened her mouth in shock and asked, Qin Feng, is it you? Qin Feng did not answer but vanished from the spot. She stared at that empty space and muttered, gone. Xiaoya was bewildered. That was the shadow. Why did the gaze resemble Qin Feng's? No, it must just be a coincidence. She had seen Xiao Yu join the Holy Temple Knights Guild before. If Qin Feng was the shadow, he would absolutely never let his own sister become a slave of darkness. After a moment, sounds came from outside his hideout. Anonymous Ticket knelt to greet him along with Shadow Boss, the everlasting ruler of the underworld. He kicked a lackey forward to be a scapegoat and said that these fools dared to rob others. They deserved to die. He admitted fault for not disciplining them and thanked Shadow Boss for teaching them a lesson in his his stead. He pounded his chest, guaranteeing that ever since being saved from that headless darkness, everyone in the guild had been fans of the Big Shot. They abided by the Big Shot's positive energy values and strived to be the happiest guild, saying no to evil. That was right, oh darkness. We love you, take it slow. We will follow you forever. Anonymous Ticket stepped forward to ask, not knowing what business the boss had this time. Qin Feng replied that there was no major business. He had just heard they were attacking a hideout. He confirmed that was true and asked how the Big Shot knew. He wondered if the Big Shot had his eyes on a certain hideout. His eyes blazed, that place is mine. Anonymous Ticket turned to stone, unable to believe what he had run into. Group of lackeys froze in unison and shouted, "What?" Anonymous Ticket broke out in a cold sweat, saying that could not be right, Big Shot. There was a rumor that your hideout was in Demon Capital. One person could only have one place. A lackey mentioned that the guild leader could own one under the guild's name. He had an ominous feeling. Qin Feng confirmed that was correct and said that Demon Capital and Shanghai City were both my hideouts. Only then did they realize, are we invading the darkness hideout? The sky is falling. Xiao Yu, the instigator, burst into tears, saying that this place belonged to the darkness. How could this happen? Because not even in her dreams did she see the darkness. Anonymous Ticket clasped his hands pleadingly, confessed he did not know it was yours, and asked how to compensate. Qin Feng replied that they had destroyed the gate, and repairing it would be costly. He proposed paying 500 years of lifespan, and then the matter would be settled. Guild leader. The figure of 500 years hit Anonymous Ticket's heart like a boulder, leaving him petrified. Sure enough, Anonymous Ticket fainted, lying flat on the ground. A lackey stepped forward to play along, saying the guild leader had fainted. Please be merciful, Big Shot. Qin Feng coldly asked if he knew how much it cost to repair the gate, and if he did not know, then he could piss off. Anonymous Ticket was revived by having his philtrum pressed, and muttered, 500 years? What sin have I committed now? Grabbed her by the collar and dragged her down, shouting in her face, "This is all your fault, Xiao Yu. You want to destroy me and us holy temple knights." Xiao Yu lowered her eyes, speechless with grievance. After a long while, she finally replied, "That is right. It is all my fault. I have implicated everyone." Xiao Yu bravely said that whoever did it should take responsibility, and begged the darkness to punish her. She was willing to be a beast of burden, a lifelong slave, and hand over all the lifespan she earned as compensation. Looking at Qin Feng's back, Xiao Yu continued speaking, hoping to persuade him. She said he could hit her, scold her, or abuse her, as long as he spared the guild and everyone. These words moved the guild. Anonymous Ticket called her name apologetically. Qin Feng coldly called out a name, Chen Anonymous. He was terrified and asked how you knew my real name. He glanced at him with a deathly gaze and asked if he thought she was worth 500 years. He was immediately intimidated by that furious aura. Anonymous Ticket could not hold back, punched Xiao Yu flying, and scolded, "You good for nothing. Get lost." He realized that she had accidentally led them into the Big Shot's hideout and then acted all sacrificial. Clearly she was trying to curry favor, wanting to be the Big Shot's slave. She lay there playing dead, thinking to herself that her plan to get close to the darkness had failed again. Anonymous Ticket knelt down to beg, saying the small guild could not cup 500 years. Please be flexible. Big Shot. Qin Feng relented. Fine, I will not make it hard. 100 years of lifespan for the remaining 400. Gather those in the guild who are in a slaughter state. One head deducts 1 year. Killing a murderer will remove that state. Conveniently get rid of the murderers on your hands as well. Anonymous Ticket happily accepted, saying this method was good. The guild had over 2,000 people. He sent 100 years first. The system notified you have received 100 years of lifespan. He shouted to wait a moment while he told them to gather. He ordered all murderers to be brought here, handling things methodically. The system displayed that repairing the hideout required 7 days of lifespan. He decided to repair it right away since it was convenient. The system reminded that the repair would deduct 7 days of lifespan, and asked if you wanted to repair. Qin Feng naturally agreed yes. The system notified that 7 days of lifespan had been deducted. The hideout has been repaired. Your killer level displays as 4.3. Anonymous Ticket clapped flatteringly, saying the killings were well done. These were the ones who secretly violated the guild rules, so they needed to be taught a lesson by Shadow Boss. Qin Feng abruptly announced, "From now on this hideout will be guarded by your guild." He is in hiding, is he not? His voice was full of menace, and this was also a reminder to those who violated regulations in the guild. Handle things properly. Take turns standing guard for me. If you let others attack again, I will hold you accountable. Anonymous Ticket verbally agreed, but inwardly cursed the darkness for wanting to tie his people down here. A series of notifications displayed Evil Spirit Academy hideout is under attack. The magic defense barrier currently has 99.8% durability and is continuously taking damage. Do you wish to use War Teleport? Today's teleport count is 1 out of 1. Qin Feng was surprised, thinking to himself, still not done. Evil Spirit Academy again? He chose to use War Teleport, preparing to leave. Everyone knows that is my hideout. I want to see who dares to poke the darkness. Anonymous Ticket was just waiting for that, shouting that the darkness had teleported away. He told everyone to go back. A lackey worriedly asked, But did the darkness not say to guard the place? He pointed at her. Of course we are guarding it. You Xiao Yu are in charge of this place. She froze and asked me. Anonymous ticket confirmed. That is right. Were you not dreaming of this? Guard it as you wish. Do not go anywhere. If anything happens, report it immediately. Xiao Yu could only sit still and listen to his instructions, because if she left her spot, he would drain her lifespan completely. At that moment, in the city of Huangfei, the Evil Spirit Academy belonged to the demon capital. That group kept causing destruction. Come on, brothers, use all your strength to smash this big door for me. The two people watching from above admired the scene. The barrier durability was at 51.7%. They were risking it all, daring to touch even the shadow. They looked like foreign players, but their guild was named Mado H Longdian. The person they mentioned was Qin Feng, and he was already present there. He thought hard. Mado H Longdian? He remembered having nothing to do with this guild, so why were they targeting him? The leader shouted. Come on, brothers, together let's unleash a full power strike. They condensed their power into a dark orb. He said, hand over all your strength to me. He charged forward enthusiastically, yelling, Black Flame, Demon Dragon Break. A brilliant flash of light burst forth, and the force slammed straight into the gate. The shockwave from this attack spread behind them, causing several people to stagger and sway. Cracks appeared on the gate, and the system announced the barrier durability had dropped by 13%. They excitedly said, one more hit and the door will break. 100 years of lifespan is about to fall into our hands. What an easy profit. Qin Feng realized that they seemed to have been manipulated. The only enemy of his still alive was Dongfang Yu. Suddenly, a roar from behind startled them into stiffness. Colossal dragon rose from behind them. They gasped in shock. A dragon? The dragon's roar generated a sound wave that crashed toward them, making everyone dizzy. The leader's vision blurred, and he was unable to move. A few frightened underlings pointed to the sky. Look up at the sky quickly. They discussed as they saw the fireball. What skill is that? A meteor? No, that's not right. The shape of this meteor is too strange. The meteor was about to fall from above, emitting waves of scorching heat. They were enveloped by those waves all around, but it was still safe. One person momentarily couldn't believe it. He was confused. I'm not dead yet? This meteor only dealt over 3,000 damage. I thought it was more powerful. Looks like having a lot of HP was the right choice, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, a sword swept past his head, decapitating him. His head rolled down and his body fell backward. In the smoke and dust, a few people spoke. Hey, the leader is dead. Strange, we can't move either. A bold girl speculated. Could it be the shadow? But I can't see him anywhere. The two behind reminded. You can't judge the shadow's ability with ordinary logic. Right now, he might be able to stay hidden forever. Indeed, Qin Feng had concealed himself right in front of them, and he realized these were members of the Sky Dome Guild. His gaze fixed on the only hidden profession, the soul painter. It was her Zhang Jingxuan, with the in-game name Shili King Shan Yuan, meaning the distant green mountains for 10 miles. Qin Feng recalled the strokes she had drawn earlier. No wonder those two skills looked so familiar. The dragon roar and the meteor were both created by her. Soul painters could learn skills from the summoning system and magic system, different from chanting mages. When releasing skills, they only needed to draw. The more beautiful the drawing, the greater the power. This profession was extremely strong in breaking defenses, in positional battles, and in team battles, but its weakness was in solo combat, being easily ambushed. Jingxuan spoke into the air. I have a matter to discuss with you, Senior Shadow. Are you there? Qin Feng's voice rang out. What is it? The person accompanying her was startled. The shadow is really here. She had a request. I want to enter your shelter to find something. This item relates to my profession's advancement. Don't worry, I will pay you fully. Qin Feng thought to himself. No wonder in the previous life, this evil spirit academy was occupied by the Sky Dome Guild. Zhang Jingxuan must have discovered this shelter during her advancement. Too bad I got there first. The Sky Dome Guild leader was called Old Man Zhang, originally the president of the Mado Trade Association. After retiring, he became a game streamer. At 73 years old, he streamed with his granddaughter and was very famous online. Both had good skills, having participated in many small competitions with high results. Because Zhang Jingxuan lost her father early, Old Man Zhang doted on his granddaughter even more, even playing games with her. When the game Sacred appeared, he created a playground, built the Sky Dome Guild, took the Evil Spirit Academy as a base, developed steadily, and entered the top 10 of Daxia. Qin Feng's face suddenly flushed red. The reason he knew them well was that he had once been obsessed with watching their live streams. He cleared his throat with an ahem, then allowed them to directly enter and talk. The large door of the shelter had opened. Jingxuan walked in, stood before Qin Feng, and reported, My profession is a soul painter. During advancement I need a special material, and it is located within the Evil Spirit Academy. We heard that the Shadow once sold a shelter to the Jianghai city government for about 2,000 years of lifespan. She happily continued, Fortunately, my profession urgently needs this material, so I want to purchase the Evil Spirit Academy. Does the shadow have any opinion? Qin Feng thought to himself. The Sky Dome Guild has already earned several thousand years of lifespan in such a short time. No wonder he's called Old Man Zhang. He replied, sorry, I'm not planning to sell this academy, but I can grant you guest privileges, free to come and go on the ground floor. Jinxuan hesitated, then proposed, then how about renting? 500 years to rent the first floor for 3 years. What do you think, senior? He became alert. He had clearly already agreed to give her permissions. The advancement matter was as good as done. Yet she still insisted on renting, even willing to pay 500 years. It seemed the Sky Dome Guild had another goal. In truth, they wanted to build a relationship with him. She added, to show sincerity, we will add one more condition. If the big boss agrees, then the guild Homedo, the one that just attacked the shelter, we can help you wipe them out completely. Qin Feng asked directly. This is equivalent to declaring war on a guild. Don't you need to consult Old Man Zhang? Jinxuan was surprised. Senior even knows my grandfather. Don't worry, that old man listens to me the most. Besides, it's just a tiny guild. We'll just crush it. Qin Feng agreed. You are young but decisive and quick. I really appreciate that. Sign it. She happily nodded. Okay. System announced. The rental contract is successful. You have received 500 years of lifespan. He reminded. The first floor, you can use it as you please. Don't worry about the damaged defensive barrier. Mama nearby will automatically repair it. Jinxuan joyfully ran off. Great, then we won't disturb the big boss anymore. That cuteness made Qin Feng blush. He did not expect the real person to be more lively than during the live broadcast, and it was time for the main business. He checked the warehouse in his system. During this time, through equivalent exchange, he had earned quite a few good things. The cooldown time was over, time to do it again. Qin Feng's palm released a stream of energy, performing Buffy's equivalent exchange, losing one item and receiving another at random. The system updated the information. You lost training intelligence. You received the blood red blade of Jadeit rank. This is the finishing move of the assassin system. A blade strike that condenses blood when attacking a target at close range, adding 4,800 points of blood element attack power. The lower the target's remaining health, the higher the damage of this skill. Up to 200% increase when the target's health is below 30%, and then recover 200% of the damage dealt into health. Qin Feng frowned in surprise. To actually get the final move, he knew about this, was the limit break finishing move. Finishing blows will accumulate in combat and can be released when full. Its power and effect are immense, and if used correctly, it can turn the tide of battle in an instant. Qin Feng was stunned. The blade was deep red. This was a finishing move with extremely high single target damage. The Jade level had already added 4,100 elemental blood damage, which was a tier higher than an epic legendary skill. The Raging Red Blade, from Jade to Diamond, Epic, Legendary, adds 4,800 to 9,000 elemental blood damage. On hit, it recovers 200% to 600% health, and excess recovery is converted into an elemental blood shield. He was overjoyed. If this skill received an additional damage buff, it could reach over 100,000. He still had 555 points left to evolve another mythic tier skill. A notification appeared. You have spent 500 evolution points, leaving 55 points. Deepest Darkness, from Legendary to Mythic, passively grants +2 to +3 stealth levels, each not exceeding 3.1 seconds. This skill provides a maximum of 5 to 7 stealth levels. At Legendary tier, each stealth level grants you an additional 200 to 300 attacks upon breaking stealth. The Mythic tier adds a new effect. While stealth lifespan decay speed is reduced by 90%, Qin Feng was overjoyed. He would no longer feel pressured when entering rampage zones. New information, he had now reached level 17, which was the perfect time to equip the Jade tier gear he had switched to. Keen Eye Mask, Jade, Assassin class, Physique 20, Spirit 20, Anti-Stealth level 2, Critical Correction 88%. Requires level 17. Unique effect, Sharp Gaze. Activate to increase critical correction by 133% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 120, 55.8 seconds. Second item, Thin White Gloves. Jade, Physical Defense 75, Elemental Resistance 60, Strength 25, Agility 20. Effect reduces health by 12% to increase base attack power by 30%. Third is the Jade Stealth Rope. All stats 18, Movement Speed 27%, Stealth level 2. Effect removes self-collision after use. Lasts 3 seconds. Cooldown 60, 27.9 seconds. Fourth is the Damp Jade Ring. All stats 15, Water Elemental Resistance 80-88. Effect adds 179 water elemental attack damage. Qin Feng was fully equipped, and he sighed. Except for the Shin Guard, he now had a full set. His combo consisted of the Keen Eye Mask, White Bone Ink Blade, Damp Ring, Gorgeous Singing Robe, Thin White Gloves, Equivalent Exchange Epic Sprint Leggings, and the Invisible Jade Boots. He reverted to his first appearance. It had to be said that low-level gear in this game was truly ugly, so it was better to switch back to the appearance of the shadow class. Qinfeng was eager. It was time to attack the next hideout. At this moment, on the outskirts of Mado, the sky was immersed in the gloomy orange of dusk. A car had already stopped in front of the gate of the Mado headquarters. Two guards exchanged words. This time, how many people did you bring back? The other replied, 4. He was surprised, why so few? That one said helplessly, nowadays few people are willing to sell their lifespan. Another voice rang out, we're here, get out of the car. Junjai stepped down and asked, is this the buyer's place? Tuan Feng added, no wonder they're rich, quite a grand house. An order was given, you 4 wait here, I will inform Madame Dong Fuang. Someone asked unhappily, won't you let us sit inside? Junjai sneered, they look down on us poor devils, huh? Tuan Feng urged, hurry up, I still have a match to attend. The guard thought to himself, a bunch of fools, they'll soon learn their lesson. Fuang Gaiet stepped out and asked, you people want to sell your lifespan, right? Convert your lifespan into light orbs and then throw them on the ground. Scarface coldly reminded her, are you joking, madam? We haven't received our money yet, and you want us to hand over the goods. Her voice turned icy, don't you understand? I'll repeat myself, if you don't want to die, convert your lifespan into light orbs and throw them on the ground. Guards behind her all aimed their guns at them. Junjai asked lazily, hey madam, what is the meaning of this? Or do you want to rob us just like we do? The moment he finished speaking, he launched an attack on her subordinates. Huang Gaiet stood blocking Namthian. Junjai had the hidden class of Insect Swarm Master. Controlling one insect was enough to level up, and he could also use insect-enhancing equipment. He gleefully sent his insect flying toward them. This time they had met a fat sheep. Junji excitedly announced, brothers, clear out this trash for me. Just as the guards opened fire on them, one of them used a platinum tier shield to block, infuriating the guard. Damn it, can't shoot through his shield. Scarface jumped down from above, delivering a shocking seismic top-tier strike. Guards continuously fired, while Tuanfeng used his extreme movement speed, pointing his fingers at them. A stream of firepower shot out from his fingertips, and the powerful penetrating force successfully took down the opposing side. Excellent! Tuan Feng was a hidden class gunner who could shoot using his hands, each finger firing a different type of ammunition. At the same time, another figure shot toward the guards. While a guard was reporting that the main gate was under attack by a class user and requesting reinforcements, her silhouette darted past. Gailing charged at her with an excited look. The distance was closing rapidly. She shouted, die! Dong Fuang Nyat! A foot stomped directly into Gailing's face, thwarting her objective. Gailing was sent flying backward. One who delivered the blow was Chen Yi, who was standing beside Fuang Nyat. He reminded her, be careful, madam, they are class users who know stealth. Capture them alive. I want them as slaves forever. Go collect the lifespan for my son. They are strong. It seems the success rate is only 50%. Scarface shouted, look, they also have class users. Chen Yi stepped forward slowly, assessing them. A lethal strike skill and anti-weapon gear. It seems you lot are a band of robbers targeting the rich, huh? You've pulled off quite a few jobs. Excellent. I hope you've extracted enough levels, equipment, and skills. Only then will the fight be thrilling enough. He stood alone before the entire group. But Chen Yi was not afraid at all. He cursed, arrogant brat. Junjai's insect lunged from behind. The battle had begun. Go die. He used extreme speed to evade the insect's venom. Then Chen Yi ducked his head to the ground, just as the insect's stinger was about to strike down. He flipped over, clamping the insect with his legs. The others were stunned. How could he catch it? My insect can fly at 200 kilometers per hour. Chen Yi was performing a series of highly difficult movements. He unexpectedly pressed the tail of the insect into his own buttocks with his foot. Junji's side did not expect this move. When Chen Yi's legs spread apart, the insect fell to the ground and stopped moving. He landed on the ground and walked over leisurely. I had already set up the barrier around me from earlier. With it, I can sense every movement. He was the sole hidden profession, the origin of the plague spreading through the superb eating and training habits of mankind. The aura around Chen Yi blazed up. Well then, I am coming up. He rushed towards Scarface, making him exclaim fast. Scarface raised his shield, defending like an iron wall, and challenged, come and try. His eyes revealed a mixture of shock and terror. Because when a stream of energy flew out from the shield, Chen Yi jumped up, raising one leg, preparing to stomp straight down on his opponent's head. The man staggered, about to fall backward. Junji panicked. He is almost here, shoot quickly! Junfeng opened fire on the opponent. Do not let him get close. A hail of bullets flew over, but he dodged them all. Junfeng sneered, idiot. Jumping into the air in front of a gunner is suicide. You cannot dodge, die. After that, Chen Yi flipped his body in midair. He activated a resonating roar, and sound waves shot out in concentric circles ahead of him. Junfeng's glasses shattered and he fell. Chen Yi sneered, killed by a sonic shock. Your extraction level is too low. Junji saw his side all dead while the enemy remained untouched, panicked, trembled, and ran away. Chen Yi grabbed his head and pulled him back. Junji knelt and begged for mercy. He replied, do not worry, I will not kill you. 2 dead, 2 alive, just enough to fulfill my 50% promise to the lady. Ah, where is your invisible accomplice? He should have fainted by now. He was surprised. Invisible? We have no one invisible. Both my brothers were killed by you. Junji suddenly remembered. Could you mean that short guy who got out of the the car with us. We do not know him, we just happen to be selling lifespan together. At the Mado district, the outskirts of the magic leaning tower, Qin Feng teleported there, surprised by the scene. He approached the empty gate, the guardian monster was nowhere to be seen. Someone must have climbed up before him. Qin Feng went invisible and entered the gate. He looked up at the tall bookshelves inside the leaning tower. There was a large library filled with mechanisms here, like a huge three-dimensional maze. A fearsome monster was sealed deep in the library. Legend said it was a princess transformed by the evil Bai Long. Qin Feng looked at the signs of searching, knowing every corner had been explored. They must have already gone quite deep. He remembered the teleportation mechanism to the top floor was here, so he pulled it on the shelf. Found it. Just by pulling the book on postpartum so care, the teleportation magic is activated. At that moment, Qin Feng was teleported elsewhere. He entered the inside, where a crowd of people looked in panic at the scene before them. Before them was the manifestation of the Despair Princess. Qin Feng was shocked. They have already fought up to the Guardian? There are so many of them? Seeing them being knocked out of the magic formation, he assessed their equipment is not good, high death rate, yet they are still alive to get here. Wait for Feng to focus and watch the next development, because he saw an acquaintance, Hui Fen, commanding the group. She shouted the people behind, charge forward, do not be afraid. If you die, respawn and run here, he realized. So these people are from Fei Qi Heavy Industries. Qin Feng had some information about this place. Fei Qi Heavy Industries was a corporation in Mado. After the Divine Game descended, the leader Hui Fen quickly exchanged money for lifespan and led the employees to form a guild. Illusionist was her profession, with the portal skill as her signature move. She could set the entrance at point A, then move to point B to set the exit. A moving portal would be created usable by anyone. This portal existed forever until destroyed or attacked. By placing the entrance and exit near the respawn point and the boss, dead people could be revived immediately and rejoin the battle. This way they could reclaim the lifespan they had lost. Relying on this skill, the guild's strategy became bizarre. In the past life, it grew rapidly, entering the top 20 guilds in Dacia. But facing the Despair Princess Guardian, a level 18 Platinum Cup boss, this strategy was completely useless. The Despair Princess's lifespan absorption and digestion speed was 100 times stronger than other monsters. In other words, players she killed would lose lifespan instantly, turning it into her power. If this continued, she would soon ascend to an Emerald Cup boss and fully recover her health. At that point, everyone here would be wiped out, and the massive loss of lifespan would destroy Fei Qi Heavy Industries. Qin Feng manifested and called out guild leader Hui, "Give me 1,000 years, and I will help you solve the boss. The dropped items belonging to assassins will be mine." Hui Fen was surprised and guessed, You are the shadow." He confirmed, "That is right." Qin Feng sincerely advised, "You cannot beat this boss. If you do not want to accept my conditions, then quickly retreat." The man pointed at his face and cursed, "Hey, who do you think you are? What makes you say we cannot win? You open your mouth and ask for 1,000 years, are you crazy? Get lost." Hui Fen quickly interrupted, "King, do not be rude." His mouth had already been silenced by Qin Feng, who clamped it shut. He decisively threw himself into the teleportation gate. A notification rang out, and King had already partially entered the gate. Hui Fen called out in worry when she saw the front half of him disappear. She turned to scold, "Shadow, my son was rude. It's enough that you taught him a lesson. But why did you destroy my teleportation gate?" Qin Feng calmly replied, "You'll understand soon. Remember, in 1,000 years, I can help you all deal with the boss." After speaking, he vanished, leaving the day's group behind. Qin Feng thought to himself, they didn't know the boss was about to undergo a promotion. If the gate hadn't been destroyed, these young people would all die here. He snapped his fingers lightly, a crisp sound ringing out. He rode the wolf, charging down the tower, still thinking that the destruction of the heavy industrial flying vessel was a small matter. Losing 1,000 years of lifespan was the real issue. Qin Feng landed on the road, the wolf's steps halting. He observed the surroundings, and indeed, as Ming had predicted, the remaining people were compensating with their lifespan to allow the boss to level up. That light was the sign that the boss had advanced. Waiting until the boss reached the emerald grade, he would kill it and receive an even better reward. Gei Ling sent a message. "Senior, I found Dongfang Yu. She's hiding in a manor outside Fen Yin Mountain, protected by a strong professional fighter. I almost died by his hand." He replied, "Come over here and tell me the details. I'm waiting for you at the Bone Dry Cemetery." She agreed. He silently admired her ability. For such a huge demon capital to actually find the person, this Gei Ling was capable. Soon after, at the Bone Dry Cemetery, he ordered, "Speak. What are the special traits of that professional fighter?" She detailed, "He's a close-range fighter with immense speed and strength. strength. His main method is counter-striking, and he can see through my invisibility. There's smoke and mist around him for about 10 meters. Qin Feng was amazed. A counter-striker, I see. That man possesses the only hidden profession of the plague origin. The 10 meters is just a short distance. The disease space around him senses objects, perfectly countering your invisibility. He can use plague to strengthen his body with extremely strong recovery. Rumors say that a high-level plague origin can achieve immortality. Guiling feared, immortality? There's no weakness. Can I never take revenge in this life? Qin Feng denied no. Disease increases desires but also erodes the spirit. Therefore, weak spiritual power is the weakness of the plague origin. As for your underworld blade profession, when you step into the second generation, it can evolve into a new form. He revealed, that is the underworld demon. Guiling's eyes suddenly flashed green. Qin Feng urged, quickly advance your profession to the second generation. That is your solution. Guiling finally understood, so that's it. Senior, how do you understand my profession so well? He sternly reminded her, the holy body abandons, the profound is vast. Think carefully, when you normally level up, have you ever seriously explored? Focus on cultivation, stand on solid ground, accumulate bit by bit to achieve great success. Guiling felt encouraged. I understand. She thought to herself, practical effort is the boss's power. He stood atop a grave mound and said, this bone-dry grave is the best place for you to level up. The monsters here respawn quickly, and after you personally destroy them, you can upgrade your weapon into the underworld chain blade. The drawback is danger. The monsters here are all elites, with triple the health, defense, and attack of ordinary monsters. Qin Feng left the top of the grave mound and continued, as long as your technique is appropriate, and each attack accurately strikes their weak points, then personal destruction won't be difficult. He demonstrated a few moves for Guiling to see. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Strong, truly strong. Qin Feng patted Guiling Zhen on the shoulder. Give it your all, risk it all. Only by betting everything can you complete the path of revenge. She stood silent, pondering these words while he had already left. Guilin was confused. Is it my imagination? She caught a glimpse of something when he mentioned the matter of revenge, right at that moment. At the same time, in the deserted city of Jianghai, De Jiangli leaned against her lamb and sighed. So tired. She studied the map, her stomach growling. But this area hasn't been fully explored yet. I'll just persevere a bit longer. Suddenly, a ripe fruit fell near De Jiangli's feet. Startled, she picked it up. What is this? A fruit? It's bright red, looks like a large black plum. De Jiangli didn't hesitate and took a bite. She happily savored the sweet taste. Delicious. A notification reminded, experience points plus 50. De Jiangli was surprised as if she had discovered a new horizon. What kind of divine fruit is this? It can even increase experience points. Long line of fruits flowed to where she was. There are more over there. De Jiangli picked them up without a second thought and ate them, with notifications continuously showing experience points plus 50. She exclaimed, amazing, what kind of fruit is this exactly? And Wu chose that moment to ask, Haixiao, where are you? Hurry and come to this gloomy coastline. She was curious. Huh? Sister Enwu reported the news. Ma Nai Liang was taken by the boss. That idiot brought over 500 years of lifespan with him. Hurry up and come with us to rescue him. De Jiangli looked at the map. I'm near the fearful decay coast. And Wu said angrily, is that so? Then stay put and wait for us. We'll be right over. De Jiangli continued nibbling like before, savoring the ripe fruits. Ma Nai Liang really is an idiot. If it weren't for the family relationship, who would want to cooperate with him? That said, these plums really were delicious. Soon enough, she followed the line of fruit to an unfamiliar place. Before her was a gloomy coastline with a monster sitting there. This was the fearful decay coast. Several mouths appeared on the monster's body, its back turned towards her. Jiangli hid in a corner, not yet ready to act. This place was a desolate coast. What kind of boss was that fat man? Suddenly, she saw the familiar figure of someone lying unconscious beside him, alive or dead unknown. Ah, wait, that was Nai Liang the healer. Jiangli suddenly understood. So this was the boss Sister and Wu had mentioned. It was the one that devoured the level 20 spirit androgen, a jade-grade defense lineage, a being that reversed time by 10 hours, 52 minutes, and 44 seconds. Currently it was stuffing another monster into its mouth, chewing voraciously. Jiangli covered her mouth in horror. Was this boss actually eating other monsters? Its hands were kneading the flesh of that monster. Fresh red chunks of meat were being kneaded by the spirit devourer's hands. This made her even more disgusted. He was using his hands to mold the monster into something else. And Wu called from behind, Little Black, we're here. Have you seen Nai Liang the healer and the boss? She shared her observation. This boss is truly disgusting. It seems to be using other monsters as food, yet it's jade grade. But strangely, it isn't attacking players. And Wu cautioned carefully. Let's observe for a bit longer. Don't act rashly. We can't handle a jade grade boss. We still need to call for reinforcements. Watching it tremble as it sat, she asked curiously, but what exactly is this boss boss doing? This posture is very peculiar. Looking at what it was excreting, Enwu speculated, could it be pooping? That's a big one. Jiang Li suddenly found it familiar. Strange shape, no mistake. It was just like. The two turned to look at what she was eating. Enwu cried out, a black pear. Jiang Li spat out the pear in shock, shrieking, no, what did I just eat? They both screamed in fright. Hey, keep your voice down. Calm down, little black. The boss heard the noise and turned to look. They panicked. Oh no, the boss is alerted. It activated the whisper of the ancient glutton god. And Wu could only manage to shout, oh my god, we're dead! The boss roared with all its might in their direction. Wave after wave of sonic impact hit them, deafening and disorienting. Both their eyes turned bloodshot as they screamed, I'm so hungry. Yang Li looked at them in shock. Hey, what's wrong with you two? They were running towards the boss's pot of meat. Then they bent down and frantically ate the contents inside. Nai Liang ate like a madman. Hungry, so hungry. His body quickly plumped up, becoming obese. And Wu kept eating and eating without stopping. Jiang Li hid above, terrified. Oh heavens, they've gone mad. They ate and turned into fat guys. Strange, why am I not affected? The boss's hand was reaching down towards Nai Liang. It lifted him up, preparing to put him into its mouth. His entire body had already been thrown into the boss's mouth. Jiang Li realized, oh no, the boss will eat the fattest one. I need to hurry and call reinforcements, but that's the elite squad. I still have to ask that man for help. She called Qin Feng. Shadow Almighty, save us. He calmly replied, Little Black, what's wrong? Jiang Li quickly recounted. We've encountered a Jade-grade boss called the Spirit Devourer Andrezen. Sister An and Captain Wang Meng are about to be eaten by him. He thought to himself, the Spirit Devourer. Isn't this the bloodline monster I've been searching for all along? This girl Little Black is really my lucky star. Qin Feng spoke. Send me the coordinates. I'll be right there. He swiftly moved to her location. Aside from the magic leaning tower, the keys to the 3 other platinum-grade hideouts in the demon map were also in hand, just in time to deal with the bloodline monster, and the Princess of Despair had almost finished progressing forward. Seeing Qin Feng arrive, Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. Almighty, you're finally here. He asked for the location. Where's the boss? She pointed. It's right ahead. Sister An and Wang Meng have already been eaten. Hurry and save them. Watching it assume that familiar posture, Jiang Li knew. It seemed like it was going to poop again. A round ball encasing Nai Liang's body shot out. Her face paled. He pooped out. Nai Liang the healer ate it. Could it be that Sister An and the others will also be revealed? The Spirit Devourer Androgen is a subordinate of the ancient glutton god. He devours all living things indiscriminately. He emits the ancient god's whisper, putting players to a state of gluttony. The more a player eats, the fatter they get. Then he will eat them and digest all their lifespan. There's only one way to not be affected by the ancient god's whisper, to eat its excrement. Disgusting as it is, I heard the taste isn't bad. Little Black, you didn't fall into the gluttony state. Could it be that you have already? Jiang Li covered her mouth and started crying. Don't say another word. The past is in the past. Pressed yet urging, she advised, Almighty, you'd better hurry and save them. Qin Feng flew towards Nai Liang, his hand touching that flesh sack. Then he threw it flying to the side. The boss was stunned by the sudden turn of events. He controlled the ball containing Nai Liang and slammed it straight into the monster's belly. Its mouth was hit hard, so it began to vomit. The people it had eaten all floated out with the flow. The boss's body was then punched heavily downwards by Qin Feng. He activated the skill, Grant of Liberation. Following that, shadow shields shot out in succession, continuously draining the boss's health. Qin Feng was testing as he wondered. The finishing blow gauge was full. Let's try using this. Crimson Blade slashed down onto the boss' body. System announced that player Shadow of the Great Xia was the first in the world to defeat the Jade 8 boss, earning 30 fame points. Jiang Li was shocked. The damage had reached millions, truly insane. Other players read the notice and buzzed with discussion. The Great Xia has Shadow. The future is looking bright. Who says Shadow is from our Great Samhita of South Korea? Meanwhile, Qin Feng received a new notification. 50,000 experience points, 60 evolution points, 336 remaining, along with 5 pieces of equipment and 6 skills. Congratulations, you have obtained the Devourer of Souls bloodline. Do you wish to activate it? He thought to himself. A bloodline was a special system in the game gods abandoned. After defeating a monster, if you found a bloodline compatible with your class, your combat power would increase drastically. Qin Feng commanded activation. The system announced, the Devourer of Souls bloodline updates your stats. Each point of strength converts to 1-3 physical attack. Each point of physique converts to 10-50 health and 1-5 physical defense. Agility increases movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed by 32%. Each point of spirit converts to 1/3 elemental power and 1/5 dark resistance. The Bloodline skill card node link displayed, you can absorb skills and receive attribute modifiers based on their quality. Additionally, appetite increases by 200%, and you gain a passive of 15 all-elemental resistance. Next, the skill Wide Mouth condensed a blood-colored mouth to devour enemy projectiles. It recovers health based on the number of projectiles devoured, with a cooldown of 60-27-9 seconds. The skill Swallowing Devour gained additional attribute modifiers. Qin Feng analyzed. An attribute modifier was the bonus points added per attribute point. For example, 1 point of strength adds 3 physical attack. Coincidentally, this boss dropped a bronze-grade poison blade. It could be used to coat a weapon with poison but was useless. Let's test it. The system announced you have used node link on the skill Bronze Poison Blade. Strength is updated. Each point of strength now converts to 333 physical attack. Qin Feng was surprised. A bronze-grade skill only increased it by 0.3. But wait, it had become a passive skill, so it could still evolve. Update: consumed 242 evolution points. Bronze Poison Blade evolved into Legendary Poison Blade, and each point of strength converts to 3/5 physical attack. He became even more certain. If he continued linking nodes into the later stages, his stats would be hundreds of thousands of times higher than others. He would be invincible again. Wang Meng gasped, "Senior, thank you for saving us." And Wu was terrified. "If not for you, we would have almost ended up like those people." Jiang Li rushed to hug her. "It's okay, Sister Anne. Even if you gain weight, you're still beautiful, an undefined kind of beauty." She got to the point. "Senior, the Jianghai government currently has no longevity." "About this time's reward," Qin Feng replied. "It's fine, you just need to help me find Assassin System skill books." He finished speaking and vanished. "All right, it's up to you all. I'm leaving," and Wu trembled. "This quest is considered complete. Let's return together," she reminded. "No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Understood?" Jiang Li agreed. "Yes, Sister Anne." Let's rewind to the moment Qin Feng jumped off the magic leaning tower. The Princess of Despair was still casting a spell. Hui Fen ordered, "Persevere. The boss only has 1/3 of its health left." Little Jade activated the Divine Staff of Life. "Roger." Little Jade chanted an incantation, and the Divine Staff of Life continuously healed teammates within its range. The teleportation gate has been destroyed by the darkness. "Everyone, try not to die, go all out. We are about to win." The healing energy restored the teammates, lifting their spirits, and they all focused their attacks on the Princess of Despair. Hui Fen rejoiced. "It's a good thing we had Little Jade as Life Priest class, or we wouldn't have cleared this hideout." Suddenly, a tentacle coiled towards the person holding the shield. That person was immediately forced out of the game. The Princess of Despair absorbed the energy and revived. Its eyes lit up in an unusual manner. Hui Fen's side did not expect the enemy to be so hard to eliminate. A beam of light burst forth from the body of the Princess of Despair. The entire top of the tower nearly exploded from the power of that surge. Those inside were hit by a wave of intense heat. Their bodies were burned to ash by the flames. From that, an egg condensed, supported by roots beneath. The notification displayed, "Egg of Despair, level 30, Jade grade HP 1000W out of 1000W. At the silver grade hideout of the Fei Cow industry, there was a face tree in the courtyard. Someone asked in shock, "What the hell happened? Why is everyone dead? Have we defeated the boss yet?" Hui Fen reported, "Not yet. We had beaten her down to a sliver of health, but then her health suddenly fully recovered. She turned into an egg and released an extremely powerful area of effect skill, wiping all of us out." The woman was surprised. Full health recovery? Only when a boss evolves does its health restore. Could it be? The image of Qin Feng and the words he had spoken immediately appeared in her mind. Hui Fen was astounded. Shadow already knew the boss would evolve. That's why he judged our human wave tactic would fail. The boss evolved from platinum to Jade grade. Our guild can't fight it. It's the only option left to find Shadow. Qin Feng was observing the egg. He was puzzled. It just evolved to Jade. The boss shouldn't have changed its form so drastically, right? This egg didn't seem to have any attacking properties. Could it be that a stronger boss would hatch from it? He promptly threw a blade at the egg to probe it. One strike pierced the egg, dealing 28,765 damage, but the health bar only decreased slightly. Qin Feng became vigilant, 10 million HP, even higher than an epic grade boss. "This egg of despair is very eerie. I can't let it keep incubating." He continued to attack. No matter how absurd its health was, killing it was still very simple. It does not have the ability to become invisible, so basically it cannot see him. He only needs to continuously use skills and unleash his ultimate. Crimson Blade shot out, dealing over 100,067 damage. The second blade slashed down, and a crack appeared on the egg. A series of crimson blades rained down on the egg's location. Seeing it completely shattered, Qin Feng stepped forward. No matter how much health it had, defeating it was only a matter of time. He stopped, his eyes fixed on what lay ahead. On the ground, a girl was lying unconscious. This person was the Despair Princess, level 1 with 10 HP. Qin Feng was shocked. Was this girl the real form of the Despair Princess? Could the legend of the princess cursed by Bai Long be true? She only had 10 health left, meaning he had to kill her to count as defeating this boss. He drew his dagger, looked at her health bar of 10-10, and Qin Feng hesitated, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in across the sky. Qin Feng was astonished to see a dragon tearing through the dark clouds as it appeared. It was a real dragon. Information displayed, cursed by Long Athos, level 100 mythic rank. The entire sky turned a blazing red, with lightning surrounding the Bai Long's body. He became highly alert. Mythic rank? Why would such a high-level boss appear? Could it be that the legend of Bai Long cursing the princess was true? Was this the hidden boss? The Despair Princess's body slowly floated up. Qin Feng watched the movements closely. She was gradually lifted towards the Bai Long, and he vaguely heard the sound of a heartbeat. The Despair Princess opened her eyes, a surge of energy radiating from around her body. The two hovered in midair, staring intently at each other. Suddenly, the Despair Princess embraced the Bai Long. Then her body gradually disappeared, leaving behind a blazing red heart pounding fiercely in her chest. The lower half of the Despair Prince's body had completely vanished. Even the Bai Long's head was slowly dissolving, until its blood ran dry and its body was consumed by flames. Looking at the heart floating before him, Qin Feng was shocked. It had vanished. What exactly had happened? The system notified as the heart flew towards him. You have prevented the resurrection of the ancient sea god Soul Lexus. Received item, Cursed Heart. When the curse pauses, it will beat endlessly until that moment. Use it to become a kin of Lexus, endlessly devouring lifespan to await the master's arrival, or destroy it. When the sealed time returns, you will receive a mythic grade item. Qin Feng understood. Use it or destroy it. Using it could grant a powerful special skill. But according to the description, this was essentially a curse and a parasitic object. Eventually, Lexus might take over his body. So, without taking the risk, he should just destroy it directly. The moment his hand gripped the heart tightly, a flash of blinding light erupted. Qin Feng stared blankly at the dazzling light rushing towards him. His body seemed to be swallowed by that blinding radiance. Qin Feng opened his eyes and a distant silhouette caught his sight. What was happening? Had he been teleported somewhere else? No, this place was still the magic-leaning tower. His body, what was this? Had he triggered some kind of experience? While still confused and unclear, a girl ran over, calling out joyfully. It was the Despair Princess with her memories. She asked the other person, "Do you have to leave far away today too?" Ats turned back to greet you, Your Highness. He is that person. Sorry, the enemy suddenly summoned an octopus monster to attack the harbor. I am the guardian of the kingdom. I must go to reinforce immediately. She refused to listen. Liar, you clearly agreed to teach me wind magic today. 8 softened. Don't be angry. It's still early morning. I'll teach you when I get back. The princess naturally didn't believe him. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? I'm only 10 years old. My father said it takes 7 days and 7 nights of full speed from here to the coast. How can you possibly return in a single day? She scolded him directly. My father always lies to me. And now you're lying to me too. You men, not a single one of you is good. All you do is lie, deceive, and break your promises. 8s landed on the ground. Come on, stop that. Where did you learn those words? He handed the princess an item. Here, take this. Then he explained, this is a covenant item. Witnessed by it, whoever breaks the agreement will lose their wings and never be able to fly again. The princess blushed. No, I'm giving it back to you. I don't want 8s to lose his wings. He reassured her. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. Don't underestimate my wind magic. A pair of enormous wide wings appeared behind 8's back. Her eyes sparkled. Even though she had seen 8's transform many times, she still found it spectacular. He instructed, wait for me to return and I'll have dinner with you, Your Highness. Until then, let my 3 shadows play with you. Watching 8 soar high into the sky, the princess waved goodbye. Safe travels, she said to herself. Alright, if 8 is trying so hard, I can't fall behind either. Guardian shadows, follow me. Now I'm going to prepare the ingredients. When 8 returns, we'll have a grand dinner together. Qin Feng thought to himself. These two are the Despair Princess and Bai Long. It seems I have fallen into the time sealed by the cursed heart. At this moment, the princess was diligently gathering mushrooms in the forest, commanding her guards to work nonstop, from picking mushrooms to hunting rabbits. The princess seemed tireless, shifting her attention to fishing. Until dusk fell, the evening shadows covering the entire castle. Looking at the meal tray on the table, she breathed a sigh of relief, exhausted to the point of collapse. The princess was speechless at the dishes. Chicken comb stewed with poisonous mushrooms, molten rock steamed, volcano pizza, obsidian jelly stir-fry, cold fish fin, and eggshell stir-fry with tomatoes, all of which were Eight's favorites. She waited expectantly, thinking he should be back soon. The princess waited until she fell asleep right at the dining table. Lewin came to call her. "Your Highness, wake up. It is late, please return to your room to rest." She mumbled, "Did I fall asleep? What time is it?" He replied, "It is already the hour of vespers, and the next bell will announce midnight." She stood up abruptly, worriedly asking, "What? So late? Where is Eights? Has he not returned yet?" Lewin answered, "According to news from the front, the battle situation is very tense. It is possible that General Eights will not be able to return for some time." The princess did not believe it. She slammed the table and stood up, replying, "Eights is very powerful. He is the protector of the kingdom. Any enemy before him is nothing more than a goat waiting to be slaughtered." Lewin spoke sadly. "Word has it that this time, the enemy country sacrificed the lives of tens of thousands of people to summon a truly terrifying monster. It came from the deep sea, its body as large as a fortress, covered with thousands of tentacles and countless eyes. Ordinary people go mad just by looking at it. If the intelligence is correct, even a general as strong as Eights will have a bitter fight." She feared, "No, Eights, he—" Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out, causing her entire body to stiffen as if her pressure points had been struck. The princess looked at the scale in her palm, which had shattered into pieces. He pulled Lewin and ran. "If Eights does not return before midnight, he will lose his wings. Scholar Lewin, take me to see my father. He is a dragon knight. He must know how to remove the oath scale." He was dragged along quickly by her. "Who is pulling my waist?" she said apologetically. "Forgive me, scholar, but if he loses his wings in battle, everything will be over." As she opened the door, she saw a familiar figure. He appeared before her, asking, "What are you doing? Why are you so flustered?" The princess was shocked. "Eights!" She quickly rushed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Thank goodness you are back. You are safe." Eights gently stroked her head. "Of course I came back. We made a pact after all." She replied, "They said the situation at the front was very bad, so I thought." Lewin immediately asked, "General Eights, how is the battle situation at the front?" He reported, "It was a bit troublesome and took some effort, but it has been resolved. As for the remaining remnants, the army can handle it on its own." He admired, "No wonder you are the kingdom's protector." Eights walked towards the dining table. "I am starving. Are all these delicious dishes made by Her Highness the Princess?" She happily boasted, "Of course, it is just a pity they have gone cold now." He sat down and ate heartily. "No problem at all. Delicious. The fish fin is rich in flavor, the mushrooms are tasty, and the obsidian jelly is extremely crunchy." She urged from beside him, "Eat slowly, or you might choke." Next day they went to that leaning tower. Eights reminded, "All right, now we will learn wind magic." However, the princess was so sleepy her eyes were drooping, and she let out a yawn. He leaned down and asked, "What is it? Want to sleep?" She retorted, "Nonsense. I was busy all day preparing that grand meal for you." Eights suggested, "Then let us learn tomorrow." The princess hugged his leg, refusing to let go. "But I still want to experience the feeling of wind magic. How about this? Eights turns into your true form and takes me flying in the sky to experience it." He hesitated, "But His Majesty has strictly forbidden me from taking you on such dangerous activities." The princess blamed Eights. "It is clearly your fault for coming back late. I worked so hard to make all those delicious dishes, and yet you betray me. Ungrateful, treacherous, scoundrel." He finally gave in. "All right, say no more. I agree. Just this once, and you absolutely must not tell His Majesty, or I will surely be scolded." Eights radiated power, channeling energy into his wings. He transformed into a majestic, colossal white dragon. Princess watched, her eyes shining with admiration. She rushed over and hugged the white dragon's head tightly. Eights instructed, "You must be careful, okay?" Her body was lifted high by energy to climb onto the white dragon's back. Sensing that the princess was safely seated, he announced, "Hold tight, we are about to depart." The princess shouted joyfully, "Let's go." Eights flapped his wings and soared into the sky, taking her on an exhilarating ride. He flapped his wings, flying her around the forests. Lewin down below had discovered their actions. The princess lay excitedly on the white dragon's scales. She looked down at the kingdom below in the night, exclaiming, "So this is the world as Eights sees it." Eights asked, "Beautiful, is it not?" The princess replied, "Not just beautiful, but incredibly beautiful." Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out in the silent, deep night. The princess asked hesitantly, "Eights, you will protect this place forever, right?" He confirmed, "Of course, Your Highness." She gradually fell asleep on Eights. "Thank you." Carried her to her room, gently tucking the blanket around the princess. Then he tiptoed towards the door and quietly opened it. The king had been waiting for Eights outside all along. You are quite badly wounded, Eights. That monster was so cunning. He replied, fortunately, I am not dead. I just need time to recover. As for that monster, I burned it to ashes with dragon flame. He warned, the Marisa Empire seems to be performing some kind of ritual, and this monster was a gift from that ritual. I can sense a terrifying wave about to sweep across the entire continent. We all must prepare. Eights, even a dragon race like you is not exempt. Eights obeyed. I will follow all of your arrangements, your majesty. The night grew deeper. He returned to the leaning tower. Eights took off his armor and fresh blood spilled onto the floor. He coughed into his hand, fresh blood spilling from his mouth. A pool of blood had already formed on the ground from Eights' coughing. Something red and fiery was rising on his chest. Eights touched it, his body smeared with streaks of blood. The thing on his chest was slowly spreading, the veins bulging clearly. 5 years later, when monsters flooded everywhere, attacking everything, they continuously slammed against the city walls trying to break them. A panicked announcement rang out. The enemy is attacking. Their army is all monsters. People in the city ran in chaos in all directions, screaming desperately for help. A giant monster was about to stomp its foot down on 2 children. Its hand snatched the 2 people. They looked incredibly tiny in the monster's palm. Kwok Fuang and Eights stood silently watching their kingdom being destroyed. He worriedly watched the kingdom being ravaged, the horde of monsters countless. The Mariga Empire had truly gone mad. Kwok Fuang realized their insane intention. They wanted the entire world to die with them. The princess hurriedly ran towards them, shouting for Eights. She asked, upon seeing him sitting on the city wall, the enemy army has many non-human monsters. Ordinary soldiers can't withstand them. Won't you still act? The kingdom desperately needs you. Eights slowly turned his head. Your Highness, I was just about to go find you. He instructed, the magic tower is very safe. Please stay here. Do not go anywhere. She agreed, telling Eights to quickly go repel the enemy. He refused. No, I will stay here to protect you. The princess adamantly refused. What are you saying? You are the kingdom's protector. What you must do is protect the country. The capital is about to fall. The people and soldiers are being slaughtered. You must turn into a dragon and burn the entire enemy force to ashes. I only need the protection of your shadow, just as you have always done, isn't that right? Eights' back was as unmoving as a mountain, exuding a terrifying gloom. His voice was calm. 5 years ago, we discovered the Mariga Empire was conducting a secret ritual. That ritual was called Forsaken by the gods, sacrificing lifespan to revive a non-human entity. The more lifespan sacrificed, the more terrifying the resurrected monster. It was an ancient ritual but rarely used because no one was foolish enough to trade their lifespan for an ugly monster. However, for the Mariga Empire, this ritual was their only hope. The Mariga Empire was located on the inland sea archipelago, surrounded by powerful nations. Their land was rich in resources, and more importantly, it held a magical plant called the Blood Flower. This plant only grew on Mariga soil, its radiating magic power extending the lifespan of its people. Their average lifespan was 700 years. Thus, a struggle lasting thousands of years, centered on Mariga, spread across the continent. To end the war, Mariga sent envoys with overwhelming power to other countries. They signed contracts forcing the envoys to be loyal to the weaker kingdoms, helping to reverse the situation. Mariga believed this would maintain balance and bring peace, but they underestimated the cruelty of human hearts. The appearance of the envoys made other nations realize the Mariga people were the greatest threat. The countries quickly reached a secret consensus. The Mariga people must be completely eradicated. Curses, plagues, division, brainwashing, disaster after disaster befell the empire. Even the loyal envoys became pawns of other nations. The blood flowers gradually withered as the land was ravaged. Without the flowers, the balance disappeared and Mariga lost its final value. Those petals became the last snowflake that triggered the avalanche. The Mariga Empire faced an attack from the human allied forces. Their homeland was destroyed, their people were slaughtered. No resource was allowed to fall into enemy hands, even if it had to be destroyed. That was the sole reason for every disaster. In the darkness, the dying Mariga people instinctively grasped for the last glimmer of light. All of them were forsaken by the gods, their bodies like drained dry skeletons. Eights continued, rather than call it a ritual, it is better to call it a curse. The Mariga people are marked, their lifespans endlessly draining away, monsters taking root and sprouting inside their bodies, then tearing their way out. Their purpose is only one, the destruction of mankind. Eights hesitantly exclaimed, Your Highness. Her gaze turned fierce as she looked at the scene before her. When he turned back, red, fleshy bumps had appeared on his face. Eights said softly, I can no longer turn into a dragon. I can only turn into a monster. The princess panicked, asking how he became like this. He replied, Few know the truth about the Mariga people. They have a more common name, the Dragon Clan. As for Mariga's envoys, humans call them the guardians of the kingdom. She was stunned, silently digesting this information. Eights declared, An unstoppable wave of darkness has swept across the continent. Your Highness, the doomsday of mankind has arrived. Now I only wish to protect you, and you alone. Below, people were being mercilessly crushed by monsters. Some were killed by by large rocks, unable to resist. The monster used giant boulders to smash them against the ground. The entire kingdom was engulfed in dense smoke and fire, as if its final day had come. Luwin called out worriedly, "Your Majesty, the monsters are increasing, the capital has fallen. Won't you lead the army to retreat?" He replied, "We have no path of retreat. The magic tower is the great center of magical power. If it is destroyed, the strength of the mages will plummet. At that point, there will be no stopping these monsters." The king's expression was stern as he watched the battle situation below. He himself had taken the field, cleaving a monster in two with his blade. After exerting himself for a while, the king planted his sword on the ground, panting to catch his breath. He thought to himself, truly, time flies fast. Eights, I remember the first time I met you. We were the same age, but in truth, you were already nearly 100 years old back then. After all, 100 years is merely adulthood for you, and through all those years we always stood shoulder to shoulder, fighting together, helping each other, sharing everything. And at that very moment, a streak of sword light shot straight toward the king. He thought to himself, but as I grow old and frail, you will forever keep the appearance of a youth. You cannot understand the difficult choices I had to face after ascending the throne. The two of them were complete opposites. You could not understand humans, and conversely, humans could not understand you. The king stood alone in the middle of the ruined, devastated battlefield, great flames towering into the sky. He remembered the day the princess was still swaddled in cloth, until the moment she was born. Eights looked at her with a fierce gaze. He saw him holding the princess in his arms, and only then did I understand. Now a giant monster was approaching, shaking the ground with every step. It was gathering a mass of power, radiating slowly like a raging storm. A strong wind blew toward the standing king, a torrent of power gushing out from the monster's mouth. The blinding light from that power was slowly swallowing him. The king suddenly realized he had truly been wrong. From the direction of the castle, a deafening explosion rang out, shaking the distant lands. Princesses stood on the tower looking that way. Eights understood that the imperial capital had completely fallen. They would soon march here, would they not? The swarm of monsters dove down from the sky. He shouted that monsters were coming. He smashed into the barrier erected from within the tower. The princess revealed that the magic tower was enveloped by a powerful barrier. They could hardly breach it. Luwin, leaning on his staff, walked over and called out, and she was surprised to see the scholar Luwin. He was covered in injuries, saying, "General Eights, I come by His Majesty's command to take the princess away." She cried out in worry, "Oh heavens, Scholar Luwin, you are so badly injured." Eights agreed and said he would use the wind to take them both to the designated location, asking if the support had been contacted. The princess asked in surprise what this meant. Luwin replied that everything was ready. He delivered the dire news. "Your Highness, His Majesty has passed away." She asked in shock, "What?" Luwin revealed that everything had been arranged before the imperial capital fell. He would take her to a neighboring country for refuge. The princess asked anxiously whether General Eights would come along. He explained that leaving here, where would they go? These monsters were his own kind, the Mariga. He had become a target, and wherever he went, humans would hunt him down. Eights sat atop the high tower wall. Where the night fell was the dragon's tomb. "I belong to this place. I will guard it forever until my life is exhausted." Those words left the princess frozen in place. She immediately flew toward him, hovering before Eights, saying, "Let me become Eights' dragon knight. Do not forget I was born here. This place is my home. I will protect it together with Eights. Do not underestimate me. My wind mastery has reached a state of perfection. Come, sign the contract. How is it done?"
He looked up at the brave girl before him.
A hand lightly placed into the prince's palm. Eights handed her a scale, saying, "There is indeed no stopping you. Fine. Following the old tradition, the covenant scale." She gripped it tightly in her hand. "So is that simple? Then we have made a covenant forever." Eights continued her words, saying forever never to see each other again. The princess was stunned, seeming to realize something was wrong, asking what. She was quickly pulled back by Luwin. He was now in a hostile stance, saying to Scholar Luwin, "I entrust the princess to you." The princess struggled, screaming his name Eights. He urged, "Go now, Your Highness. You should not stay with a dragon. You have a place to belong, and that place is among humans." But from behind, Luwin's palm had pierced through her chest, gripping her heart. Both Eights and the princess were horrified. Time seemed to freeze. The old man's face bulged with veins, his eyes glowing red. Luwin spoke with difficulty. "General Eights, be careful. Cursed are not only the Mariga." His body transformed into a monster with hideous tentacles. It held her heart, laughing smugly. What a fresh and delicious body. What longevity and wealth. "Eights, kill the one you love. Will that be enough to avenge the fire that burned me?" A savage laugh echoed through the space. "Haha, bylong Eights." It screamed, "Kill your beloved. Will that be enough to repay the debt of being burned?" And then without hesitation crushed the heart, bright red blood spurting from between its fingers. 3 shadows of Eights were already rushing forward in an instant. Those sharp shadows shot toward Cetus, that monster, like figures once met before. Each tentacle on its body was severed. It screamed a few times. Sita said arrogantly, "Useless. The princess has already been carried up by the shadow." She tried to suppress the pain in her chest, weakly calling out eights. But she had no strength left. The princess's eyes drooped, tears streaming down. Cetus, lying on the ground, exclaimed, "Bai Long, your arrogance aside, the meager lifespan your human clan sacrifices is but the tip of the iceberg used to summon my body. Just like this body now, it is only one of my tens of thousands of avatars. The seeds have already been sown outside. They will parasitize everywhere, devouring living creatures. When the time is ripe, they will break out of their cocoons, just like this old human man, and the entire human race will transform into vengeful monsters, sweeping the world clean. Moreover, you are also deeply trapped in the curse and could become one of them. You must know well, sooner or later your beloved princess will meet a most tragic end. Furthermore, you can do nothing. You might even become the monster that kills the princess herself. You hate your own powerlessness, and you hate even more those who caused all of this. Hatred, regret, grief, anger, and despair fill your heart. How intense and beautiful these emotions are. But what if I told you I could change everything? Listen, I have heard your heart pounding violently. I am Cetus, the ruler of the old world, an omnipotent god. I can not only help you repel the monsters and protect the kingdom, but I can also resurrect the princess so you two will never be separated. Moreover, all of this only requires you to make a trade with me. That is to hand over your heart to me, that is all. 8 sat silently in one place, unable to speak a word. Cetus gave him 2 choices: die with the princess in the tower and be completely devoured by monsters, or let the princess become his dragon knight, so the two of them could forever protect the kingdom as true guardians. The lifespan of my body is almost exhausted. You don't have much time to hesitate. Bai Long. As the body on the ground gradually became hazy and indistinct, Shadow held the princess in its palm, silently watching. The heart was offered up. Cetus said excitedly, "My dear Bai Long, it seems you have chosen correctly. I will bestow a supreme blessing upon your heart, so it will beat forever without end." From that heart, a wave of abundant energy shone down upon the princess's chest. "The one you love deeply will receive this heart, receive my power, and awaken once again. Although you have lost your heart, you will not die, nor will you turn into a monster," it declared. "You will transform into a guardian dragon and stay by her side forever." The entire tower blazed with power, illuminating the sky. Eights had transformed into a dragon, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. He stood atop the tower, his wings spread wide against the night sky. Dragon fire shot down from his mouth below, and everywhere was engulfed in a sea of flames with no escape. Eights continued to spew fire, ravaging every corner of the kingdom. Cetus was very confident. "With the empowerment of my power, you are strong enough to purify the entire kingdom." Eights ceaselessly breathed fire, burning those below. The flames rose high, never dying out. Cetus's excited voice rang out, promising even more lifespan. From the top of the tower, bolts of lightning radiated out. The princess's body was lifted up, and Cetus gradually invaded her. The lower part of the princess's body had already been taken over by its tentacles. Cetus declared, "Everything belongs to me." He thought regretfully, it was only a pity that its current strength was too weak to directly parasitize a powerful dragon, so it could only temporarily use a human body. That did not matter. As long as it made use of this Bai Long, gathering enough lifespan was only a matter of time. But it noticed something strange. The kingdom had already been completely destroyed, so why was this Bai Long still circling in the sky without returning? Floating before it were 2 white dragon scales. He realized these were the oath to never meet the princess again, and the oath to forever protect the tower of the kingdom. These were the vows the Bai Long had made before making the pact with him. Only now did Cetus understand. That man had foreseen my plan, so he trapped himself to death inside the magic leaning tower. Did that damned Bai Long prefer to become an undying being rather than be used by me? Then I will turn this magic leaning tower into a tomb and hunt the lifespan of those who come to scavenge. Then one day she will be fully resurrected and rule the world once more. Time flowed, the seas changed, and countless eras passed since then. Qin Feng returned to reality, looking at the magic leaning tower before him, his heart surging with emotion. So those images were the background story for this game? Qin Feng suddenly discovered, no, that feeling was too real, and it was also related to the origin of the monsters in the game, seemingly the same as history. He looked in surprise at the streams of black energy before his eyes. The system notified, "Congratulations, you have received a mythic grade skill. Mortal Shadow Array creates 3 shadow clones that exist for 7 seconds. These clones will use the same skills as the original, dealing 100% damage. Cooldown time 6,279 seconds. The shadows created by Bai Long, if one wished to maintain them, required consuming a large amount of mental energy to protect important things. For 15 years, Bai Long never abandoned them." Qin Feng knew from his memory that this was the skill of Bai Long 8s. Just this skill alone could quadruple his output in a short time. Was this an epic grade skill? Extremely terrifying. Update notification. Congratulations, you have received the key to the hiding place of the magic leaning tower. Congratulations, you received 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Congratulations, you received 360 evolution points, 7 pieces of equipment, 3 skill books, the key to the gate of the Skull City ruins, and the level 20 Skull City ruins map. He curiously opened the map to take a look. Is Skull City a new map? Why have I never heard of it? Where is it? Seeing the location circled in red on the map, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. An island in the inland sea. Could this location have once belonged to the territory of the Mariga Empire? He speculated that this was very likely related to Mariga, the homeland of Bai Long. That place must be hiding many secrets and also had rarer treasures. Level 20 can be used to go there, and I am currently at level 19. I am almost there. So first I have to sell this key. The Fico Heavy Industrial Zone, in the courtyard of the human-faced tree, subordinates were asking Hui Fen for her opinion. Chairman, what do we do next? There is no way we can defeat a Jade grade boss. Someone suggested, how about contacting the Shadow, asking him to take action? She was also out of options. There is no other way but to do that. I will contact the people in Jianghai City now. I heard they have a good relationship with the Shadow. I will ask them to relay our message. He happened to appear beside her and said, Chairman Huang, no need for all that trouble. We can just trade directly. The king was astonished, not knowing when he had entered, and asked why he was so ghostly. Qin Feng revealed himself to reassure them, saying if he had ill intent, everyone would have died long ago. He said it was thanks to the sanctuary barrier that he could enter. Otherwise, anyone could casually walk in like he did. Hui Fen curiously asked about the deal the Shadow had just mentioned. He took out the key and said it was the deal for the Magic Leaning Tower Sanctuary, then asked if guild leader Huang was not interested. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe it, because obtaining that sanctuary key required killing a Jade tier boss. Hui Fen agreed immediately and asked the price. Qin Feng repeated 1,000 years. She accepted right away, saying thank you. Everyone thought he was shameless, having planned it all out. He pointed a finger at him and cursed. You attacked me first, then destroyed the warp gate, costing the team its combat strength and getting us wiped. Now you pretend to be kind, selling at 1,000-year price. I have never seen anyone as despicable as you. She coldly told her child to step back, saying he had gone too far. Z King insisted they could not be fooled. The key was rightfully theirs. The guild had already paid too great a price, so they could not lose it. Qin Feng directly asked what he wanted. Z King proposed returning the key and compensating with 1 to 800 years of lifespan, or else he would pursue the matter. He gently mocked the Yellow Guild leader for having such a capable child, then said to continue following his words. Qin Feng raised the price to 1 to 800 years, not selling even if a single day was missing. Z King gleefully told his mother to see, this is how you deal with scum. Suddenly he remembered and asked again what you said. Her face had darkened. He said he was sincerely doing business, yet he was cursed at, so the price would not drop. It was 1 to 800 years, not a day less. Hui Fen said nothing and gave her son a strike that made him spit blood. He could only let out a single word, you. She ordered Xiao Kui to lead a team and take Z King grinding. He was not to return until allowed. Xiao Kui dragged him away immediately, but he struggled and protested, asking by what right she hit him. Hui Fen apologized to Qin Feng, embarrassed at her failure to teach her child properly. She asked the price again, but he did not budge. Still 1 to 800 years. No need to repeat. She agreed, saying the price was fair. As she heard, he sold another one in Jianghai for 2,000 years. However, the guild had suffered heavy losses, so she asked to pay in installments. Qin Feng accepted, pay 1,000 years up front, and he would return in 10 days for the remaining 800 years. Hui Fen thanked him and agreed. The system notified that the Magic Leaning Tower Sanctuary key was lost, and 1,000 years of lifespan was received. The deal done, he left, thinking this guild still had potential. If he sold them a good sanctuary, they would become an important asset. Hui Fen announced that subordinates would use this platinum-grade sanctuary as a base and pay a 50% reincarnation tax until the debt was cleared. The tax was high but well worth it. Everyone consented. On Ziku's side, she was trying to reason with Z King, telling him not to blame others. He stubbornly said, don't bother me. That damned Shadow will see my face sooner or later. Teammates ahead announced a silver-grade boss, a human-faced spider queen. Everyone entered combat mode and called for the healer. They warned each other to watch out for poison and pay attention to learning the dispel skill. Z King had already run in the opposite direction, far away from them. He contemptuously called them a bunch of idiots. Just seeing Ziku's face made him sick, and he did not understand what his mother was thinking, trying to set them up. He thought the guild was full of meek mice, developing as slow as a turtle. In this Forsaken Divine game, one had to do anything to find opportunities. That Shadow definitely used the same method. He took out a bottle emitting purple gas. It was a treasure from a Jade grade treasure vault. Information showed an abyss vase. One only needed to reach into it to draw a powerful skill. With a 48-hour cooldown, the epic grade abyss puppet curse turns a corpse into a controllable puppet that possesses all abilities from life. He smugly thought this skill was strong enough. Killing that shadow and enslaving him would make him invincible. The vase also had a note: the abyss holds infinite power, but do not forget, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. At this moment, at the Mado ruins in the desolate skeleton bone zone, Guiling's attacks continuously struck the skeleton. She finally took this one down, her health reduced by 5, 6, and 8. The system notified that her weapon had advanced from silver to gold, and her experience points were sufficient to promote. Guiling breathed a sigh of relief that she finally had enough points. She shouted to advance, her momentum blazing. Streams of power burst forth, the surrounding space glowing with blazing red currents. Powerful magic shot high into the air. A notification displayed the golden Yellow Springs chain blade, an exclusive weapon of the Yellow Springs Murasame. The chain blade could freely change shape. Yellow Springs pressure -2 blocks. Passive stealth +2. Unlocked the Yellow Springs Eye and Yellow Springs Touch. The Yellow Springs Eye was a mental attack that plunged the target into an illusion. The higher the mental attribute, the longer it lasted. The Yellow Springs Touch could track enemies based on scent. There was a 50% chance to deal double damage to lower tier professions and inflict the burn effect of the Ashen Flame. Guiling felt the damage was higher, the speed was faster, and she now had a mental attack to counter the origin of the plague. Inspector General Dongfang Yu. This time she would avenge her parents for sure. She sent a message to her teacher that she had reached 2 blocks. Qin Feng did not even need to think to know Guiling had succeeded. She had just sent the message and then immediately went offline. She was definitely off to take revenge against Dongfang Yu. He recalled that in her past life, she succeeded in her revenge but weakened and let a pet go. Afterward, a Beastmaster tracked down her identity, and she was hunted by enemies. The prolonged battle cost the authorities elite forces, and in the end Guiling died from exhaustion. The weakening of power caused chaos in the Mado region for months. This girl had limitless potential, but she was young, her mind not yet steady, her methods not clean, and she was prone to going astray. Qin Feng decided to act as support to ensure her safety. He went offline to watch, hoping she would not repeat her past mistake. In reality, outside Omado, inside the Dongfang Yu estate, the guarding group was complaining about when they would finally get a break. They wanted to go down the mountain to find their younger sister. Both shared the same thought. Actually, I think Madame Dongfang still has some charm left. I had thought so for a long time too. One was daydreaming. Wait until he reaches a higher level, then kill the warden and capture Dongfang Yu for pleasure, his teammate beside him reminded him. Hold on. Look quickly. Ahead, where the thick smoke was, a familiar figure appeared. Fang Yu sat there waiting for them, wearing an extremely seductive outfit. The two were astonished. Dongfang, madam, why are you here? And why are you dressed so seductively? She said seductively. I can no longer stand my weak and useless husband. I need someone else to fill my void. You too. Can you do it? Both were drooling with desire. Madam, are you serious? Then they scrambled towards her. Me first? No, me. Fang Yu replied. Fools, you can both come. As the two approached, a single blade slash swept across their heads. Fang Yu's figure gradually faded away. It turned out to be Guiling shapeshifted to lure them into a trap. After finishing the two of them, she immediately left. Guiling was now at the place where the toxic gas was emanating. Chen Yi leisurely lay in wait for the enemy to intrude. He opened his eyes and exclaimed, a rat has slipped in. He remained hidden, lightly landing on the ground. Guiling cautiously observed the situation ahead. Suddenly, from above, Chen Yi swooped down. He soon caught her. From Chen Yi's rear, an air projectile was fired. The air energy accelerated, propelling him like a rocket downwards. He pinned Guiling to the ground in the manner arranged with an air energy barrier. It is my ammonia gas. Just by you getting close, I can sense it. And I was wondering who it was. His hand tightened around her neck. So it is the clown who ran away that day. He lifted Guiling up high, the toxic gas emitting thickly. You are much stronger than before. Perhaps if you grow a bit more, you can become a worthy opponent. It truly excites me. I want to kill you now, but I must hold back. Wait until you are stronger. But I am about to lose control. He was nearly going mad. Damn it, kill or not kill? Kill, don't kill. A cracking sound was heard. Guiling's neck was broken. Chen Yi knew he had lost control, accidentally squeezing her to death. He was horrified. No, what have I done? Damn it, bastard. Suddenly, from behind, 3 sharp claws pierced through. Chen Yi spat blood. Guiling from behind forcefully drove the claws in her hand through the opponent's chest. He was stunned. What? Were you not dead already? She reminded him. The yellow spring eye had already fallen under my illusion technique long ago. You fool, go die. Chen Yi stammered. An illusion technique from when? The pupils in Guiling's eyes shone crimson red. When you looked into my eyes, your death was certain. I finally understood. So it was when I grabbed your neck. Chen Yi's collapsed to the ground, accepting defeat. I have lost. You are indeed a worthy opponent. Fang Yu in the next room flung the window open and yelled, "What is all that noise outside? Do you even let me sleep? Want me to take care of you all?" She looked towards Chen Yi's corpse, where only he remained. Fang Yu screamed in panic, "Trouble, there is an intruder. Guards, come quickly." The guards received the order. Full alert, protect Madame Dongfang, search for the intruder. Nan Tian rubbed his eyes and sat up asking, "Mom, what is it?" She replied, "More enemies have come looking. Nan Tian, stay here and don't run around. I will contact your father immediately." Nan Tian reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Mom. I am 18 years old now. I am already an occupation holder. I will protect you." Fang Yu was touched and hugged her son. "My son, I am so moved. If your useless father had even half of your qualities, how great that would be." Suddenly a click sounded, the door slowly opened. She warily turned back to ask who it was, while Nantian fearfully pulled the blanket over his head. The body of a guard fell inside, with corpses lying scattered outside. Fang Yu was stunned. "The guards are all dead, how can this be? Could it be the shadow? Does he already know our plan?" Gai Ling from behind bluntly asked, "What plan?" Seeing her reveal herself, she questioned, "Who are you? I have no grievance with you. Why are you attacking us?" Gai Ling replied, "No grievance? Dongfang Yu, do you not recognize me anymore?" She took off her hood, opened your eyes wide and looked carefully. "Who exactly am I?" Fang Yu was shocked. "So it is you, you damn girl. You are still alive." A single strike pierced through her chest. Gai Ling said darkly, "Accept death, demon. You killed my parents, now I will make your son watch me kill you." He begged. Dongfang Yu begged to admit defeat, only asking that her son not be harmed. Gai Ling lifted her up, sneering, "What right do you have to make demands? You tried to reason, this is a grudge between us. My son is innocent." Gai Ling roared, "Shut up. When you killed my parents, did you think of this day? Die." As soon as she finished speaking, her body shattered, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The sight terrified the boy to the extreme. She let out a cold laugh, feeling relieved after avenging her grudge. Gai Ling glanced at the child behind her, who had been watching all this time. Seeing himself being looked at, the boy shrank back against her legs. Her footsteps immediately left, the sound echoing in the quiet room. Gai Ling had spared the child and left. Boy behind her let out a victorious laugh. The child spoke, "I have long hated my mother's control for so long, so I truly thank you. Big sister, wealth is abundant. Today we young maidens flesh to eat again." Gai Ling's footsteps halted when three shadows appeared ahead. She spun around to see what was happening. Those people were like puppets being lifted by invisible strings. The boy controlled each string, ordering them to capture her alive. He wanted to toy with her for a while. It turned out he had the only hidden class, Corpse Puppeteer. The Undead Corpse Master class originally had no combat power, but its naturally strong mental energy allowed them to control corpses. After enhancement, the corpses would retain all their abilities from when they were alive. Gai Ling was soon sent flying. She groaned, her body still hurtling backwards. Finally, Gai Ling fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Those puppets flew at her one by one, the first one even firing bullets. Just as Gai Ling thought she was about to die, they all fell down beside her. The pain she had mentally prepared herself for never came. Gai Ling looked up, confused as to why they were lying prostrate before her. A voice rang out, granting her a wish. Gai Ling. That boy's head was in this person's hand. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself, and a dog must be trampled underfoot. She stared in shock at the newcomer. "Who are you?" It was Qin Feng, the one who taught Gai Ling the lesson that one must never show an enemy even a shred of pity. Hearing this, she immediately guessed who he was. "Master, thank you." Forbidden bloom, the spider lilies blossomed across the sky. Gai Ling burst into sobs. "Mother, father, I have finally avenged you all." He walked over and asked, "Your great vengeance is complete. What plans do you have next?" She replied, "I do not know. Perhaps I will also to reunite with my parents." Qin Feng understood that when revenge ends, all that remains is emptiness. If she had chosen a path from which there is no return, she must have been prepared. If she wished to remain silent, he had nothing more to say. But there was one piece of information. The Forsaken Divine Game holds infinite possibilities and countless secrets, including a way to resurrect the dead. A person who continues to move forward will encounter countless possibilities. If she regarded revenge as her ultimate goal, then consider what he said as nonsense. But if she still wished to continue, to stand up and follow him, the choice was hers. These words seemed to awaken Gai Ling. She pushed herself off the ground, slowly sat up, and then ran after the retreating figure of Qin Feng. At the Mado reality, the hideout of the Pure Soul Land. Gai Ling followed him there, asking curiously, "Master, where is this place?" He revealed, "This is my hideout in reality, the Pure Soul Land." The gate opened, revealing a luxurious room inside. "You can stay here from now on." How magnificent. A maid stepped out to greet them. "Welcome home, master." Gai Ling was shocked. "There are even maids here?" He ordered dinner to be prepared for the two of them. "This thing is crafted from the Divine Authority book." She asked in surprise, "The Divine Authority book?" The maid obeyed, understood, "Master." Qin Feng explained that the Divine Authority book can create many items and is an essential tool. Later tonight, he would take her to challenge the Divine Authority Tower in Mado to obtain one. She bowed her head and replied, "Thank you, Master." At the Mado reality, the Suo Raranner, after Qin Feng and Gei Ling left, Suo Kunshan, military advisor of Mado, husband of Dongfang Yu, arrived at the scene. He rushed over urging his guards, "Hurry, full rescue effort, do not let my wife and son be harmed." He thought to himself, Ruan suddenly called for help. Who would attack in the middle of the night like this? Could it be the darkness? Kunshan was terrified. Has he discovered our fireworks factory plan? Impossible. The guards were examining the traces left on the floor. The inside of the bedroom had also been thoroughly inspected. The guards reported traces of a fight within the manor but found no one. He could not believe it. Kunshan asked where his wife and children were, why they could not be found, and that the guards and servants had also vanished. The bodyguard reported no one was left, not even corpses. Han silently cursed. This situation was exactly like the Dongfang family, alive but no people seen, dead but no bodies found. She feared the worst, that Nguyen and Nam Thien might have already. No, it could not be. He wept and screamed that the darkness had killed his wife and children, immediately ordering a manhunt to arrest him for trial. Nguyen accompanied him, wondering why he was so certain it was the darkness. He replied because the situation was identical to the Dongfang family, that his wife was also killed by him. She retorted that the Dongfang matter had no evidence, and his wife and children's disappearance had nothing to do with it. Her voice turned cold. Perhaps he knew internal information, like how his family had once clashed with the darkness, hence his suspicion of revenge. Sunshine gloomily listened to those words, tears streaming down. He reminded her to watch her words, asking if she suspected the Mado military staff officer. She replied there was no need for threats, staff officer. Nguyen recounted that the Heaven Guild arrested Haklong Mado's members. They confessed that he ordered the attack on the darkness hiding place and set off fireworks to kill him. Initially, they planned to catch him red-handed at the fireworks factory, but Dongfang Nguyen disappeared, so they suspected she was evading blame. He raised the badge, declaring him suspected of power abuse and conspiracy for terrorism, inviting him for investigation. Kunshan was arrested by police, shouting in protest. He yelled that Thang Nguyen was bold, daring to collude with a motley guild to arrest a government official like him. She replied that rank did not matter, she only stood on the side of justice. He struggled, demanding to be released. She advised him to cooperate with the investigation. If innocent, they could confront later. They would escort him to Mado prison, where the aging speed was 100 times faster, telling him to prepare mentally. Kunshan was escorted into the car cursing, saying they could not do this. He had to report to his superiors and demand a stop. Oni, hiding in a tall tree, spotted the target. He pointed at the flickering man, and the teammate confirmed it was Mado military staff officer Kunshan. He ordered his teammates to strike. The convoy carrying Kunshan sped along the road, headlights blazing in the night. Kunshan inside the car said he would report to his superiors. They could not throw him into prison. She reminded him the arrest was the superior's idea, telling him to save his strength. He fell silent. The car suddenly braked hard because the road was blocked. A beam of light shot from the front, smashing straight into the window, causing the car to stop. Afterward, they plunged off the road. Nguyen inside the car was knocked violently, cursing and asking what happened. The subordinate yelled that the car was stuck and would not move. She panicked as she saw something rolling down from the car roof. Kunshan's collar was grabbed and he fainted. Tony carried Kunshan out of the car, saying the mission was easy done. Opposite, a person inside the car ordered him to release the man and raise his hands, or they would execute him. Tony sneered at the government dogs, and they aimed their guns towards him. A grim-faced man carrying a sawtooth hammer stepped down. A single meteor fire hammer strike smashed the car to pieces. Fire burst out violently, the heat blazing. Screams rang out as flames engulfed the car. Tony marveled at the immense power, poking his head back to say Lord Shi-duo did not deceive them. Tong Hao stepped out from the flames, exclaiming delightedly, enjoying killing the government dogs. The enhancement effect felt great. He boasted about Lord Shi-duo's card that quintupled stats, letting a level 10 have the power of level 50. Too bad the combined lifespan of these dogs was under 100 years. Tony reminded him they were just probes. After the mission, Lord Shi-duo would reward 1,000 years of lifespan. He set a time to return. With Lord Shi-duo's help, killing the darkness to avenge Shi-Shi was only a matter of time. Thang Nguyen hid in the other car, watching. Miss Ha from the team spoke up, saying hold on. The leader asked what was wrong. Her killing intent emanated. She sensed a hidden rat still in the car. Thang Nguyen, hearing this, turned pale with fear. A fireball spell shot towards the vehicle. The fire raged fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. Mei Xing sneered, praising that even a dog was not missed. She questioned her teammates if they still remembered Miss Shi-Shi, who made her jealous. The two flatterers praised Miss Mei Xing as adorable, but Shi-Shi was an old friend who brought joy. According to Eastern tradition, they must remember her forever and help her avenge, supporting her to attain Buddhahood. Thick black smoke billowed, a strong burnt smell filling the air. Thang Nguyen barely escaped in time, now hiding behind a tree. She recognized her hidden class, Ghost Hunter. Her passive skill, Death Intent sense, activated when near death, letting her survive this time with a 100-hour cooldown. They were remnants of the Alice Guild, sent by Shi Duo to kidnap Kunshan. Her team was annihilated. She needed to report to superiors quickly. Now, Qin Feng's group was the Hu Mado Tapthun Qian Ruins. He introduced that the NPC guarding this divine authority tower was named Mother, her name being Queen Virginia of the Broken Crown. Before becoming the tower guarding NPC, Virginia had witnessed the murder of her 2 children, causing her to collapse and delude herself into believing they were still alive. If a player challenged her, she would give them a quest to find her son and daughter. This quest was actually impossible to complete, but if a young man and woman formed a team to challenge her, Virginia would see them as her children. The battle difficulty would be significantly reduced, and the rewards would be better. Therefore, remember to call her mother when entering. Qin Feng urged Gailing to enter. Go on, you call her mother, leave the rest to me. Virginia had long been waiting for the players inside. She spoke, my children have finally returned. Do you want the Divine Authority book? Gailing immediately confirmed, that is right, mother. She said with teary eyes, mother, I missed you so much. Virginia replied, mother missed you children too. Though she wanted to give the book directly, according to the tower's rules, you children must complete the challenge. Information displayed, Queen Virginia of the Broken Crown, level 20 emerald rank. She called them over, told them to defeat her clone so mother could cheer them on. Gailing marveled that the NPC manifestation was too large. The system announced receiving mother's blessing. All attributes increased by 20%. Lion acted quickly, the dark shadows spreading out. Sachi charged towards Virginia to attack. Shield shadows caused continuous health loss, dealing 123 and 512 damage. An update notification appeared, you have killed the queen's clone and successfully challenged. Gai Ling was astonished, an instant kill with just 3 shadows. Qin Feng radiated a dark killing aura around him, his presence extremely dangerous. She stammered insta-killed 3 clones already. Master, what skill is this that is so powerful? Virginia came before them, called them Erlin and Anna, praised her children for growing up and becoming strong. She handed the book set to her, especially for her daughter Anna, telling her to take this divine gift book. Gailing hugged Virginia tightly, thanking mother. Her voice was gentle, little Anna, mother loves you. Qin Feng thought to himself that Virginia was willing to give her children everything, making players seek her out endlessly. She even traded her lifespan for the divine gift book and ultimately had to die. Virginia asked Alan what he wanted. Qin Feng replied, I want the divine gift book of the communicator and the communication bracelet. She agreed, telling him to wait a moment. She condensed a physical entity, said she currently had no book, so she would use her lifespan to create one for her son. The book appeared before him. The system notified him that he received the communication bracelet divine gift book, but lost 150 days of lifespan that could be traded. Virginia smiled and reminded him, son, you do not need to give mother your lifespan. Qin Feng sulkily told mother to take it. It was his heartfelt intention. Then they left. Virginia only had time to tell them to travel safely and reminded Anna to stand close to her brother if danger arose. Gailing felt warm inside, thinking her master suited being her brother. Running after Qin Feng outside, she asked, Master, from now on should I call you master or brother? It seems brother is fine too. Suddenly Gailing sensed a dense killing aura emanating. He warned, call me whatever you like, just do not call me big brother. She replied yes, but inside she was curious why he refused so decisively. Was there some painful past behind it? Just then, Qin Feng received a message from An Wu. She asked if the big boss was there. He responded, An Wu, what is it? She asked him to reveal his friend list. He asked puzzledly what she needed it for. An Wu revealed that there was a demonic killer committing mass murder in Jianghai City, with 7 people already dead. There were rumors that he was that freak. Qin Feng was surprised, calling it utter nonsense. She continued, the investigation showed the victim's time of death coincided with when he logged in and logged out. That person knew the government investigators well, so many suspected him. He understood, someone set me up. Whoever could see my online time must definitely be on my friend list. Qin Feng agreed with this method. Besides your group, my friend list also includes the Holy Template leader, Voduk Hai Hong, the player White Milk Snowman Crusher, Old Man Zhang from the Demon Capital, the Kangkyong Guild leader, Thap Lathan San Vian, and Lin Gui. And Wu agreed, alright, I will send people to investigate. He asked further, where are the victims' bodies? And Wu replied they were scattered across Jianghai. When she heard Qin Feng grunt in acknowledgement, she happily chirped, excellent, with the big boss taking action, the killer will surely be caught in a few minutes. The files have been sent, sorry for troubling you boss. He ordered Giling, log off, I have a mission for you. She obeyed, understood master. Returning to the present, Qin Feng gave her a communication bracelet that could connect the game and reality, along with the Mount Yulang. He told her her to ride it to Jianghai to find the mass murderer. She hesitated, asking if the mount was real, and admitted she did not know how to investigate. He recounted the story of someone setting him up. They fabricated the murder case, with the death time coinciding with when I was offline. I checked my friend list, but no one there had the ability to do this. My online time was definitely reported by Wang Meng. I suspect there is a mole. Your skill can track objects based on their aura, so you are the most suitable person. The files have been sent. If you are flexible, you will complete the mission. Guiling resolved. Understood, Master. I will definitely find the killer. She thought to herself that since Master trusted her, she would surely do her best. At a hotel in the demon capital reality, Tony led Kunshan back. He said, I have brought that man here for you, sir. He replied, well done, Tony. Kunshan's voice trembled. Shiduo. Could it be that you are? Shiduo turned around. Dear Suo, you still remember me. The party at the embassy just now. We had a very pleasant conversation. I could not bear to see you wrongly accused, so I asked a friend to help rescue you. He broke out in a cold sweat from fear. It really is you, Mr. Shiduo, from the embassy. If I am not mistaken, they are all criminals from Dashia and are related to Shishi. Are you targeting the underworld or the Dacia government? Shiduo shrugged and asked, what difference does it make? Everyone knows officials and the underworld collude. Kunshan questioned, my wife and child were murdered. Instead of catching the underworld, they wanted to arrest me. I know you did not save me for no reason. Tell me, what do you want me to do? He revealed, the divination result pointed to you, indicating you can help me find what I am looking for. Mr. Suo, what is your profession? At this moment, Kunshan suddenly realized, searching for items, how could it be? He confessed truthfully that he was the unique hidden job of the Feng Shui master system. Skill 1 Yin-Yang Harmony, could actively manipulate enemy emotions and passively increase damage against ghosts. Skill 2 Earth Sense, used to find treasures and monsters, and also determine the good or bad Feng Shui of a place. Even though it was the only hidden job, it was unfortunately just support and could not deal with the darkness. From between Kunshan's two fingers, a yin-yang diagram appeared, and yin-yang harmony was officially activated. Tony scolded his comrade for being a fool. Didn't he hear Mr. Shi Duo tell him to help find the items? The man next to him retorted, daring him to curse again. He interrupted, if it weren't for Shishi, he would have already smashed his skull. That man became irritable. He had enough. The two, with red eyes and lacking awareness, lunged at each other to fight. Kunshan introduced that as his skill. They would fight to the death, but the opponent was 5 levels above him. Duo clapped in praise, not bad, Mr. Su. Finding you was indeed the right choice. He drew out a card, no need to fight anymore. The enemies were the government and the darkness. Internal strife was not good. Purification lunar transformation card enlarged and floated, flying towards the two people madly fighting. The energy enveloped both of them, removing the negative effects and making them stop their movements. Zing admired, your skills are truly wonderful, sir. Both are severely injured. Shiduo requested, Miss Mei Zing, please heal them. She agreed, understood, sir. He instructed, rest tonight. Wait until they recover from their injuries before acting. Kunshan was stunned, thinking his yin-yang harmony could not be broken by ordinary purification spells. What exactly was Shiduo's job? His voice cut in, well then, Mr. Suo. Shiduo drew a card, officially welcoming him to join. The unique hidden job of the diviner system could draw cards for divination, enhancement, purification, and teleportation. The cards could be used once by others. Currently in Jianghai City, Gai Ling rode Yu Lang there to investigate. She touched the floating red stream of energy. Found it. This is the killer's aura. Gai Ling stood up and looked in the direction of the red specks. She mounted it and left to pursue. Alright, Yu Lang, let's go. At Qin Feng's old residence in Jianghai, a knock on the room door sounded. Jiao Yu happily opened the door, asking Ran, you came. She looked at the white-haired man beside him, asking if he was the house buyer. Ran, you're amazing. I just mentioned wanting to sell yesterday, and today there's a buyer. He replied, no, Xiao Yu, this is the diviner I hired for you. I want him to find your brother's whereabouts. Ren Tu greeted proactively, hello, I am the diviner Ren Tu. Xiao Yu was surprised. Divine my brother's whereabouts? Why? Her friend replied, I have to move out these 2 days. Can't live with you anymore. You live alone, I'm worried. She grabbed her friend's shoulder and questioned, why suddenly move out? Where are you going? Suo Ran replied, the Jianghai government excavated a platinum-grade shelter, the holy cathedral near the stadium. They invited the Meng Shahi Guild, and I will go with them. She introduced Master Ren Tu. He will help find your brother. Qin Feng is a trustworthy person. If you sincerely beg, he will help. Xiao Yu became irritable. Ran, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it. 19 years of brotherhood. If he says he doesn't need it, then he doesn't. If I find him, then what? Currently, I guard the entrance to the shelter for the darkness, so I see him often. The darkness will definitely recognize my strengths. and let me join the Shadow Guild. Suo Ran advised, the darkness is an outsider after all. I would only feel at ease if your brother took care of you. Please give it a try. I haven't finished moving out. I have to go back now. She stuck her head out the door and called out. Ren Tu reminded Miss Qin, do you have any of your brother's belongings? I need them for the divination. Xiao Yu refused. I told you, I don't need to divine him. He walked in unabashedly. I heard from Miss Suo Ran that you and your brother were always together. This house must be where he once lived. That is enough. Xiao Yu scolded. Who let you in? I don't need a divination. He interrupted. Miss Qin, I see that we have a connection, so I will do this one for you for free. He drew a card. You can see the result. Be satisfied if it's good. It doesn't matter if you're not. The spiritual omen card appeared, a figure lying still at the bottom of the deep sea in darkness. Xiao Yu was bewildered. What does this mean? Entu declared, unfortunately, your brother was burned to death. His corpse fell into the deep sea. She was shocked. What? Qin Feng, the one being mentioned, suddenly sneezed. The maid was worried. Master, be careful not to catch a cold. Xiao Yu was emotional and couldn't believe it. Fuck Qin Feng. You just died like that. You're truly a waste. You should have waited for me to get stronger, then trample you under my feet and force you to admit your mistakes. Ren Tu politely offered condolences, then changed the subject. I heard you contacted the darkness. I coincidentally divined his location. Do you want to go along? She was delighted. Really? He agreed. As long as you agree to teleport with me, I will use a card to take you there. Your brother is dead, but if you accept the darkness as your new brother, that would also be a great occasion for celebration. Xiao Yu stepped into the teleportation gate immediately. Okay, agreed. It's too good for Qin Feng, dying so soon. But it doesn't matter. The darkness knows how well I guard the gate. They will definitely protect me. They were teleported to a storage room. Xiao Yu looked around blankly. Where is this? Where is the darkness? He draped his coat and replied, I should be the one asking you that question. Suddenly, a strong punch landed on her stomach. He grabbed her leg, hung her upside down, and threatened, tell me everything related to the darkness. Tell me everything. Xiao Yu was in pain. I don't know him. Ren Tu continuously punched her stomach, still lying. You said you guard the gate for him. You meet him often. Seeing her unmoving, he was disappointed. Passed out already. She couldn't extract any abilities from the later games. Ren Tu dragged her by the leg and took the opportunity to make a call to report. The prey is prepared. When do we strike? It's been 2 days without killing. My pain is very hungry. Voice on the other end reminded, play with her however you want, but don't kill her without orders. He replied, don't kill? A knife in Ren Tu's hand. Alright then, I'll take my time playing. The person contacting him was staring intently at the phone. That man thought to himself, the darkness has been offline for 2 days. If the stats in the game turned into reality, his need to eat would be very high. He could not log off to eat. The only explanation was that Enwu had not reported it. They had already discovered the shadow trap being laid. Damn it, he had to speed up. Just then, a subordinate walked over and returned the captain's badge to Ma. Nailing thought, Shadow, if all the people think you are a lunatic killer, how can you deal with it? Soon, public opinion would explode. Society would descend into great chaos. Even if the government did not want to deal with you, they would have to handle it. On Gailing's side, Yulang's footsteps had Yiling happily exclaimed as she caught up to that red aura. Arrived. She looked down at her room. The aura only led to that room. She activated her latent stealth ability and jumped down to pursue. Gailing walked along the silent corridor following the aura. Suddenly, as she passed a window, she heard a noise. A voice from inside said, great, so satisfying. Her eyes widened in shock at the scene within. Xiao Yu was hung upside down, her legs already tied. Ren Tu below stuck out his tongue to catch the falling drops of blood. It had been a long time since he had played this satisfyingly. A notification on Xiao Yu's side displayed, request failed, cannot enter the Forsaken Divine game while in combat state. She struggled frantically at her tightly bound wrists. The old notification repeated, and Xiao Yu burst into tears. She lamented silently, why? I just wanted to sell a room. Why did I run into this? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. In desperation, Xiao Yu did not know whose name to call. She screamed, help, is anyone there to save me? An image of him flashed in her mind. If Qin Feng were here, he would definitely save her. Damn Qin Feng. Why did you die? You should have protected me. A surge of green healing energy enveloped Gailing. She was shocked. It was a healing spell. Someone had saved her. Ren Tu introduced. Beautiful little sister, I now introduce myself again. The one walking in my game is Ren Tu the killer. My class is priest. It turned out he had used a healing spell on her. Baby, rest assured, I won't let you die that quickly. He flashed a perverted smile, playing with the prey to the extreme and then slowly killing it. That could be called a wonderful experience. He chose the priest class precisely for this. Ren Tu declared, baby, next I want to cut off your chest. Xiao Yu, on hearing this, rolled her eyes white and fainted from fear. He laughed, scared into fainting. This girl is truly weak and helpless. Just then a blade slashed towards Ren 2. Countless yellow spring blades coiled around his body. Ren 2's entire body was lifted by the slash. Gailing appeared and asked, "Speak, why'd you kill people?" Her voice turned cold. "And why did you want to frame the shadow?" He used a healing spell intending to mend his wounds. His entire body was already tightly bound by strands. Gailing lunged forward and punched him straight in the throat, causing Ren 2 to spit blood. She threatened, "Tell me everything you know, or I will make you taste what it is like to have your legs cut off." He begged, "Don't talk, I'll tell everything." On the side of the Forsaken Divine Game in the Jianghai City ruins, the Jiangli's group had gathered. And Wu spoke, "Since we stopped reporting the Shadow's online and offline times, no new murder cases have appeared. The Shadow's constant logging in and out proves someone is truly trying to frame him." De Jiangli said confidently, "I told you, the boss could not be a deranged serial killer. If the boss killed someone, there would be no bones left. How could he have the heart to observe?" And Wu added, "None of us believe the boss is a deranged killer, but the masses think differently." Once the rumors spread, unpredictable chaos could easily erupt, which is precisely the real goal of the perpetrator. At that point, even if the Shadow is innocent, the government would have to intervene to exterminate the Shadow and quell the chaos. The Jiangli asked doubtfully, "But can the government really defeat the Shadow?" She smiled and answered, "Absolutely cannot win. If it directly came to that step, the government would surely suffer severe losses, and then other countries would take the opportunity to invade, putting the Great Xia in danger." Wang Meng concluded, "Therefore, we must quickly clear the suspicion on the Shadow. Now it can be determined that the one trying to frame the Shadow is hiding within the Jianghai city government." And Wu pondered, "The Jianghai city government has had conflicts with the Shadow before. I can only think of one person. Over there." Naliang grew anxious from not receiving news. He grumbled, "Why is there no news of the Shadow going offline? It's been 2 days already. That killer guy very likely could not stand it and killed the prey. Damn it, maybe En Wu and them really have found out. And Wu, in your eyes, there is only the Shadow. If I don't kill the Shadow, I can never have you. And Wu, for you, I have not hesitated to be an enemy of all of Great Xia." Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Naliang was surprised. A message, maybe the Shadow logged off. The message was sent. "The prey escaped. I want 3 years of lifespan to extract the tracking skill. Come to this address and give me the lifespan." He cursed, "Damn it, can't even handle this small matter. If this gets exposed, it will be disastrous. I have no choice but to make a trip." Naliang teleported to Rentu's hiding place. He walked to the main gate and called, "Killer, I'm here. What are you doing? How could you let the prey escape?" Naliang went silent when he saw the scene before him. 2 people were tied and hung up high, including Ren 2. He was shocked. This is... At that very moment, a sudden blade lashed out from the dark night. His entire body was tightly bound by ropes, unable to struggle. Manai Liang was also hung up high. Ren 2 yelled, "You want to harm my master?" He replied, "Your master, let me go. Do you know who I am?" Giling stepped forward. "I do. The murderer has already confessed everything. You are Manai Liang, son of the Jianghai mayor. You sent a killer to murder someone, then waited until Bong Toi was offline to watch, hoping to frame him. You successfully lured the mastermind out. To reward you, I will give you a chance to enjoy yourself." She ordered Ren to go kill Manai Liang using your preferred method. He said excitedly, "Thank you, miss." Manai Liang cursed, "Stop right there." Ren 2 eagerly charged forward with a knife. "Sorry, boss Ma, I have no choice either." The knife tip stopped right in front of his face, unable to advance further. A card had loosened Nai Liang's binds, and Ren 2 was kicked far away. A fierce blaze erupted in front of Gailing, while 2 radiant orbs hovered before Ren 2. Swift card appeared on Nai Liang's forehead. "Did you think I came unprepared? That brat is Bong Toi's disciple?" Solar Divine Power boosts player stats based on their class, lasting 3 minutes. He declared, "I will use you as a test kill, then wipe out Bong Toi and his hounds." Streams of power surged towards Gailing. "Die!" She activated a dodge skill, leaping backward. Nai Liang held a bow and arrow, panicking. "I can't see him anymore. This guy is an assassin class, just like Bong Toi." From behind, ropes had coiled around his body. A strike pierced through his arm, making Nai Liang scream in pain. Gailing said coldly, "Weaklings like you must die. That card skill isn't yours. Tell me who is backing you?" Nai Liang cried out from the pain. "It hurts so much. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." He confessed everything. It was the foreigners and she. "They told me to help kill Bong Toi." She interrogated, "Did they give you that card too?" He confirmed, "Yes, they also said a big shot is backing us, telling me to rest easy." Gailing pressed on. "Who is that big shot?" Nai Liang begged, "I really don't know. It hurts so much. Spare me, I will be grateful." Gailing silently increased her power. He screamed as spikes pierced through him. "My father is the mayor. He can give you anything you want." She found him incredibly annoying. Gai Ling still remembered her master's lesson, never spare an enemy. She glanced at Xiao Yu. There is also this girl, both legs gone, how tragic. Report to the authorities to rescue her. Whether she lives or dies depends on fate. Shortly after, officials from Jianghai City arrived at the scene after receiving an anonymous report. The police rushed towards Xiao Yu. Quick, call for a healer. A police officer confirmed the corpses. 2 dead, one is Ma Niliang, the other's identity is unknown. The injured girl is unconscious but not in critical condition. A subordinate behind yelled, "Captain, someone left information here." On the wall was a note. This perverted serial murder case was carried out by 2 colluding individuals. They also planned to frame Bong Toy. The evidence is in their phones. This girl is a witness, doing good deeds without leaving a name. He was surprised. There really is a recording in the phone. Ma Niliang conspired with Ren 2 to kill and frame someone. There is also a mole who informed him of Bong Toy's online time. Quick, send people to arrest him. Qin Feng was having dinner when he received news from An Wu, Master Bong Toy. The perverted serial murder case has made a major breakthrough. Qin Feng was surprised. You found the killer. She replied, "We've identified them as Ma Niliang and Ren 2. He asked suspiciously, "For now?" And Wu confirmed yes, because both of them are dead. However, we found evidence in the injured girl. She continued, "The evidence shows 99% these 2 are the killers, but the girl lost both legs and was brutally tortured. She is currently comatose in the hospital. For safety, we must wait for her to wake up and give testimony before we can close the case." Qin Feng immediately guessed. Giling has completed the mission perfectly. And Wu added, "Master, I'm sorry for troubling you. As an apology, I'll give you some information. In the beginner town of Jianghai, 5 flying ghost monsters have appeared, always hiding in the sky hunting players. Kill one and the number remains the same, always 5. This is just like when 7 bosses gathered in Dark Moon. Master, there must be a super treasure there. Go deal with them quickly!" Qin Feng rejoiced inwardly. Another ancient god stone plate has appeared. He praised, "This news isn't bad." Qin Feng analyzed, according to An Wu's description, the stone plate is definitely high up, requiring late-game flying abilities from players. So I need a flying mount. He remembered last time at Magic Leaning Tower, he obtained the Skull Fortress key. That place was once part of the Mariga Empire and the homeland of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps he can obtain a mount there. Qin Feng immediately teleported. Entering this place required level 20, but he was currently level 19. He just needed to level up once more. Time to start. At the seashore outside the Skull Fortress, the sound of waves crashing was loud. He had appeared on the desolate shore. Suddenly, movement behind him caught Qin Feng's attention. He turned around and saw a group of people in the distance fighting monsters. The giant insect monster emitted a powerful surge of energy, and Gaiet asked in amazement, "Bubbles, what skill is this?" A teammate beside him spoke up, "Watch me." He activated his power, the unique hidden class Soul Walker. One of the strongest support types, it could turn himself and his teammates into a soul state. In that state, they could not attack but also took no damage, and could not even touch any physical object. A wave of violent energy shot from the monster towards them. He ordered them to only exit the soul state after the attack, and Grow immediately acted, one person drawing a bow and aiming straight at the creature's head. Qin Feng hid and observed, recalling that in his past life, Shiduo Zuma and their associates had conspired to deceive the Mado authorities, causing heavy casualties that left them unable to maintain order, leading to 3 months of chaos and over 100,000 deaths. Feng Guiat warned her teammates to be careful. The boss's health was low, and it was about to enter the second phase. Bubbles were emitting from under the boss, which turned out to be eggs hatching into small insects. One person struggled to block them with his shield, cursing, "Damn it, how could it summon so many monsters?" Feng Guiat shouted an order. Zuma quickly used soul conversion on the monster. "If everyone attacks the boss together we can win." "Zuma, hurry up, what are you doing?" The swarm of small insects charged in to attack. Then Nguite cursed as she shot her bow. "Damn it, there are more and more. I can't hold them off much longer. Zuma, don't just stand there, hurry up." One insect pounced on her and Nguite screamed in pain. She broke out in a cold sweat of fear as she looked at the vicious insect before her. Sharp sword lights tore through the insect's body, flashing shield images interweaving to slaughter the entire swarm. Nguite fell to the ground while Qin Feng turned to attack the boss monster. The Dark Knight Return blade blazed red and shot out like a whirlwind. The system announced, "You have killed the Emerald Greenvine Shrimp, receiving 15,000 experience points, 55 evolution points, 9 years, 17 months of tradable lifespan, 13 pieces of equipment, and 6 skill books." Zuma, hiding in the shadows, exclaimed in shock, "Shadow, why is he here?" Soon he appeared before him. Then he slashed straight at the opponent's head, sending it flying, and the system updated, "You have killed player Zuma." ManhwaCapped. Mangai asked curiously, Shadow, thank you for your help, but why did you kill our teammate? He asked coldly Midnight Rain. Why is there a foreigner in your Mado Authority team? She explained that he was an invited reinforcement. His class was the key link to take down the boss. Who would have thought he would lose focus at a critical moment? Qin Feng pointed out, I saw he wasn't distracted at all. Have you heard this saying? Those not of our kin are bound to have different hearts? Thangai was puzzled. Are you saying he did it on purpose? But what good would that do him? He replied, that is something your authorities must investigate. Just report it to the Mado authorities. If you encounter a boss you cannot handle, contact me directly. I only want lifespan and assassin equipment. The rest is yours as in the cooperation with the Jianghai authorities. They cheered joyfully. He reminded, limited to platinum grade bosses and above, the right to the killing blow belongs to me. Thangai agreed and would send a message to the reclamation teams. A notice appeared, attention to all reclamation teams. If you discover a platinum grade boss or higher, report the coordinates immediately. Shadow agrees to assist, only taking assassin equipment, lifespan, and the killing blow. Team members who were almost bait for the monsters rejoiced, great, finally we won't die. As spring finally arrived for our Mado authorities. Elsewhere, those on the brink of danger also felt relieved that they could finally use good equipment like the Jianghai authorities. Reports came in one after another. I have a platinum boss here, come quickly. I am farming an emerald grade boss. Come here first. I am about to die. Thang Goit reported, Senior, they sent a lot of boss locations. Several are nearby. Qin Feng was surprised, that fast. He thought to himself, thanks to past cooperation with the Jianghai authorities, their levels and equipment had improved, while Mado's side was still in a critical state. He said immediately, send me the coordinates. I will come over now. She happily agreed and sent them at once. Other members waved, thank you Senior, safe travels. Another boss monster's location, two team members hiding disgust. Captain Lin said Shadow is coming to our place. Really, I have never seen Shadow before. I wonder if he is handsome? Another member teased, you are daydreaming again. No one knows what Shadow looks like. She denied it. Not at all, just curious. Shadow once killed an emerald grade boss. Everyone discussed. Can a platinum boss withstand 2 slashes? He was shocked. Impossible. Platinum bosses are very hard to fight. With stats like that, I think it would take at least 10 slashes. A single slash struck straight down onto the boss, startling them. The system announced you have eliminated the 2-meter long-haired Minotaur beast. A platinum grade receiving 72,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, 5 years 17 months of tradable lifespan, and a platinum grade smoke bomb assassin skill. Qin Feng calculated for the next one Minotaur done. Next is the one to the east. When he disappeared, the other 3 were bewildered. What happened? Where's the boss? Is it dead? Shadow must have really come one-shot kill and left immediately. But I didn't see anyone. The Senior is truly reliable. He really only takes assassin items. He had now set foot in another place with treacherous, steep rocky terrain. The battle here was extremely fierce. An entire death squad was blown away by an explosion. Before them was a ferocious boss wielding a greatsword. One member shouted, damn it, I told you not to let them get close. Someone realized the perception range of an emerald grade boss when engaged in combat was double that of a platinum grade. Just as a scorching hot lava slash came down, this person despaired, it's over, I'm about to lose my life. In the critical moment, a brilliant sword slash cut into the boss's body. The other member stared blankly at the scene before him, fragments of the boss falling down. A flash shield image and phantom clone appeared, emitting streams of shadow. Notification displayed, you have killed Lulu the traitor, the eldest son of a noble, an emerald grade, receiving 160,000 experience points, 60 evolution points, 10 years 35 months of tradable lifespan, and the emerald grade harmony and shadows assassin skill. The onlookers were astonished. There were 4 shadows, each dealing 310,000 damage. Am I not dreaming? Am I playing the same game as Shadow? Someone realized the gap between me and those shadows is like the gap between mortals and gods. I've decided from now on, Shadow is my god. System updated. Congratulations, your level has reached level 20. Qin Feng admired, farming bosses to level up is really fast. The system announced, the ancient calamity god's forbidden stone tablet has been fully charged. He eagerly looked forward to getting another servant doll to see what good item would drop this time. The system reminded, you have consumed 321 evolution points, 252 points remaining. The platinum grade harmony and shadow skill has increased to mythic grade. The assassin system skill provides the user and teammates with stealth level 5, 20% damage immunity in dim environments. Stealth increases to level 10. Duration becomes infinite. Qin Feng was secretly pleased, a perfect replacement for shadow manifestation. Now my stealth is level 21. Most diamond-grade bosses won't. The system notified that he had consumed 231 evolution points, leaving 1 point. The skill Platinum Smoke Bomb evolved to Legendary of the Assassin class, allowing him to release a smoke bomb that obscures the enemy's vision and deals minor dark attribute damage. Looking at the item in his hand, he laughed. The smoke bomb instantly evolved and was then devoured. The system reported that the Soul Devourer bloodline had affected the legendary grade smoke bomb skill. His spirit converted from 3 to 5 per point, all elemental resistance from 5 to 7, and elemental attack from 13,773 to 1895. All elemental resistance reached 1623, reducing elemental damage from 68.2% to 1145. Qin Feng was more satisfied. Good, this way reaching the Skull City ruins would be safe, but he did not know how to cross over here as there were no boats or transport equipment nearby. Beneath the sea, hundreds of crimson eyes were staring at him. He knew they were all monsters, and the game forsaken by the gods did not allow traveling on water or riding beasts. Fighting underwater without preparation would be tantamount to self-destruction. Qin Feng opened the map and examined it carefully again. He pointed at one spot. Why is there a locked door on the seashore? Logically, there should be many caves around here. Qin Feng decided to go check it out. He went over to take a look, and the gate appeared right before him in this spot. The system reported the large door is locked. Do you wish to use the Skull City key to open it? Qin Feng was surprised. This key was actually used here. The system reported you have used the Skull City key. As the heavy door opened, he wondered curiously, but how could a door on the seashore connect to the ruins on the other side? Qin Feng stepped into the dark corridor, looked at the path ahead, and discovered it was blocked. Qin Feng stopped, observing the situation. This direction, could it be? Only then did he realize, so that was it, he understood. Qin Feng's figure seemed to blend into the surrounding dark atmosphere. In the distance was a deep, dark tunnel entrance emitting waves of cold air. He stepped out of the tunnel entrance and moved forward. The castle on the mountain peak was being struck by thunderbolts. The system reported, you have arrived at the Mariga Empire Skull City ruins. This area is a dangerous storm zone. Lifespan decay rate increased by 100 times. Qin Feng assessed that place is truly exquisitely designed. He never expected a tunnel connecting the two seashores to be hidden deep beneath the seabed, leading to the Skull City ruins. He recalled that in his previous life, Madman had spoken of a secret passage under the seabed, but no one believed him then. Everyone said he had confused it with another game called Din. He could hardly believe that Madman's words were the truth. Qin Feng materialized and advanced to the spot before him. Currently, a colossal skeleton lay right on the ground. A colossal skeleton suddenly shot up. Qin Feng warily observed the creature before him. The information display read, Guardian of the Skull City Ruins, Thousand-Blade Centipede Morven, Diamond Grade. He thought to himself, the upper body retains a human form. The lower body has mutated into a monster. The festering wounds on the body are exactly like Bai Long 8's. Perhaps these are the people of Mariga, corrupted by Cetus's curse. Qin Feng meticulously observed the wounds on her upper half. When alive, she must have suffered inhuman torture. Bone branches shot towards him. He dashed away to dodge the attack. Then, Qin Feng landed, gained momentum, and leaped high. The system reported the Salvation Boon activated, empowering the next attack, dealing massive bonus damage for 3 seconds. He unleashed the killing move Shadow Strike. Countless shadow blades multiplied by 4 slash towards the boss. Its health bar dropped even further. The notification read, Shadow Blade slash cooldown not complete, Salvation Boon cooldown not complete. The Salvation Boon made the aura around the boss blaze intensely. Continual crisscrossing sword lights slashed towards the boss. New vision, perception kill. The boss's entire body had been cleaved in two by Qin Feng. The notification displayed, you have defeated the Guardian of the Skull City Ruins. Thousand-Blade Centipede Marvin Jade Grade. Received 180,000 experience points, 60 evolution points, 10.23 years of lifespan. Tradable. 16 equipment pieces, 4 skill books. He said in a low voice, rest in peace, Marvin. A look of serene peace appeared on her face upon being released. Dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled down. Qin Feng extended his hand, releasing a sword shadow slash. This boss had been successfully eliminated. The notification displayed, you have killed the purification spider Marie. Received 180,000 experience points, 60 evolution points, 15 years of lifespan. Tradable. 15 equipment pieces, 3 skill books. Qin Feng discovered that the monsters here all had human-like upper bodies and lower bodies mutated like monsters, and all bore human names. Nearby skeletons were also unrecognizably deformed. Clearly there were dragon skull shapes, but they had grown many eyes and strange bones. This entire Skull City ruin seemed like a biochemical modification site. When the war, the people of Malaga summoned Cetus, the ancient god of the pacified sea, who cast a curse upon the city. The curse twisted everyone and transformed them into monsters. He sensed that the closer he got to the center of Skull City, the denser the curse became. He cut off his words as something ahead charged towards him. It landed on the ground with a crash, blocking his path right in front of him. Notification displayed. Royal City Forbidden Guard Commander Marine, level 25, Platinum Grade Defense. Qin Feng was surprised to find the level of the Platinum boss was so low. It raised its aching arm, ready to attack him. A powerful blow came straight down, and Qin Feng quickly retreated backward to dodge. The Shadow Edge blade immediately shot out, determined to destroy the opponent. The boss continuously took massive damage, but at that moment Qin Feng was hit by a surge of power from behind. His body was severely injured, and his health dropped significantly. By the time Qin Feng managed to steady himself, the boss was standing right in front of him, having just gotten up. He finally discovered the anomaly. After analyzing, Qin Feng noticed this boss's health was 10 times that of a normal platinum boss, and it also had a counterattack effect. Based on the data just now, that skill was the strongest, counterattacking 100%. If not for the Dark Light Shield, he would have surely died then. He immediately activated his alert mode, not daring to be careless because this place was extremely dangerous. Qin Feng shot high into the air, escaping the boss's line of sight. He created a 10th layer Dark Light Shield to protect himself, then used the Shadow Edge to attack the opponent, reducing its health by 2,284, multiplied tenfold. Qin Feng had his own plan. First, use multiple low-damage skills to build up for the finishing blow, then use the Dark Light Shield to block the counterattack. He was extremely patient, waiting until the finishing blow was fully charged. Then he directly used Graceful Release, and the Frenzied Blade's edge slashed fiercely at it, its health instantly plummeting by 45,000. Qin Feng also received a similar amount of damage. He lost 45,000 health from the counterattack, a tremendously powerful blow landing on him. Qin Feng looked at the cracks appearing on his shield, thinking the counterattack was nothing. He had his own plan. The Frenzied Blade's edge had a 600% lifesteal ability, granting him a full recovery shield worth 2,700,000. A 45,000 counterattack was practically a scratch. The notification displayed, "You have slain Marin, the Platinum Grade Royal City Guard Commander. You receive 250,000 experience points. Congratulations on receiving 85 evolution points. You receive 14 years, 226 months of tradable lifespan. You receive 13 pieces of equipment, 6 skill books. The Skull City Guard Commander is dead. All guards." Qin Feng was astonished by this shocking information and exclaimed, "What?" The warning horn of a monster immediately sounded. A horde of other monsters received the order, gathering together and slowly advancing toward him. The giant monster's footsteps stomped on the ground, causing it to tremble violently. The system notified you that you have activated the monster frenzy, and you must kill all monsters to proceed forward. Qin Feng stood amidst the encirclement and exclaimed, "Monster frenzy?" He was not afraid at all, only calmly said, "This is too exciting." The group of monsters looked at him with vicious expressions. He activated Midnight Ring Edge, and the slashes in the dark pierced through their bodies. The system notified the killing of 32 monsters. The system reminded you that you have eliminated all the monsters. The passage to the center of the Skull City ruins has been unlocked. You receive 500 experience points, an additional 1 year of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng asked displeasedly, "That little?" This meant that even after the city's people were turned into monsters, their lifespan continued to be drained. The light orbs floated and hovered before him. They connected to each other, forming a brilliant band of light. Next, that band of light began to stretch from the side of one mountain to the next. A path appeared before Qin Feng, and he realized those were the light orbs from the dead monsters that had merged into a bridge leading into the city. Qin Feng's entire body was also enveloped by that stream of light. The system reminded you that you have received a buff effect. Blessing of the Skull City's people. You have liberated the cursed souls, so they will thank you when fighting in Skull City, and you have a chance to receive the power of the dragon. Qin Feng stepped onto the bridge, saying excitedly, "The power of the dragon is interesting. It seems the origin of the curse is inside the city, and they hope I will break it." At this moment he was gradually walking toward the bridgehead, and the cliff face appeared right before him. Qin Feng set foot on the opposite mountain, advancing to the edge of the pit where a series of red eyes gleamed below. He jumped down without hesitation, the hem of his coat fluttering in the wind. The system notified you that you have arrived at the curse headquarters of Skull City, where lifespan is drained at a rate 1,000 times faster. Qin Feng landed below the pit, a place covered in a blazing red liquid. He stood firm on the swamp that was red as blood. From within the cell masses, a monster began to emerge. Its face darkened when it saw someone daring to intrude into this place. Qin Feng stood before it with an extremely solemn expression. From Arclight's mouth, the boss here uttered an ancient divine phrase. He thought in astonishment. "Ancient divine language," he said. Marvin, not understanding what it was so enraged about, it just kept roaring Marvin. Arclight had transformed into a monster with a hideous face. The information displayed was that of Achilles, the final guardian of the level 20 castle fortress at the Jade rank. Qin Feng immediately melded into the shadows to conceal himself, but Arclight's hand still reached out. A punch from it landed where Qin Feng had been standing, sending the glowing red liquid below splattering everywhere. He activated Phantom Shade skill, thinking to himself, strange, I am at level 21 stealth. How can that man see me? Achilles frantically shouted Morven's name. The moment its hands came together, Qin Feng hurriedly dodged backward. He noticed that it kept calling Marvin's name in an ancient divine tongue. Qin Feng speculated, perhaps it was because he had killed Marvin earlier, seizing her lifespan, and this archulite could lock onto Marvin's lifespan, thereby tracking him. He was a bit puzzled, but the spikes on its body were completely identical to those of the Lord of the Royal Guard commander from before. Could it also have a damage reflection effect? Qin Feng released Shadow Blade. The slash on arclight caused it to lose 340 points, and he was deducted a similar amount. Qin Feng immediately had the answer indeed. Archulite let out a roar and activated its power. Eggs filled with sharp spikes suddenly grew around him. Qin Feng guessed that this group carried a damage reflection effect. If they were allowed to hatch, they would surely become elite mobs. When Archulite's egg was reduced by 3,084 points, he was similarly deducted. Qin Feng estimated it would take 3 shadow blades to destroy 1 egg, which meant consuming 3 layers of dark light shield. Although the cooldown had decreased, each shield layer still took about 2 seconds to generate. There was no way to remove these eggs. It seemed the only option was to wait for them to hatch, but finishing strike had already accumulated enough. A glowing red tempest blade descended, dealing 45,000 damage to Archulite. A few cracks appeared on the protective barrier sphere around him. Those eggs had grown larger spikes. From within, cursed young dragons of level 20 Jade rank crawled out. Qin Feng landed right where the young dragons had just emerged from their shells. He unleashed Dark Nightring Blade, causing their health to be continuously drained. The system displayed, "You have killed cursed young dragons ×9. Qin Feng calmly said with the bloody shield, "Your damage reflection is nothing to fear." Several orbs of light appeared before him. It slowly took shape, its voice echoing, "Outsider." A newly formed boss declared, "Do not think of destroying our race." Blood Oath Achilles Patron, level 20 Jade rank. The boss leaped high from its standing position. It charged towards Qin Feng, intent on finishing him. In the critical situation, Qin Feng's human form took on a cold blue hue. Countless white shield shadow slashes interlaced and struck out. The boss had achieved ×9 immunity, its body unharmed by the attack. Qin Feng was stunned in disbelief. What immunity? Its 5 massive fists aimed towards him. One punch sent Qin Feng flying high into the air, dealing 28,769 damage. His body slammed heavily into the wall behind him. The boss's dark voice echoed. As long as bloodline and soul remain, it declared the homeland, the Skull Castle would never fall. He thought to himself, in the divine game, only monsters above epic rank could speak. This one was clearly only at Jade rank. How could it have such self-awareness? Unleashed an energy field, Skull Castle Mariga and the residents too. A magic dragon cannon carrying immense energy descended. The boss continued, "Are all protected by me." Qin Feng quickly fled this dangerous place. He activated Shadow Blade to attack, but the boss had already acquired immunity. Qin Feng grew frustrated. Damn it, how do I break through this immunity shield? The boss's arm, covered in glowing red tentacles, swung up. Those tentacles created a prison of flesh and blood. He was surrounded by a giant skeleton. A notification warned, "Lifespan is draining 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Qin Feng cursed, "Damn it, he is draining my lifespan. This is the power of Cetus." This skill could not be defended against, nor could it be dodged. If this continued, his lifespan would soon be drained completely. The system reminded, "You have activated the power of the bloodline." It detected that you already possess the Swift Kill Wing Shadow skill from Guardian Dragon 8s. Receive the enhancement Atis Flame of Destruction. After using Swift Kill Wing Shadow, all attacks gain the Flame of Destruction effect. This flame ignores all defense, directly burns the opponent's soul, and deals an additional 100% damage. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with a brilliant golden light. This is the power of the dragon. He activated the dragon's skill, Swift Kill Wing Shadow Fanon. This time it was accompanied by a stream of shield shadow slashes. The blade strikes were enveloped in powerful flame energy. The flames of destruction engulfed the boss's body. Continuous damage notifications appeared. It was devoured by the reverse incense flame, screaming, "No, I cannot die, Sithis. Grant me power. I need to sustain the dragon clan." He, like an incarnation of Eights, said that everything it did protected no one. All were trapped in the eternal curse, because it had summoned Sithis. Feel the fire of destruction and bear your sins. A wild crimson slash descended upon its burning body. The amount of blood loss was extremely large, 46750 HP lost. A notification appeared. You have eliminated the final guardian of the Skull City. You received 100,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and an additional 39.85 tradable years of lifespan. You received the diamond grade bone spine. The power of the dragon has vanished. Qin Feng was astonished. This boss had 1 million experience points, meaning all the monsters in the city provided resources to it. But its lifespan was only 39.85, having been taken by Sithis long ago. Update notification. You used dragon power to defeat a monster and received a bonus reward. He exclaimed with joy, not expecting there to be a bonus reward. New prompts appeared. You received a dry bone rune and an epic grade spirit lantern mount. Item information displayed. The dry bone rune is a tomb rune of the dry bone god. When 3 are gathered, one can enter the relic area. Qin Feng received the rune and still needed 2 more to activate the mysterious relic. He was eager to see what the epic grade mount was. A mount appeared. The King of Predators, Osiris level 20. Epic grade soulbound cannot be traded. One of the former guardians of Skull City, a flying and combat mount. It possesses abilities for wind and skull combat, and can also restore small bone dragons. Osiris raised its head, looked around, and asked, "Human, have you cleared out the skeleton city? Did you kill Achilles?" Qin Feng confirmed and asked what it knew about what had happened. Osiris replied, "I was originally the ancient guardian of Skull City but died many years ago. When the surrounding continents warred against Mariga, I was resurrected by necromantic magic and became a strategist. Throughout the war, Mariga suffered continuous defeats. To remedy the situation, Lord Archelaus of Skull City stubbornly summoned Cetus. To summon Cetus, the dearest person had to be sacrificed. Initially, he planned to sacrifice his own daughter Marvin. However, at the last moment, he regretted it. He saved Marvin and then sacrificed the entire population of Skull City, including himself. Everyone was cursed to gain powerful strength, while also turning into monsters. They succeeded in fighting off the external enemy, but gradually lost their humanity. As the only human in the city, Marvin could not avoid the influence. The people turned into monsters harbored immense hatred for her, deeply resenting her and treating her like a toy, brutally torturing her. In the end, she too was cursed into a monster. Osiris said solemnly, "Therefore, I thank you, human. You have brought liberation to these pitiful souls and ended this tragedy." Osiris continued, "I also smell a familiar scent on you. I am willing to follow you forever. Please tell me your name." Qin Feng introduced himself as Shadow. Osiris bowed its head and said, "Shadow, I pledge my allegiance to you. From now on, you are my master." He was contemplating. It was an epic grade mount, but this bone dragon's attributes were somewhat strange. Considering just HP, a normal level 20 epic boss would have thousands of 10,000s HP, but Osiris only had 100,000. Qin Feng guessed this might be related to its resurrection through spirit sealing magic. It had originally died long ago, its power dissipating over the years, and was forcibly summoned when its body had almost no power left. Its skills, like summoning a bone shield and launching bone spikes, were quite ordinary, but summoning 12 emerald-grade flaming dragons was not bad and could help him enhance his aerial vision. Since its body was almost entirely bone, its weight was very light, and its flight speed reached 360%. This was the fastest speed, approximately 450 meters per second, clearly surpassing the speed of sound. In summary, this was a pretty good mount. Although its combat power was somewhat weak, that was not a problem. The supersonic speed alone was enough to satisfy him. A new notification appeared. "You are qualified for class promotion." He was delighted, not expecting a skull relic to grant a full 1,000,000 experience points. Just as Qin Feng chose to advance, a golden glint flashed in his eyes. Darkness seemed to envelop Qin Feng in a whirlwind. A stream of red light appeared amidst the gloom. Sinking into the night were his gleaming eyes that appeared. A crimson orb manifested above Qin Feng's head. A notification displayed, "Your Phantom class has advanced from Stage 2 to Stage 3. Class attributes increased. Strength 2754, Constitution 24, Agility 72, 144, Spirit 45, 90. New class passive added, Level 5, Arc Phantom. When you are in stealth state and take damage, negative effects, and stealth breaking effects, they will have an extended duration of 1 second. This does not apply to higher tier attributes. During this second, you can unleash a stealth skill before the stealth is broken. You can use Healing Life Drain, gain a shield, or use Dispel or Cleanse to nullify the negative state effect within 1 second. Qin Feng was confident, with Arc Phantom, if he reacted quickly enough and operated correctly, he could neutralize any attack while in stealth state. He affirmed that anyone who had taken the Phantom class in the previous life certainly could not have survived the 3rd class advancement. Without this effect, whether in the game or reality, the mortality rate would have been significantly reduced. The 1 second reaction time is very short, but in reality, the higher the level, the faster the reflex and skill release speed. In the later stages, unleashing multiple skills in 1 second was common. Weapon appeared before Qin Feng, making him even more joyful. He also received a diamond grade weapon. Item information displayed, Dry Bone Spike, diamond grade, assassin class weapon. Physical attack plus 255, elemental attack plus 255, strength plus 40, Spirit plus 40, armor penetration plus 30%, elemental resistance ignore plus 30%. Equipment requirement level 20, unique effect. Upon hitting a target, additionally reduces the target's physical defense and all elemental resistances by 30%. Note, negative state effects will be reduced when facing diamond grade bosses or higher. He held the dry bone spike in his hand, a piercing attribute weapon. Osiris sensed Qin Feng standing on its body and immediately flew off with a whoosh. He was now standing on its head. Qin Feng activated the skill Merge with the Night. Osiris was also stealthed along with him. As it flew, it asked, "This is level 21 stealth, a grade even higher than mine. How did you do it?" He acted mysteriously. "There will be many more things that will surprise you in the future. No need to say more, fly up, let me see your speed." Osiris obeyed, spreading its long, wide wings and flapping them as it took off. A flapping sound rang out as it gradually carried him toward the mouth of the pit. Osiris's massive body shot upward at an astonishing speed. Soon enough it had burst into the sky. He could even feel the wind whistling past a hand. Only then did Qin Feng acknowledge, truly fast. Osiris moved at a speed as swift as the wind. He crossed the ancient castle on that mountain peak. He was torn, unsure if he should go find the sky monster, and Wu mentioned to get the remaining divine stone tablet, or go to the Mado ruins first, and then teleport to the lucky town where Fan Ai was. From Mado to Skull Town would take several hours. The King's squad was facing off against a monster. Xiao Kui raised her staff, activating a holy light fireball. She stood beside Wu. The fireball shot toward the monster, while another teammate raised a shield and advanced. Suddenly, something flew past at extreme speed. It was Osiris. Z King was enveloped by a beam of light. Xiao Kui called out worriedly, asking what was wrong. A teammate fell to the ground with a thud, dazed, shouting that a storm had swept through and the boss had crashed into a sword and rolled over dead. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was still lost in thought, not yet recovered after acquiring Osiris. Returning to the ruins of Mado City only took 10 minutes. At the transmission point in the ruins of Mado City, a young couple was holding hands affectionately. The man coaxed, "Baby, it was just once with him. My heart is still only yours. Forgive me, okay?" The girl demanded, "Cut ties with him forever." They were about to kiss, expressing their feelings. He said, "I love you." And she replied, "I love you too." Osiris shot past, separating the lovers. The young man fell backward to the ground, unconscious. The girl fell face forward, also unconscious. Qin Feng landed, feeling like he had just caused trouble. He exclaimed, "Seems like I hit something. Oh well, forget it." Qin Feng used his teleportation to go to another location. Before him was a staircase and a notification appeared, 545 years of lifespan consumed, teleporting to Lucky Town. Qin Feng complained that every time he returned to the novice town, the cost was doubled. Even though he had over 2,000 years of lifespan, he was always thrifty, and seeing 545 felt too expensive. From now on, he would only return when absolutely necessary. Qin Feng turned invisible and glanced at the people around him. They were government personnel. He remembered this town had many guards. He hadn't expected the government would now be supporting newbies, helping them hunt monsters to level up and preventing players from killing each other. Qin Feng strolled around, recalling that in his past life, it would take several months before the government team paid attention to the town. It seemed his cooperation with them had spurred great development. The elderly were also surviving well. By the roadside, two people were being affectionate. Suddenly, a desperate scream rang out behind Qin Feng. "Help!" A person was snatched up by a winged monster, crying for help. A girl ran over. "Hang in there." She opened a book and chanted, energy radiating out, a holy shield enveloping the other person. Shan Yai supported with an attack. "Damn monster." He leaped, his sharp sword arc slashing straight at the monster. King Shan added support with a holy fireball. The monster was hit by two streams of attacks. It had to flee. Shan Yi cursed. "Damn it, it got away again." She reminded him that killing it would be useless. It would molt later. He was still bitter. Qin Feng thought to himself, these 5 golden-level ghost creatures had weak strategies. Any government team could easily defeat them. The difficulty was that the boss would fly away if not beaten, leaving the government team helpless. Shan Yi went to ask an old woman, "Are you okay?" She cried and whined, "Useless." An angry shout rang out, "You're all a bunch of useless trash." Xiao Ying criticized, "Can't even handle such a small matter. I'll go report you to the leadership." King Shen advised, "Don't be agitated, the higher-ups have informed us that the shadow is coming soon." Shan Yi added, "Watch your words." Xiao Ying yelled, "What attitude is that? Always talking about the shadow, where is it?" The people around chimed in, "That's right, it's been a long time and it hasn't come yet, can't even see a shadow. The big shot is really busy, taking this long to kill a boss." They complained indignantly, "If they're so strong, they should help the people more. I'm still waiting to take my child to earn some lifespan. What a waste of time. King Shan reminded them, everyone be patient, the shadow said they would come. If you can't wait, just rest for a while first. Shan Yi urged her, don't mind them, let's go. They kept blaming, the monsters out there haven't been dealt with, and now you're shirking responsibility, taking our tax money, yet can't even handle a few bugs. Today you have to make this clear. Shan Yi snapped, we've already gotten you to level 3, what more do you want? They scoffed, what use is just level 3? Other elderly people spoke up. Are you going to hit an old person? How outrageous! An old man named Wang Ba deliberately bumped into Shan Yi. He fell and feigned injury. The government is hitting an old man. I'm done for, I'm about to have a heart attack. He backed away. I didn't even touch you. The people around shouted, if you've got the guts, kill us. Our lives are worthless. The government is too much, not helping and even trying to kill us. I'm warning you, don't come near. If you've got the guts, kill me. Faced with that situation, King Shan's face turned bright red with anger. She mustered her strength and swung her hand, slapping the person next to her. That person's entire body flew backward, passing over old Wang Ba. His body turned into a blazing golden streak of light. That group of people became agitated. Murder! The government is murdering people. Let's fight you to the death. King Shan denied it. No, someone just touched me. Shan Yi blocked them with his shield. Damn it, this bunch of lunatics. Forget it, just let them hit him. They could not break his shield anyway. A glob of spit flew toward King Shan's group, with Xiao Ying in front pointing and gesturing inside the mine entrance. Next came all kinds of other filthy objects thrown straight at them. Qin Feng silently observed this massive brawl from a distance. He stood on Osirious's body, still in a stealth state. His eyes flickered with a brilliant golden light. Osirious's body was now releasing energy belonging to the dragon race. Waves of storm-like energy surged straight toward that crowd. An entire group of people was blasted away from the orb's position, thudding to the ground. Xiao Ying crashed headfirst into a tree. Shan Yi inside the orb stared in shock in one direction. Could that be? Osirius was soaring at the center of a dense barrage of firepower covering the sky. Insects buzzed toward Qin Feng, while the two people below silently watched the aerial battle. Osirius charged at them with horrifying speed. Beside those monsters was a card maintaining their energy. His eyes glowed with a cold purple light, and painful slashes tore the swarm of flying insects into pieces. Parts fell to the ground, trailing bright red blood. Two people in King Shan's group below were stunned by this sight. The group opposite revived and gathered, with Xiao Ying cursing, who just killed us? I am 80 years old, you dare hit an old person. An old man was faking an injury, demanding we compensate for lost lifespan. Shan Yi felt helpless. This truly never ended. Just then, the corpses of those bosses began to fall. Those massive bodies crashed heavily to the ground with a thud. A key-shaped stone tablet hit someone on the head, nearly scaring the soul out of them. Osirius landed beside him, and Qin Feng wondered, I clearly only killed 5 bosses, so why are there so many items on the ground? Xiao Ying lying on the ground yelled, You dare throw items from that high up? Is there no law anymore? She pointed at him and said to the person beside her, Do you see him? I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. Without seeing Qin Feng reply, Xiao Ying rushed over to touch the small stone tablet. Your mother, I am asking you. An electric current spread throughout her entire body. Then, she was unluckily blasted into the air, and light orbs fell to the ground. Qin Feng picked up the small stone tablet and called Osirius, ordering it to summon the small bone dragons. Osirius obeyed the command without hesitation, and instantly countless bone dragons appeared in the sky. King Shan admired. Look at that swarm of small bone dragons. What is the Shadow Big Shot planning to do? Xiao Ying, having just revived, shouted, So you are the Shadow. You have no qualifications at all. Come people, the Shadow and government accomplices are murdering and robbing here. I just had 1,000 years of lifespan, and that Shadow brat stole it. King Shan retorted, Who believes you? How could you have 1,000 years of lifespan on you? Xiao Ying replied, How do you know I do not? My son gave it to me. You are siding with the Shadow. You must want a share too. Xiao Ying kept yelling, Everyone, help me get back my 1,000 years of lifespan. I will pay each person 1 year of my lifespan. We cannot let the government and the Shadow oppress us old folks. The remaining shameless old people immediately joined in. Right, well said. Shadow, return the lifespan. They faced Shan Yi and shouted in unison, Give it back, you thief. Give it back. He grew furious, damn it. I really want to throw all these old people in jail. King Shan noticed, This bunch of old people has gotten smarter. As long as they stay inside the containment zone without coming out, we cannot kill them. They just stand there shouting, Return lifespan. Return lifespan. One old man suddenly fell silent when he saw his companions being grabbed by the swarm of small bone dragons. Those people were dragged into the sky shocked. What is this? Flying dragons. Where did these monsters come from? Shrill screams came from above. Help. Let me go. Xiao Ying was dropped into free fall by the swarm of small bone dragons. The other old people shared the same fate, only able to roar. Who told you to let go now? Do not drop me. Did I say I wanted to be dropped? Qin Feng walked over to the two of them and revealed, the safe zone only ensures players do not bleed, but it does not affect the laws of physics. He continued explaining, these bone dragons will be stationed here, expelling anyone who causes trouble from the town. Whether you want to save them, trap them, or let them fall to their deaths is up to you. As for the boss in the sky, it has been dealt with. I am leaving now. Shiny Eye looked at the light orbs around him curiously. Big shot, you are not collecting the remaining loot. Qin Feng generously gave it to everyone. He immediately collected it, thinking to himself, the shadow Big Shot truly is as generous as the rumors say, with so many gold-grade treasures like this. Shanyai glanced at the girl beside him. King Shan, you take some too. Seeing the other's infatuated expression, he asked in surprise what she was doing. Thine San replied, I feel like my heart is gone. It flew away with the shadow overlord as he left. A ball of light was thrown directly at her face. Then Sam snapped out of her daze and cried out in pain. What are you doing? Shan Yi scolded. Stop falling in love. Do you think a big shot would ever look at a small fry like you? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. She threw the ball back at him. Who are you calling a toad? You are the toad. Shan Yi refused to argue. Fine, fine, I am a male toad and you are a female toad. This remark made Than Sam blush, and she stopped throwing. He hesitated. I wonder, have you secretly fallen in love with me? Shan Yi interrupted. Stop it. There is no such thing. That's disgusting. I said no, don't be so narcissistic. Than Sam didn't believe him. Really? Outside Shanghai City Hospital in reality, beeping sounds echoed in the hospital room. Xiao Yu had woken up. Yi Qiao stood by the bed and announced, Miss Qin, we know you have lost your legs and are extremely sad. We are also deeply sorry. Her treatment at the hospital costs a total of 50 years of lifespan. She was shocked. That much? Yi Qiao continued, the government helped you pay for 10 years, so you only need to pay 40 years. Xiao Yu suggested, I don't have that much lifespan right now, but I still have 2 houses. Can I mortgage them to you? She estimated, we have completed the appraisal of the houses under your name. The total value is 3 days of lifespan. Xiao Yu was shocked. 3 days? At that time I sold 200 days of lifespan for a transaction and spent over 2 million to buy them. I still have 500k in cash here. Can I use that as collateral? Yi Qiao replied, sorry Miss Qin, all cash from the old days is now obsolete. All current transactions use lifespan as the unit of currency. She stammered, but I don't have that much lifespan to trade. Yi Qiao announced, you have 3 days to gather the lifespan. If the medical fees are not paid before the deadline, we will stop all treatment. We will transfer you to the government's logistics team. You will have to work there until the debt is fully repaid. There are many jobs there, such as hunting monsters, collecting materials, cooking, and repairing damaged structures. Although it requires at least 15 hours of work per day, it is simple and safe. Xiao Yu held her face in sorrow. But, I am already disabled. How can I do such hard labor? She reminded her, although you are disabled in reality, in the game you still have a complete body, only with reduced stats in some aspects. There are also advanced medical techniques in the future that can heal your legs. Xiao Yu grew even more aggrieved. No, I don't want to do manual labor. I have to be near people who are filthy and stinking. It's disgusting. She nearly went mad. I'm clearly already too pathetic. How can you treat me like this? None of this is my fault. Faced with attitude, the 2 people beside her only waited silently for Xiao Yu to finish venting. Liu Xie spoke up, Miss Qin, do you have any family or friends? You can ask them to vouch for you. If they are confirmed to be eligible, we can lend you 40 years of lifespan at a 3-point interest rate. That way, you only need to find a way to repay the debt. No need to go to the logistics team. The images of Qin Feng and Chu Ran appeared in her mind. Family? Qin Feng is already dead. Would Ran be willing to vouch for me? That moment, Xiao Yu burst into sobs, her 2 hands tightly clutching her body. She cried with her head lowered. I don't know. There probably isn't anyone who will vouch for me. The door to the room was kicked open, and a voice came from outside. Xiao Yu, I am here to help you. The 3 were startled and turned to look toward the door. Wu Ming appeared like a god to rescue her. Isn't it just 40 years of lifespan? Xiao Yu, hand over your phone. Xiao Yu doubted. You are the guild leader? He replied, that's right, it's me. Xiao Yu, I heard you met with a great disaster. I am truly heartbroken. Wu Ming operated on his phone. A notification sounded. The phone has received 100 years of tradable lifespan. She was touched. 100 years. Gave me this much? I truly thank you so much, guild leader. He sat down beside the bed and put an arm around her shoulder. Xiao Yu, no need to thank me. If this isn't enough, I can continue to help you. She stared at the screen in surprise. It's really 100 years. But what does this 30% annual interest rate mean? He explained. The interest rate is 30%, also known as 3 points. It means I am acting as your guarantor. Xiao Yu, just focus on your treatment and try to leave the hospital as soon as possible. Our Holy Temple Knight Guild is your strongest support and your home. She was deeply moved. Yes, thank you, guild leader. Wu Ming departed. Get some good rest. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll go first. Just remember one thing. No matter when, we will be waiting for you to come back. From beginning to end, the camera from the henchman never stopped filming. Xiao Yu burst into tears because of this support. Once they were outside, he asked, "Did you record everything?" The henchman replied, "Of course." Wu Ming ordered, "Good, edit it appropriately and upload it. This matter needs to be publicized well." The more pitiful Xiao Yu looks, the better. No one else was willing to help her, only our guild. The man obeyed, understood. A voice from the video played, "100 years. You gave me this much. I truly thank you so much, guild leader. If this isn't enough, I can continue to help you." Wu Ming calculated, "Reel her bit by bit. This Xiao Yu has already caused us too many losses. Using her for publicity to attract more people to join the guild is the real way to make use of a useless thing." The henchman echoed, "Chairman Chen is wise." He urged, "It's time to go online. The appointed time with the shadow is approaching." In the divine game, the ruins of Jiangxia City, the hideout of the Holy Temple Knights. Wu Ming was curious as he logged in. Why are so many posts cursing the shadow appearing online all of a sudden? He gloated. Looks he offended everyone everywhere, making many enemies. Damn shadow. If I didn't know you were 10 times stronger than me, I would want to kill you too. Qin Feng appeared and suddenly asked, "Chen Wu Ming, are the remaining killers ready?" He knelt down and replied submissively, "They are ready. They have been ready for a long time. I have been waiting for Boss Shadow for a long time." He pointed to the toilet bowl beside him. "Look here, you never even said a word when you arrived. Please take a seat, boss." He refused. "No need. Call all the killers here." Wu Ming brought out a group of tied-up people. "Boss, these people are all at your disposal." Qin Feng hummed in acknowledgement as his shadow spread out. The bodies of those people were immediately sliced apart. A notification appeared. Murder value decreased. Current murder floor, 2 floors. Qin Feng declared, "The debt between us is settled. I am leaving." He stopped him. "Wait, boss, I still have something to report." After that, he showed him a post. "Boss, did you offend someone? The title here is shocking. The old lady of the Lost Hall was attacked by the shadow." He continued, "There are many posts slandering you, saying you cheat people of money, cheat people of lust, kill indiscriminately, and that the government is in cahoots with you." He recognized it. "Isn't this the old lady from that lucky little town?" He requested, "Read me every trending post on the internet." Qin Feng noticed Xiao Yu's news. A poor girl lost both her legs because of a serial killer. The Holy Temple Knight Guild provided all-out support. He thought to himself, so Xiao Yu was the girl Gei Ling had saved last time. The world was truly small. What a coincidence. Qin Feng turned around and left immediately. Wu Ming showed a warm expression, saying, "Leaving now. Take care, big brother. Come visit us again when you have the chance." He sent a message telling Gei Ling to investigate the person spreading false news online and handle it. Qin Feng thought it was a small matter and didn't need to be dealt with personally. She received the message and said angrily, "Someone dares to slander Master. Damn it, I'm going now." In reality at Jianghai, Gei Ling showed up to investigate, muttering, "This is too much, daring to spread rumors about Master." Looking at the news, Gei Ling was shocked. They even say Master had ill intentions towards an old woman. That's disgusting. She said through gritted teeth, "You old woman, I remember you now, just wait." After speaking, she immediately left, rushing to find traces of the rumor spreader. Gei Ling shot off like flying, determined to go and punish them. She crossed the street in reality, her speed not slowing down at all. At Jianghai City, in front of Feng Shaoan's house in the Hu Jingyuan area, a loud knocking sound echoed along with yelling. "Feng Shaoan, get out here. Your dog pushed my son down the stairs and paralyzed him. Don't think you can shirk responsibility." After no one answered for a long time, he frantically banged on the door. "Open up. I know you're inside. Get out here right now. This matter needs to be clarified." Shaoan opened the door and shouted, "You people still won't let up. Madajen, are you getting too cocky? You always use your X-ray vision to spy on me while I'm bathing. I should have the police arrest you. Your stupid son fell on his own, and you blame my dog. Do you have any evidence?" He replied, "There's video footage right here. Mountains of evidence." Shaoan kicked the phone out of Jen's hand. She said arrogantly, "What evidence? Where? Let me see it." He gritted his teeth in anger. "Feng Shaoan, I'm not here to reason with you today. I've already locked onto you with my eagle eye. I can attack with poison smoke at any time. If you keep being unreasonable, I will hunt you down to the end." Shaoan covered herself with her hand and declared, "A nameless actor in a village romance film. You think you're special? Come on if you have the guts. Kill me then." Dejen activated his eagle eye and said angrily, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit fine. I'll give you what you want." The system announced target lock, skill auto-chasing engaged. Shaoan cursed, "How rude. Feng Dejen, I know you have perverse thoughts, trying to peep at me." Suddenly he froze, the blue in his eyes dimmed. A notification appeared, "You cannot release the skill." He staggered backward, wondering why is that? Xiaoan smiled sinisterly when she saw the opponent couldn't use their skill. She asked smugly, "What's the matter, Feng Dajin? Where's your skill? Why isn't it working? You think I'm not scared because I'm stupid?" Dejin looked at his palm horrified. Why can't the skill be released? His wife asked worriedly. Dejin, what's going on? Xiaoan showed her hand and said, "Let me tell you, behind me is my son. He has a hidden class as a spell seal master. This place has already been set up with a barrier by him. No one can release skills here." He walked out coldly and asked, "Mom, what's all the noise about?" She pretended to be aggrieved. "It's neighbor Dejin trying to scare me. I'm so scared, son." Her son, along with the dog in his arms, glanced at Dejin and said, "There's no reason for this." He quickly grabbed Dejin's throat and punched him straight in the face. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. His wife beside him screamed in panic, "Dajin!" Xiaoxiu ran over and used a healing spell on her husband's stomach wound. Dajin, hang in there. I'll heal you. She was distressed because she couldn't release her skill. Feng Du behind her asked scornfully, "You people at such a low extraction level dare to come cause trouble at my house?" He waved his hand and lifted Xiaoxiu up, startling her. Feng Du declared, "I don't hit women. Take that idiot of yours and get far away. Never show up in front of me again." Xiaoxiu burst into tears of resentment. "Clearly you're the ones in the wrong. On what grounds do you make us live? You should be the ones taking responsibility for this. Take responsibility for my son, for my husband, you say?" He dropped her and said sternly, "Stubborn fool." He prepared to attack. "Don't you understand this is the era of the strong bullying the weak?" Xiaozu braced for the incoming pain, instinctively raising her hand to cover her face. Suddenly a rope wrapped around her body and pulled her away. His punch missed, hitting the wall. Feng Du glanced at the third party who intervened. Giling. She spoke up. "You freaks made me run all over looking for you." He asked, "Who are you?" She replied, "You're not worthy of knowing, but I know who you are." Jiaoxu stood up and said emotionally, "Thank you for your help." Giling said coldly, spreading rumors everywhere, slandering the shadow. "I will make you pay." He misunderstood. "Could you be the shadow?" Xiaoan corrected, "Don't be afraid, son. She's not the shadow. The shadow's build isn't that small." Feng Du felt relieved upon hearing this. Even if the real shadow came, what could they do to me? I'm already level 16, all stats poured into constitution and strength. In my spell seal barrier, pure physical combat is invincible. Guiling emanated power. "Fool, I'll show you just how foolish you are." Feng Du assumed a defensive stance and declared arrogantly, "In my spell seal barrier, I am invincible." At this moment, Guiling's eyes flickered with an eerie purple light, and she let out a contemptuous laugh, calling him a frog at the bottom of a well. The whoosh, her figure flashed past Feng Du before he could react, truly fast. Taking advantage of his lack of defense, Gailing landed a kick on him. Her agility was extremely high, likely from an assassin-type class. After that, Feng Du managed to turn around and face Gailing, assuming a defensive stance. Gailing counterattacked, throwing an uppercut, but he managed to dodge it. However, a flurry of consecutive punches came at him, leaving Feng Du unable to respond. After being punched many times, he quickly realized the next attack would come from behind. He successfully blocked that attack from Gailing. Feng Du locked her fist in his grip and said, Plenty of speed but lacking power and can't use skills. Your attacks are just a tickle to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his fist and returned the blow she had just given him. With just one hit, Gailing was sent flying far away. Seeing her fall, Feng Du flexed his muscles and said confidently, "Try tasting one of my punches and learn what absolute suppression means." Xiao Ying, standing nearby, cheered enthusiastically. "Well done, son." Hearing no response, Feng Du called out, "Hey, don't dare die on me. You work for Shadow, and your class is also assassin type. You two definitely have a connection, and I'm going to interrogate you until I get answers." He walked over to Gailing, gritting his teeth as he interrogated. "That Shadow bastard killed my mother several times in the game. I will kill him." Then he grabbed Gailing by the collar and pulled her up. He threatened, 10 seconds to tell me everything you know about Shadow, or I'll break one of your arms." Gailing let out a puzzling smile, then insulted Feng Du. You idiot." She said, "Take a good look at your own body." Feng Du hurriedly looked at his body and exclaimed in utter confusion, "Where did this poison come from?" Gailing mocked, "You fool, you don't understand the godly equipment game at all, and you think you're invincible. In the magic ceiling barrier, you can't cast skills. But that doesn't mean skills already cast before lose their effect." "Exactly, I use the fierce poison enhancement skill. After using the enhancement, every attack inflicts continuous poison damage, stacking up to at least 10 layers. Feng Du screamed in pain, crying for his mother. "Ah, Mom, save me." Xiao Ying panicked and cried out, "Son, what should I do?" Gailing looked at Feng Du writhing on the ground and said coldly, It's useless. I've thoroughly investigated your backgrounds. Feng Xiaoying, a level 3 mage, a worthless loser who loves to bully others by relying on someone else. Her son, Han Bingxiang, is a priest-class hidden profession magic sealing sorcerer, a self-proclaimed superhuman. Despising the priest class, he put all stat points into strength, only learning skills like magic sealing barrier and silence, specializing in attacking players and stealing fate. Xiaoying didn't know what to do. If only he had learned the mandatory priest skill, Dispel, he wouldn't have died from poison. Xiaoying, furious, quickly picked up her phone. You damn mongrel. You killed my son. I'll immediately report you to the government and have them sentence you to death. Suddenly a foot shot out and kicked her phone away, sending it flying. It was Dejen. He had recovered to a healthy state and warned, "Your son is dead. His magic sealing barrier has already disappeared." Xiao Su chimed in, "Feng Xiaoying, next is your turn." She flailed her arms and legs as she tried to escape. "You don't come near me! Help! Murder!" She even dared to falsely accuse others. Before she could cry out for long, a foot stomped right onto Xiaoying's mouth. Dejen kicked her to the ground and said, "Don't worry, I'll report you to the government to have them arrested. But before that, I need to get some good hits in." Xiaotsu supported him. "Dejen, go all out, I'll heal her." Dejen immediately transformed into a giant, his muscles bulging, and replied, "Good." With those words from Xiaoxu, I'm reassured. His special move was potent poison enhancement, which greatly increased his own stats, but also put him into a poisoned state. Dejen unleashed a flurry of punches at her. With support from Xiaoxu of Wu Ying, Dejen fought more and more fiercely, continuing, "I can still heal you." Only Xiaoying was beaten to a pulp. After beating her to his satisfaction, Dejen returned to his normal state. He panted heavily, leaning on his hands. That was a satisfying fight. But hey, are you sure the old hag is still alive? Xiaoying had at that point turned into a soul state. Xiaosu was the one who helped her enter that state. She replied, "She's alive. At the final moment I used Great Angel Purification." Dejen was extremely satisfied and called the government to come and handle the situation. He said, "I truly thank you today. If it weren't for you stepping in to help." At that moment, Gailing was nowhere to be seen. He said in a daze, "Where did my benefactor go?" Xiaoxu shrugged and replied, "I don't know." When did she leave? Scene change. Outside, a figure was leaping from building to building. It was Gailing. She reported to Qin Feng, "Master, the mission is complete." He was surprised and encouraged. "So fast?" "Well done." Gailing laughed happily and replied, "Thank you for the praise, Master." At the same time, far from there, over 300 kilometers outside the Meido ruins, a group of people were standing in the middle of a desert. Shaiduo spoke up, "Mr. Suo, are you sure we're not in the wrong place?" He complained, "This godforsaken place is filled with poisonous gas everywhere. Staying here makes my health continuously drop. There's no way any living thing can survive here." This area was covered in scorching hot rocks, and everyone was sweating profusely. Kunshan heard this and replied, "My energy sense won't be wrong. We're close to finding it. There's a rock cave nearby, and what we're looking for is inside it." They continued to persevere, and finally Kunshan exclaimed, "We're here. It's right down below." Shai Duo instructed, "Zuma, the moment you sense anything wrong, immediately use Soul Wanderer and turn us into an invincible state." Zuma obeyed. "Understood, Chief Shi Duo." With that, the group decided to venture deeper into the cave. Reaching the end of the path, they saw hot air rising from below. Kunshan pointed ahead. "Quick, look over there." Shiduo exclaimed joyfully, "This is it." In front of them was a blazing red flower, surrounded by rock. Shiduo said excitedly, "Finally found it, the infernal nightmare blossom. With this, Shadow will surely die." After that, Feng Du declared, "Inside my magic sealing barrier I'm invincible." Gailing's eyes emitted a light of hatred. She uttered a single phrase, "A frog at the bottom of a well." Her small figure flickered in and out of sight, causing a hint of fear in his heart. He thought, "So fast." She launched an attack and he failed to dodge, taking the full hit. He thought to himself, extremely high agility, this is an assassin-type class. Feng Du lost his balance, staggering as if about to fall. Gailing would not give him a chance to counterattack. She aimed a strike at his face. Gailing's petite figure moved around Feng Du like lightning, continuously striking him. From behind, she appeared and prepared to unleash a decisive blow. Suddenly, a large hand tightly grabbed her arm. Feng Du sneered, "Your speed is fast, but your strength is too weak. Without using skills, your attacks are just like an itch to me." He quickly threw a punch at Gailing, sending her flying far away. Feng Du arrogantly said, "Taste this punch. Let me show you the absolute gap." His mother beside him also spoke up, "My son is so amazing. Hey, don't let her die, okay?" Gailing was slammed into the wall, the force so strong that the wall shattered. The man's voice rang out again, "You work for the Shadow. Your profession is an assassin, so you must have a way to contact him. I will slowly question you." Feng Du looked down at Gailing. "That shadow bastard killed my mother several times in the game. I will definitely play him to death." He grabbed her collar and lifted her up. Within 10 seconds, spill everything everything you know about the shadow, otherwise I will break one of your arms. Gailing gave a mocking smile. You fool! She gently continued, take a good look at your own body. A wisp of green smoke rose, as if burning his body. Feng Du sat down on the ground, screaming, when did the poison start? Gailing looked at him with contempt, a complete fool who understands nothing about the abandoned god, yet thinks he is invincible. She explained, poison curse talisman. After activation, every attack maintains poison damage, stacking up to 10 times. Your anti-magic barrier prevents releasing new skills, but it cannot neutralize skills that were already activated before. Feng Du cried out in pain, Mom, save me. Xiao Ying panicked. My son, what should I do? Gei Ling said coldly, it's useless. I have investigated you two very thoroughly. She continued, Feng Xiaoying, a level 3 mage, a useless trash who likes to cause trouble by relying on her age. Her son, an anti-magic master, a hidden class under the pastoral system. Naturally super strong, but he looked down on this class, poured all his points into strength, and only learned the anti-magic barrier, a skill specifically used to steal player lifespan. She added, if he had bothered to learn the dispelling skills of the pastoral system, he wouldn't have been so easily poisoned to death. Xiao Ying screamed like a madwoman, damned bastard. You killed my son. I will report you to the authorities and have them sentence you to death. A long leg kicked the phone out of her hand. Shen said in his burly voice, your son is dead. The anti-magic barrier is gone too. Xiaoxu added, Feng Xiaoying, you are next. Xiaoying struggled in fear. You, don't come near me, help! Murder! As she screamed hysterically, an iron-like foot stomped directly onto her face. How rude! The man gave a strange smile. Don't worry, I will call the authorities to arrest you. But first, I want to have some fun beating you up. Xiaoxu added, Dezhen, you go ahead and hit as much as you want. I will apply bandages to her bleeding. Dezhen transformed into a green giant, his skill Savage Enemy Enhancement activated. Alright, Xiaoxu, with that promise from you I'm reassured. He enhanced his stats, but also fell into a poisoned state, then launched a continuous assault, making her scream miserably. Zixu cheered from the side, Da Shen, keep going. I can still heal you. After a while, Xiao Ying was beaten to exhaustion with no strength left to scream. She lay flat on the ground. Dezhen panted heavily, that was satisfying. But Xiaoxu, is she still alive? Xiaoxu replied, at the last moment I used the heart of the celestial to keep her alive. He reverted to his normal form. Alright, call the authorities to handle this. I really have to thank you today. If you hadn't intervened to save us. Dezhen was stunned, but no one was in front of him anymore. Where did the benefactor go? Xiaoxu replied, I don't know. Why did she leave so fast? At this moment, Gei Ling had already jumped onto the rooftop and quickly departed. She said, Master, the mission is complete. Qin Feng was satisfied. So fast. You did well. She laughed happily. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Outside the Meido ruins, more than 300 kilometers away, a voice rang out. Mr. Se, are you sure we're not in the wrong place? The voice continued, this desolate place is full of toxic air. Staying long will make you continuously lose health. It's basically impossible for any living thing to survive here. The other person replied, my sensing ability is not wrong. We are almost there. There is a cave nearby. The thing we need is inside. That person continued, we have arrived. It is right below. Shiduo ordered Zuma, once you feel something is wrong, immediately use Soul Walker to turn us into an invincible state. Zuma replied politely, I understand, Mr. Shiduo. Suddenly, someone shouted, look over there. That's it. The group continued to descend. Everyone was excited. We finally found it. The Netherworld Dream Flower. With this, the Shadow's death is certain. The system voice rang out. You have entered the depths of the Purgatory Volcano. This area is a nightmare zone. Within this zone, life force decays at 10,000 times the normal speed. An astonished voice exclaimed, oh God, with this speed of life decay, my lifespan here wouldn't last half a day. Zuma trembled. Mr. Shiduo, what in the world is this thing? Just one glance at it is enough to terrify me. Shiduo explained, this is the Netherworld Dream Flower. My dear Zuma, don't worry. As long as you don't wake it up, everything will be fine. Se spoke up, since you have found what you wanted now, Mr. Shiduo, can you tell me your plan? Shiduo replied, of course I can. Tony, here, take this. This is the God-given book of wall construction, allowing you to quickly build walls by consuming lifespan. Try it out. Tony received the book, reading the title with confusion. Wall construction? Tony created a wall. Se sighed in admiration. To be able to build a wall out of thin air. Tony said, this wall consumed 10 days of lifespan, and its durability is only 100,000. He said worriedly to Shiduo, Mr. Shiduo, with all due respect, I have witnessed the Shadow's attacks. I'm afraid this wall won't be able to stop him. Shiduo replied, I know. That is why your task in the coming days is to keep building, to increase the mastery of this God-given book. He continued, the higher the mastery, the greater the durability of the wall. You must quickly raise the wall's durability to 10 million. He added, when the time is ripe, I will use a scheme to lure the Hua Shi'er government and the shadow forces here. Tony, once they enter, you build a wall to block their only escape route. Shiduo turned to look at Zuma. To make them let their guard down, Zuma and I will join them. He was deeply immersed in his plan. At that moment, Zuma, watch for my signal. When I wake the boss up, you use Soul Walker. We will pass through the wall and leave safely. He slid to the side, leaving the rest to the boss, and curiously wondered if that method would work. Shiduo exclaimed in admiration. Even if they were killed by the boss, that group could still resurrect. He asked a good question. He continued everything was according to plan when fighting the boss. The cave would be covered by Dream Demon. Players inside would accumulate a Dream Demon gauge, Shiduo added. When the gauge was full, they would fall in Dream Demon state. Dream Demon Hellflower would control that group and drain all of their tradable lifespan. The rate of lifespan decrease here was tens of thousands of times faster, so those people would completely die very quickly. He spoke with increasing fervor, his eyes sharp. These people were the strongest elite squad from the Mado government, especially the Shadow. Their deaths would be a huge loss to the mansion, Shiduo said excitedly. If successful, we would be heroes of the Mer Nation. I will take you to the Mer Nation to enjoy wealth and glory. Hearing this, everyone became even more spirited. Zuma asked curiously, but Mr. Shiduo, we have no long-range attacks. How can we aggro the boss from afar? Tony laughed and said, Zuma, your question is stupid. That man casually picked up a stone from the ground, speaking in the game Holy Desolation. Anything could be a weapon. Just casually pick up a rock from the ground. Tony threw the stone at the Dream Demon Hellflower, angering it. That man said, just like this, throw. The Dream Demon Hellflower was provoked, suddenly becoming huge and ferocious. Shiduo shouted, no you fool, what are you doing? He commanded Zuma, quickly use Soul Walker. Zuma softly replied yes. Shiduo yelled at everyone, run outside quickly. The group then ran for their lives out of there. Shiduo angrily slapped Tony, you fool, you almost got us killed. He strictly warned, from now on, you stay here and learn to build the city wall. You must ensure no failure, otherwise I will have the Mer Nation people eliminate you. Tony held his slapped face, accepting the punishment. Yes, Mr. Shiduo. In the rotten forest on the outskirts of Mado City, a white dragon was ferociously biting a tree spirit. Everyone exclaimed, Captain Vevu, your dragon is so powerful, just annihilating those tree spirits like that. It looks really cool. He asked her when she got that treasure, so envious. Thangait petted the dragon and replied, I luckily got it from opening a treasure chest yesterday. He continued, you have the first dragon mount in the game Holy Desolation, and its movement speed is 100%. In the game world I play, this item is worth 1,000 gold. She looked at the Bailong with a doubtful gaze. Toxic air, be careful. There are other monsters nearby. Suddenly, a surge of green power appeared, frightening everyone. Immediately after, Thangait was hit by a tree branch, causing her pain. A huge tree appeared, corrosive progenitor, Asura forever, level 25, Jade grade, everyone panicked. Lithan widened his eyes in fear, it has 1 million health points. The damage I dealt was only 1,000. Captain, what do we do now? Thangait looked at it fearfully. What to do? What else could be done? She summoned the system interface, clicked rapidly, quickly go invite the Big Shot Shadow. Thangait stammered, Big Shot, a Jade grade boss appeared at my location. Qin Feng calmly replied, send me the coordinates. She continued, it is very big and moving. She asked, should I add you to the team? The system chimed, you have joined the team Midnight Light Rain. Qin Feng said, I am still a few dozen kilometers away from you. Almost there. Thangait told everyone, the Shadow said he is almost here, but I see his position still needs nearly half an hour. Someone spoke up, Captain, the boss's toxic damage is too high, our healing pressure is immense. She hated the damn dragon, could only retreat. A large figure appeared in the sky. A voice echoed down, I am here. The system displayed, a strong wind blew away the toxic smoke, the poison status was dispelled. Lithan was confused, Captain, you said it would take half an hour, but it has only been half a minute. He stammered, Captain, is that flight mode? At this moment, Qin Feng was riding a mighty dragon. The large dragon softly let out, oh, a mongrel dragon. Thangait's white dragon cowered. This is a product from inhumane experiments on Mariga. Lithan panicked. Am I hearing things? That dragon can talk. Qin Feng cut off their amazement. Don't be surprised. All epic grade creatures in Holy Desolation can talk. The large dragon spoke, can I eat this mongrel? He interrupted it, enough, be quiet. Thangait exclaimed, I thought having a ground dragon as a mount was already impressive, but I never expected the Big Shot to use an epic grade dragon as a mount. He glanced at the corrosive progenitor, that is the boss, it has 1 million health. Qin Feng calculated inwardly, with the current damage output, he needed to execute a full combo chain, then use the ultimate skill to finish it. If he couldn't take the opponent down in one blow, it would be too embarrassing. He summoned a stone tablet that happened to be there. Let's see how the ancient god stone tablet can enhance him. Qin Feng introduced, the Blood Origin Ancient God Blessing Stone Tablet contains the power of the ancient god Alex. Using it actively can add a blessing to a skill. The blessing will randomly add benefits based on class and skill characteristics. His gaze turned cold. Correct, the stone tablet can enhance skills. His two main damage skills were Shadow Shield Slash and Obscure Blade Return, which had somewhat overlapping effects. Qin Feng continued, so choose Shadow Shield Slash for the blessing. The system displayed you have applied Alex's blessing to Shadow Shield Slash. The system chimed Alex's blessing. Shadow Shield Slash only affects one target. The number of slashes increased by 6 times, automatically adjusted to attacks on weak points. Each slash accumulates finishing skill power points. Qin Feng smirked. Shadow Shield Slash has become a single target burst skill. This will be interesting. Large Dragon spoke. The number of slashes increased by 6 times, meaning one Shadow Shield Slash equals 54 4 slashes, including Pursuit Shadow. It becomes 16 strikes, so it can fill the finishing move immediately, continuously unleashing the frenzied Crimson Blade. Li Tang wondered, what is the big shot muttering about? Thang Guat followed. He keeps muttering, and there is light coming from him. Could this be some secret? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Now he had to go test it. Suddenly, Li Tang exclaimed in surprise. The big shot disappeared. He pointed upward. Look up there. He is fighting the boss. Qin Feng flew around the corrosive progenitor, frightening it. Light source attached to its body caused it pain. Its health gradually decreased because of that light source. Qin Feng was surprised that just one Phantom Touch shield strike had filled his ultimate. He gathered momentum and charged straight towards the eroding ancestor to destroy it. The system displayed a notification that he had killed the Amnon ancestor, a legendary rank boss. He received 160,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, 1,355 lifespan, 4 skill books, and 13 equipment items. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock at the damage, reaching 1 million. Thang Guat calmly said this was the first time she had seen the Shadow Overlord fight a boss. Qin Feng said the problem was that the Phantom Touch shield's damage per hit was about 600,000, while the initial damage of the Frenzied Crimson Blade ultimate at 450,000 was quite weak. He landed on the ground and continued his analysis. Even with a 2.7 million shield, the subsequent attack dealt tens of millions of damage. The massive health pool along with complex skills made diamond rank combat harsh. Activating the damage increase effects was meticulous, but too troublesome. He added that this was too inelegant, and this stone tablet was only the first fragment. Qin Feng stared at the blade for a long time. It allowed the Phantom Touch shield and Frenzied Crimson Blade to coordinate more precisely. This greatly increased his single target damage and survival capability. But this was still the tip of the iceberg for the Shadow class. His voice turned sharp, sure that many more capabilities awaited discovery. Thang Guat excitedly praised the Overlord as being too powerful. Qin Feng generously gave the spoils to everyone. Li Than happily thanked the Overlord. He asked her if there were other bosses. Thang Guat nodded, listing a werewolf in the Glimmer Metal Forest, a fat demon in the Undead Prison, a mechanical minotaur in the Zoan Forest, and one near the beach. He interrupted, saying that was enough, and told her to get on the dragon's back one by one and hold on tight. Thang Guat excitedly asked if she could really ride the Overlord's dragon. The large dragon soared away, startling her before she could get used to it. Lithan stared wide-eyed after them, asking what about them. Mado reality in some office. Shi Duo's image appeared on the screen. Tafai spoke up, asking everyone what they thought about Shi Duo from the Misty Nation Embassy wanting to provide information on a diamond rank boss. He asked if Shi Duo was providing the information for free. The subordinate replied no. He wanted them to resume flights and take them back to the Misty Nation. He pondered, finding this request insignificant compared to the diamond boss. Although it was almost like giving away equipment for free, he worried it might be a trap. Tufai said he would personally lead a team to find the boss. He thought a lethal trap was unlikely, but the important thing was whether they could defeat a diamond rank boss in this world. No one had ever killed a diamond rank boss. Tufai's gaze sharpened, believing that even Shadow might not be able to do it. He asked curiously, what about cooperating with Shadow? 2 people reported that Shadow could single-handedly defeat a legendary rank boss. Sending an elite team together with Shadow made killing the diamond boss for the first time not impossible. Tufai questioned how they could be sure, as he did not believe rumors. The other person provided evidence, stating Shadow was already famous in Jianghai and Mado, and that it was common for him to be an otherworldly person. After a moment of silence, a voice agreed to cooperate with Shadow. The others concurred. Everyone excitedly made the decision and immediately sent someone to make contact. Scene change. At this moment a long bell rang, attracting the attention of the machine. A source of power within its body was released. Qin Feng used Phantom Touch Shield to glide towards a tree behind him, saying he could come out and clean up now. Thang Guat stepped out and told everyone to go somewhere else. She spoke up, Overlord, I just received news that our superiors have found a diamond rank boss, along with related information. Are you interested? He let out an "Oh, a diamond boss, tell me about it." She slowly said the boss was inside a volcano and was called the Infernal Dream Blossom. Her next sentence startled him. In Qin Feng's heart, this was the very boss that caused the first major crisis for the Great Xia government. He thought that Great Xia had become a target for foreign forces. They used the Infernal Dream Blossom to eliminate over 100 professional soldiers from the Meidou government, leading to this area being occupied for half a year. The subsequent chaos caused thousands of casualties. Qin Feng searched his memories and remembered the culprit's name was Theo Ro. He asked if this boss was not discovered by her group. Thang Guayet replied that it seemed foreigners had discovered it, and their superiors decided to organize a 100-man team to subjugate it. He interrupted, saying the superiors' decision didn't matter. They knew nothing. He told her to find 25 people, at least level 18 and with a class evolution once. Guayet found it strange, asking why so many elite soldiers. Did the Overlord need their support? Qin Feng nodded. The Infernal Dream Blossom, though diamond rank, had stats close to an epic boss. There were two ways to conquer it. One was to overwhelm it with power, but he could not do that yet. Thang Guayet hesitated, asking if even the Overlord could not do it. He confirmed it and said only the second method remained, a normal attack, which required at least 25 people. Thang Guayet curiously asked why he did not just speak directly to the superiors. Gathering a 100-man team would be easier. Qin Feng sighed, saying he could not explain. If she trusted him, she should follow his words. If not, it was up to her. Hearing this, she was at a loss on what to do. In Thang Guayet's heart, Shadow's actions were hard to grasp, but everything he did was for the benefit of the government. Perhaps the people above truly did not understand anything. She gritted her teeth and agreed to trust Qin Feng, but the Overlord's requirements were too high. At most, she could only gather 10 people from her side. Qin Feng said 10 people were enough. He would handle the rest. He set a meeting in 3 days at the Meidou ruins, then vanished. He disappeared, leaving her with doubt. Thang Guayet wavered, wondering if she could truly trust Shadow. Scene change. At this moment, a panicked scream rang out. Watch out. Qin Feng stowed away. Quickly hide behind me. What's wrong? Are you hurt? His voice then was warm and gentle, saying that it was all right, but then he suddenly turned cold, always covering his face. Now even his hair color had changed. Qin Feng called out Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu opened her eyes wide, staring blankly at the ceiling. She slowly sat up. It was this dream again. After losing her legs, the image of the man in her dream grew clearer. He had helped her level up, protected her, and given her everything. This time she had clearly seen his face completely. Qin Feng, he was not dead, he was still alive, and he was the darkness. She thought back to what had happened. The locations and monsters in her dreams all matched those in the game. Her dreams were real, meaning Qin Feng truly was the darkness. Xiao Yu flopped back down, closed her eyes, and thought to herself that she needed to enter the game immediately to reunite with the darkness. But reason made her open her eyes wide. No, Xiao Yu, you are so confused. You have met the darkness many times, but he always ignores you. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. This showed that even if he was Qin Feng, he did not want to acknowledge you. Moreover, if you say the darkness is Qin Feng, your brother, who would believe that? You might even lose your life. She told herself in her heart, have you forgotten your legs are gone now, the pain? But on the other hand, this is your last hope. Seize it with your last bit of strength. She closed her eyes and slept. System appeared, entering the game. A man stepped forward to support Xiao Yu, asking why she suddenly entered the game, even though she could still use both legs here. But your attributes are halved, and there is a negative effect like stumbling. Wu Ming gently comforted her, asked if it hurt when she fell, and advised her to focus on recovering her health in the real world, not to rush to repay her debt. Xiao Yu cried, I know, Captain. She continued, so I want to do something for the guild to repay the favor. I want to continue guarding the door for the big boss darkness. He replied, then I am very grateful. Xiao Yu, let me help you over there. After all, you are most familiar with this job. She was moved and thanked the captain, and Ying sent a message asking Chen Wuming if he wanted the head of the King Kong boss. He replied yes, even in his dreams. Big boss, I will come find you right away. Qin Feng said not to rush. Find 2 more people. One is Di Yan Quan, one is Hui Mei. Come to Modu in 3 days to find me. That person obeyed. At this moment, the scene shifted. Jiang Li was excited. He really did not expect this divine gift book could be used to make all kinds of delicious food. This was great. He had to get started. Wu kicked the door open and burst in, telling Jiang Li to come quickly. The big boss darkness was recruiting members. Jiang Li screamed, wait, I haven't even started eating yet. And Wu scolded, eat. All you do all day is eat. She pulled Jiang Li out, saying that from the very beginning, it was always the darkness helping them. This was the first time he asked others for help. On the other side, Qin Feng ordered returned to Modu, using the guild teleport to the Evil Spirit Academy. She happily agreed, yes, teacher, at the Modu side of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout. The door was opened, the silhouette of a girl appeared. Xuan excitedly asked, big boss, you were looking for me? Qin Feng replied, replied, in a few days there will be a boss that needs your skills. Seeing her, he suddenly froze. Wait, why are you only level 10? She replied frankly, I used all my experience to advance my profession. He exclaimed, you have advanced your profession 3 times already, you really have guts. Xiaomo walked in and spoke, Master, I have arrived. Qin Feng looked at her, even more astonished, and asked why she was only level 10 too, also on her 3rd advancement. She replied, I have always remembered Master's words, advancing your profession is the most important. Having said that, he turned and walked away. I really admire you girls, advancement is important, but levels cannot drop too much. Let us go, I will level you up in the coming days. Xuan was excited, awesome. Xiaomo continued, to be able to see Master's divine abilities again, I will definitely study hard. 3 days later, the volcanic ruins of Modu in the wilderness. And Wu spoke up, this place is the location the big boss sent. Jiang Li cried, oh my bunker, my cosmic uncle. And Wu seemed to see something, her eyes lit up. She was excited because there were so many people, but these people looked so familiar. And Wu continued, that is Di Yi Quan, the perfect dodge swordsman. Apart from the darkness, he is the only man who can solo a boss. She looked towards the man on the other side, Suanya Wudi, the president of the domineering hall of Holy Knights Guild. She continued speaking. Hui Mei, the top-ranked mage. She was curious, there were also Xubai Ru, Jiwei Ji Pai, Sister Wen, the gatekeeper, Xiaomeng Yu Yu Hai, Imi, all were ranked players. They all came at the darkness's call. He asked, who are those 2 foreigners? I don't know, and Wu replied she had never seen them before. Zuma whispered, Lord Shiduo, there are only about 20 people here, not the 100 that the great Xia officials said. Could it be that the plan has been exposed? Shiduo reassured him, rest assured, Zuma, my plans have never had any flaws. Look closely. The people here are the cream of the crop. Quality is more important than quantity, proving that the great Xia places great importance on this boss raid. Zuma verbally said, okay, I trust you. But in his heart he used the spirit summoning to divine. Shiduo's expression seemed not very good. The flower in its prosperous period can pull the sorrowful into a nightmare. You are the only lucky one. The road cannot be seen from above. It will bring you back to the homeland you left long ago. He thought to himself, the divination indicated his plan would be a huge success. All of them would die in the nightmare. As for him, he would board the plane and successfully return to the misty country. But Zuma, Mei King, and Suo, I am afraid you all will not be so fortunate. Suddenly, a source of purple light appeared from behind, startling everyone. What is this? A massive dragon appeared, making everyone curious. Dong, this bone dragon is a diamond boss. No, look at the top of the dragon's head. Murmurs arose. That is Shadow. This dragon is his mount. Shay Duo thought, so this is Shadow, and he already has an epic tier mount. He developed really fast. His eyes were sharp, but today is your limit. Qin Feng descended from the dragon's head to the ground, stunning everyone. He fixed his gaze on Shay Duo in the crowd. Shi Duo sensed it, tensing up so much he gave off a smell. Qin Feng spoke calmly, his voice gentle. Everyone is gathered now. He ordered Shi Duo to lead the way. He was shocked, thinking to himself, we have never met, how does he know my name? He calmed himself. There are many ways to find out my name. Then he turned and said loudly, alright, everyone follow me. Together we will get the first diamond boss kill. Inside, he reassured himself that his divination was accurate. The plan could not fail. Strange voices came from within the cave, so spoke up. Hey, stop it, they have already entered. My tin quietly checked. Just then Tony comforted. It's fine, my tin. After this trip we go abroad and have all the fun we want. Shy Duo entered the cave with Qin Feng. They have entered. My tin said softly, prepare to act. Tony smiled confidently, So's gaze locked onto Qin Feng. Die. I must avenge my wife. Everyone halted, turning their eyes to look. A voice rang out. You have entered the depths of the infernal volcano. This area is a nightmare. Lifespan flows 1,000 times faster. Shi Duo spread his arms wide. The Helldream demon flower behind him lit up. This is the diamond boss. Can you feel the pressure? Qin Feng remained silent. Then Guayat slowly said, no need for long talk. We are all elites here. You tell us, how do we fight this boss? His face darkened, his eyes lit up. You want to know. Once the boss is aggroed, there is no turning back. Do you still not understand? Dang Guayat slightly frowned and asked, what do you mean, no turning back? He looked up, his expression serious. This involves the mechanics. It is very complicated. I do not want to go into depth. I will ask one last time. Do you really want to fight? Everyone cheered excitedly in unison. With the big shot Shadow here, killing the boss is easy as pie. They shouted happily. Shi Duo suppressed his anger. Let us work together to get the first diamond boss kill. He turned his back, muttering, fine, you guys are too arrogant. Shy Duo bent down to pick up a stone. Listen carefully, I will only say this once. This boss is actually very simple. Suddenly, Shy Duo's eyes turned red. He swung his hand, his voice mocking. All you need to know is one thing. All of you must die. The crowd was stunned, shouting. What? Not letting them speak further. Shi Duo threw the stone forward with all his might. The stone flew fast and struck the Hellflower directly. A surge of power erupted with a blazing red light. Everyone was affected, their eyes turning red as they panicked and dodged. What kind of dream state is this? It's a trap. Wang Meng and his teammates headed for the exit. Fall back quickly. Tony and his cronies appeared to block the exit. He waved his hand. You pigs want to run. The large stone door slammed shut. Dead, the entrance is blocked. They rushed towards Shiduo. That man Shiduo is also trapped. He cannot escape. He frowned, smirking cunningly. You think I am as stupid as you guys? Zuma, you soul walker. Zuma beside him was struck down. Shiduo was terrified. A voice rang out. Shadow is right. Thangait drew her bow at him. Foreign spy, accept death. She immediately shot several arrows at him. Shiduo quickly used his power to defend, shouting, Knave! Suddenly he vanished, replaced by So standing in that spot. Before he understood anything, he was pierced through by Thangguite's arrow. He was severely injured, his face turning purple, his eyes bulging as he groaned. She stared blankly at the scene that had just unfolded. Thangguite approached the two people who were fading away. Where is she Duo? How did I hit someone else? A surge of power appeared. Tedor's figure appeared behind his comrade. Seeing this, Tony quickly called out, Lord Tedor. The Silent One looked up, using his power to escape from above. The Dark Star Realm and the card holder switched positions. He ran while asking, Where is Zuma? My team continued. So is also missing. Shai Duo followed. The plan is exposed, I suspect. So betrayed us. Tony panicked. What? That despicable traitor. He glanced back. We log out first. The flight has recovered. All three quickly escaped. Shiduo said in a low voice. The traitor's words were true. Those not of the same ilk have different intentions. Outside, the sky had grown completely dark, and the space around the building was eerily silent. At this moment, Zuma and his people were curled up on the bed, trembling in fear. He had returned to the real world. Looking down at the two who were twitching and speaking, saying that they died in the boss's domain, were pulled into the nightmare dream, and could no longer be saved. It was only a pity for Zuma. Suddenly, Shiduo frowned and glanced up, his face darkening as he muttered, Fortunately, the darkness along with a group of elite from Daexia would also die. He and the other two quickly left that place, thinking that his prophecy was gradually becoming a reality. Remembering those people, Shiduo already had a plan. This time, Daijia and the ace would suffer a heavy loss of vitality. After returning to the country, we will send elites to pursue the remaining ones. He furrowed his brows even tighter, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes. The ace prince must be completely destroyed. The nightmare hellflower then bloomed violently, emitting a powerful source of light. Everyone's eyes there changed rapidly. They ran around in fear, shouting that they were dead. What should they do? King Yu was worried, watching the scene unfold before asking, What is a nightmare dream? Wang Meng, standing nearby, frowned and explained that those trapped in that state could not respawn or log out. The flower continued to radiate an oppressive power. The people below kept crying out, saying they were stuck in a place with currents 10,000 times faster, and there was a diamond boss, so they were as good as dead. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, stunning them. You have received an invitation to join a group. Do you wish to join the Darkness's team? Qin Feng, who had been silently turning his back to everyone, suddenly spoke up, saying that since he had gathered them all, he would definitely not let anyone die. His eyes flickered, and he glanced back slightly, saying that from now on, everyone only needed to listen to his commands and do as he said, and they would surely be able to eat the boss. Hearing this, no one said anything, but there was still some hesitation. However, very soon after, notifications kept ringing out, indicating that many people had joined the team. Everyone turned to Qin Feng and cheered nonstop, saying, Big Boss Darkness, we trust you. His face turned serious, his gaze firm as he said 10 miles of green mountains, Soul Link. Xuan Huyan, standing behind, swiftly accepted the order. Yes, Big Boss. She took out her brush and began to draw streaks of light. Very quickly, a long circle of power connected everyone, leaving them stunned. It was the Soul Link. Qin Feng slowly turned around to look at everyone, explaining that this link would combine everyone's resistances, slowing down the build-up process within the nightmare dream. Only those with a 1-star profession, or above, could unlock these special resistances. That was why he required them to reach 1 star. After hearing this, everyone replied in unison, saying they understood now. Suddenly, from the nightmare hellflower, long thorny vines slowly extended forward, quickly wrapping around 2 people who were motionless on the ground and dragging them away. Qin Feng watched the actions of the nightmare hellflower and explained that if someone died or fell into the nightmare dream state, they would be captured by the boss, becoming nutrients, and it would continuously drain their lifespan until they were completely dead. Therefore, try not to die. If someone dies, they must use a resurrection skill before the boss finishes them off. He stood still seriously, his low voice glancing back as he said he had already used the group division system. The Hell Dream Poppy had 3,600,000 health, divided into 3 phases. The first phase, it would extend 6 vines to attack. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Antone immediately raised his hand and asked curiously, Wait, Big Shot, I'm alone in a group. He turned his head to look at him and replied, That's right, your skills are excellent, I'm counting on you. At this moment, the Hell Dream Poppy began to emit a blazing red light, and the thorny vines also extended out. Immediately struck towards Antoine. He slightly tilted his bodge. Afterwards, Antoine stood firm, facing it and swinging a powerful attack, accompanied by a thank you to the Shadow Big Shot for the appreciation, Jealous Moon Shadow. Seeing the reduced damage, everyone exclaimed in shock. Strange, why is the damage so low? Wang Meng widened his eyes and laughed. A series of fierce moves like a tiger, but the damage is only 250. At this moment, Qin Feng, standing nearby, spoke softly. Forgot to mention, the boss in its first phase has a 90% damage reduction. What? Then how do we fight? While everyone was talking, something swiftly shot past. A powerful burst of blue light erupted, shining dazzlingly. He calmly glided past and spoke, Grace of Liberation Shield, of course you fight like this. Once again, the damage grew higher. A green light also appeared. Dai Zhen and the others were stunned, their mouths wide open as they shouted. Under a 90% damage reduction state, he stilled 700,000 damage. Qin Feng, standing opposite them, issued a request. If the vines had no attack target, the boss would immediately unleash a large area skill to eliminate everyone, so everyone needed to help him attract those vines. Remember to ensure the death part, leave the rest to me. Helldream Poppy at this moment radiated even more power and vines than before. The thorny vines swung out. Everyone tried to resist. All the vines had appeared. Yang Li tightly closed her eyes, holding a staff Chang a poison spell. Teams be careful to handle it. Qin Feng silently observed the surrounding vines, the damage still continuously reducing its health. Suddenly he leaped up and, without hesitation, charged straight into the dense cluster of vines. Qin Feng unleashed a series of slashes on that cluster of vines, the damage amounts continuously appearing. She witnessed the scene of him gliding past, excitedly smiling and exclaiming, "The boss is too cool to deal such massive damage." While she was distracted, a vine lunged over and wrapped around her unexpectedly. Jiang Li was tightly bound by that vine, lifted high into the air and screamed in fear, "Help!" Her teammates, seeing her caught like that, hurriedly worried. Big Jiang Li. However, a swift slash swept through, cutting that thorny vine. Followed by more slashes hitting the vine, Qin Feng appeared and caught Jiang Li, dealing 756 arms 784 damage. Everyone standing behind happily said, "That vine is finally gone." He immediately set her down on the ground and said sternly, "Don't lose focus, next time you will truly die." Jiang Li, lying on the ground, tearfully replied, "Sorry." The Helldream Poppy then glowed again, its source of power also bursting forth. From its pistil, something gradually emerged. "Look over there quickly!" Flower Woman gradually appeared from the flower. Everyone immediately focused on it. Her entire body slowly revealed itself, and when they saw the Flower Woman, they buzzed with chatter. "A woman has appeared. What a great figure! Is this the time to admire her figure? But truly, not bad." Without letting everyone talk much, she arched her body and fired many spheres towards them. Qin Feng maintained his focus, rushed out quickly and shouted, "Attention, the boss has entered phase 2. These 3 light spheres are formed from the energy of nightmares. They will randomly lock onto a target and track 3 people. A person standing nearby was immediately hit by a light sphere. He turned to look at that person and said, "Whoever touches it will have their dream state meter increased by 10%, and the sphere will split into 2. Therefore, under no circumstances let it touch you." Hearing this, they lost their composure and began to flee, run quickly. The person just hit screamed in terror, "Damn, I'm doomed." Qin Feng still stood still in place, not moving an inch. He spoke softly to reassure them. "Don't panic, the light spheres move quite slowly, so those who are targeted, stay away from the crowd. More vines will grow, the rest of you continue dealing with them." Qin Feng directed his gaze towards the raging thorny vines, saying, "The boss's damage reduction in phase 2 will decrease to 50%. The Flower Woman up high was controlling things. He stared intently at her and instructed, "Everyone follow the mechanics correctly. I will handle the boss's main body." Currently, Qin Feng was directly confront the Flower Woman. His brows furrowed tightly, wanting to conduct a test. He might as well borrow this diamond boss to see how strong his firepower was after going all out. So Qin Feng channeled his power, executing the techniques Elimination Pool Shadow, Grace of Liberation. Shadow clones immediately surrounded her, all of them launching deadly attacks together, the red blade. The Flower Woman's body suffered extreme attacks, the blade cutting the neck in the next 3 seconds, creating a 900% bleeding damage. Seeing this, Qin Feng was quite satisfied with this ultimate move. Under the boss's 50% damage reduction situation, dealing nearly 6 million damage in one go was not bad. The lower the boss's HP, the higher the damage of the red blade. Just a few more times and he could successfully kill it. Suddenly, panicked screams rang out from behind. "This is bad." He quickly shifted his gaze towards the noise to observe. Wang Meng struggled to stand and direct the chaotic group. "The orbs are getting more and more numerous." "Hey, the people being tracked by the orbs, don't run around. Separate from the crowd." They also listened, trying to scatter and flee from the orbs, inadvertently affecting another group doing their task. "Don't interfere with us handling the vines. Go away." So that area echoed with commotion. Why are there so many orbs? The boss's vines, hitting the orbs will make them speed up for 3 seconds. Too fast, no way to block it at all. Hey, you all hold on a bit longer. In 8 seconds. No, in 5 seconds. I will push the boss into phase 3. Witnessing this, Qinfeng used another power. He couldn't help but complain about having to exert this much effort, quietly lurk in the shadows, increasing one strike of ambush damage. Hate it the most? Having to use all sorts of buff effects before fighting. Truly troublesome. Deep within the shadows, increasing one strike of ambush damage. Protective layer enveloped the entire Qinfeng. Singing light pool shield. Upgrade 30% attack. The other clones also received this assistance. Elimination pool shadow. Clones inherit the current buffs of the main body. Golden orbs began to glow in the space. Clones had gathered at the location of the flower woman, once again unleashing blades that slashed across her. Shield shadow kill. 100 pure touches, 216 hits. Qinfeng was already waiting from above to deliver the final blow. The matter was not over. He channeled all his power into the Crimson Blade X4. Flower woman shot a green liquid from the vines on her back. Her health bar dropped by a massive amount, approximately 167 pounds 5,231 points. The crowd below gaped in astonishment. The Shadow Overlord could deal 20 million damage in one hit. Was he even human? But then the flower woman's body emitted a purple spirit light. In an instant, she transformed into a new form. Be careful, the boss has entered the 3rd phase. After that, she let out a maddening roar. The severed vines reconnected, grew explosively, and climbed endlessly upward. Everyone was once again panicked and afraid. These pillars woven from vines, what in the world were they? At the same time, the broadcast voice rang out. Listen up, everyone. These pillars will absorb nearby light orbs. Qinfeng cautiously warned, each time an orb is absorbed, the boss recovers 10% of its HP. Try to destroy the pillars. Do not let it succeed. He continuously warned about the danger. Entering the 3rd phase and touching an orb would not increase the count, but anyone who touched it would immediately fall into a nightmare state. If someone in a nightmare state encountered an orb, it would transform into a collective nightmare, using lifespan as food and draining it very quickly. Qinfeng urged everyone not to touch the orbs, understand? Focus, just hold on for 10 more seconds. He calculated silently the boss had less than 10 million HP remaining. His skill would be off cooldown in 3 seconds. If he could land one full rotation with a small shadow shield buff, he could kill it. But the sounds from the other side were more tragic. One person in the party had been hit by the flower woman. The others did not escape that fate either. Trouble, someone had turned into a nightmare. And there was someone in our squad in the nightmare state as well. A light orb flew toward the person afflicted with the nightmare. Not good, the light orb. It gradually merged with that unfortunate soul. The system coldly announced, Player Sama has lost all lifespan, combat death. The others immediately fled from the formation. This is truly too terrifying. I cannot let the orb touch me. Wang Meng could only shout to stop them. Hey, do not run around. He yelled loudly to correct the fleeing person. You fool, are you letting the boss absorb the orb? That man immediately retracted his words. Sorry, I will not retreat. The flower woman absorbed it and recovered rapidly. Plus 3.6 million. Plus 3.6 million. Someone's voice murmured. Look, the boss recovered several million HP. Feng assessed the situation again. Damn it, the tide was starting to slip. Everyone's nightmare gauge was nearly out of control. This was the last chance. If the boss recovered over 20 million HP, he would not be able to kill it. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking of the worst scenario. At that point, we would all die. Wang Meng's commanding voice echoed in the space, quickly dodged the light orbs. He charged forward and swung his sword at the massive tree trunk. Damn it, full power attack on this thing. The teammate beside him anxiously stopped him. No good, Captain, the nightmare gauge is about to burst. Qinfeng pondered the situation. The situation was already out of control. If this continued, we would all die. He frowned slightly to find the best plan. The castle wall had 50 million HP. Breaking it was impossible. He could use the special effect of the rope to ignore volume and escape. As for the others, a sharp sword was raised high. Wang Meng was using his power divine shield, entering an invincible state lasting 7 seconds. After that, he confidently assured Qinfeng, Great One, just focus on attacking the boss, I will handle the rest up here. He was puzzled by Wang Meng's intention. Wang Meng, what are you trying to do? Before he could reply, he had already dashed forward speed boost, increasing movement speed by 100% for 5 seconds. The people around saw this and cheered for Wang Meng. My god, Wang Meng is eating so many light orbs. He has already activated invincibility. And Wu loudly and sincerely reminded Wang Meng, you are causing too much chaos. Even with invincibility, the nightmare gauge cannot be reduced. Once invincibility ends, you will enter the nightmare state, and if an orb touches you then, the nightmare parasite will drain all your lifespan. Wang Meng understood what she said. I know that of course, but I have to do this. This is the only way to defeat the boss. He had placed all his trust in Qin Feng. I believe in the shadow. He is the only one who can lead us to victory. And Wu was silent for a moment and then agreed, you are not wrong. She began to cast her skill, Dragon Spirit Symbiosis, summoning a powerful dragon spirit to aid your battle. The dragon spirit shares a life link with you. Wu gently commanded the dragon to devour the light orb, as if entrusting everything to a single person, even though she herself would be greatly affected as well. At the same time, Wang Meng's power had reached its limit. The invincibility faded and he collapsed, unable to move. Only the shadow remained. Jiang Li's eyes welled up with tears as she called out, Sister Anne, Captain Wang. The others were also deeply moved. They were using their bodies to take the light orbs, buying time for the shadow. Let us go too. Party kept comforting each other. As long as the shadow defeats the boss, before our lifespan is drained, we will not die. But this was truly too terrifying. Seeing that some had used the wind element, they were filled with even more righteousness. Rest assured, that is the shadow. He will definitely do it. Now the only thing we can do is help the shadow buy time. Let us all carry out this plan together. At worst we die. What is there to fear? Come on, let us help the shadow avoid the orbs together. No one feared death anymore. Then before I die, I will give one last buff to the Great One. Everyone focused their power on Qin Feng. That is right, everyone. Quickly use any available buffs on the Great One. Watch me put Divine on him, Holy Armor Boon. Colorful traces shown in the dim space, bloodthirsty, heroic. A vast chorus of encouragement was sent to him. Guard, go quickly, Shadow Overlord. We will hold the line here. Quickly destroy the boss. Pull us out of the nightmare. Qin Feng was quite surprised by the actions of these people. A surge of electric shock shot out from his body. Qin Feng stood proudly, emitting a chilling killing intent. Behind him, all of his clones simultaneously executed their techniques, silently lurking deep in the shadows, casting light barrier, granting deliverance, devouring shadow reflection. Qin Feng raised his hand to signal his clones. They surrounded the flower lady and formed a triangular battle formation. Sharp fragments flew out in succession, hitting 216 times. He stood leisurely below observing, then lightly leaped into the air. His direction of movement was aimed directly at the center of the flower lady. Qin Feng's eyes burned fiercely like a nightmare, then suddenly extinguished. With just one move, he pierced through Atta's body. A blinding flash of light erupted after the impact of the attack. The system displayed the latest update notification. Players Dark Shadow 1 Yu execute justice Da Jiangli Heplin, displaying martial virtue, safety first. First time worldwide to kill a diamond grade boss. Received 60 reputation points. Everyone cheered and celebrated happily. We succeeded. We got the diamond grade boss. Wang Meng sighed lightly. That cost me 10 years of my life. And Wu rejoiced in this victory. The nightmare is gone. I am still alive. No matter what, he is very satisfied. Just 10 years, it is good that you survived. Trusting the big shot was the right choice. A guild member quickly jumped down. Hurry and see what good stuff the boss dropped. She immediately raised her voice to remind, hey, don't cause trouble. These items should probably be distributed by Big Shot Dark Shadow. Jiang Li looked around but saw no trace of Qin Feng. Strange, where is Big Shot Dark Shadow? Why can't I see him? They quickly contacted him. Big Shot, where are you? The boss dropped a lot of loot. Don't you need any? Qin Feng only replied briefly, I will come check later. This matter is not over yet. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. Didn't the boss already die? On the other side of the battlefield, Qin Feng's battle was still ongoing. The boss was indeed dead. He was riding on the dragon's back, speeding away, but the one who deserved to die was still alive. The person on the other end also knew about that man. The one who deserved to die. Do you mean Shi Duo and his group? They kept advising Qin Feng against it, but now he had probably already returned to the Mist Country. They feared he would not be able to catch up. Nevertheless, the light still shone on the feather in the void. The flower bloomed at its appointed time, pulling the pitiful one into a nightmare. You are the only lucky one. The invisible path between the skies will lead you back to your homeland long parted. At this moment, the results of the battle appeared on the phone screen. Tony exclaimed in shock. They killed the diamond boss. Mei King followed with a similar expression. It seems no members were injured at all. They killed the infernal nether dream demon flower first. On this side, Shi Duo frowned in terror, spilling his wine glass, stammering, How is that possible? He could hardly believe it in his heart. How could they still be alive? Clearly everything was going smoothly according to the prophecy. Mei King beside him announced, the news and announcement have already been made. Shi Duo's eyes widened in suspicion. Could it be? The flower, at its peak, pulls all the sorrowful into a dream. The sorrowful ones in the prophecy do not refer to people of Dacia. The image of his subordinate appeared along with the question in his mind, but rather hints at Zuma and Chu. The prophecy said, you are the only lucky one. He cast a glance at the other two. Did this sentence mean that Tony and Mei King would both die? Tony saw his expression and quickly asked, Mr. Shi Duo, are you okay? Behind him, Qin Feng appeared outside the window. Bloodshot veins bulged in Shi Duo's eyes. He stammered for a moment, unable to speak. Mei King turned to ask, Mr. Shiduo, what is the matter? He stammered. The darkness is outside the window. Tony looked out and replied, what? But there is nothing outside. Shiduo looked at his phone and affirmed, I am not mistaken. The darkness has come. Prepare well. He is outsplane. Mei King found it hard to believe. How is that possible? How did he do it? Tony remembered something and said, Dragon, he must have extracted that dragon. Mei King began to tremble, biting her nails and stammering. He dares to extract a necrograde mount. That thing needs over 1,000 years. We are doomed. Shiduo immediately calmed them. Don't panic, watch your surroundings carefully. He added, this is a civilian aircraft. There are many passengers on board. If the darkness forcefully hijacks the plane, it will definitely damage the plane and cause it to crash. If that happens, everyone will die. Shiduo showed confidence. The darkness absolutely would not dare do such a thing. In other words, we will be safe until the plane lands. He continued, as for the Mist Country airport, many elites have already gathered there waiting for my return. I have sent a message, telling them to prepare with utmost thoroughness. On this side, the subordinates received the report and were also somewhat surprised. What? The darkness and the plane will land together. Understood. The commander immediately gave the order. Everyone, enter a special combat state. A loud voice rang out. Mission change, new mission. A formation was set up at the airport along with an issued command. Eliminate the darkness. The plane was still moving. Shiduo's voice was calm. Before the plane lands, we just need to wait and see. A strange turn of events. He affirmed, rest assured, the Mist Country will never abandon any citizen. Mei King relaxed. Thank you, Mr. Shiduo. Tony affirmed, we are forever loyal to the Mist Country. Shiduo laughed inwardly. A pity, Tony. Mei King, your fates of death are already sealed. Only I can survive. I am the only lucky one. He calculated. In Dacia, I still have a few informants holding my cards. If something goes wrong, I will use the Dark Star Ring to swap places with them. Shiduo looked around. I just need to find a few people on this flight to give the cards to, and I can teleport back to the mist at any time. He immediately stood up and said to the person beside him, hello, friends. The man wondered what was going on. Shiduo took out a card. I have a few cards here that can help increase your benefits. Before he could finish, a column of blood spurted up behind him. The man screamed in terror. Someone is dead. On this side, Mei King and Tony had already lost their heads and a spider lily grew out. Everyone was in an uproar. What is going on? Is there a monster on the plane? Look, a flower is growing from the corpse. At this moment, Shiduo was stunned to realize that it was the darkness. He wondered how the darkness could get onto the plane. The passengers were astonished to see the corpse disappear, not understanding what had happened. Shiduo quickly grabbed the card. He could not hesitate. He had to use the Dark Star Boundary immediately. He exclaimed Dark Star Boundary, telling himself that even if he could not return to the Amber Nation this time, at least he could survive. Shiduo shouted to activate the card, but his arm had already been severed. A familiar voice rang out. Relax, card stove. Qin Feng held his severed arm, saying that he would return to the Amber Nation. The people of Dacia highly valued the concept of falling leaves returning to the roots. Qin Feng's gaze was sharp, and while you are at it, help me pass on a message. Prophecy echoed again. The flower at its peak would drag the grieving into a nightmare. You are the only lucky one, the path in the invisible sky. Qin Feng was now gripping a still beating heart in his hand. Looking at the gasping old man, he declared he would send him back to his homeland. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, Shiduo collapsed. His body lay sprawled in the cabin, causing everyone to panic. The roar of the plane engines continued to sound. Not long after, Qin Feng used a spatial gate and appeared outside the plane. He glanced down and muttered that these shoes were very good. They were the invisible emerald shoes, with the special effect of invisibility after use, which would wear off upon contact. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng jumped off the plane. He landed calmly on Osiris's head, and then left as if nothing had happened. Not long after, the flight attendant's voice came on, announcing that the plane was about to land. They immediately ordered everyone to return to their seats. Afterwards, they reported various pieces of information. The magic band barrier was flawless. The anti-invisibility barrier was stable. The spirit serpent bracelet and corpse worm were ready, prepared for launch. As soon as the plane touched the ground, the attendant announced that all buffs had been fully applied. At the same time, the entire corps of bodyguards had locked onto the assassin group, ready to act at any cost. Destroy the darkness. The passengers looked outside, wondering what was happening. Were the people of the Amber Nation this enthusiastic? Viet immediately went to observe the situation. Fem hung and he witnessed the scene before them, momentarily speechless. An announcement rang out, reporting that Shiduo was dead, and at the scene there was a sentence written in blood. Content read, Pam, your great calamity will find you even from afar. Xiao Yi quietly affirmed that it was the work of the darkness. The illusion wind spread wide. The plane was undamaged. The darkness must still be inside inside. Did the anti-invisibility barrier react? The little girl beside him answered that they could not detect an invisible person. Xiao Yi's red eyes radiated a powerful aura. The barrier's level was 20, but he feared the darkness's invisibility level was even higher. Thinking this, he immediately issued an urgent command. Cannot hesitate, raise the power to S rank, all units open fire. Suddenly someone interrupted. But boss, there are still passengers inside the plane. Xiao Yi resolutely ordered them to listen to him. The darkness was inside. Everyone immediately opened fire at full power on the plane. Specks of light outside slowly approached. The passengers felt the situation was not simple and frowned. Wait, what are they trying to do? The sources of spiritual energy had already closed in on the plane in an instant. His voice grew more urgent. Spirit Star Snow Shot, fire. Everything around began to become more chaotic than ever. Announcement came reporting that the life barrier found no living organisms within that ecosystem. As the sound faded, the scene here was engulfed in a sea of fire. Dooman called out, "Hey, what if the darkness is not on the plane? Killing people like this, Daxia will definitely not stand by and do nothing." After this incident, flights between Daxia and the Ember Nation would definitely be disrupted again. He said the original plan was to continuously send spies to Daxia via air travel. Now that he had done this, they could not stop Daxia from becoming stronger. Xiao Yi used a warning gaze. Reckless, without courage, how can we confront the darkness of Daxia? He coldly emphasized each word. You must understand, this is reality. Dead is dead for good. Xiao Yi continued, if the darkness is here, this is a perfect opportunity to take him down. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it is worth a try. Duman snorted coldly. Gao Xiao Yi, I have never trusted you. He contemptuously called him just a mongrel carrying the bloodline of Daxia. Duman added, I think you are a spy Daxia planted to sabotage the Ember Nation. I have to report this to the president. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched by Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said through gritted teeth, the bloodline of Daxia is a vicious curse to me. I always feel despair about my appearance. My love for the Ember Nation absolutely does not permit anyone to doubt it. On the other hand, everyone was still hurriedly dealing with Taylor's matter. They quickly reported, Boss, the corpse has been brought. Xiao Yi replied, very good. Shiduo's empty body was simply laid down. He looked at the old man and muttered, rest in peace Shiduo, hero of the Ember Nation. I will take you back to your homeland for burial. Next, Xiao Yi began to use his only hidden job power, the cleaner. Let me inherit your will. He cast his gaze around. As Theodore had said, the old man had planted many informants in England, and all of them were great people who had made unparalleled contributions to the Ember Nation. When touching the corpse, you can obtain a different profession skill, which will revert to its initial level. If you obtain a duplicate skill, you can upgrade it. The system rang a notification. You have obtained the Prophet's initial skill, Mental Omen, and Dark Star Wisdom Realm. Xiao Yi lowered his voice slightly. I will personally destroy the Great Xia. A beautiful image appeared. In Xiao Yi's mind, an image and voice appeared. A loving mother rescues her child from the abyss. But if she does not embrace the darkness, how can she fight against it? This made him puzzled and wonder about the mother-child relationship. The subordinate said according to Shiduo's intelligence, only the heavy industry guild Feiki of the Great Xia era could fulfill this prophecy. Guild leader Hui Fen had a son named Zi King. Jia Yi began to explain in detail. One of Taylor's informants worked at Feiki Heavy Industry, and he held a card. He could use the Dark Star finger ring to swap positions with him and transfer to Great Xia. After speaking, Xiao Yi pulled out the card, but beforehand he seriously instructed, you all take this card, remember not to use it. The subordinates quickly responded, as you command. He added, it is the key to travel between Great Xia and the Misty Water. Xiao Yi said as he walked, next, I will go to Great Xia. When the time is right, I will teleport all of you, the essence of the Misty Water realm here. He saw through the card. The legacy of the heroes of Misty Water is preserved within me. I will show the entire world that Misty Water will conquer the entire game of the Forsaken Gods. Xiao Yi activated the Dark Star finger ring, swapping positions with the card holder. A man who was sitting defecating suddenly appeared in the middle of the Misty Water assassin group. He yelled in confusion, what is this? I was clearly taking a shit. They immediately calmed him down. Don't worry, friend of Shiduo. This is Misty Water. At the same time on Qinfeng's side, the boss area was extremely quiet, the dream excrement Hellflower. He appeared without noticing his surroundings. Someone quickly recognized him and raised their voice. Quick, look, it's the shadow! The big shot is back. Qinfeng asked, why haven't you all left? Waiting for me? The nameless substitute teacher immediately flattered. Of course, I told everyone not to touch the loot, waiting for the big shot to collect it himself. He did not bother to expose the lie, but thought, I see, it's because you couldn't break through those walls and couldn't escape. Song Song said, everyone worked hard. This is our first successful kill of the diamond boss. Use this loot to strengthen everyone's strategies. Qin Feng did not hesitate to activate the greedy hand. Everyone murmured, that is the legendary greedy hand, improving loot quality and quantity to the extreme. No wonder the shadow is developing so fast. He looked towards King Yu. As usual, I take the lifespan and assassin system items. Everyone splits the rest. I have deposited everything into the government space. She quickly replied, thank you, sir. Upon receiving the items, King Yu could not stop exclaiming, so many treasures. Right, how is Shi Duo's group doing? Qin Feng paused for a moment, then said coldly, dead. Upon hearing this, she had to stop her feverish excitement. Suddenly everyone shouted, damn, we've been attacking for half a day and haven't taken off 10% of its health. When will we ever break through this wall? Suddenly, a stream of power passed through their location, and stone after stone began to fall. He bluntly waved his hand in a signal. Let's go. The people witnessing this scene exclaimed in unison. No wonder he is the shadow. The whooshing sound in the sky grew increasingly clear. Qin Feng contemplated. This time 3 treasures dropped, including 2 of legendary grade, a finishing move skill book, a weapon, and a gauntlet. Very good. I will directly evolve the finishing move. The system displayed information about the Endless Dream Excrement finishing move. Legendary, mythical, ancient. Enter the Dream Excrement descent state. Accumulate 40 Dream Excrement points on enemies within a 160 m range. Each attack adds an additional 40 points, lasting 14 seconds. The passive Dream Excrement Reaper increases damage by 80% on enemies with a Dream Excrement bar. He looked and analyzed carefully. Nightmare Attribute Attack. A divine skill against players. After entering the Nightmare state, the opponent cannot log out. Combined with the Curse Bloom, he can completely eliminate them from the game. Qin Feng guessed suspiciously, but the Nightmare attribute added to players could be removed by cleansing items or skills. Thinking this, he took out another item, the next weapon. Sword Information, Chai Bottle Creator, Star Killing Blade, Assassin System Weapon, Physical, Attack 1440, Strength 168, Backstab Damage 77%, Required Level 24. Unique Effect, killing other players will seal their soul. Each stack increases base physical attack by 200 points, up to 20 stacks. Effect lost upon death or weapon change. Another unique effect, increases damage against shields and barriers by 488%. He observed the information, then curled his lip. The Assassin Sword, when fully stacked, increases base physical damage by an additional 4,000 points, plus the backstab and shield break enhancement, truly terrifying. It also has the effect of peeling off accumulating attack layers. After reaching 100%, it nullifies all attributes of the target. Qin Feng pondered while calculating. If he used this weapon to fight the Nightmare Hellflower, he could remove its Nightmare attribute, thereby greatly reducing the danger level. He frowned and muttered, those eliminated by this weapon will have a permanent title Shadow 3rd generation attached to their ID. No wonder it means reforming into a grandson. Qin Feng immediately confirmed the final item was a diamond level gauntlet. Besides basic stats, diamond level equipment, and above had a chance to possess special attributes, he said happily but with a hint of grievance. This time I've hit the jackpot, not in vain for all the hardship I endured. In 3 more days, fake heavy industry will have enough of the remaining 800 years of lifespan. Then it's time to go to the Leaning Magic Tower hideout to collect the interest. Qin Feng raised his voice, then fully concentrated to level up to 25, used the Judgment Archon summoning bell, and conducted a trial. A few days ago, around the ruins of the magic capital of the decayed village, the villagers were in a state of extreme panic. They saw the 100 absorbing bone and immediately screamed, "What is this? Why is a jade-level boss appearing here? Run, quick!" Suddenly, Z King's voice rang out. "Don't panic, maintain formation." He slowly stepped forward. "I will control the boss. You all attack with full force. I will lead everyone to victory." Everyone began to panic. "Z King, you're insane, run quickly. This is a jade-level boss. Do you think you are the shadow? Z King, let's run." He sneered softly. "Let me show you the power of my abyss. Open your eyes wide and watch." Upon hearing this, they immediately turned their faces to look. Z King used the abyss mire and said, "The shadow is merely a shade hiding in the darkness, but I am the true pitch-black darkness from the abyss." Within the abyss mire, all movement speed decreased by 99%. It expanded and began to envelop the boss. Someone asked in disbelief, "The boss is controlled." Z King spread his arms and said, "What are you standing there for? Why aren't you attacking?" They quickly united to destroy the horde of monsters. "Hurry up." Everyone funneled their damage into the boss. The different streams of power gathered in one place. At this moment it seemed unable to bear it and began to show signs of stirring. Those who had not seen that scene were excited, thinking that this time they could deal damage. Then the person beside him suddenly interrupted. Hold on, take it slow. Then he hurriedly shouted, the boss has entered the second phase. It's accumulating energy to unleash its ultimate move. He could not hide his astonishment at this moment. This is bad, it's an area skill. Activate the defensive barrier quickly. A teammate yelled loudly, what the hell, run! Z King did not retreat a single step, but reached out to touch the empty space. Dong Yen Tuat Huang was activated very quickly. Hui Fen exclaimed in shock. The boss's skill actually wasn't interrupted. Z King's louder grew louder. A bunch of trash. He seemed to lose control and roared, my poor mother, leading a pack of rats. With me here, the battle would clearly be won, yet every single one of you runs away, not having an ounce of courage. Z King laughed even more fiercely. Let me activate your true potential. I will show you all what a real Faiko looks like. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around was suddenly enveloped by a surge of aura around their bodies. Z King used the Abyss Sacrifice, an item meaning a blessing from the deep abyss, forcibly taking life force to temporarily increase all stats by 99%. He did not hesitate to control them like puppets charging forward. The various energy sources immediately converged in one place, aiming straight at the monster. And in an instant, it all turned into a horrific explosion. The system immediately rang out with a notification. Industrious Fico had successfully killed a JD tier boss. Everyone cheered excitedly. Amazing. This is the first time we've taken down a boss of this tier. After that, they praised him absurdly. Z King, Hui Fen lowered her voice and said, all right, everyone go divide the loot. Z King, come with me over here. He quickly followed her inside. She swept her gaze over him and asked directly, Z King, tell mother the truth. Where did you get those skills just now? He snorted coldly. We clearly just won the battle. Why are you acting like I made a mistake? Hui Fen repeated, answer mother's question. Z King showed impatience and replied, I got them from killing the boss. Upon hearing this, she affirmed firmly, liar. Hui Fen's gaze grew colder. You are a mage, but those skills were clearly not mage skills. Even though we won against the boss, that skill just now drained 300 years of lifespan from the entire guild in one go. She added, that is the lifespan used to pay the darkness. Z King, the price of this skill is too great. You need to understand. He lost all patience and shouted, enough. Z King began to state his case. The guild won the boss because of me, but you treat me like a criminal. All day long it's nothing but the darkness. I don't want to end up like you, a dog in the darkness. I am so sick of your incompetence and weakness. I won't let you criticize me anymore. Z King did not hesitate and turned away. Just wait, I will soon kill the darkness. I will lead heavy industry Faiko to become the #1 guild in Daixia. Hui Fen shouted, stop right there. You are still too young. You fundamentally do not understand the survival rules of this world. Jiao Kui reached out to stop him. Z King, don't do this. Everyone only wants what's best for you. Z King raised an eyebrow and slowly scanned his eyes. What's best for me? He did not hesitate to attack her. If it's what's best for me, then why do you keep trying to pair me up with an ugly woman like her? Hui Fen witnessed this and immediately scolded in anger. Z King, what are you doing? Z King looked at the system notification and slightly curled the corner of his mouth. Then he said in a cold voice, you all forced me to do this. Hui Fen panicked and hurriedly chased after him. Wait, where are you going? Come back! At the same time, Xiao Yi was meticulously studying his power. He muttered to himself, really not a bad skill, eat well burp. Although, 3 days later, at the hideout of the slanted magic tower, the guard at this moment seemed to be overcome with fatigue, yawning widely. Then suddenly his entire body was enveloped by a shadow. He looked up in confusion, then reported in panic, a giant dragon boss has appeared. Damn it, everyone into battle mode. I can't believe the legend that the slanted magic tower has a dragon is true. The person beside him said, battle what, run? Qin Feng spoke up, don't be nervous, it's me. Call your guild leader Huang Hui Fen out here. I've come to collect the 800 years of lifespan. Seeing this, the guard couldn't help but be astonished. There's a shadow on the dragon's back. The teammate beside him instinctively knelt down. Great Shadow Lord, you have come at a bad time. The guild leader is not here. Qin Feng questioned, not here? I had an appointment with her for this time. Heard the other person continue. 2 days ago, the guild leader and the young master had a fight. Since then, the two of them haven't been online. We don't know what happened either. Qin Feng frowned upon hearing this. He thought to himself, Hui Fen is always punctual. For her not to show up now, she must have encountered some unforeseen factor. Just then, a notice was delivered to him. Great Lord, there is a super urgent bounty mission with a very generous reward. Will you accept it? Voice continued. Previously, the remnants of the He Long Mado were hunted down by the Thianku Guild and fled towards southern Viet. But unexpectedly, Southern Viet turned out to be He Long's main base. Over there, a great crisis has emerged. Accompanied by an explanation, the players and government in Southern Viet are usually quite laid back, so development has generally been slow. After the He Long Guild remnants gathered with the main base there, for some unknown reason, their strength erupted terrifyingly. The whole of Southern Viet seems to be turned upside down. The Southern Viet government has sent out an urgent plea for help. Help them, great lord. Qin Feng thought it over. Southern Viet, huh? That's fine, I've never been there before. He analyzed based on his past life memories. Hui Fen had once led heavy industry Fei Ko to become one of the strongest guilds in the demon domain, so at this stage, she shouldn't be in any danger. First, I'll go to Southern Viet to do the normal mission. Qin Feng instructed, when your guild leader comes online, notify me. I will come again. They answered in unison. Farewell, great lord. He said, I'll be there within an hour. The other end of the line was stunned. Oh, that fast? Are you near Southern Viet River? Qin Feng said, I'm in Mado. The other party replied, Mado is over 1,000 kilometers from Southern Viet. Your boss can fly at super speed. Just a few hours before the shadow left the mage tower in reality in Mado. Heavy raindrops kept falling here. After a while, Hui Fen slowly walked over. Finally found you, son, Z King. She lowered her voice to persuade him to come home with his mother. Hui Fen continued, I have already investigated. The skills you use all come from the Abyss Vase prop. Their effects are very strong, but they also erode your mind, eventually making you lose your sanity and become a slave to the Abyss. Her whole body was soaked by the rain. I admit I have never valued your thoughts before. That is why you want to take a shortcut to prove me wrong. Hui Fen smiled bitterly. I know you want to build a stronger guild, but chasing short-term gains will not work. Everything in the world has its price. That is the rule of this world. She reached out her hand and said, come back with me. From now on, I will respect your opinions. As for Xiao Kui, I will not force you to anymore. I will no longer treat you as a child. Hui Fen said softly, we will make the Feka heavy industry grow stronger together. Tears began to roll down Z King's face. At that moment, Xiao Yi suddenly appeared, turning back to her, which would only lead to repeating past mistakes and continuing to be controlled by her. He was in the Soul Walker state, entering a spiritual form immune to all damage and incorporeal. Xiao Yi continued, if I said I could help you realize your dream, what would you choose, young prince? She quickly stood up. Who are you? Xiao Yi replied, the one who can help your guild become the best in Mado, make you the strongest mage in Mado, even help heal the shadow, and dominate the rankings. He looked seriously at him, I can help you achieve all of that. Hui Fen quickly activated her power. Whoever you are, do not bewitch my son, stay still. She used the unawakened illusory chain to restrain Xiao Yi, but in an instant that power seemed useless against him. Hui Fen witnessed the scene before her and could not help but be shocked. Xiao Yi took the opportunity to step forward and counterattack. He began using the epic brave throw, one of the warrior's basic skills. Xiao Yi sneered, so weak. Is this the strength of a high-ranked guild in Great Xia? Relying on such little skill to become stronger, who knows how many years you would have to wait. He added, Z King, your mother is right. This Abyss Vase does indeed weaken the user's mind. Xiao Yi said slowly, but there is one thing she did not tell you. This erosion has a cleansing method. He frowned, what? His voice grew deeper. She called you back to continue controlling you and making you live according to her will. With her around, you will never gain freedom or respect. Hui Fen shouted, do not listen to him. Z King, there is indeed a way to cleanse the erosion of the Abyss Vase, but only the unique hidden profession Demon Exorcist can do it, and that Demon Exorcist is already dead. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's arm exerted force. He looked defiantly, who told you I was dead? Xiao Yi activated Demon Exorcism, Dream Weaving, Abyss Curse of Death, Madness, and Deprivation, reducing the accumulation of special side effects by 50%. Z King could not believe his eyes, muttering, my Abyss value has decreased. Hui Fen struggled to speak, how is that possible? I clearly saw the Demon Exorcist die. Who the hell are you? He excitedly clenched his hand. Perfect, I can use the extraction skill from the vase again. She said weakly, no, Z King. Do not believe him. Kumatsu is a girl, definitely not him. He continued, Z King, true or false, you can judge for yourself. Xiao Yi began to harmonize yin and yang, able to sense and adjust the surrounding yin-yang aura, controlling others' emotions. She has always used her status as your biological mother to bind you, denying your worth. He cruelly controlled every word, using so-called love to pull and bind you. So kill her, then no one can deny or control you anymore. Everything you want will be yours. At this moment, Z King gradually lost his rationality, following Xiao Yi's words, kill her, and you will be free. A mother's love would drag her son into the abyss, and Hui Fen absolutely did not want that. No, Z King. He is using magic to control you. Wake up. Do not let him manipulate you. She seemed to have lost all strength, but still tried to persuade Z King. If you do not use darkness, how can you resist darkness? With his bloodied hand, he softly spoke. You said you could help me get everything I want. Xiao Yi shrugged. That is right. Z King, now completely dominated in emotion and reason, said, good. Let's begin. What do we do next? Z King then chuckled hoarsely. Tell me, what is your plan? Xiao Yi emotionlessly drew out a card. He used his hand to activate the mental summoning ability. The abyss devours the sky I, not even the shadow can escape. The Red Scourge answered the summons, touching the darkness. Z King witnessed the scene and frowned, asking, "What is this?" Xiao Yai cast a look over. The prophecy says your power will cover all of Great Xia. Not even the darkness can escape. And the Red Scourge will appear, killing all darkness. The darkness can only refer to you. Or it could be the shadow. He brought forth doubt and then urgently shouted, "Do you mean I might die?" He said prophesied events are certain to happen, but the final outcome depends on human decisions. If you do not want to die, you must use the Abyss's power to strengthen the guild as soon as possible, then prepare to deal with the shadow. Xiao Yi handed the card to Z King. Take this card. Immediately after, he turned around and said, "When the time is ripe, I will come find you again." He agreed without any hesitation, alright? Once the Abyss puppet is activated, it will turn the corpse into a puppet, retaining its abilities and life forever, obeying your commands. Z King, ignoring Hui Fen, slowly spoke, "So what's next?" Her eyes seemed to drain of life, and then she spoke, "Master, order him to sneer. Let us develop heavy industry nonscience strongly together. Mother." The scene shifted to the southern ruins area of the game, abandoned by the gods. Soon, a voice announced it was past 3 o'clock and time to rest. Hearing this, someone suggested having tea first. At the same time, the two-headed bullfish suddenly let out a fierce roar. They shouted in dissatisfaction, "Shut up! What is this?" The fish are all scared away. Damn it. An order was immediately given. These monsters appear just in time to ruin our fun. Brothers, go. Attack together, use control skills. Do not both heads cast spells at once. Lively shouts rang out, the armor breakers hit the weak points, the damage dealers just attack. Attack quickly so we can rest. The eyes of the two-headed bullfish gradually turned pitch black. They began to combine the power of the twin earthquake. Everyone scattered in panic. Careful, the boss is about to rage. Guild leader, it is your turn to act. Ahai immediately appeared, weapon already in hand. The little girl charged in fearlessly. "You bastard!" The two-headed bullfish was quickly bound, and Ahai smirked fiercely. She used a special finishing skill, wrapping the fishing line around the target, putting it into a coma state. Then, she dealt a massive amount of damage. The system announced that Ahai had eliminated the two-headed bullfish. Everyone cheered excitedly. Sister Hai is the best. The health calculation this time was terrifying. One shot finished it off. The Alliance hammer never misses. The little girl giggled, "Gotta protect Southern Vietnam." Ahai was the only hidden class, an assassin-type fishing expert, able to use a fishing rod to attack from range. They waved and called out, "The tea is ready, let us drink. Pick up the 9 loot pieces later. Come drink tea." Ahai cheerfully and casually greeted everyone. While they were not paying attention, a rustling sound slowly came from behind. When Tin, hiding behind a bush, muttered, "What kind of alliance is this? These idiots are so focused on tea they forget to pick up loot. Brothers, follow me." Began to use a shadow barrier. Hiding the group, stealth level reached 15, time to loot. Everyone chatted, "Today I caught 5. You bastard, I got nothing." Kitty smiled eerily. This is exactly the moment they let their guard down. He quickly gave the order, "Go, kill all these fishermen. Waste blood domain." Within the entire range, teammate stats increased by 80%. Lasts 30 seconds. Hai was caught off guard by the attack, but nimbly dodged it. Kitty gradually became frenzied, causing chaos. "Kill." After a while, he said with satisfaction, "Satisfying. These pigs of Great Xia deserve to be killed like this." Suddenly, the person behind him reported, "Boss Kitty, I see something flying through the air at an incredible speed." Kitty immediately realized, it is the shadow. The intelligence from the HLM guild is real. Quickly release the haunting barrier. Retreat fast. Osiris was still circling in the air at this time. Qin Feng lowered his head, observing the surrounding scene. Arrived a step too late, he wondered suspiciously. No, the lifespan on the ground has not been picked up. They had lookouts and hurriedly fled. But clearly I came while stealthed. How did they know? A Guang pointed ahead and introduced, "Big boss, this is the hideout of the Divine War Guild. The bloody slaughterhouse." He frowned, observed carefully, then warned, "Big boss must be careful, this hideout is extremely vile." A Guang warned about the danger. They deliberately do not open a protective barrier to lure outsiders in. Inside is a complex network of paths full of various traps. Last time, the government's campaign against guild leader Kitty suffered heavy losses here. Qin Feng thought for a moment and asked, "It is not that the defensive barrier is not opened, but that there is no barrier at all. This place relies on traps and mechanisms for defense." "Very well said. Who are you?" He quickly introduced himself. "I am Unlucky Guang." "The name sounds unlucky, but my luck has always been very good. It is just that my team always gets wiped, bosses go berserk, and traps are all bad draws. I represent the government for generous support." Hai crossed her arms, gritting her teeth angrily. The Divine War Guild is not strong, but precisely because of this troublesome hideout and their hit-and-run tactics, the Southern Vietnam government cannot completely destroy them. Little girl also emphasized the cunning. Furthermore, the reconnaissance barrier here is always active. Entering it means being discovered immediately, giving Kitty a chance to escape. After listening, Qin Feng calmly asserted, no matter, inside there is a core crystal. If it is stolen, this place will change hands. Without a nest, the insects can only scatter and die. He looked down and instructed, you two stay here, I will go. A guang panicked and stopped him. Wait a moment. Ahai ran forward, raising both hands to suggest, big boss, it is very dangerous inside. You have never seen those traps before. The first time entering you are sure to suffer losses. Let me guide the way. He also agreed, that is right. Ahai was the leader of the last investigation team and has a lot of experience. Qin Feng agreed, Ahai will do. He glanced at a guang with disgust. But unlucky as you are, I do not want you to bring your bad luck to me. He understood, scratching his neck to explain. Oh, that was just a joke from some friends. My fortune is not bad, or else how could I have survived so long in this game? Qin Feng flew straight upward. You two can follow, but if an emergency arises, find your own way to handle it. They quickly jumped after him, understood boss. Suddenly, the alarm blared loudly. Warning, Hideout has detected intruders. Everyone immediately looked up, worried. Seeing this, Xiao Yi asked in confusion, what is it? Kitty looked around and announced, some suicidal intruder has entered the hideout. Probably another bunch of fools from the government. A chance to have some fun again. No, it could also be the shadow. If it is the shadow, I wonder if my traps will work. He asked for an opinion with interest. Oh right, great one. Can you not perform divination? Cast a fortune for me. Tell me whether I should run away or play with them. Hearing this, Xiao Yi immediately drew a card, Spirit Summoning. Kitty looked at the magic, his face stunned. The Black Stream Knight silently appeared. The lucky ones have followed the shadow back to the shelter. The red blood grows thicker. The ill-omened star will eventually descend, engulfing all shadows. Why does it sound exactly like a fellow countryman's manifesto? He quickly explained in an understandable way, divination only foretells a key point. Before the prophecy comes true, the next divination cannot be performed. Your prophecies are the same, proving you share one fate. He smirked excitedly, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. I understand now, the intruder this time is the shadow. Kitty spread her arms to both sides, declaring that she was the red calamity, that everything belonging to her was red as proof, and that the darkness would die painfully in the traps and endless mechanisms of the blood-colored slaughterhouse. Xiao Yi did not care too much, only instructing that interpreting the prophecy was his right, and he would return when the time was ripe. Seeing someone come back, that man was unexpectedly delighted, blurting out, Shadow Realm, oh, fellow countrymen, you have returned. The other person sighed warily. It seemed returning to the country was indeed not easy. Kitty clenched her fists and excitedly declared, let us go, the moment to fulfill the prophecy has come. Let us destroy the darkness together. I am the red calamity. That person still did not understand anything, extremely bewildered. Kill the darkness. What is this old man talking about? The scene shifted to another place, where a group of people was approaching. Ahai took the lead, cautiously warning, Big Boss, be careful. This is a trap. Last time we suffered a great loss. The agile girl waved her hand to guide, saying that here one must follow a fixed path to cross safely. She demonstrated as she spoke, step on the same brick as me. Do not step on the wrong one. Ahai carefully watched every step of the two, clicking his tongue in admiration. Be careful, that is right, just like this. Arriving at a safe place, Aguang clenched his hands in joy. Great, we have passed completely. Suddenly, Qin Feng turned to question, what would happen if you stepped on a different brick? Ahai immediately threw a stone forward as an example, saying that at that moment, spikes would appear from all directions, turning him into a pincushion. But strangely, the stone bounced out without any problem. Ahai at this moment seemed to freeze on the spot, not understanding what had happened. Qin Feng looked over with a disbelieving expression and asked back, are you sure this is a trap here? The girl hugged her head and screamed, extremely puzzled. How can this be? Last time I was stabbed to death a full 6 times. Ahai went back to that spot to check, muttering, strange, there really is no reaction. Could this trap be broken? Aguang helplessly explained, please understand my lord, Ahai is a very stubborn person. Let us continue, the path ahead is safe. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on something. The spike trap was instantly activated, piercing through the girl's body. Guang was extremely shocked and frightened, not understanding why there was a spike mechanism activated here. He apologized apologetically, sorry Ahai, we will wait here for you to respawn. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, a look of caution clear in his eyes, so that is how it is. The activation method this time was different, perhaps because it was reset. He grew annoyed and began analyzing the situation. Bad luck, you take Ahai's lifespan out of here with you. The mechanisms and traps of this hideout might have been adjusted by someone. Your past experiences are no longer useful. They will only have the opposite effect. Qin Feng made a demand to Aguang, go quickly, I can handle myself alone. But at this moment, those men also found the place, speaking up. The big boss was right, it truly is the darkness. To come in and still want to escape, how easy do you think that is? Some Someone quickly pressed hard on a switch button, causing the two people who were looking up attentively to suddenly have a door on the floor open. Immediately after, both of them fell down below. After a while, they were in a different space. Guang held his injured face and complained, "So painful." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "This time you come to my humble abode," and it turns out to be the darkness. Kitty was now wearing a mask, declaring, "I have long heard of you. I want to play a game with you." The man seemed interested, making a request. "I have admired you for a long time, Shadow. Let us play a game together." Kitty controlled the internal parts and reminded, "The rule is very simple. Replace the chainsaw beside the room, then stand inside the circle next to the chainsaw." That man emphasized the rule. After standing in the circle, a switch will appear. This switch has a 1/6 chance of activating the opponent's chainsaw, cutting that person in 2 halves. Kitty instructed on how to play. You must take turns pressing the switch until the opponent's chainsaw is activated. As long as one side dies, the game ends. By the way, let me remind you, each time you press, the activation rate increases. By the 6th time, the activation rate is 100%. The survivor will receive all of the opponent's lifespan and leave here safely. A Guang raised his finger and laughed mockingly. "You fool, what is the meaning of this game? If I die, I will naturally leave. The survivor takes my lifespan and then returns it to me. Is that not fine?" He confidently boasted to Qin Feng. "Besides, the one standing here is the invincible Shadow Big Boss. Do you think this crappy chainsaw can hurt a single hair on his head?" This only made Kitty sneer even more. Utterly stupid. In this blood-colored slaughterhouse, everyone must act according to the rules. Even I am no exception. If the rule says the chainsaw can kill you, then you will definitely die 100%. No matter who it is, this is the strength of my jade-grade shelter. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound rang out continuously. However, Kitty continued, "As the master of the blood-colored slaughterhouse, I naturally have a small privilege." That man dropped a swarm of terrifying spiders down below, considering it an added seasoning to the game. Guang saw them and remained confident. "Demon creatures? Himph, these little monsters are nothing to us." Qin Feng glanced over and stopped him. "Wait, do not touch them. These are nightmare bomb insects. When they take damage, they explode, creating nightmare poison gas, leading to a chain reaction." Hearing this, a Guang immediately dodged to the side. "Lucky I have the Shadow Big Boss. I almost fell into the trap." But the throwing knife accidentally stabbed a monster. The poison from the monster suddenly burst out. They continuously emitted strange sounds. A Guang fell into a state of panic, shouting loudly, "Damn it, I have fallen into the nightmare state." Qin Feng on this side also shook his head helplessly. Truly worthy of being called the unlucky one. Names are never wrong. He watched from above, extremely satisfied. That is right. After falling into the nightmare state, you cannot respawn, you cannot log out of the game. Once you die, your consciousness will be dragged into the nightmare until the state ends after 3 days. During that time, your in-game body will be left to the insects to tear apart. He looked up and confidently declared bluntly, "As long as I do not press the button, no one will die. At worst, we just waste time here." Man's eyes lit up, a look of delight clear on his face. Kitty wanted to drive the two into a corner. "Then let us see if you choose one person to be sawed in half or you want to be crushed into minced meat." A Guang was extremely frightened, tremblingly warning, "The wall is closing in." That man declared with pleasure, "There is not much time left." A friendly reminder, pressing the button can slow down the wall's closing speed. "I declare the game officially begins." Hearing this, a Guang became even more panicked, begging for help. "What do we do, Big Boss? I have no more moves left." Kitty greatly enjoyed the feeling of toying with others. "Struggle all you want. Even the shadow can only be played within the palm of my hand." At this moment, a Guang approached the button, trembling nonstop. "Damn it. Looks like the only choice is to press the button. But what if the first time activates the mechanism? Will the Big Boss not die? If the Big Boss dies, what use is there in me living? That means I should not press first. I must let the Big Boss press first." He gritted his teeth, hesitating, "But my luck is pretty good. If I do not die, then when the Big Boss presses, he will be in danger, so I should still press first. But if the first time does not activate, the activation rate for the second time will be higher. Indeed, it must be the Big Boss. Logically, no, that is not right. It must be the Big Boss who presses. That is right. That is it. Exactly." At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly turned and called out, "Hey, you unlucky one." He confidently instructed a Guang, "You just stand there, do not do anything." He was panicking to the extreme by now. "But boss, we are about to be crushed flat." Qin Feng remained still, calmly emphasizing, "Do as I say." Kitty saw this and felt disgusted, just giving up like that. This is the true obsession, not even having the courage to struggle. Truly disappointing. A Guang was pressed by the wall, his face pale. "B-boss, still not moving?" That man burst into loud laughter, bluntly declaring, "Then as you wish, turn into meat paste. Wait for you to enter the nightmare realm. I will check your body thoroughly, drain your lifespan, take your treasures, leave nothing behind." In the distance, a Guang screamed in fear, "Boss, he is being squeezed so hard tears are flowing by the walls on both sides. I am about to die." Never thought I would die being crushed flat, so tragic. But suddenly a strange phenomenon occurred. Guang was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The mechanism suddenly stopped moving. Kitty was also confused and perplexed at this moment. The wall and the saws had all stopped. Wide. What went wrong? Suddenly, a series of notifications surfaced, terrifying him. The bloody slaughterhouse shelter has been breached. What? The shelter crystal has been stolen. Right after that, Kitty was suddenly attacked. It was a demonic beast, a dragon. Guang was astonished, questioning repeatedly. The bloody slaughterhouse belongs to Obsession now. Boss, you captured the shelter. Why? How did you do it? But Qin Feng's eyes lit up with displeasure. Why was it a minute slower than expected? He sternly called out its name. Osiris, summon the skeletal dragon. Summon 12 dragon units of jade quality for battle. At this moment, it gave a detailed explanation before reporting. Master, my deepest apologies. The terrain inside is extremely complex. Although the small dragons can fly nimbly, getting to the center of the shelter still took considerable effort. Moreover, these guys were more cautious than anticipated, but your plan was executed perfectly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng ordered the shelter crystal stolen without startling the enemy to capture Kitty alive, but then he quickly changed the plan. Never mind, disable the mechanisms, open a path to the control room. Osiris followed the order and flapped its wings. As you command. A Guang looked up, saw it, and panicked. A dragon! Osiris flew ahead swiftly, leading the way. Master, this way. Only then did he understand what was happening. I get it now. So before entering, Boss had already planned everything. This made a Guang's jaw drop in surprise. We were just bait to attract their attention, while your dragons had already sneaked into the center of the shelter long ago. Qin Feng glanced back to confirm. Your analysis is correct, you unlucky bastard. But if it weren't for the bad luck you radiate, I would have had an easier time. He scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Qin Feng made a request with disdain. We have all fallen into the nightmare state. Currently, there is no way to dispel it. This state will last 3 days. Dying during this period would be very troublesome, so stay a bit away from me. Don't let your bad luck rub off on me. My dragon will take you out. Find a place with no people to stay. Suddenly, Osiris spoke up to report, Master, there is a problem. A Guang, who was floating mid-air, turned his head back to persuade, Boss, don't be superstitious. Qin Feng put on a look of annoyance and tiredly asked, what now? It quickly updated the urgent situation. These companions activated their self-destruct skill. They all died, resurrected outside, and escaped. However, the lifespan piled up on the ground here must be several hundred years. He glanced back, even more suspicious of him. This unlucky bastard is truly abnormally unlucky. Once outside, a Hai ran over from a distance and asked, Boss, what happened from the time I resurrected until now? How did the bloody slaughterhouse become Boss's shelter? The girl turned her head to look around and asked, Where's that unlucky bastard Guang? Why don't I see him? He showed such disgust that he made a request. Don't mention his name. Too unlucky. Right after Qin Feng tossed out a key, my shelter has reached its limit. This is as a gift for your southern Viet government. You have handed the bloody slaughterhouse key to a Hai. The girl was surprised and praised. Oh my god, boss, is this real? You are too kind. I'll invite you for tea. But immediately after, he laid down a condition. Of course not for free. 1,500 years of lifespan. Give it to me once you've gathered enough. After hearing this, Ahai shed tears helplessly. That's too expensive. But still, thank you, boss. Suddenly, from a distance, Wei approached, waving boss. She came closer, a smile appearing on her lips as she recounted, Thank you for helping us breach the bloody slaughterhouse. This is the payment we are giving you. It is the top assassin skill book in southern Viet. The king intended to send that unlucky bastard a Guang to deliver it to you, but hearing you don't like him, I pushed him to the border instead. The item delivered was very useful. Rain of Feathers Shield, gold assassin class skill. When you or a teammate enter stealth, gain a damage immunity shield equal to the stealth level. Passive cooldown 300 seconds. Qin Feng praised it with satisfaction. Truly very good. A damage immunity shield equivalent to 1 instance of invincibility. Although my current blood draining shield can reach millions, in the future there will be many bosses with attacks that penetrate shields. The system then sent a few notifications. You have consumed 3 of 8 evolution points, remaining 1272 points. Rain of Feathers Shield, Gold, Platinum, Jade, Diamond, Epic. Passive cooldowns are 300, 250, 250, 100, 21, 3 seconds respectively. He then carefully calculated. My current stealth level is 21, meaning I have 21 layers of shield, which can nullify 21 attacks. It is extremely useful against bosses with low attack frequency, but high single target damage. Wei sniffled a few times, still feeling uneasy. mercy. Boss, although we captured the bloody slaughterhouse, Kitty and his group still escaped. This time we scared the prey away. Their future actions will be even more insidious and cautious. The people of Southern Viet are simple and honest, and have never been involved in such complicated trouble, but the War God Guild kills without mercy. It will definitely affect our current way of life, dragging us into endless internal conflict. She forthrightly emphasized her thoughts. By then, the people of Southern Viet will probably have to wake up at 9 a.m. to hunt monsters for levels, and keep at it until 9 p.m., 6 days a week without rest. Ahai stomped her foot, terrified and disbelieving. What? Force me to hunt monsters at such high intensity? If I can't drink tea at 3 p.m., I'd rather be dead. Erwei clutched her blushing face in pain. It can't be helped, our peaceful life is about to be shattered. Kinfeng stood still and began to analyze. Southern Viet possesses a slow-paced lifestyle in this brutal divine tool game, actually because this place gathers the most hidden classes under the heavens. If they weren't averse to fierce competition, they should have become the strongest region in their past life. Ahai knelt down and slammed her hand on the ground, wailing, I can't accept it. He immediately calmed the two girls down. Rest assured, I will stay in Southern Viet for a while until Kitty is caught. During this time, I will help you improve the team's strength. Girl propped her hand on her chin, immensely joyful. Plan successful. Erwei slightly opened her hand and peeked, confirming. Even obsession couldn't bear to see girls cry. Ahai raised her hand high, joyful and grateful. Many thanks, boss. So what do we need to do? Form a team to hunt bosses together. She also excitedly reminded him of the schedule. We work from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. with a 1-hour tea break included. Oh right, holidays and weekends we must rest. Kinfeng turned his face back and instructed, you two team up with me. I will take you to level up immediately. Dispatch the others to spread out and search for all J tier and above bosses. They all raised their hands high in hope. Understood. With boss carrying the team, the days of leisure and freedom begin. Erwei then shouted a report. Boss, I know the location of a Jade tier boss, the Black Poison Fish King. We have tried to surround it 3 times, but all failed. The black mud layer where it hides can immunize most long-range attacks. After hearing this, he quickly demanded, lead the way. Right, if you find any trace of Kitty and his group, report to me immediately. Ahai, who was stuck below, confirmed, no problem. At this moment the sky had turned to the color of twilight dusk. Kinfeng approached the lake and asked, what are you doing? Ahai was extremely focused, gently reminding, this Blackfish King doesn't usually appear, you have to fish it out. Moreover, once its health drops below 30%, it will dive back into the black pool to recover health, with no way to stop it. Erwei came closer, smiling and making a suggestion. Boss, maybe we should clear out the surrounding small monsters to charge energy for your ultimate. Hearing this, Kinfeng acted surprised. You actually know some of my attacks need to accumulate energy. She brought her phone screen forward, blushing shyly. To be honest with you, I am your hardcore fan. There are quite a few videos online of you secretly recorded fighting bosses. I have watched each one no less than 100 times. Erwei's wallpaper was him against a pink background. Kinfeng's face blushed with embarrassment. She suddenly pointed forward and asked for advice. If a magical creature was approaching, whether to activate the linked strike energy. Kinfeng immediately agreed. Yeah. He noticed the giant monsters were approaching step by step. Erwei raised her hand high, constantly cheering, the damage of the big shot is so high. One move finished the monster. On the other hand, Kinfeng pointed forward in frustration. The attack frequency is too low, charging energy is really slow. She put her hand on her chin and suggested, maybe you should try my Ocean Grand skill. He frowned, looking confused. What the hell is that? Erwei then spoke up to introduce herself. I belong to the unique hidden class, the Enchantress Witch System Mage. Most of my skills are debuff and curse types. Ocean Grand skill is a finishing skill that can reduce all of the target's stats by 80%. This skill doesn't require energy accumulation, but the casting time is quite long. Plus we have to be alone in a private place, not allowing anyone to see. Her face flushed red. She pressed her hand to her cheek and requested, this skill I only want to use on the big shot alone. How about it? Do you want to try it yet? Kinfeng turned his back, his face darkened. Thanks, no need. She followed his figure, feeling a bit embarrassed. So disappointing. He looked up and quickly ordered, I have my own way to accumulate energy. Osiris, gather all the magical creatures around here. It obeyed and immediately flew around the monsters, following the command. Seeing that, Erwei looked up in shock. From above, Kinfeng easily flew down below. He used a special spell to deal with it, Abyssal Night Reaping. She covered her mouth, stunned. This is the damage level. She wondered, how much is that? How many zeros are there behind it? Can't even count them all. Then Erwei turned her face with a surprised expression. Kinfeng immediately raised his hand and quickly asked in confusion, I'm ready over here. Has the big one taken the bait yet? Ahai held the fishing rod, which kept trembling violently. It's here. The girl used all her strength to pull hard and declared, "The arrogant alliance, we will not return empty-handed." As soon as it appeared, she was frightened and instructed, "Big shot, it's up to you." Qin Feng's eyes quickly lit up as he frowned. He acted to try to deal with it as fast as possible. Vermilion Edge, finishing skill. Right after that, Qin Feng became extremely surprised. Vermilion Edge only dealt 40,000 damage. He carefully observed and made a guess. This guy has up to 90% damage reduction. Is it because of the black mud covering its body? If we can't finish it quickly, when its health drops to 30%, we won't be able to stop it from fleeing. Right after that, the monster spewed a stream of black ink. Hai was terrified and quickly ran forward. Damn it, run quickly. If you get hit by this poison, without a detox skill, you will definitely die. At this moment, Qin Feng was still carefully setting up Grace of Release, Instant Kill Retreat. Then he used a spell to try to finish it off, Blink Strike Throat Slit. But unfortunately, Qin Feng still couldn't finish the job. I was planning to kill it in one hit. Looks like I have to put in a bit more effort now, just as well. Surrounding him was a massive surge of power. Let's test out my new finishing skill. Finishing skill, Endless Nightmare within a 160-meter range. Each second the target accumulates 40 points of Nightmare status. Each attack adds 40 points of Nightmare status. After the Nightmare status reaches 100 points, damage dealt to a target with the Nightmare status bar increases by 80%. The target has entered Nightmare status. A magical creature that enters Nightmare status will fall asleep. Break Sleep, one attack deals tier 3 damage. Qin Feng's eyes lit up with extreme strangeness. After a series of swift moves, he finished the job. Blink Strike Throat Slit. You have hunted the deadly poison king Nuriel the Black Fish. Emerald tier, 444,000 experience points, 60 evolution points, 2755 transactionable years of lifespan. You permanently gain 13 nightmare resistance points. Seeing this, the two girls immediately praised him. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. No wonder he's the boss. Then he curiously tapped on the screen. You receive 243 evolution points. You receive 13 pieces of equipment. You receive a treasure map. A quick hint appeared. Want to obtain the legendary secret treasure? Hurry to the primordial forest beside the ruins of Jianghai City to search for it. Seeing this location, Qin Feng felt somewhat discouraged. In Jianghai City, too far away. I don't have time to go there. Right, I'll leave this to the Jiangli squad. Her golden carp attribute is just right to be useful now. He raised his hand and waved it down generously. I don't need these spoils of war. They're all for you girls. The two of them became overjoyed and jumped up. So happy, a big haul. Qin Feng walked forward and reminded, "Let's go, on to the next one." Hai held her head in a tired manner and complained, "But, boss, it's already 5:30. We need to clock out." Yet he remained extremely confident and emphasized, "There's still half an hour left, enough to kill 2 more. From inside the forest, the sound of crisp chewing echoed. Wang Meng spoke up to inform everyone according to the treasure map. The legendary secret treasure is hidden in this primeval forest. And Wu still felt very wary and reminded, "Be careful, we've never explored this place before. We don't know what magical creatures we might encounter." But then the two of them were annoyed by a noise behind them. Jiang Li was leisurely sitting and eating snacks with the camel. He turned his face and pointed forward in frustration, reminding her, "Big Jiang Li, eat a bit quieter. You're doing this, it's easy to lure monsters." And Wu found her attitude strange. "You're way too relaxed. Feels like we're on a picnic." Jiang Li was still extremely amused and emphasized to them, but recently my luck hasn't been very good. I feel like my golden carp attribute has lost its spirit, so I'm thinking of a way to change it." Hearing this, the other two were even more confused. "Your way to change it is to eat snacks." She spread her hands and presented the item forward, introducing that this isn't ordinary junk food. "This is something I bought from a mysterious merchant in the dungeon after conquering it last time." Jiang Li honestly recounted the situation at that time. He said, "This is a treasure from another world. It can bring good luck. You guys should try some too." And Wu turned her face and burst into laughter, praising sarcastically, "Eating snacks can bring good luck. Big Jiang Li, you're really adorable." She became flustered and tried to prove the truth. "It's true." Wang Meng was eating heartily and reminded, "Come on, stop making fun of her. At least it tastes good." Jiang Li, having no other choice, continued eating. "If you don't believe me, then forget it." Suddenly, something off a tree branch. An annoying giant chimpanzee jumped down below. So noisy, it's damn annoying. The ground immediately cracked, creating a huge tremor, and Wu recognized it with just a glance. It was ruined. That was an emerald-grade boss. Wang Meng seemed completely helpless. It was over. Their side was about to be wiped out. It suddenly growled incessantly, causing Jiang Li to fall heavily to the ground in surprise. She and the camel quickly fell into a panic. It continuously used its hand to shove violently, throwing them far away. The two anxiously glanced at her and loudly called out to Jiang Li, but in an instant it grabbed a vine and left. Wang Meng watched in confusion. Why did it leave? Was it not going to attack them? And Wu gritted her teeth and speculated, it must be, because that Jiang Li disturbed its sleep, so it went out to vent its anger. Once its anger subsided, it left. She suddenly remembered and panicked for her friend. That's right, where is that Jiang Li? I have to go find him quickly, help. She and her pet were falling aimlessly. After a while Jiang Li fell heavily to the ground. She struggled to get up miserably and sighed in relief. Lucky for these vines, otherwise I would be dead. Is my luck still this bad? Could that food really be useless? But suddenly Jiang Li turned her head to look behind her. She joyfully discovered what she was looking for. A treasure pouch. Its shape was exactly like the one on the sheepskin. This is the legendary secret treasure. She hurriedly ran over to open it. Great, let's open the treasure pouch. Suddenly the snack strap around her neck broke. She froze extremely stunned. Strange noises came from inside the pouch. A tongue and teeth extended outward. Jiang Li fell to the ground in fear, backing away. So the secret treasure was actually a monster treasure pouch. She sighed in relief. Luckily the snack pack fell and triggered it, otherwise she would have been devoured by it. At this moment Jiang Li silently admitted, luckily there was the glow. That merchant didn't trick her. This item was indeed a lucky divine artifact. Now there was only one option left. This monster ram was also an emerald boss. She couldn't beat it. She had to summon the boss. Suddenly a strange light swirled. Above, two people raised their hands in praise. The boss is mighty, the boss is so strong. Qin Feng turned back and lightly scolded. Let's take the loot and move to the next boss. Wei looked down in surprise. So many treasures. The two shouted in unison. No more work. It's 8 o'clock. We can't work overtime anymore. Both said goodbye to the boss in unison, agreeing to meet again at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Just then Jiang Li sent a message. Boss, I found the secret treasure. He was surprised and praised, so fast as expected of that Jiang Li. At that time she was scared and shouted, it's a monster treasure pouch. I can't beat it, help. Hearing this, Qin Feng quickly said, send me your location. I'm coming right away. Meanwhile Jiang Li was still sitting and eating snacks. Strange cracking sounds came from above. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng charged down, cleaving the pouch in two, the red-hot blade cutting through. You have slain the greedy devourer. You received 121.6 experience points, 131 evolution points, 112.37 years of trade lifespan. Congratulations on reaching level 25. He calmly praised her. As expected of you, finding a place this remote. Jiang Li praised back. A one-hit kill? The boss has gotten stronger again. He suddenly wondered. But how did you recognize it as a monster pouch without needing to trigger it? She smiled and recounted. I accidentally fell into the cave and almost touched the treasure pouch. As a result, the rice cake on me fell and hit it, waking it up. Qin Feng repeated in confusion. Rice cake. Jiang Li eagerly showed it. It's this, I got it from a mysterious merchant. I've been unlucky lately, but after eating it my luck immediately improved. Qin Feng took it, half believing and half doubting. Really or not? Never seen this before, never heard of it in the past life either. She stood excitedly in the distance. The boss is about to eat, he must take off his veil. I'm about to see the boss's face. He just melted into the shadows, not revealing anything. After eating, Qin Feng turned back and raised his hand, saying it was delicious. Jiang Li's face darkened in disappointment. The boss is really too shy. Qin Feng happily reminded. The monster pouch is very dangerous. Lucky you didn't touch it. Anyone caught by it will be trapped inside its stomach, only escaping when it is defeated or someone else falls for the trap. During that time, it's very easy to starve to death in real life because you can't log out. But its strength is nothing special. Defeat it, and the real treasure pouch will appear. Saying so, he hurriedly opened pouch to see what emerald grade items were inside. The system sent a notification. You received 111 evolution points, 7 pieces of equipment, the key to Yangtze City, and the map of Yangtze City. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The key to Yangtze City, an extremely rare item. Could this rice cake really increase luck? He understood how dangerous that place was. Yangtze City is a restricted area for the living. Only one person has ever entered it before. Even so, Qin Feng affirmed no one knew what that person went through or what they gained. But it certainly held earth-shattering secret treasures, because after escaping from there, that person quickly caused a bloodbath, killing countless people, and became #1 on the rankings within a month. After thinking it over for a while, he decided, although development exceeds the norm, he still couldn't take the risk yet. I'll take the map and key, you divide the rest among everyone. Jiang Li said gratefully, thank you boss. In his heart, Qin Feng was firm. Yangtze City was an unknown place. Its danger was unpredictable. He had to prepare thoroughly. He gently instructed her to be careful. Hold on tight, I'll take you out. The urgent matter now was to complete the level 25 Judgment God's trial, to see if there was any progress. The scene shifted to another location, the vast hideout of the Evil Spirit Academy located on the second basement floor. He quickly rang the bell to summon Assassin. Time to see what rewards the level 25 trial would give. She spoke up and asked, "Successor, are you ready to accept the trial? Do you wish to begin the trial of the Judicator?" "Oh no." He immediately nodded. A golden circle of light suddenly appeared beneath their feet, followed by a maze matrix. Qin Feng looked around in confusion. "Welcome to the exclusive space called the Judgment Ground." One by one, the other players also entered, including the player Black Plum Deep Forest, who had stepped into the arena. Players: A Wisp of Smoke, the Enforcer of Justice, Snowfall Day, Scent of Green Hills, Wang Meng, Safety First, Glorious Martial Virtue, Snow White as Milk, Poor Iguang, and Silent Sigh loaded in one after another. In no time, the place was filled with various players, all looking bewildered. Some were still stumbling as they appeared, and players Ahai, Giling, and Little Girl also loaded into the arena. Giling looked up in utter confusion. Hey, why was she teleported here? Wasn't she guarding the hiding place of the soul purification land? She turned to ask but grew even more puzzled. Hey, Yan Yan was here too. Why wasn't she answering? Prompt boards quickly appeared. This trial is a fair judgment. The arena contains 100 targets, one of whom is guilty. You must find and eliminate that person. Killing the wrong one will result in failure. Qin Feng sat down and asked in confusion the guilty one, "How do we know?" Asasa stood beside him and stated simply, "Use your eyes to see." She even asserted firmly, "The guilty one will not escape your judging eyes." A moment later, Asasa declared the trial had begun, and the two of them flew up into midair. Qin Feng was extremely surprised because in that brief moment, all his stats had been fully restored. Use every means to find the sinner within 30 minutes. Killing the wrong one or running out of time will count as failure. The announcement bar displayed. Fair judgment has begun. The false judge has entered the hunt, tracking down the sinner. Xiao, you read the information in a panic. Survive in this place for 30 minutes to receive rich rewards. If you kill the false judge, you will be rewarded at the divine level. She looked up in terror and asked, what kind of situation is this? Being teleported here and hunted for no reason? The maze here made her dizzy. Xiao, you held onto the wall and walked step by step with difficulty. Not knowing who the false judge was, she peeked her head out to look, wondering if the divine level reward could heal her leg. If so, she would give it a try. Suddenly before Xiao Yu stood Qin Feng with sharp, imposing eyes. This terrified her. The false judge was the shadow. Xiao Yu turned and ran. No, if he caught her she was dead for sure. She had to run quickly. At this moment, the image of a woman appeared before Qin Feng. He found it strange because words appeared above their heads, though he didn't know what they meant. Having said that, he turned to observe the surroundings. He also noticed that some people had no words above their heads. Just as Qin Feng was off guard, a powerful figure charged at him. A slash passed through his body alongside a loud shout, "Die, Shadow!" But Qin Feng was completely unharmed, leaving the attacker bewildered because they had passed right through him. A thick white smoke burst out, looking very irritating. Smoke bomb. The thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. He then saw words appear. Woman 19 years old, clearly indicating the characteristics of the person before him. He felt puzzled, recognizing this person as a fan of Song Fei, who should have died long ago. Why was she here? Could it be she didn't see him? At that moment, from behind, a group of people rushed forward, shouting, "Die, Shadow!" Song Fei gave a sinister smile. "You damned bug, I will kill you." And then a powerful burst of fire erupted. Qin Feng, within the thick black smoke, realized he understood. The people here weren't real. All were illusions created by the trial. He observed the girls around him and recognized that the words he saw were actually keyword hints about the sinner. Qin Feng's eyes were sharp and cold. These hints only matched one person. Over on this side, Xiao Yu was lying on the ground in too much pain to speak. For her, Qin Feng appeared with a cold voice. The maze incredibly complex. Illusions running everywhere. Chasing them one by one is too troublesome. Black energy erupted. Endless nightmare. A magic circle appeared. That black energy attacked everyone around. Souls flew out from his body. Qin Feng commanded, "Suppress the land shadows, spread out and search." Beams of light appeared. Woman cleric class. Black spirits slipped into every corner. Temple knight. Qin Feng quickly appeared. Xiao Yu, at this point, had all her spiritual energy drained and lay sprawled on the ground. She was the sinner. His eyes shone brightly with vigor. A flash of light erupted from her feet, and the notification displayed, "Sinner eliminated. Congratulations. Successful clearance." At that moment, a beam of light appeared. "You have killed Xiao Yu, using the Shadow Triple Life Hidden skill." The notification continued. "Xiao Yu, real-world coordinates locked at the old Jianghai City Gymnasium. In-game coordinates at the public respawn point, currently reviving." A panicked scream rang out, lifespan dropping. Is this the real body? Qin Feng wondered why were others all illusions, while Qin Xiaoyu was the real body? Assasis appeared and congratulated the successor for perfectly passing the beginner challenge. She continued, telling him to open the primordial grade report and collect the reward. The chest opened, its light blinding. From within the chest, a sphere flew towards Qin Feng. A notification appeared, stating he had received the Primordial Grade Judge's Blade, a divine weapon, defense level, Primordial Grade, with base physical attack of 888. Elemental attack 888, skill 88%, attack speed 88%, accuracy correction 88%, divinity 10 out of 10. Rule effect. It contains the independent space of the Judgment Sanctuary. Using this blade to kill any target consumes tendinity points and teleports the target to the Judgment Sanctuary. A successful judgment increases the divinity limit and the weapon's base attributes. The Judgment Blessing is unlocked when the divinity limit is reached. A stream of thought appeared. Primordial grade divine weapons are the strongest equipment in the god game, each with a unique effect. Qin Feng gripped the sword. In his past life, he entered the global top 100 thanks to a mythic grade divine weapon, but it was far inferior to the primordial grade judge's blade. He asked in confusion, "Can judging sinners infinitely upgrade this weapon, like this challenge?" Assassis replied, "That is correct. Under the rules of the god game, this is the only way to hand over the primordial judge to you. I beg your forgiveness, this challenge is like a manual for using the weapon." Qin Feng asked why the others were illusions but only Xiaoyu was real. Assassis replied, "Because she is a blasphemer against the gods," and added more. "She is a blasphemer who, in her past life, once touched the eye of judgment and plotted to seize authority. She is a sinner who absolutely must be judged." Qin Feng was baffled. "Then why let her go?" Assassis continued, "The authority of judgment is a primal rule from the dawn of the universe. Once conceived, it encompasses the entire universe, space, time, and all dimensions." She clenched her fist, thinking of the past. "If you consider Xiaoyu guilty, then in all of space-time, anyone with this name or a similar one, in the past, present, and future, falls under the scope of judgment. But in this life, she has not committed the crime of blasphemy. That woman completely does not remember her past life. Direct judgment does not bring rule benefits and goes against the essence of fair judgment." Qin Feng sighed, "So that is how it is. I understand. This training trial is essentially a lesson on executing authority for me." Assassis replied, "Correct. Limited by the god game's rules. This is the only way to give the primordial mirror blade to you. This training is also the key to awakening Xiao Yu's sin mark. She will gradually recover her past life memories, and when her memories are complete, the sin mark will awaken. She smiled at that time. She will be a complete blasphemer. Once you complete the judgment, you can raise the divinity limit of the judgment mirror blade to over 1,000 points. He raised the sword, which was surging with energy, and asked, "Over 1,000 points unlocks the judgment blessing. So what does the judgment blessing do?" Assassis replied, "Your rebirth and your infinite evolution primordial grade talent are essentially the judgment blessing from authority. The judgment blade is merely the key. To wield authority, you must learn the ancient god language. That is the language that writes the rules of the universe, the underlying source code of authority. Only by mastering it will you understand what judgment is and what a rule is. You can use authority to grant yourself additional blessings, even rewrite the rules of existence." Assassis said she had erased Xiao Yu's trial memories. "You can let her recover on her own until she becomes the blasphemer. Secretary, continue moving forward. Your path to power has only just begun." A notification displayed, "You have received the complete explanation of the ancient god language from the god book." Qin Feng ordered it to be put away. The screen displayed, "This god book can generate 257,000 ancient god language teaching books from major civilizations. Reading them all make you a master of the ancient god language." He saw 147,000 books. You wouldn't finish reading them even by the time the tangerines are in season. Scene changed to the ruins of Zhanghai City, the respawn point. At this moment, Xiao Yu appeared on the magic circle again. She looked around in confusion. "Huh? Is this the respawn point? Did I die? That's strange. I was clearly guarding the soul purification ground." Suddenly, a strange light flared on Xiao Yu's forehead. Old images emerged hauntingly in Xiao Yu's mind. She was in excruciating pain, screaming, "What is this? Why are these memories so clear?" Xiao Yu's tears flowed. "These are my past life memories." She fell to her knees, propping herself up and shouting, "So those dreams were all memory fragments. They were all real. In the past life, Qin Feng was a warrior who always protected me, helped me level up, and gave me equipment." Xiao, you felt extremely uncomfortable. "But why did he treat me like this in this life? The memories after reaching level 20, why can't I recall them at all?" She concluded, "In those previous dreams, I saw Qin Feng as a demon, but couldn't find any memory as evidence." Xiao Yu's hands clenched. Her intuition told her it was the truth. They were one and the same. Something must have happened in the past life that made Qin Feng not care about me. Her gaze was firm. In other words, Qin Feng also possesses past life memories and became a powerful demon thanks to his experience with God Game. Xiao Yu stood up straight and yelled, "If Qin Feng can do it, then I, Xiao Yu, can do it too. I will rely on my past life memories to surpass everyone, and when I become the strongest, I will settle accounts with you, Qin Feng, you demon." At At this moment, a message was displayed on the screen. Guildmaster, I found a bloodline monster suitable for a priest. Are you interested? Oh, Xiao Yu knows about bloodline monsters. Where? We'll head there immediately. Send me the location. You have contributed to the guild again. I'll reward you with 15 years of lifespan shortly. Scene changed to the coastal village of Enbin. A man of authority with crossed arms asked, where is the bloodline monster Xiao Yu? Have you grown bold enough to fool even me? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Guildmaster, don't rush. This is a hidden monster that only appears when a mechanism is activated. She stated this monster is platinum grade but only appears for 2 hours. The mechanism is complex, but luckily I know how to defeat it. I hope after we beat it, the guildmaster will give me the bloodline skill. Vo Dan taunted, you even have a secret technique to clear the stage. No problem, not just the bloodline skill. If priest system equipment drops, it's all yours. He thought to himself, healing equipment isn't worth much anyway. Xiao Yu analyzed, the boss will use a bone prison skill to trap the tank class. At that point, another tank must take over to hold the boss. The others don't need to attack the bone prison, just focus all their attacks on the boss. Vodan was puzzled, why not attack the bone prison? Don't we need to free the tank? She explained, because the bone prison has very high health, and when destroyed it deals explosive damage. If the tank is trapped, just swap them out and keep doing that. Xiao Yu continued, the more tank classes the better. Ideally, everyone should be a tank. He frowned, sweating. Like that, the damage won't be enough. Xiao Yu raised her hand high. Don't doubt my professionalism. A platinum grade boss has very little health and will die quickly. Vodan also raised his hand. This secret tactic sounds strange, but fine, given your confident attitude. We'll do as you say and find a few more tanks. Xiao Yu ordered. Alright, here's how to lure the boss out. There is a symbol on the coastal rock, another at the bottom of the opposite cliff, and one in the offshore stone cave. 3 people must touch the 3 symbols simultaneously, and the boss will appear. He agreed, fine, let's move. One man reached out and pressed the rock, while on the other side, another man stuck his hand in to touch the symbol. In the cave, a figure also practicing his fists. Then, a pitch-black body emerged with a gloomy aura. It was the level 20 priest Skull Huailun D, a platinum-grade bloodline boss. The notification showed a countdown of 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. A shout rang out. The boss has appeared, go for it. Xiao Yu thought to herself, not bad, this is exactly it. Relying on her past life experience and memories, she quickly defeated the boss to collect the spoils. A smug smile curled on her lips. Besides the Dark One, only I can do this, I am the chosen one. Xiao Yu declared that from now on she would wash away all humiliation, not die even once, and frantically develop to become the strongest after the Dark One. At this moment, Vuihaikat unleashed an attack. Bone trap. Spikes grew densely all around, forming a tight encirclement. Cries of frustration rang out. Damn it, this is the 6th bone prison. We only have 1 protective layer left. We have been fighting for over an hour. Less than 30 minutes remain, and the boss still has nearly half its health bar. Vodan called out loudly. Xiao Yu, are you sure about your strategy? Xiao Yu shouted back. Of course. I fought it like this in my past life, it is just that your damage is too low. Suddenly a young man rushed in panic. Boss, we are in trouble. He reported that after this bone prison, the connection would encircle us again. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. What? At that moment, the bones linked together to form a surrounding wall. They shot through the crowd like arrows, accompanied by loud screams of terror. Box frame appeared, team wipe. A flash of light bound everyone. Vodang grabbed Xiao Yu by the neck and shouted, Xiao Yu, what the hell kind of strategy is this? Why does the boss have a party kill skill? She stammered in fear. It must be because your damage is too low. I never saw this skill when I fought it before. As soon as he said that, he threw Xiao Yu to the ground. Damn it, you made me use 7 tanks. Of course there would be no damage. Cheng asked anxiously, guild leader, the boss has healed to full health. We only have 20 minutes left. What do we do? Vodan roared. What do we do? What else can we do? Invite the Dark Overlord here immediately. The message screen showed, Overlord, are you there, Overlord? The subsequent conversation took place. We found a platinum grade bloodline monster. It will disappear in 15 minutes. Please help us. Qin Feng felt suspicious. Platinum grade? You cannot even defeat a platinum grade. The other side stammered, this is a long story. Form the party, I will come over. Man reported that the Overlord had arrived. Vodang was anxious. Only 10 minutes left. Will he make it in time? At this moment, a huge explosion shook the space. A notification appeared, you have defeated the Skull Mage. This shocked everyone, that fast. He laughed contentedly. The Overlord will fairly discipline anyone who dares doubt him. Qin Feng spoke. Hey Tran Vodan. The man responded respectfully. His eyes at this moment were burning with sharp energy. This Skull Mage is a hidden boss. The activation conditions are very secretive. How did you find it? Vodang clasped his hands. The Overlord truly has a keen eye. To be honest with you, this boss was actually found by a little sister in my guild. Her name is Xiao Yu. She is the one you saw at the portal. He looked around. Xiao Yu, come over and greet the overlord. Hey, where did she go? So that was it. In the past life, he and everyone in the guild had taken her to fight this boss and even gave her the bloodline and scepter. It seemed her memories were gradually recovering. When she recalled that matter, the judgment for her would also arrive. It was also when the judgment for her would arrive. The conversation continued. Xiao Yu, where are you? Xiao Yu, very well. Not only did you cause our entire team to be wiped out, but you also dare not reply to my messages. Do you believe I will kick you out of the guild? Xiao Yu was currently running for her life, her teeth clenched tightly. Night Temple, I remember this guild. In the past life it specialized in deceiving people into slavery. In my past life, I was in the top guild, Thamthan in Jiang Hai. Who do you people think you are? I will not be fooled this time. She shouted. Just wait. Dark One, martial virtue emblem. All the grudges I have suffered at your hands. The day will come when I make you all pay. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have been expelled from the Night Temple Guild. Seeing Xiao Yu's miserable state, people began to taunt and laugh. Look quickly, the title on that person's head. Third generation Dark One, grandson of the Dark One. They chatted incessantly. Hey, do not mock her. You would not even be qualified to be the Dark One's grandson. What you said is just, how did she manage it? I suddenly feel a bit envious of her. Sirius was flying through the air at a very fast speed. Qin Feng spoke. To raise the divine nature limit and attributes of the Judgment Blade, one must judge criminals. Although Xiao Yu can provide 1,000 at a time, waiting for her to become a blasphemer will still take more time. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, his brows furrowed. Since the arrival of the Divine Tool game, the crime rate in the real world had been skyrocketing. During this period, law enforcement agencies everywhere had quite a few unsolved cases. It was convenient to ask the authorities for some information. And Wu messaged, Boss, how did you know about the recent horrifying serial murder case? The message on the other end replied, many beautiful young girls have gone missing in Jiang Hai. Based on the scene investigation, they may have been raped and then murdered. She said the investigators needed to touch the body to track the culprit, but the culprit had the ability to destroy the body and dispose of the evidence. Boss, do you intend to help? Qin Feng hummed softly. And Wu continued, great, I will send you the files right away. After looking at the message, he was somewhat surprised. So it is this case. This case of many young girls going missing in Jiang Hai City had never found the bodies, so the authorities were completely powerless. For a long time, the people were panicked, and the number of missing persons kept increasing. Until he was reborn, the culprit had not been found, making it one of the top 10 unsolved cases of the Divine Tool game. Qin Feng was extremely surprised, not expecting this person to start committing crimes so early. A profession capable of destroying bodies and disposing of evidence was truly difficult to deal with. His gaze looked downward. He could only let Geiling go on a trip with him. The scene shifted to the real world Jiang Hai City. Qin Feng and Wu had appeared there. He stated that this was the last location where a young girl went missing. Quite some time had passed. Let us see if he could still track the culprit's aura. She clasped her hands together. Yes, master. With that said, and Wu unleashed an aura attack, Yellow Spring Touch. And Wu shouted, got it, so Qin Feng ordered him to lead the way. The two of them immediately dashed forward as if flying. Inside an abandoned bar, a horrifying scene unfolded. Xiaoya was tied up tight, her mouth gagged, unable to make a sound. Monster before her was devouring human flesh with relish, its chewing sounds utterly chilling. She was terrified, sobbing in fits. Her crying caught Qi Bin's attention. He raised his eyes and asked with a murderous glare, oh, awake are you? So worked up, missed me after all this time? He stepped closer. You want to say something? He shoved something dark toward her mouth, making Xiaoya cry out in fear. She stammered in terror, her words breaking apart. Qi Bin, you beast, did you eat me? Qi Bin cackled eerily. This forsaken profession the game gave me makes me live each day in a hunger worse than death. Normal food can't satisfy me anymore. A singular system warrior hidden class, the executioner demon. Eating other players boosts my stats. He lifted Xiaoya's pale foot which was curled in fear. He flipped her over directly, then stuck out his long tongue and licked there, utterly perverse. He felt extreme pleasure and satisfaction, because only the flesh of young girls could both fill his stomach and grant him attributes. Xiaoya screamed, don't save me! For the sake of you once liking me, let me go! At that moment, Qi Bin opened his mouth wide and bit into her leg, but he suddenly stopped, muttering Dung Xiao. Yeah, you know I like you. I'm so devoted, and what about you? Qi Bin spread Xiaoya's legs, roaring, you never took me seriously. Your eyes were only on Qin Feng. Damn Qin Feng. She fell hard to the ground, crying loudly. Look at your potbelly and rich face. Open your mouth and it's all lewd talk, you're too greasy rich. Before she finished, Qi Bin shouted, nonsense. I just occasionally drink a bit at the company, tell a few adult jokes, pat female employees on the butt a couple of times. Yet you dare call me greasy rich. He pulled out his leather belt. I've never eaten like this before. But Dung Xiaoya, today you've angered me. I'll show you! Xiaoya gritted her teeth. No! Better death than that. Hearing this, Qi Bin cried out crazily, rather die than accept me? Dung Xiao Ya, you're finished. I have to take you away. Suddenly the sound of a door opening echoed in. Qi Bin looked around nervously. Xiao Ya, as if catching a ray of light, screamed, is anyone there? Save me. He kicked her hard in the stomach, shouting, shut up. Suddenly muttering voices rang out, Master, it's him. So disgusting, trying to do evil to the girl. Up there are still remains from his cannibalism. What to do? Capture him alive and hand him to the police? No need, kill him directly. Qi Bin roared furiously. Who's talking? Get out here. Stop being so pretentious. Out of nowhere, a figure struck him hard. Take that, you wretch. He clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Little brat dying. With that, Qi Bin stomped hard on the ground. Die. Smashing stomp. At this moment, Qin Feng appeared behind him, speaking coldly. Such high attributes. It seems Qi Bin has eaten quite a few people. Was startled, haunted. You, how do you know my name? With that, a slash cut across him. Qi Bin's head was severed from his neck by Qin Feng's sword strike. A notification displayed. Those killed by the Judgment Cross will have their souls sent to the Judgment Space for trial. Capture Hu Qi Bin? He commanded capture. Immediately, strands of black qi coiled tightly around him. Hu Qi Bin had been captured. Qin Feng looked over. What a coincidence. The murderous demon turned out to be Hu Qi Bin. This guy was a leader at his company in reality, always shouting, taking credit for the team's achievements, and blaming us when projects went wrong. When the holy game of abandonment appeared, he even called to threaten me. I thought a waste like him would have died long ago. Unexpectedly, he stepped in lucky dog shit and obtained the hidden profession execution ghost. If I hadn't killed him this time, he would have been like in his past life, continuing to kill endlessly and staying free outside the law. Guiling stepped out. Oh, sorry, master, he played me. Qin Feng comforted her. It's fine as long as you're okay. His profession has very strong development potential. Suffering a bit is normal. She asked, where's that guy's corpse? He replied, I've dealt with it. Go untie her. Guiling immediately obeyed. Xiao Ya sat in a daze, looking up. She went to help Xiao Ya up. It's okay now. Be careful next time. Xiao Ya stammered. Thank you, everyone. Qin Feng reported, the perpetrator has been dealt with. Send someone to this address. There's a corpse and a survivor. And Wu was surprised that fast. Didn't expect the boss is also a master at solving cases. Xiao Ya said to the man, thank you, haunting. You saved me again. He waved his hand. It's nothing. Stay here with her and wait for people to take over. I'll go first. Guiling obeyed. Yes, master. Xiao Ya thought to herself, even the wave of his hand is the same. Thank you, Qin Feng. She spoke up. Little sister, your master is a very warm person. Hearing this, Guiling was startled. How do you know that? In another space, the coffin opened. Qi Bin sat up. Where am I? Not dead yet? Damn haunting, wait until I've eaten enough people, then I'll definitely kill you. Qin Feng stood above, saying, begin the trial. The voice made him startle and look up. Countless tentacles appeared in the space, lunging to bind Qi Bin tightly. The system displayed an image reading his memories. Hu Qi Bin's criminal evidence number 1, 2, 3 was discovered. Qin Feng looked at this scene stunned. Wait, that is... A girl showed a panicked expression, blood pouring from her side. Seeing this, Qi Bin, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately asked, hey, who are you? The mysterious cloaked figure coldly replied, I want to cooperate with you. He lowered his face and continued indifferently, every time you kill someone from now on, keep the killing intent and contact me. Just let me touch the corpse, and I'll give you 10 years of lifespan. After that, the corpse is yours to handle. Hearing this, Qi Bin didn't hesitate, grinning. Sure, why not take free extra lifespan? At this moment, the other party slowly added, also don't die easily. Your killing level is high. If it reaches level 10, contact me, and I'll give you another 100 years of lifespan. With that, Qi Bin slowly stood up, snorting coldly, relax, I won't die. Hearing this, the other immediately turned and walked into a black hole. Good luck to you. At the same time, Qin Feng revealed a dazzling light, thinking coldly, who is that person? When he touched the corpse, a star appeared on his arm. Is it a profession related to corpses? A sharp golden light flickered in his eyes. Just as he looked at the figure still stepping into the black hole, he thought to himself, wait, that is the Soul Walker skill of Zuma. Streams of thoughts surfaced. In the Curse of the Nightmare Flower battle, he was clearly dead. Soul Walker is the only hidden profession. Could it be? Qin Feng immediately realized, this guy could steal that person's skills by touching the corpse. Then, he slowly commented, right, he also mentioned the killing level earlier. The War God Guild in South Vietnam is killing indiscriminately, and also raising their killing level. Qin Feng paused for a moment, pondering, Zuma, War God Ghost, the How Long Society in Mado. They must have some connection. Suddenly, as if he already had the answer in his heart, the name that came to Qin Feng's mind immediately was Shi Duo. All of them were Shi Duo's people. The last guest he met sank into thought. Shi Duo's corpse was not disposed of using the original Blooming Flower file, but was left on the plane to be be sent to dim country. So that was it, everything was clear. He still sank into thought without stopping. This mysterious person came from the dim country. He obtained divination skills from Shi Duo's corpse, and then came to Great Xia, currently on one hand developing his forces, on the other hand secretly connecting with various forces, wanting to deal with Great Xia, or rather. At this moment, Qin Feng slowly concluded, deal with him. He subconsciously looked at his palm. At the current rate of development, they would not even bother to look straight at him, not knowing what they were plotting. Thoughts kept flashing through Qin Feng's mind, accumulating kill points. Could they really want to activate the Executioner of Slaughter? He quickly recalled past events. In his previous life there was a pervert who specialized in killing people at the novice village. His kill layer reached 500 layers. The Executioner directly killed him in an instant. Moreover, it wiped out everyone with a kill layer higher than 100 in order. This was a game rule set to punish those addicted to slaughter. His eyes flashed again. In other words, as long as his kill layer did not exceed 100, the Executioner of Slaughter would not threaten him. His current kill layer was none. He stood looking into the distance. To reach 100 layers, he would have to kill at least hundreds or thousands of people. They surely understood he could not kill that many. Could they intend to deliberately offer themselves for him to kill? In short, there was a group of people up to tricks. He must be careful in the future. A moment later, the system suddenly announced that it had finished reading the memories. Tied-up person sobbing miserably appeared. Many pieces of evidence were extracted. The conviction was completed. Hu Qibin was guilty. At the same time, Qin Feng slowly picked up his sword, his brows tightly furrowed. The basic attributes of Judgment Sword increased by 6%. The divine limit increased by 6 points. Execute the sinner or not. Then Qibin burst into tears. Master, I have no grudges against you. Why do you keep making things difficult for me? Let me go. I will give you everything, lifespan, equipment. However, Qin Feng used a cold and ruthless tone to command execute. After speaking, the scenery around Qibin's location suddenly changed. When he opened his eyes again, he could not help but panic. This was the abandoned house he used as a hideout. Suddenly, a door unlocking sound came from ahead. Opposite him, 3 girls swaggered in and waved. Hello, brother Hu Qibin. Seeing this, he asked in terror, Vivi Aegean, and also Mei, were you not eaten by me? However, 2 of them subconsciously blushed and admitted it was true. It seems you still remember. So then suddenly all 3 kept transforming, their mouths opening wide like monsters. Now it is our turn to eat you. They did not hesitate to advance and attack Qibin, causing him to scream, no, it hurts. A moment later, his body was reduced to only bones and a few remaining shreds of cloth. But that body immediately returned to its original state. He kept shedding tears as he looked at himself and said, I have recovered again. At this moment, the familiar door unlocking sound rang out once more. The 3 girls from the Wei group still appeared and waved. Hello, brother Hu Qibin. Immediately he retreated in extreme fear. Wait, it is you again, do not come here. This time was like the last time. They transformed into ferocious beasts. Now it is our turn to eat you. At the same time, the system again displayed a notification that the sinner Hu Qibin would be imprisoned in the judgment space to receive execution until eternity, endless reincarnation, eternal torment. Seeing this, Qin Feng gradually understood, so this was the judgment, not bad. At this moment, Wu Ming suddenly sent a telepathic plea for help. Big boss, something big happened. Help us. He showed a panicked expression, his body lying on the ground as he spoke loudly. The Seabone Witch Doctor you helped us defeat dropped a key. Just as I was studying it, an accident happened. Wu Ming looked at the massive black hole in front of him. The key suddenly exploded, revealing a teleportation gate. What kind of situation is this? Hearing this, Qin Feng was somewhat excited. Such good fortune happened to you guys. Wait there. I will be right over. Qin Feng quickly jumped down and appeared from the sky. Seeing the person who had just arrived, Wu Ming quickly spoke. Big boss, you have finally arrived. What exactly is this teleportation gate? Meanwhile, Qin Feng calmly explained. 2 Seabone Witch Doctors have an extremely low probability of dropping the key of the Seabone Cardinal. If someone else also kills a different Seabone Witch Doctor and drops a similar key, these 2 keys will be activated simultaneously, causing Wu Ming to be extremely curious. What immediately Qin Feng spoke slowly again. An activated key will forcibly open a 2-way teleportation gate. Both sides receiving the key can choose whether to enter the confrontation tomb. At this moment, Wu Ming tried to understand the other's meaning. You mean we have to start a war inside with the other person who also has the key? After hearing this, Qin Feng explained patiently again. You can understand it that way, but confrontation does not necessarily mean combat. There could also be other rules. He tried his best to simplify. In short, only the side that wins the confrontation is qualified to hunt the tomb boss. These words made Wu Ming even more curious. Is the tomb boss strong? Immediately Qin Feng did not hesitate hesitate to admit frankly, average diamond rank. Hearing this, Wu Ming was unexpectedly discouraged. Diamond rank? Then even if we win the confrontation, we cannot defeat it. Immediately, Qin Feng also revealed a few things. That is the reason I came here. Then he did not hesitate to kick the other person into the black hole. Go in, guild leader. After that, he commanded the countless people standing behind. The rest of you wait here and do not move, do not come in and cause trouble. Immediately, they did not hesitate to reply, yes, big boss. A few minutes ago, at the Seabone Cardinal Tomb, the man with the title Zhui Feng, from the #1 Guild of 3 Suppressions, slowly walked inside with confident steps. He kept laughing loudly in disdain. We just risked our lives to kill a Seabone witch doctor, and we even get a buy one, get one free to open a tomb teleportation gate. Still talking about confrontation, who at the current stage can confront us, whereas the person on the other side, get out here. After that, the left and right sides of Zhui Feng produced exaggerated flattery. With Brother Lu here, which bastard dares to come steal the loot? They are surely scared shitless. That is right. Even if that obsession guy who is hyped up online as a god comes here, let him die on the spot, causing him to lightly remind them, alright, stop the hype, a moment later and you will flatter me to death. At this moment, the system displayed an information line. Every time one runs wildly for 10 meters, one can stack 1 layer of damage immunity shield, can stack up to 99 layers maximum. Pushing a layer comes with 30% increased damage amplitude for subsequent damage. One of the 2 followers behind urged, quick look, Brother Lu is warming up. 71 layers, 72 layers, they all did not stop praising. Brother Lu has stacked 99 layers of shield. Currently, no one has ever broken Brother Lu's push layer shield, damaging even a single hair of his, and Zhui Feng also snorted coldly with extreme arrogance, except at this moment, the system suddenly rang with a notification that the player obsession, Radiance Wudi, entered the Seabone Cardinal Tomb. Both faction sides have assembled. The teleportation gate has closed. These words caused Zhui Feng to freeze for a few seconds. Who is behind? The underlings also could not help being curious. Brother Lu, if I heard correctly, it seems to be obsession. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was slowly walking towards the exit of the black hole. What a coincidence. Speak of devil and he appears. His eyes revealed an extremely sharp light. He stared at the crowd in front of him, his mind constantly thinking, I never expected it to be the Bashu Zhui Feng Guild, my old rivals. Meanwhile, Zhan Feng's subordinates were still buzzing with discussion. Is he really Shadow? Bro, go for it! You can do it! Do it, my ass! Immediately, Bashu did not hesitate to admit it bluntly. Shadow is at the top of the rankings, the first person to solo kill the Diamond and Emerald bosses. Even if all of us charged together, he wouldn't bat an eye. On the opposite side, Qin Feng kept observing him. He looked clumsy like a bear, but in reality he was extremely cunning, with a straightforward personality, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. In my past life, I led a guild and faced them in this very tomb, but the strength was balanced. Neither side could do anything to the other, and in the end, time ran out, with no one getting the reward. After a moment, Bashu finally sneered lightly. I never expected the one who got the other key to be the big shot Shadow. I have admired your reputation for a long time. In this place, due to the game's rules, we are forced to fight. Blades and swords are merciless. Please forgive me, big shot. At this moment, Qin Feng only coldly reminded, Lu Zhanfeng, you should know that fighting me, you have no chance of winning. He slightly tilted his head. Why not choose to surrender? If you die here, the lifespan drops and you won't be able to come back and pick it up. However, Zhan Feng did not show any fear and immediately said, for you, the loss is the smallest, right? The big shot really thought it through. He blushed, clasped his hands together like a true man of Bashu. We only die in battle, we never surrender. His eyes revealed an iron will, his brows tightly furrowed. It was so rare to have a chance to spar with Shadow like this, and without fear of making enemies. I absolutely cannot miss it. Hearing this, Qin Feng sneered inwardly. It was this very love for fighting that made them the strongest guild in the entire southwest region. Then, he could only nod slightly. I won't go easy on you. As soon as the words Feng, Zhan Feng said directly, that's what I want. Let's begin. However, hearing this, Qin Feng could only mock inwardly, you fool. I'll take all the lifespan you drop into my pocket. And the system notification appeared once again. Both sides assembled, the teleportation gate closed. The rules for this confrontation were a forced one-on-one duel. One side sends an invitation, the other cannot refuse. During the duel, no one could actively attack a third party, nor leave the locked battlefield until one side's health hit 0. The loser or violator would be expelled from the tomb. The system gave quite a few rules to both sides. Only one duel could exist at a time. 2 victory conditions to choose from. One is to eliminate all opposing players. The other is to escort your own war flag from the opponent's starting point back to your base. If no winner was decided within 5 hours, it would be a draw, everyone would be teleported out, and the tomb would be forever sealed. Finally, the system mentioned the reward. The winning side would unlock the attack authority on the diamond boss, Neba Gordon. So Zhan Feng only commented softly, this rule is very advantageous for us. Then he immediately assigned tasks. Squad 1. Everyone takes turns sending duel invitations to Shadow. No need to win, just find every way to stall for time. If you die, swap to the next person. Squad 2 attack together to steal his flag from the flank at all costs, and carry the flag back to our base. Instantly, everyone aggressively charged forward. A notification appeared on the screen. Shan Cheng's Young Wang sent a duel invitation to Shadow. He rushed over like a moth to a flame. Shadow, let me take you on. However, that person was quickly defeated. Shan Cheng's Young Wang's defeat panicked the one behind him. So fast? Next, another person ranking must eat at Chunxi Street. Send a duel invitation to Shadow. Seeing this, Qin Feng did not hesitate to command. Chen Wu Ming, guard the flag well. The other person hearing this showed panic. Me? As soon as the words fell, ranking must eat suddenly flew over. Wu Ming could only cry out in vain. Stop. Don't touch that place. That place is off limits. Don't. Suddenly, another person rushed over and sneered. Hey, your opponent is me. Where are you looking, Shadow? But he could not escape the predetermined outcome. Ranking must eat at Chunxi Street failed. Qin Feng cracked his knuckles. So tragic. Next was Cross-Realm Traveler who sent a duel invitation to Shadow. He appeared from another side and warned. Don't even think about going to reinforce him, Shadow. Meanwhile, Wu Ming's entire body glowed with golden light. You bastards. He lay on the ground shouting, "Don't look down on me." Entering invincible state lasting 8 seconds, shield of light. Then Wu Ming stood up abruptly and executed a staff spin. Began to take a stance, clenching his teeth. Come at me. I Hui Yao Wu Di will protect everything of Shadow. However, the enemy side only laughed mockingly. One of them did not hesitate to tease. Little loli, you should look behind you. Then the whole group seized the chance to escape. Bye-bye. Damn it. The one who just snatched the item ran away laughing loudly. The flag is in hand. So, another person quickly praised, beautiful. As long as we get the flag to our side, we win. At the same time, that person could not hide their joy of victory. We are about to become the first to beat Shadow. However, his foot seemed to have stepped on a hidden bomb. Instantly, a massive explosion occurred. Several people, while covering their faces, assessed. What is this? Hard to read. Oh no, the ones holding the flag are dead. At this moment, Qin Feng finally explained slowly. You see, those are poison traps. Then he did not hesitate to elaborate on his plan. Right from the start of the battle, I set up a lot of poison traps across the battlefield. The traps have the same stealth level as me, so none of you could see them. Once touched, a poison property explosion occurs. Hearing this, Zhan Feng could not hide his anger. Damn it, I was clearly dueling with you. Why didn't attacking someone else result in an immediate loss for you? However, Qin Feng did not hesitate to explain. The rules clearly state no active attacks. You stepping on my traps yourself doesn't count as me actively attacking. Then, he quickly swung a strike at another person. Alright, time to switch to the next one. Cross-Realm Traveler failed. The scene before Qiang Chong's eyes infuriated him. Damn it, I don't believe he can one-shot everyone. Qiang Chong initiated a duel with Shadow. When the system announced Qiang Chong's defeat, the person next to him couldn't believe it. So fast. Then, countless other notifications appeared. Bao Pailong Wu Di initiated a duel with Shadow and failed, followed by Tianbang, who also failed. Zhan Feng watched each one being eliminated. Tianbang failed, then Melon Seed Eating Frog initiated a duel with Shadow. Melon Seed Eating Frog failed. Zhan Feng immediately ran forward. Seeing this, his subordinates urgently asked, "Brother Lu, where are you going?" But it seemed Zhan Feng had also triggered a trap. A loud explosion suddenly rang out immediately after. Brother Lu! However, Zhan Feng emerged unscathed. Seeing this, everyone gradually realized. So that's it. Luca is using his damage reduction shield to trigger the traps for us. They watched the man in front pass through each trap and instinctively understood. All the traps along the path have exploded. We just need to follow the path Luca took, and we'll be safe. Suddenly, one of them wondered, wait, why isn't Brother Lu carrying the flag? He has a damage immunity shield on him. If he recaptures the flag, we win. The person next to him quickly sneered. Looks like you don't know him well enough yet. He calmly admitted his ultimate goal. Clearly, he wants to duel Shadow. Hearing this, everyone had to admire it. The duel between real men was truly romantic indeed. After speaking, they shouted in unison. Alright, then let's seize this opportunity to snatch the flag. We can't let Luca be troubled behind. However, the nameless one stopped him in time. Hey, I already told you. His eyes emitted a deadly gleam. I will protect all obsessions. Thus, the fat man standing in the crowd taunted without hesitation. Even if your equipment and level are high, can you really handle many of us alone? Instantly the Nameless One retorted. Who told you that? Nameless One lowered his head slightly. It is I who must deal with all of you. And you? What are you standing there in a daze for? Defeated. This is the moment. At the same time, the system displayed another notification. Voduk Hai Hong initiated combat with Luk Tram Fong. He could not help turning his head back. This bastard. Instantly, another notification appeared. Vo Duck Hai Hong has joined the duel. The flag was randomly teleported to a nearby location. The nameless one glanced back. Don't think I can't see through your scheme of dueling with obsession. Your damage reduction shield is quite troublesome too. He quickly explained. If that's the case, the obsession can act even more easily. Meanwhile, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to praise. You did well, Tran Vo Dan. The sight stunned everyone. What to do? What to do? What else can be done? They all shared the same thought. Let's go home. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was still focusing all his strength, pursuing with full force. However, Tram Fong reminded once again, don't think this is over, obsession. He appeared as a savior to the group of subordinates. His brows furrowed tightly, his mouth slightly open. There is still me. Instantly, the system put out a notification of Vo Duck Hai Hong's defeat. At the same time, it also displayed the words, Luck Tram Fong initiated a duel with the obsession. Tram Fong said coldly, come on. A strange light flickered in his eyes. This was the final duel. Tram Fong soared up and swung his blade at Qin Feng. Years later, Luck Tram Fong's memory of that day was the calm smile of the wind-riding sword fighter facing him. Riding the wind as a blade, gathering clouds as a shield, offense and defense merged, advance and retreat as one wished. Each move was unbroken and continuous, like a violent wind and sudden rain, ever-changing, drifting sand formless. I felt at that moment I had completely grasped the way of the sword saint. He was not strong at all. His sword edge was like the invisible wind, yet it contained subtle ferocity. Sinking and swift, like a butterfly dancing, as if howling with the wind in the tomb. Every gust of wind was like a sharp blade. The stone walls had long been slashed to pieces. His power of sinking wind was precisely such a wind-born dance. Bai Yu did not know how long had passed before he finally felt tired, drunk in the wind. He had seen that figure move. Truly, his eyes were not mistaken. After all, he was very tired, but he had clearly heard a sentence. In every memory up to now, he no longer dared to laugh out loud. Instead, he laughed until tears streamed down, saying, thank you, the wind is very cool. As soon as he spoke, Luck Thua Fong returned home. Qin Feng lowered his head and said, wind-riding swordsman, not a bad class. With 99 layers of damage reduction shield combined with extremely fast attack and movement speed, an ordinary person surely cannot defeat him. It's a pity his attacks cannot break through me. And the 99-layer shield will immediately be broken by my lingering shadow of Gruel together with over 200 slashes of my shield Shadow Chow. Congratulations on your victory. The tomb boss is about to appear. Instantly, the nameless one inquired, Big boss, how is the situation inside? Qin Feng did not hide anything. I won. Now I'm preparing to fight the boss. Hearing this, the nameless one standing outside the black pit reported, the situation is that we can no longer enter. Looking from the outside, the teleport gate is still there, but it has been locked. And very thoughtfully asked further, Big boss, can you take it on? That is a diamond level boss. Last time we had to join forces to defeat the infernal dream Weeping Flower. Do you need our help? What can we do? The words had just finished when Qin Feng said sternly, I need you to be quiet for a bit. Upon hearing this, the nameless one replied, as you command. Meanwhile, Qin Feng drifted in his thoughts because in his past life, he and Luck Thua Fong had used up all their time, so both were expelled from the tomb. He seemed a bit anxious, as this boss was also his first encounter, and he did not know its mechanics. At this moment, the man in the black robe lifted his spear with 4 hands. Dust spewed out, shrouding the entire sky. At this moment, he suddenly shot off to another place. Suddenly, a stream of liquid unexpectedly flowed into his body. His entire body instantly activated an immunity mechanism. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's figure behind the haze of dust was somewhat unclear. The nameless one wanted to use shadow perception to check if he had a counterattack or damage reduction mechanism. His eyes suddenly sparkled, but he never expected him to directly become immune to the attack. It seems, suddenly Qin Feng swung his hand and used the ultimate skill, Shield Shadow Touch. He immediately realized the problem. The key was the bracelet on his hand. At this moment, Qin Feng lightly glanced back. It's effective. On the opponent's wrist, the bracelet appeared once again. It locked firmly around his wrist. Qin Feng stared intently in that direction and commented, it restored itself, huh? Suddenly, a spear tip stabbed forward unexpectedly. It was the man in the black robe preparing to enter an attack stance. However, Qin Feng did not yield. If this is the case, Hao Guang, hold the shield. Immediately, a stream of purple energy appeared. It was the swift kill shadow, something only Qin Feng possessed. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he realized he had to break all 4 rings at once. At that moment, attacks from the illusory shield were continuously unleashed. The opponent couldn't withstand it and let out a few terrified cries. Once again, Qin Feng swept his gaze and realized these rings were used to seal him. He quickly grasped the situation. The second phase was about to begin. Qin Feng frowned deeply. Two bone gods? Could it be? On the opposite side, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot with killing intent. The counterattack move of the man in black was the Chaos Demon Domain. Qin Feng immediately fell into a passive state. It was indeed a special abnormal status, chaos. He did not hesitate to conclude that the two bone gods were the source of the chaos. All related demonic creatures had attacks with chaos attributes. When this stat was full, they would enter a berserk state, increasing damage by 100%. They would blindly attack all targets until only one remained. Countless teams had fallen in this chaos, trapped in mutual massacres. Qin Feng sank into thought, but then suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. Isn't this a way to get a free attack boost? Shadow mode and berserk. At this time, the opponent also did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, Qin Feng rushed right up to him. Terrifying shockwave erupted between the two, turning the opponent back into nothing more than a skeleton. The system announcement: you have eliminated Neba Gordon, the avatar of the two diamond-grade bone gods. Received 560,000 experience points, 400 evolution points, and 228 years of tradable lifespan. He received 14 pieces of equipment and 7 skill books. Qin Feng stood still on the ground. At this moment, he just realized how the previous conclusion had unfolded. A black vortex appeared, flickering lights forming a powerful illuminated area. A notification displayed: the tomb has been cleared. 2 teleportation gates have opened. You may choose to enter any gate. Qin Feng raised his hand to look. I've taken the assassin-type loot and lifespan. The rest is for you. And Tone was surprised to hear this. Bro, you already killed the boss. So fast. But I didn't contribute to this boss at all. These spoils. He sneered. If you hadn't held the flag, we wouldn't have won this battle. This is your earned share. Here. There's also the lifespan you lost. And Tone replied, thank you, bro. But bro, aren't you coming back? Qin Feng looked behind him. I have some business to attend to in Bashu. I'm off. And Tone called after him. Take care, bro. A notification displayed. Moving to Bashu. Outside, a deep pit appeared. The man stepped out amidst cheers. Sixth brother is back. The two underlings swarmed to ask, how is sixth brother? Who won between you and Shadow? Shut up. Look at sixth brother's face yourself. Asking such a stupid question. Tianfeng was now drenched in tears, his head bowed to the ground, speechless. Hung Fi was bewildered. Sixth brother, don't cry. Losing to the world's #1 is not shameful. Madi agreed. That's right, at most we'll rise again next time and fight him to the death again. Tianfeng yelled, fight to the death my ass. He clenched his hands in frustration and shouted, I couldn't even make him bleed a single drop. Hearing this, the two lackeys were also dumbfounded. I gave it my all, used every skill, every trick I could think of, feints, fast attacks, fast and slow blades. Both of their eyes showed worry and sorrow. Useless. Completely useless. I couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. Tianfeng fell to his knees, blaming himself. And him. I couldn't even see what he did. My 99 layers of shields shattered in an instant, and my health bar was completely drained immediately. Hung Fi stood up. Sixth brother, I get it now. His eyes shifted as he concluded. He must be using hacks. Madi was also startled. Hacks? Hung Fi's eyes were fierce as he explained. Exactly. We're all clearly players, but he does such illogical things. Think about it. How can anyone solo a diamond boss? Break all of sixth brother's shields in an instant and dodge 100% at the same time? There's only one answer. He hacked the game. Madi immediately exclaimed. Great. That makes perfect sense. Tianfeng said bitterly. Well said. Shadow is definitely using hacks. Losing to such a shameless person is not shameful. Where's the report function? I want to report him. He cursed. Beast, daring to hack. But before he finished, a knock on the door sounded. The whole group cursed angrily. Who is it? Knocking at this hour. Madi went to open the door, muttering curses under his breath. What perfect timing. If there's nothing important, don't blame me for being impolite. In front of them stood Qin Feng, the one using the shadow appearance. They were all flustered. How did you find us? Shadow is here. What does he want? Does he intend to hunt us down and finish us off? They relied on their numbers to curse. Want to take our hideout? You disgusting hacker! We'll fight you to the death. The Windcutter Guild never becomes slaves. Suddenly, Qin Feng produced a sphere of light that silenced everyone. He said softly, this is the lifespan you lost in the tomb, a total of 233 years. I helped you pick it up. Tianfeng stammered, You didn't come to kill us. Hearing this, Qin Feng found it puzzling. The confrontation is over. I already killed the boss. Why would I have a reason to kill you? Hearing this, they were all stunned. His eyes widened, and sweat poured down his face. They were extremely bewildered. Shadow went through the trouble able to deliver lifespan to us. Over 2,000 years. He could have clearly picked it up himself. Wait, did he say he soloed a diamond-grade boss? Those kneeling and kowtowing pitifully, though their reputation was haunting, their actions were so open and upright. They clasped their hands respectfully and said, "Brother Shadow, forgive us. Just now we were petty men with gentlemen's hearts. From now on, your affairs are the affairs of our wind-chasing pavilion. Even if we must climb a mountain of blades or descend into a sea of fire, anyone who frowns is a coward." The scene before him left Qin Feng bewildered. Why had they suddenly knelt so quickly? Chan Feng looked shy and full of affection as he said, "Brother, I will do anything you want, even that thing." He raised a hand to stop him. "That won't be necessary. You just need to help me collect the coordinates of all bosses from Jade rank and above in the Bashu region." Chan Feng was stunned. "Jade rank boss?" Qin Feng asked back, "What, is it too difficult?" He squinted. "This is a bit hard. The surface Jade bosses in Bashu have all been cleared by the major guilds." Chan Feng continued, "Diamond rank bosses haven't been seen. To find them, you can only go to the Spirit Nether dungeon. The terrain there is complex and extremely dangerous. Most importantly, there are ghosts inside." Hearing this, he stopped them and asked, "Ghosts?" He nodded. "That's right, people who come out of there are often completely naked. When you ask them what happened, they only talk incoherently and take several days to recover." Qin Feng's eyes widened. Could it be that man? He turned around and urged, "Let's go, take me there." Chan Feng panicked, but before he could finish, Qin Feng cut him off. "No more words, go now." Madi was confused. Could the big brother have a special hobby, liking these thrilling games? Quickly the space shifted to the Spirit Nether dungeon. He snorted, "What ghosts and demons? I don't believe in that. I think it's the devils in those people's hearts." The three of them appeared inside Bashu's Daoist mountain. "Today I must see clearly what this Spirit Nether dungeon really has." Hong Qiao Jiang raised a hand. "If ghosts cause trouble, I don't believe it." Shige agreed. "That's right, the straight sons of Shudao Mountain keep ghosts and monsters at bay." Lumi also raised her hand. "It must be the devils in those people's hearts." Suddenly, a monstrous beast appeared from within. It was the Dragon King of Jaimin River's new bank, Platinum rank, level 18. Shigai looked excited. "A Platinum rank boss. That big fat dragon is sure to drop good loot." He launched an attack. "Let's go." The Dragon King let out a furious roar. Its eyes slightly opened, as if targeting something. Shigi shouted, "Good chance." He leaped up, pointing straight ahead. "Eat my sword." With that, Shigai charged forward very quickly. But suddenly, he froze. "Where is my sword?" Before he could react, the Dragon King launched an attack, causing the two girls to scream, "Guild leader Gui." Shigei's entire body fell as lightly as a piece of paper, accompanied by the sound of tearing clothes. Very quickly, only a single scrap of cloth remained on his body to cover himself. When he hit the ground, all his equipment had been stripped off. The two girls blushed with embarrassment. Guild leader Guy's equipment. It's all been stripped. However, both Hongqiao and Loom also slowly disappeared. The time Shigai woke up, looking at the two girls before him, his nose started bleeding. The two girls were terrified. "Our equipment has also been stripped clean. This place really has ghosts." His nosebleed wouldn't stop spraying, making her furious. "Guild leader Gay, even at a time like this you still." The three of them turned and ran. "Run fast, without equipment, we can't beat this boss." "How do we escape?" "Just run with peace of mind. I am a gentleman of integrity. I absolutely will not look back. I trust you about as much as I trust a ghost." At the same time, near the entrance of the Spirit Nether dungeon, a notification displayed. "You have entered the Spirit Nether dungeon. This area is a berserk zone. A place where lifespan is lost at a rate 100 times faster." Chan Feng, terrified, hid behind Qin Feng. "Big boss, you must be extremely careful. This place really has ghosts. I am very afraid of ghosts." He reassured him, "Don't worry, that's not caused by ghosts." He was sweating in fear. "If it's not ghosts, then how do you explain those strange phenomena?" Qin Feng replied softly, "That's because..." Before he could finish, three naked people in front came running and screaming noisily. Shige was overjoyed. "Look, there are people ahead." Hongqiao hugged herself tightly. "What?" Lumi cried out, "I don't want to be seen." Meanwhile, he was still cheerful. "Great, help!" Qin Feng raised two fingers. "You Bashu players are really funny. You even like running around naked." Chan Feng explained, "Big boss misunderstands. Those people are from the Shudao Mountain Guild, our longtime rivals." Notification displayed, "Encountered an unknown spatial distortion. Activated invulnerability state. Currently no items lost. Invulnerability is on cooldown. Remaining time 30 seconds. Suddenly, the sound of tearing clothes came again. Chan Feng beside him screamed, "My clothes have disappeared. There's a ghost is right here." His eyes were now blazing with killing intent. Crimson Binding Dan energy appeared. Dark Knight ring received. Horizontal slash hit the Dragon King. A notification quickly displayed. Dragon King of Jamin River's new bank has been defeated. Lumai was startled. The Platinum boss was one-shotted. Everyone was panicked. Could the one who saved us be the shadow? It must be. I didn't even see them, he's already disappeared. Extremely high stealth rank, incredibly nimble movement. Wandering everywhere with the goal of collecting precious treasures. The epic rank NPC, Saint Thief sang William Scott. William Scott cursed under his breath. Damn it, who is that? How can he injure me? My theft was blocked by his shield. Damn it, everything on him is treasure, especially that dagger. Qin Feng ordered, all of you leave here immediately. The so-called ghosts were actually caused by an epic rank NPC named Saint Thief. His stealth rank was very high. If everyone stayed here, they would just be completely stolen from. Chen Feng looked up. An epic rank NPC? Shige questioned, Big boss, can you handle him? He replied, his stats are only 1/10 of an epic rank boss. I'll give it a try. He snorted lightly, expecting me to go with this bunch of troops. He gritted his teeth. Chanfeng, what are you talking about? Chanfeng sneered, speaking as if we wanted to be with him at all. Shidua cursed loudly, calling him a pathetic yin-yang mess without any worth. Both them launched into a fierce argument. You country bumpkins truly have no quality. This yin-yang bastard stinks. Don't try to provoke me with your petty tricks. If you're not convinced, let's settle it the old way, a competition. The loser must issue a public announcement to the world. Kneel and apologize to the other side. If we fight, we fight. The rules were set by you, so don't say we, the ruffians, are bullying you people of Shudou Mountain. Shidua pointed straight. Then let's compete. Whoever can support the Shadow Lord more in dealing with the Holy Thief wins. Chanfeng laughed loudly. You don't even have pants, so what can you do to help the Lord? Walking to your death. He taunted, truly a short-sighted fool. But look closely. Shigua raised the book high. Shadow Lord, on behalf of Shudou Mountain, I have a gift for you. Please accept it. Guinea demands a trade with you. A notification appeared. You have received the Supreme Mark skill book. Qin Feng sighed, so it was the Supreme Mark. He used 231 evolution points to upgrade the skill's quality to mythic rank. The system displayed Mythic Assassin System Supreme Mark. After using the next attack that hits the target will mark the enemy and lock their position for 30 seconds. During this time, all attacks on the target deal 20% additional damage. Cooldown is 79 seconds. Shigua raised his hand. Not a bad skill, thank you for the acknowledgement, Lord. With this Supreme Mark, even if the Holy Thief is invisible, just one attack grazing his body can still lock him as a target. Chanfeng chuckled. You idiot, saying that out loud will make him alert. He bit his finger in fear. Damn it, he shook his head. Stupidity is truly stupidity. No one will catch him this time. William Scott remained silent in the arena, observing. He mused, these people are no longer a threat. Striking against them would risk getting caught. Damn it, what to do about this? Lume spoke up. President Guinea, the praise from the shadow has made you too arrogant. He decided, forget it, time to retreat. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, hey, pickpocket, look over here. Chanfeng's entire body glowed. He shouted, I have some extremely precious treasures here. Can you resist taking it? An epic grade accessory, the Heart of Bashu. He roared, an epic grade accessory, the Heart of Bashu. Can you resist stealing it? Shigua cursed loudly. Damn it, the Heart of Bashu, a legendary accessory, and it's in your hands? Lumi judged that once equipped, damage taken from behind would be reduced by 90%. Honkiao also stated it wasn't just that, it was a testament to the honor of all Bashu. William Scott's eyes widened. Only this can qualify one to be the king of Bashu. It truly was a gem wrapped in his own body's warmth. The light shone upon it, so beautiful, like a brilliant sun, like a star. No collector could see this work of art without feeling moved. He was captivated. To obtain it, he must obtain it. William Scott's eyes showed the heart clearly, even knowing this was a trap, even knowing they were waiting by the tree stump. His hand reached out, even knowing there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. He had to have it. Right then, Chanfeng's eyes blazed red like traffic lights. He shouted, Shadow, this is the moment. Dark Knight harmonious slash. Instantly, Chanfeng's whole body fell to the ground, tears streaming like a fountain. The Heart of Bashu had already been stolen. Lumi cursed. Damn it, did that attack just now hit the Holy Thief? Shigua shook his head. I don't know, it couldn't have failed, could it? At this moment, William Scott was fleeing very fast, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his lips. Got it, I got the Heart of Bashu, even though the price was being hit by the Shadow's attack, losing a significant amount of health, and having his position locked, putting him at a disadvantage. But the paths in the dungeon were extremely complex. Catching up to him wouldn't be easy. Remaining time on the mark 23 seconds. Just get through these 20 seconds, and you'll never find me again. Notification appeared. Remaining time on the mark 20 seconds. Suddenly, William Scott halted, his eyes widening at the sight before him. So fast, Qin Feng now surged forward, his eyes blazing with vigor. No, this is an afterimage, not the real body. He was shot directly far away. Shield shadow clash. However, William Scott dodged and taunted, knave. You think an attack of this level can hit me? Remaining time on the mark 16 seconds. Then he saw him again. Still here. William Scott swerved left. I dodge. He laughed joyfully, useless. Notification appeared. Remaining time on the mark 10 seconds. William Scott sighed in relief. Still 10 seconds. Easy and relaxed. But then he had to retract his smile. As Qin Feng charged, William Scott successfully dodged. In the end, it was all for nothing. Remaining time on the mark 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The supreme mark disappeared. He laughed loudly. I'm safe. This treasure is worth a massive amount of lifespan. One step closer to breaking the seal. Suddenly the latter stopped completely. He now appeared right in front. Around Qin Feng, many powerful auras expanded. There's still a clone? No, that seemed to be the real body. He was puzzled. How is he here? Looking at the spoils scattered on the ground, he killed quite a few monsters himself. No need to be tense. The mark is gone. William Scott was sure he couldn't see him, right? He bolted to escape. That gaze is terrifying. Time to flee this place quickly. However, Qin Feng was everywhere. Clones! I'm surrounded. He was startled. Could it be that he planned to lure me here from the very start? The pitch-black night, the endless nightmare continued, and William Scott's eyes suddenly glowed red. His attack power had reached a whole new level. Qin Feng appeared with an extremely strange expression. He screamed in pain, admitting his mistakes and begging for surrender, realizing this was what a true saint thief was like, pleading not to be killed, willing to become a loyal slave. The system notified that the epic tier NPC William Scott had voluntarily submitted, asking if he wanted to recruit him as a subordinate NPC for the Shadow Guild. He cried out, I surrender, please surrender. Qin Feng's voice was icy cold as he ordered the recruitment. A beam of light shone down. The recruitment was successful, and William Scott officially joined the Shadow Guild. Turtle Master ran over to ask about the situation. Qin Feng answered briefly. He had already recruited him, leaving him stunned. Everyone pointed at him, saying this was the troublemaker. He had an ugly appearance, just a pickpocket. They shouted for him to return the items and asked if they could beat him. Qin Feng reminded them to stop causing trouble. He was now a friendly NPC. Everyone could use lifespan to buy items from him. Cham Feng was surprised. There was such a thing. He pointed at William Scott, angrily demanding he bring out the goods. He sobbed and begged for leniency. The notification displayed, Holy Steel Talisman, costs 20 years of lifespan, use on a target within 3 meters, randomly steal one item from their inventory, the item will be consumed after use. Note 1, can only be used when the target is not looking. Note 2, cannot take soulbound items. The Saint Hand skill book costs 500 years of lifespan, use on a target that is a monster, permanently take 2 random points from its 4 base stats, once per target, and the total points obtained cannot exceed 100. The whole group howled. My underwear even has a cute heart pattern, how can it not be for sale? No, return those items that are only for display, not for sale. We have to kill him. Give us back our stuff. Turtle Master was delighted and covered his mouth to laugh. The 2 items he sold were also interesting. The Holy Steel Talisman, although not useful now, later when high-level items were abundant, one successful steal would mean huge profit. As for the Saint Hand skill, learning it added 100 attribute points. Even if it cost 500 years of lifespan, it was very worth it. Cham Feng complained. No wonder some people were delirious earlier. They probably had their intelligence stolen by this NPC and were temporarily dazed. He shook his head and said forget it, just learn the Saint Hand skill first. Stealing items and having to pay for it was truly frustrating. Both Gini Qijian and Liu Jianfeng had each spent 500 years of lifespan to learn this skill. The notification appeared. The NPC character Saint Thief William Scott has accumulated 1,000 years of lifespan through service. With a 50% tax rate, you receive 500 years, which has been deposited into the guild treasury. Qin Feng thought to himself, the guild takes 50% of the Saint Thief's lifespan. Later on he could send him to wander through various ruins to earn more. This level of Saint Hand was quite good, costing 500 years but refunding half, so it only cost 250 years. After learning it, it evolved immediately. The notification showed it consumed 88 evolution points, and the skill upgraded to Mythic. Use on a target to permanently steal 5 random points from its 4 base stats. Once per target, requires level 10, cooldown 6 hours, maximum points 3000. The new passive effect allows its use on any target. Qin Feng stretched out his hand, commenting that this attribute increase in percentage terms would become stronger later on. Not bad at all. At this moment, William Scott spoke, calling out his master. He looked up with sparkling eyes, saying he sensed a special aura. Did you have the unique mythic level skill of the attribute Thief Star? William Scott knelt down, swearing to serve for life, unafraid of any danger, only begging that you teach me that skill in the future. Qin Feng stood up calmly. If you perform well, I will pass it on. William Scott firmly promised to prove his worth in the future. Suddenly, large water ripples appeared above, along with an extremely loud noise. Right after that, a heavy figure fell down. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Did a boss appear? You shameless earthlings! That Big Eye shouted to release William immediately. It would cover for him to escape. William Scott stammered, "No, wait, Big Eye, they are..." The Eye launched an attack, releasing stone flowers and streams of energy straight down at everyone. Only Kinfeng was unaffected, having used a special move to create a magic barrier. The Big Eye was extremely surprised. What? It could block attacks. At that moment, a golden light radiated out, tightening around the Eye and causing it to cry out in pain. William sobbed, calling out to Big Eye. He shouted for Big Eye not to use its power. "Don't die." Kinfeng coldly asked why 2 epic tier NPCs were appearing in this dungeon, demanding William explain. He turned back, stammering that her name was Aristotle. She was his friend. William Scott recounted that he couldn't remember how many years ago it was when he was still a small-time thief he met her, and they became friends. He possessed a vast repository of knowledge and could see where treasures were hidden, and I possessed superior thieving skills to obtain them all. So they roamed together, collecting countless treasures, transforming me from an ordinary thief into a saint thief. One day, she discovered a treasure in the dark dungeon of Ghost City. It was an unheard of divine artifact emitting a white light. He spoke softly. We were extremely excited and approached the divine artifact. "Big Eye, you discovered this, you open it." A beam of light illuminated the entire room. That source of light coiled like sunlight, with chains emerging from within it. The chains bound the entire Big Eye and pulled it inside. Unexpectedly, the divine artifact was actually a primordial level trap. William Scott sobbed. "That is why Aristotle has been sealed here." He said to break the seal and save her would take up to 1,000,000,000 years. I stayed here, continuously collecting lifespan until I met everyone. Just now, to save me, she was forced to use a skill, which triggered the seal, and now she is on the verge of death. William Scott continued, "After you subdued me, I certainly couldn't accumulate enough lifespan. The day of parting has finally come. See you later, Big Eye." He lowered his head and sobbed, "I'm sorry, I couldn't save you." William Scott, who was weeping bitterly, suddenly froze. He stammered, asking what the master was doing. Seeing the sword in Kinfeng's hand, William Scott panicked, covered his eyes and shouted, "Are you going to kill Big Eye?" "No, she won't drop good loot." Seeing the cold glint in Kinfeng's eyes, he trembled and begged. William Scott's face turned pale as he pleaded, "Don't." Kinfeng directly struck a powerful blow, and the chains snapped from the force of the slash. William Scott's eyes widened in shock. One by one, the chains broke apart. He was bewildered to see the chains disappear. The seal had been dispelled. Kinfeng coldly replied, "I tried attacking the chains with a primordial-grade weapon, and surprisingly, it worked. The seal is gone, and she's fine now." The Big Eyes sparkled with tears. William Scott spread his arms wide. "Big Eye, wonderful, you're all right." Big Eye asked in confusion, "William, how did you become the servant of an earthling?" William Scott turned to Kinfeng and answered, "He is not an ordinary earthling. He was the one who broke the seal to save you." Urged Big Eye to join the Shadow Lord, saying that later they could surely obtain all the treasures. Big Eye mused, "Don't be noisy, let me think." It noticed that Kinfeng was equipped with all the best available gear, and that his skills were all at the mythical grade. Big Eye opened wide, even seeing an ancient god power clearly displayed in the notification. Discovered epic tier NPC. Aristotle the Eye of Knowledge has pledged voluntary submission. He nodded in acceptance. Aristotle the Eye of Knowledge now belongs to the Shadow Guild. Basic function. Can be used once per day. Effect increases monster kill experience by 100%. Effect lasts for 3 hours, consumes 12 years of lifespan. The notification showed the evolved function allows setting up an automatic monster hunting formation and a counterattack barrier, consuming lifespan. The advanced function can use lifespan to query information. Note, query wisely, the NPC is not omniscient Shadow Lord. Big Eye gently thanked him for being saved, and said if there was anything needed, please give the order. Kinfeng nodded, saying both were talents with unique skills. First, let them boost his experience, then both would teleport back to the guild, and then go around to gather lifespan. Suddenly remembering some said, "Oh, right, unpetrify these people. William, return the stolen items to them." William immediately received the order, and then a golden light appeared again. Chen Feng panikedly asked, "What just happened? Where did the Big Eye monster go?" He said he had subdued it and it teleported away. That man was startled. The Big Eye monster was also an epic tier NPC. He exclaimed, "Subduing 2 epic tier NPCs in no time, too powerful." Kinfeng quietly told them to pick up the equipment on the ground. The two put them back on, thanked the big shot, and were glad to have retrieved their limited edition underwear. After that, the group stood looking at the heart of Bashu. He asked everyone what they wanted to do. The corner of that man's mouth curled up. "Big Shot, Turtle and I have discussed it. We agreed that the heart of Bashu should belong to you." Master Turtle nodded. "Only a Big Shot is worthy of this divine artifact." Both knelt and offered the heart of Bashu, asking him to use it, saying only he could earn their genuine respect. "Even though you weren't born in Bashu, we still want to invite you to be the king of Bashu." Before he could finish speaking, all of them were blown away by a suction force. From then on, the heart of Bashu disappeared from the world. Bashu had no more king, but every person of Bashu was a king. More than 200 kilometers south of the Medo ruins, a flash of light like lightning appeared. The radiance filled the space, seeping into every corner. A little devil with a red-hot body appeared. She directly attacked the monster. The beast also launched a powerful counterattack. She firmly planted her sword on the ground to brace herself, searching for the target. The monster looked around blankly, seeing no one. After over 20 minutes of fighting, it had only 1/3 of its health left. Xiao Mai judged that if she could eliminate it, she could single-handedly take down a Jade-grade boss. Though there was still a large gap with her master, she could at least see hope. The group above watched in silence. Everyone was impressed by the girl's excellent maneuvers. She always maintained a safe distance from the boss's attack range, dodging all strikes while continuously dealing damage. However, her class was only suitable for dealing with single enemies. They looked with heart-shaped eyes and said, "If we surround her, she won't be able to do anything. The boss's health has dropped to 1/3. They were infatuated with her, calling out, "Queen, we are ready to take over the boss on your orders at any time." The corner of Ying Xuan's mouth curled up. No rush, wait until she reveals herself next time. She was a top-tier hunter, her attacks clean and swift like flowing clouds and water. Moreover, she was constantly alert to her surroundings, ready to leave at any sign of danger. Ying Xuan stated firmly, "So there is only one chance to catch her, when she reveals herself." He planted his staff straight into the ground. That is the moment she lunges to attack her prey.